July 1968. Harvest Brigade of the Pioneering Commune.
Bah!
You wretched girl. My good son has been ruined by you. Do you even know your place? Do you think you deserve my son? The brigade secretary's wife, Fong Guilon, clutched one of Ding Xiang's arms, crying and shouting. A group of women standing nearby joined in, eager to add fuel to the fire. That's right. Just look at her face, born to tempt people. With those narrow eyes, what man wouldn't be confused by her? Because of Fong Guilon's position, there were always a few people ready to flatter her. Hearing others speak up for her, Fong Guilon raised her voice even louder. My son would never like you. Tell me, was it you who went after him first? Ding Xiang lowered her head, her face pale. Fear and shame made her body tremble slightly. She was only 19. Her father, Ding Yueshan, had once been the richest landlord in the area, back when this place was still called Dingjia Village, before it became the Harvest Brigade. He had 3 wives, 1 main wife and 2 concubines. Ding Xiang's mother was one of the concubines. After the new society was established, Ding Yueshan, in order to keep a mother for his only son, had no choice but to divorce the 2 concubines, leaving only his first wife, Madame Zhang. Ding Xiang's mother left her behind as a baby and walked away alone. When her mother was young, she had been very beautiful. Almond-shaped eyes, delicate brows, a high nose, and a small mouth. Ding Xiang inherited most of her mother's looks and had grown into one of the most beautiful girls in the Harvest Brigade. But sadly, from the day she was born, she had never lived a good day. According to Madame Zhang, on the very day she was born, the land reform took away everything from the family, even the bedding on the Kong. Her mother, and she lay on the bare earthen bed, covered only by her father's single coat. From that moment on, she was seen as unlucky, carrying the label of a bringer of misfortune. That was also why her mother had abandoned her. Being beaten and going hungry became part of her life. Only Su Hongliang would sometimes secretly bring her food from his home. That was the only warmth she had ever known. In recent years, during the political campaigns, her family was often criticized and humiliated. Each time she returned home, her father and brother would vent their anger on her. Because of their bad background, her brother Ding Qingjue was already 25 and still unmarried. Fortunately, the Zhao family's eldest son, Zhao Jiachuan, took a liking to Ding Xiang and did not mind her family background, so he agreed to the arranged marriage. But Ding Xiang firmly refused. It wasn't about whether Zhao Jiachuan was good or not. Her heart had always belonged to Su Hongliang. How could Ding Yueshan allow her to act on her own will? A young girl daring to defy him? Impossible. So Ding Yueshan made the decision himself and settled the marriage with the Zhao family. Ding Xiang was to marry Zhao Jiachuan, who was 10 years older than her, while Zhao Jiachuan's younger sister, Zhao Jihui, would marry Ding Xiang's half-brother, Ding Qingjue. During the noon break, Ding Xiang secretly went to find Su Hongliang, hoping he could give her some advice. Confused and anxious, she believed his sweet words, and the 2 of them ended up in a compromising situation. Just as they were putting their clothes back in order, they were caught by patrolling militia. Although no solid evidence was found, she was still accused of leading a good young man astray. For the sake of Su Hongliang's future, Ding Xiang did not defend herself at all. She took all the blame alone. Yes, it was me who tempted him, she admitted. Tears slid down her pale cheeks, dripping onto her thin neck and soaking her collar. Her sorrow was not only because of Fong Guilon's harsh insults, but also because of Su Hongliang's coldness. To prove his innocence, he pushed all the blame onto her in front of everyone. Was this really the same Hongliang who had always cared for her? How could he say such cruel words? She was the one who had been deceived and hurt. Ding Xiang blamed herself for being blind, for not seeing that Su Hongliang was such a selfish man. The little kindness he once showed her had kept her grateful for years, but now she realized how foolish she had been. Now she could only swallow her pain in silence, feeling so wronged that she wished she could disappear. Her reputation was ruined, her innocence gone, and she still had to marry Zhao Jiachuan, a man she did not love. What meaning was left in life? Fong Goelon dragged her forward by the arm. I must tell your father about this. You really are a girl with no proper upbringing. Fong Goelon foolishly believed that the bigger the scene she made, the more it would prove her son's innocence. As they turned the corner, a man carrying a bucket of waste suddenly appeared ahead, the stench reaching them from afar. Ding Xiang clenched her fists so tightly that her nails almost dug into her palms. The sharp pain steadied her a little. The man in front of her used to be a well-known troublemaker in the village. Now he had somehow become a small leader. He had harassed Ding Xiang several times in the past, but she had always rejected him firmly. He once threatened her, saying she would regret it. Now that he had this chance, how could he let it slip? Truly, some grudges never fade. Ding Xiang's heart pounded like a drum. Without realizing it, she edged closer to the roadside. Beside the road was a drainage ditch. If she jumped across, she would land in someone else's yard. If things went badly, she could escape through the fields behind the house. You pretend to be so pure, but you're no better than this bucket of filth. The man laughed, showing his teeth stained yellow from years of smoking.
Heh, heh.
Suddenly, he lifted the bucket and hurled its contents forward. But Ding Xiang had already prepared to run the moment he started speaking. She broke free from Fong Goelon's grip and leapt across the ditch. When the man saw he had missed, anger flared. He threw the bucket itself at her. The rubber bucket spun through the air. Ding Xiang quickly ducked, and the bucket flew over the low wall, landing with a loud splash inside the yard. At that moment, a figure appeared from behind the wall, looking confused at the crowd in the street. There were few dirty splashes on his clothes. Not only Ding Xiang, but everyone's eyes turned to the young man who had suddenly appeared. The moment he saw Ding Xiang, his confused gaze lit up with joy. He jumped over the wall and ran straight toward her.
Wife.
Where have you been? Do you know how worried I was when I couldn't find you? Isn't that the madman? The madman spoke. But Fong Goelon wasn't focused on whether he spoke or not.
She was focused on what he said.
Wife. He called Ding Xiang his wife. Oh my goodness. Fong Goelon slapped her thigh, shook her head dramatically, and raised her voice in a sharp, mocking tone. Wife, where did you go? I couldn't find you.
Ah.
The crowd burst into laughter. Isn't it fair to say she was trying to attract attention? Fong Goelon lifted her double chin, looking proud. Even though Ding Xiang had taken all the blame for today's incident, people still had opinions about Su Hongliang. After all, one hand can't make a sound by itself. How could it be only one person's fault? At that moment, the man everyone called the fool suddenly spoke up, which was rare. It was as if he had given Fong Goelon a huge favor. If she hadn't teased him before, would he call her his wife? Have you ever heard him call anyone else that? No, never. Fong Goelon was very pleased. Every sentence she threw out was quickly followed by someone else. The fool's real name was Guo Lisan. He was once the most educated young man in Fengshui Brigade. If it hadn't been for the political movement, he might have gone to college by now. But he was also the only person in the village who had lost his mind. 2 years ago, he was sent back from the city already in this state. No one knew exactly what had happened. It remained a mystery. Since returning, he had hardly spoken. Most of the time, he just stared blankly or wandered around the village. Sometimes he muttered to himself, but no one could understand what he was saying. For him to speak clearly and directly like today, it was the first time anyone had seen it. But to say he had something going on with Ding Xiang? That was nonsense. The young women in the village usually avoided him. If he hadn't suddenly appeared today, everyone would have already left. How could she have been trying to get his attention? When Fong Goelon noticed that no one was responding to her words anymore, she grew annoyed, and her tone became sharper. Men are all the same, no matter who they are. If you tempt them, they'll come closer. Haven't you heard the old saying, if one doesn't turn back, the other will still follow? She was speaking so fiercely that her spit was flying. Suddenly, a loud slap landed on her right cheek. Smack! The sound was crisp, and the crowd of dozens instantly fell silent. The slap left Fong Goelon stunned. Yang Xiuji stood in front of her, eyes narrowed. with a half-smile on her face. "I'm still alive. And you dare to mock my son in front of everyone? Who are you calling an animal? Some people aren't even as good as animals. If you dare to keep running your mouth, I'll tear it apart. Do you believe me?" Feng Guilon's right cheek burned with pain, but she didn't dare say a word. She knew she couldn't afford to provoke this woman. "Sister Yang, you misunderstood me. How would I dare to make fun of Lee Sin? I'm just worried he's too simple-minded and might get tricked or taken advantage of." Yang Xiuji looked at the hand she had just used to slap Feng Guilon, then blew on it a few times in disgust, as if something dirty had stuck to it. Finally, she glanced at her sideways and said, "Make it clear. Who would trick him? And since when is my son's business yours to manage? If you have free time, you'd better take care of your own family first. Worry too much and you'll only wear yourself out." Just now, everyone's attention had been on the madman, so no one noticed when Yang Xiuji appeared. The man who had thrown the bucket of filth saw Yang Xiuji arguing with Feng Guilon and quickly shrank his neck, trying to slip into the crowd and escape. But suddenly his collar tightened. Yang Xiuji had grabbed him and yanked him back. Trying to run? With one swift kick, Yang Xiuji knocked Lai San to the ground and stepped firmly on his chest. "Others may fear you, but I don't. Do you even know whose doorstep this is? You dared to splash filth on my family's gate. If you don't clean it up properly, don't even think about leaving." Lai San raised his hands, clutching at her ankle. "Antigua, even if someone gave me the courage, I'd never dare dirty your gate. It was just bad luck. I really didn't notice it was your house. Please, you're a generous person. Forgive me this time." Yang Xiuji pressed down harder with her foot. "Even if you beg, it won't work." Lai San cried out in pain, pleading again and again. After being humiliated by Yang Xiuji, he would probably look for someone else to vent his anger on later. Best to stay far away from him to avoid trouble. The crowd quickly scattered. Ding Xiang stood frozen, too afraid to go home. After such a big scene today, her parents and brother were sure to have heard about it. If she went home, she would definitely be punished. But if she didn't go home, where else could she go? In fact, when Feng Guilon had dragged her down the street earlier, her family had already found out. This troublesome girl really knows how to cause shame. She's completely embarrassed us. Madame Ding cursed angrily. This matter was far from over. She was just waiting for Ding Xiang to come back, so she could deal with her. Ding Yueshan had been covering his face with his sleeve, watching from a distance, shaking his head again and again. The family's reputation, built over generations, had been utterly ruined. How had the Ding family fallen to such a state? It took generations of hard work to build up such a family fortune, yet it was all lost in his hands. In the past, every man of the Ding family had several wives and concubines. But now, things had changed. His only son was already 25 and still single. When he himself was 25, his eldest daughter was already 6 or 7 years old. How could he face his ancestors like this? Ding Yueshan walked home with his head down, feeling defeated. Just as he reached the door, he almost bumped into someone. Looking up, he saw it was old Zhao. Old Zhao had his hands tucked into his sleeves, his head lowered, and not a trace of a smile on his face. He kept nudging a small stone under his foot, looking restless and troubled. Ding Yueshan's heart sank. He had a bad feeling. If old Zhao came at this time, it surely wasn't good news. It looked like his son's marriage was about to fall through. Forcing a smile, Ding Yueshan greeted him. "In-law, you're here. Please come inside." Old Zhao glanced around. The street was still crowded with people heading home after watching the commotion. This matter couldn't be delayed any longer. He frowned at the busy street. Though he disliked stepping into the Ding household, it was inconvenient to talk outside. So, he followed Ding Yueshan into the house. At the door, Ding Yueshan hurried ahead, opened it, and bent down politely to let old Zhao in first. "In-law, please sit. I'll pour you some water." But old Zhao only wanted to finish quickly and leave. "Don't call me in-law anymore. I can't accept that. Let's just forget about this arrangement." Before he could finish, Ding Yueshan panicked and grabbed his sleeve. "In-law, don't. How can you go back on something we already agreed upon?" Old Zhao pulled his sleeve free and stepped back, almost bumping into Ding Xiang, who had just entered. Don't force me to say it too harshly. If we become relatives, people will laugh at us before long. My son would rather stay single than marry into your family's troubles. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ding Yueshan's face turned pale. He collapsed into a chair, stunned. Without even glancing at him, Old Zhao brushed past Ding Xiang and walked out without looking back. As soon as Old Zhao stepped out, Ding Yueshan jumped up from his chair in a hurry. He grabbed Ding Xiang by the hair and slammed her head against the edge of the bed several times. Her head throbbed with pain, and she felt warm liquid trickling down her forehead. Why don't you just disappear? You shameless thing! You've ruined the reputation of the Ding family. How could you be so disgraceful? Trying to attract another man. Your brother's marriage was ruined because of you. Do you want me to have no descendants? What terrible sin did I commit in my past life to deserve this? Furious, Ding Yueshan kicked Ding Xiang hard in the chest, knocking her to the ground. What's so bad about Zhao Jiazuan? So what if he's older and not good-looking? Why can't you just live with it? And you think Su Hongliang is better? If he really cared about you, would he blame everything on you? He's just making a fool out of you. And you're too foolish to see it. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. His face turned dark, his breathing grew heavy, and through his thin clothes, one could see his chest heaving violently. Just then, Ding Zhongshi stepped through the doorway and froze at the sight. You're going to drive your father to his grave, she cried, patting his chest and back in panic. After a long while, Ding Yueshan's face finally eased a little. Qingjue, bring the family rod, he ordered. Outside, Ding Yueshan might act humble and smiling before others, but at home, he was still the head of the family. Though the family had fallen on hard times, his authority remained. Ding Qingjue searched around, but there was no such thing as a family rod anymore. All the old things had been taken away long ago during the land reform. Now the house was nearly empty, but there were still tools for punishment. He pulled out a feather duster from the corner of a chest and weighed it in his hand. If he used this, the girl would be getting off lightly. Tell me, Ding Yueshan demanded, his face flushed red, did you, and that Su boy, do anything improper? It was not a question a father should ever ask, but the matter was too serious for him to ignore. If his son had to rely on his own ability, he would never be able to find a wife and would remain single for life. Neither Ding Qingjue nor Ding Yueshan could accept that. To have no descendants was the greatest disgrace. The only hope left for the family was Ding Xiang. No matter what, her mother had left her with a pretty face. But if it was really like old Zhao said, that she was worthless, then it meant nothing. Ding Xiang's broken and hopeless look might fool others, but it could never fool her own father. Ding Yueshan faintly felt that this matter was not just about being led astray. Su Hongliang's father, Su Fenghai, was the village leader, so the militia had to give him some respect. That was why they didn't dig deeper into the matter. His daughter must have suffered in silence. Ding Xiang's face was red to her ears. Her head hung low, as if she hadn't heard her father's question, not saying a word. Ding Yueshan sighed heavily and waved his hand at Ding Qingjue. I'll beat you, you shameless thing. Ding Qingjue raised the feather duster high above his head and struck down with all his strength. Ding Xiang's shoulders shook violently. She braced her arms on the ground, trying to support her back against the harsh beating. Since childhood, she had lost count of how many times she had been beaten like this. But this time hurt the most. Not only her body, but her heart hurt even more. Before, when she was beaten at home, she could still find a little comfort with Su Hongliang. Now even that small hope was gone. When she was little, she endured the beatings while dreaming of growing up, thinking that once she was grown, she could leave this house, have enough to eat and wear, and no longer be beaten. Now even that dream seemed impossible. Her reputation was already ruined. Even if someone wanted her in the future, they would never truly treat her as a person. She had seen such things happen before. One wrong step, and every step after would be wrong. Her future would be full of hardship. Enough, Stop hitting her. Madame Ding grabbed her son's raised arm and forced it down. Go stand aside. Ding Qingjue looked at his mother's wrinkled face in confusion. Every time Ding Xiang was beaten, she had never stopped it before. Why was she suddenly showing kindness today? Look at you, so stubborn. Can't you just say something softer? We are your family. Others only want to harm you. Madame Ding crouched down with difficulty, her back and legs aching from the strain. She forced a smile, reached out, and patted Ding Xiang's cheek. Tell me the truth, did that Su boy really do anything or not? If he did, we can't just let you suffer while he sheds a few tears and walks away without trouble. Even if he didn't do anything, as long as we spread some words, he still won't be able to escape trouble. Just because his father is a secretary, he thinks he's powerful? I'll make sure he ends up behind bars. The more Ding Yueshan listened, the more uneasy he felt. Was this old woman trying to stir up even more trouble? He lifted his foot and kicked Ding Zhongsher on the back. She had been squatting unsteadily, and with no warning, she fell forward onto the ground with a thud. When she looked up and saw Ding Yueshan's dark expression, she didn't dare say a word. She quickly got up, patted the dust off her clothes, and went to sit alone on the doorstep, sulking. Women are always short-sighted. Ding Yueshan sighed heavily. Even if Su Hongliang's whole family ends up in prison, what good will it do? Qingjue still won't be able to get a wife. If not the Zhao family, then the Li family. The real matter is to find another marriage for Qingjue. What he cared about was not whether his daughter had been wronged, but whether her reputation might affect his son's chances of getting a wife. The fewer people who knew about this, the better. Even if the whole village suspected, without proof it was only gossip. Why would he shout it out himself? Shaking his head, Ding Yueshan muttered, "Not one of you lets me rest easy." Pointing at Ding Xiang, he scolded, "Foolish girl. You don't know your place. In the future, you might not even find someone like Zhao Jiazuan." After all, the Zhao family had already broken off the engagement. I'll say this now, next time, no matter what kind of man it is, even if he has flaws, you'll have to accept it. You ruined your own reputation. You can't blame anyone else. Ding Qingjue slumped in his chair, watching coldly. Hearing his father's words, he spoke with a mocking tone. Humph. She should never have been born. Do you know what kind of life I had as a child? Back then, when others ate dumplings, every bite was filled with meat. And me? Now look at me. I can't even get a wife. He shook his head, curling his lips. If it weren't for the fear of our family line ending, do you think I'd want someone like Zhao Hui? Loud, clumsy, and plain-looking. It's all because of that girl. She brings nothing but bad luck. Still bitter about the Zhao family breaking off the engagement, Ding Qingjue insulted Zhao Hui harshly, as if forgetting that the Zhao family had already withdrawn. No matter how Zhao Hui looked, she no longer had anything to do with him. Since it was a marriage exchange, if the Zhao family refused Ding Xiang, they naturally wouldn't give Zhao Hui to Ding Qingjue either. Ding Xiang got up from the ground and staggered toward the door. Her father's words had made everything clear. Her only remaining value was to be exchanged so her brother could get a new wife. Whether her life was good or bad was never something her father cared about. They were both his children, both called him father, so why was the treatment so different? Just because she was a girl? Just because her mother had been a concubine? Was being born a woman already a mistake? So much so that even her own mother had abandoned her? Just as Ding Xiang reached the doorway, her brother Ding Qingjue's voice came from behind. Where are you going? If you walk out that door, don't come back. Just pretend you're gone for good. Seeing his sister about to leave, he didn't try to stop her. Instead, he made things worse. If it were me, I'd be too ashamed to live. Their stepmother, Madame Zhang, shifted aside to let Ding Xiang pass, then sneered coldly. If she really cared about her reputation, she wouldn't have done such disgraceful things. It's better if she's gone. Maybe then the bad luck in this family will finally leave with her. At the main gate, Ding Xiang couldn't help but turn back for one last look. The doors of the house were tightly shut. No one came out. No one had ever truly cared whether she lived or died. Why had she still held on to even a tiny bit of hope? As she stepped outside, a figure suddenly rose from behind the low wall. It was Guo, the village madman. He had actually followed her here. Ding Xiang sniffed, forcing back the tears that threatened to fall. When misfortune comes, even drinking cold water can choke you. Now, even a madman had come to add to her troubles, throwing shame on her head. She didn't even know when she had supposedly become his wife. Since childhood, she had barely seen Guo a handful of times. In recent years, he had gone to study in the city, and she hadn't seen him at all. Even after he returned in his troubled state, she had only run into him 2 or 3 times. Each time, she had kept her distance. Now, she ignored him, and he said nothing either. Their eyes met, but each was lost in their own thoughts. Ding Xiang thought, forget it. I'm already someone with no future. Why bother arguing with a madman? Guo thought, Shifan, are you angry with me? Why won't you speak to me? Turning away, Ding Xiang walked down the main road toward the river. The passers-by who saw her quickly stepped aside, avoiding her as if she carried misfortune. No one wanted to invite trouble. The sky was turning dark, and smoke from cooking fires rose from every house in the village, filling the air with warmth and life. Ding Xiang turned her head. A few steps behind her stood Guo. So, he had been following her all along. Why are you following me? Go away. Ding Xiang couldn't help but shout. If others saw this, how could she explain? But Guo just stood there, not moving, his face full of hurt, his timid eyes fixed on her. Ding Xiang's heart suddenly softened. People don't just lose themselves for no reason. Who knew what he had been through?
He was pitiful too.
Why should she make things harder for him? Go home. It's getting dark. If your mother can't find you, she'll be worried. Without waiting to see if he understood, Ding Xiang turned and kept walking toward the river. After a few steps, she looked back. He was still following. Forget it, let him follow, if he wants. She ignored him. After all, once she jumped into the river, he surely wouldn't follow. When she walked fast, Guo walked fast. When she slowed down, he slowed down. He always kept a steady distance behind her. At last, they reached the wide river. Ding Xiang sat by the bank, staring at the rushing water. Her courage began to waver. She was only 19. Was her life really about to end? Her greatest wish had always been to see her birth mother, to know what kind of woman could abandon her own child, leaving her alone in this world. Living was so hard. Maybe leaving would be easier. Ding Xiang stood up and stepped slowly into the river. The water wasn't too shallow, but not too deep either, perhaps 2 meters at the center. Step by step, she walked forward. The water rose past her knees, then her chest. Breathing became harder. Come back. She heard Guo shouting. Turning her head, she saw him on the bank, waving his arms, calling out to her again and again. So, he wasn't as foolish as people said. At the edge of life, at least someone was there for her. Ding Xiang felt a trace of comfort. Live well, she shouted back to him. Without waiting to see if he understood, she turned again and walked firmly toward the deeper water. The strong current slowed her steps. Behind her came the sound of splashing. Ding Xiang turned her head and saw Guo had already jumped in. He moved quickly, the river water rising in waves around him. He really jumped. He was getting closer and closer. Go back, you fool, she shouted, but her voice was drowned out by the rushing water. Her strength was fading, her pace slowing. Just a few more steps, and everything would be over. She was afraid that if she slowed down even a little, she would lose her last bit of courage. Finally, the water closed over her head. She swallowed several mouthfuls before floating back up, carried a few meters downstream. Her hair spread out, blocking her sight. Fear gripped her heart like a giant hand. She began to regret her choice, but she no longer had the strength to call for help. At the edge of life and death, a strange thought came to her. Do all people who give up on life regret it at the very last moment, only without the chance to turn back? Suddenly, she felt her arm being pulled. Instinctively, she grabbed onto the hand that held her. When she surfaced again, she saw a blurred face rising and sinking with her. Only the sound of rushing water filled her ears. The noisy world seemed to fade away, leaving only silence. Then, a sharp pain struck her head, and everything went dark. She's awake. Finally awake. Through the haze, she thought she heard voices calling, faint and distant, slipping into her ears. She forced her eyes open and saw a face close to hers, the features unclear. Her whole body ached, every bone in pain.
So,
Was she dead? At last free? Exhausted, she closed her eyes again. Is she all right? Why did she faint again? She's fine, just too weak. She'll recover with rest. Who pulled her out, and who pushed her in? This is our family's matter. No outsiders should interfere. Zhao Jiachuan, your father already broke off the engagement. From now on, stay away from Ding Xiang. That last voice was all too familiar. It was her father, Ding Yueshan.
So,
She wasn't dead? Ding Xiang's eyes flew open, and she saw a crowd gathered around her. Closest to her was Guo Lisin, the drenched young man everyone called a fool. He was squatting there, arms wrapped around his knees, looking at her with deep sadness. Beside him stood his mother and sister, Yang Xiuji and Guo Limei. Bending over and staring at her face was her father, Ding Yueshan. Ding Xiang could hardly believe her eyes. Her father's eyes were red, showing a trace of worry and even guilt. But the moment he saw her open her eyes, Ding Yueshan's face turned cold again. Shameful thing. If you want to die, then do it outside. When we get home, I'll break your legs. Yes, this was her father. She must have imagined that moment of softness. Ding Xiang laughed bitterly at herself. Is this how a father should act? Do you have to push your child to the edge? Yang Xiuji could no longer stand Ding Yueshan's harsh words. Others may bully her, but even her own father joins in? What kind of man are you? Ding Yueshan opened his mouth several times, but finally swallowed his words. Their positions were not equal. In the Fengshou Brigade, Yang Xiuji was someone no one dared to offend, while he was the kind of man who wouldn't even protest if children kicked him. With a dark face, Ding Yueshan squeezed through the crowd and left, his steps unsteady. All right, stop watching the commotion. Go home and eat. Yang Xiuji waved her hand to scatter the onlookers. Then, with Guo Limei's help, she lifted Ding Xiang from the ground and placed her on Guo Lisin's back. Son, let's go home. Ding Xiang struggled a little, but Yang Xiuji gave her a light slap. Don't move around. The more you move, the harder it is for him to carry you. What are you afraid of? Just because someone says you're his wife, does that make it true? Stop overthinking and focus on living your life. Guo Limei giggled at the side. Ding Xiang's face turned red, and she dared not speak again. Both of their clothes were soaked, and being so close like this was indeed a little awkward. She glanced around and noticed that not only Yang Xiuji and Guo Limei had come, but also Guo Wei, who walked with a limp, was following behind. Of course, she understood. The whole Guo family wasn't here for her. They were worried about Guo Lisin. Guo Lisin walked steadily, carrying her on his back without showing any sign of strain. In his 20s, he was at the peak of his strength. A few people followed along the road, but most of the crowd had already dispersed. After all, most people just came to watch the commotion.
sigh.
How did people's hearts become like this? Yang Xiuji shook her head and sighed. Carrying Ding Xiang on his back, Guo Lisin quickly arrived home. Guo Limei ran a few steps ahead, opened the gate, and then hurried to open the house door as well. Guo Lisin placed Ding Xiang on the heated brick bed and pulled a quilt over her. Ding Xiang struggled to sit up and pushed the quilt aside. Even though she moved quickly, a large part of the quilt was already soaked. She pressed her lips together in embarrassment, her face blushing. She didn't understand why Yang Xiuji had asked her son to carry her back. Was it because she was afraid she might jump into the river again and cause more trouble? Or was it because she wanted to settle accounts with her? Would she, like Feng Guilin, accuse her of trying to attract her son? When Yang Xiuji entered the room, she said nothing. She went straight to the cabinet and began pulling things out. Guo Limei picked out a set of clothes for Guo Lisin, handed them to him, and pushed him outside. His clothes were also soaked and needed to be changed right away. Guo Wei didn't go inside. He brought a small stool from the kitchen and sat at the doorway. Since Dingxiang's clothes were wet and she needed to change, it wasn't proper for him to enter. After Guo Lisin left, Guo Limei took out some of her own clothes that her mother had found. She and Dingxiang were about the same height and build. Come on, let's go to my room. Change out of those wet clothes before you catch a cold. Dingxiang glanced at Yang Xiuji and noticed her face was calm, without any sign of anger or blame. Seeing Dingxiang hesitate, Guo Limei walked over, took her hand, and led her into her room. Guo Limei was also well known in the Fengshui Brigade. Married for 5 years without children, she had been sent back by her husband's family. People gave her a cruel nickname, a hen that doesn't lay eggs. To make matters worse, a fortune teller once said she would have to drink water from 3 different wells, meaning she would marry more than once. Although only 26, she was already considered difficult to marry. Good families didn't want her, and poor ones felt she was too good for them. So time passed, and she had been back at her parents' home for nearly 3 years. Back then, at 18, Guo Limei had been known as a local beauty. But now, she had fallen into such a situation. Dingxiang stood up, glanced at the damp spot she had left on the edge of the bed, and her face showed clear embarrassment. It's fine, just wipe it and it'll dry. Hurry and go change clothes with Sister Mei. Yang Xiuji noticed Dingxiang's embarrassment, so she picked up a cloth and wiped the damp edge of the bed a few times. Looking at Dingxiang's thin back, she couldn't help but sigh.
Ah,
this child is really pitiful. She tossed the cloth aside and got ready to cook in the kitchen. Guo Lisin had nothing to do all day and wandered around. At first, whenever he disappeared, Yang Xiuji would search the whole village for him. But as time went on, she got used to it. If he didn't come back, she would just leave the food in the pot, and he could eat whenever he returned. Just as Yang Xiuji reached the doorway, she heard her daughter cry out, "Mom, come quickly." Yang Xiuji rushed into her daughter's room. Dingxiang was holding her clothes tightly against her chest, her face full of panic. Her back was covered with scars, some old, some new. The skin was pale from soaking in water, and a few wounds were still bleeding slightly.
who did this to you?
Dingxiang lowered her head and stayed silent, unwilling to speak of family troubles. Usually, Dingxiang was quiet and obedient, so Yang Xiuji had never imagined that such a well-behaved girl could be treated this way. Thinking of what Ding Yushan had said earlier, she clenched her teeth in anger. Your father is truly heartless. Even wild animals protect their young, yet he could treat his own child like this. Yang Xiuji went back to her room and searched through boxes and drawers, but couldn't find any medicine for the wounds. She pushed open the door and called to Guo Wei, who was smoking outside. Go to the clinic and get some medicine for injuries and pain relief. Guo Wei looked up at his wife. Seeing her frowning with anger, he didn't dare ask questions. Dragging his injured leg, he went to the clinic. Yang Xiuji didn't return to the room, but went straight to the kitchen to prepare food. Just as the first pot of corn porridge was done, she went out to look for her son. If someone hadn't come to tell her, the family wouldn't have known that Guo Lisin had jumped into the river. Earlier, during the street parade, Yang Xiuji had been busy dealing with Lai San, so she hadn't noticed when her son slipped away. After teaching Lai San a lesson, most of the crowd had already dispersed. Yang Xiuji went back inside, gathered firewood, and started cooking corn porridge. Just as she lit the fire, Guo Limei came home. As soon as she stepped through the door, she laughed and said, Mom, I heard you showed your strength again today. The heavy slap left Feng Guilin completely stunned. Yang Xiuji couldn't help but laugh. Who told you that? Rumors spread faster than legs can run. I just wanted to teach her a lesson today. She always takes advantage and pretends to be innocent. She thinks Dingxiang is easy to bully. First her son bullies her, then she does too, and even wants to drag Lisin into it. If I don't stand up to her, who will? Luckily, she kept quiet today. Otherwise, I might have knocked her teeth out. After washing her hands and face, Guo Limei helped with cooking, while Yang Xiuji told her everything that had happened. The two were chatting happily when Guo Wei came home. The first thing he said as he walked in was, "Still as impressive as ever." The three of them burst out laughing. Gualime leaned on her mother's shoulder and said with admiration, "Mom, I wish I had your skills." Yang Xiuji patted her daughter's hand but stayed silent. She didn't want her daughter to go through the hardships she had endured. Surviving in times of danger had given her strength, but the suffering back then was beyond imagination for anyone who hadn't lived it. As they were talking, a neighbor rushed over to tell Yang Xiuji that Guo Lisin and Ding Xiang had jumped into the river. People were trying to rescue them at the riverbank, but he didn't know if they had been saved. Before the neighbor could finish, Yang Xiuji was already running toward the river. Guo Lisin was terrified of water. He had nearly drowned when he was 6, and ever since then, he had been deeply afraid. Even when it rained, he would avoid puddles. How could he have jumped into the river today? Yang Xiuji ran ahead, with Guo Lime following closely behind. Guo Wei's legs were weak, so before long, he was left far behind. When they reached the river, they saw a crowd gathered on the bank. Guo Lisin was soaking wet but safe. When he was pulled out, he was still conscious. Beside him stood Zhao Jiachuan, also drenched. But Ding Xiang was in much worse condition. Her eyes were closed, and she seemed unresponsive. Yang Xiuji quickly knelt down, cleared her mouth and nose, then turned her over onto her lap and firmly patted her back. After a while, Ding Xiang stirred slightly and coughed up a large mouthful of water. Yang Xiuji finally let out a sigh of relief and collapsed weakly to the ground. Her body felt completely drained. She had faced life and death before, so why was she so flustered this time? It seemed she was truly getting old. She asked around about what had happened. Only then did someone tell her. When Ding Xiang and Guo Lisin jumped into the river one after the other, Zhao Jiachuan happened to see it. While shouting for someone to run back to the village for help, he himself jumped into the river to save them. In fact, Zhao Jiachuan hadn't told the truth. He hadn't just happened to see Ding Xiang and Guo Lisin by the river. He had secretly followed them there. That afternoon, during the public criticism of Ding Xiang, Zhao Jiachuan's face had burned red, as if he had been slapped. It felt as though every pair of eyes was mocking him. His engagement with Ding Xiang had only just been settled less than a day ago, and before he could even feel happy, such a thing had happened. No man could endure such humiliation. Zhao Jiachuan went to his father, and the two of them discussed it at home. They decided to break off the engagement, firmly and without hesitation. Even if he remained single for life, he would not accept such disgrace. Zhao Jiachuan did not attend the criticism meeting, nor did he watch the public parade. He stayed home alone, sulking in silence. After the parade ended, his father hurried to the Ding family to cancel the engagement. Only then did father and son feel relieved. When Zhao Jiachuan heard that even the village fool called Ding Xiang his wife, he grew even more furious. He could understand if she had chosen someone like Su Hongliang. After all, Su's father held power and he was young. But Guo Lisin? Even if he was kind, he was still considered unstable. How could Ding Xiang prefer him over Zhao Jiachuan? Zhao Jiachuan was filled with anger. He decided to walk by the river, where no one was around, to calm his frustration. But not long after leaving home, he saw Ding Xiang and Guo Lisin walking toward the river, one after the other. He never imagined Ding Xiang was going there to end her life. He thought she was secretly meeting Guo Lisin. So he quietly followed them, wanting to see the truth for himself. The reason he had liked Ding Xiang was not only because she was pretty but also because she seemed gentle and shy. He never expected her to be like this. As the old saying goes, sometimes the ones who look the most quiet and modest may hide the most surprising sides. If she had something with Su Hongliang, it could be explained since they grew up together, but with Guo Lisin, it was harder to make sense of. Of course, Zhao Jiachuan felt disappointed. He was almost 30, yet he truly liked a girl like Ding Xiang. He wasn't good-looking, but he liked pretty girls. That was why he didn't care about Ding Xiang's family background and was even willing to exchange marriage arrangements. But he never expected such a sudden twist. Ding Xiang was thinking of ending her life, while Guo Lisin's attention was all on her. Neither of them noticed Zhao Jiachuan following behind. When they reached the river, Zhao Jiachuan realized things were not what he had imagined. As Ding Xiang stepped into the water, she even told Guo Lisin to go home and live well. Zhao Jiachuan then understood he had overthought it. There was nothing between Ding Xiang and Guo Lisin. But what about Su Hongliang? He still wasn't sure. While he was lost in thought, Guo Lisin suddenly went into the water too. Zhao Jiachuan panicked and ran back for help, but after only a few steps, he saw people coming. He shouted for someone to call others while he rushed into the river to save them. Ding Xiang and Guo Lisin had struggled in the water, drifting not too far away. When Zhao Jiachuan reached them, he saw Guo Lisin was still conscious, but Ding Xiang, nearly fainting, was clinging tightly to him. Afraid she might drag him down too, Zhao Jiachuan knocked her out briefly, then grabbed her by the hair and, together with Guo Lisin, pulled her to shore. By then, the villagers had arrived. Yang Xiuji placed Ding Xiang across her knee and kept patting her back until she finally coughed and came back to life. Zhao Jiachuan let out a sigh of relief. If she hadn't been saved, he would have felt guilty forever, since he hadn't jumped in right away. Soon after, Ding Yueshan arrived. When Ding Xiang was unconscious, he was filled with worry, his eyes full of concern. But once she woke up, his worry turned into anger at her recklessness. Seeing this, Zhao Jiachuan quietly slipped away, not wanting to make things awkward between them. Of course, Yang Xiuji knew nothing about what had really happened. She hadn't seen Guo Lisin call Ding Xiang his wife earlier that afternoon. She had only come over because of Feng Guilan's loud voice. But at the riverbank, from her son's eyes, Yang Xiuji noticed a different kind of feeling, something soft and tender. It was the same look Guo Wei once had when he looked at her. Although her son had lost his mind, he was still a young man full of energy. Guo Lisin had gone to school since childhood. Her comrades had always said that children must study hard and become knowledgeable people. The new China needed educated and capable builders. She and Guo Wei both believed this, so they chose to send Guo Lisin to school. But they never expected things to turn out this way. If they had known that going to school would lead to such a result, it might have been better to let him stay home and work in the fields. But in this world, there is no medicine for regret. Yang Xiuji had once gone to Guo Lisin's school, but the place had already been smashed beyond recognition. The students and teachers were nowhere to be found. She had no idea what her son had gone through. But after what happened today, she was certain it had something to do with the girl. He and Ding Xiang had never been close, not since childhood. There had never been such feelings between them. Feelings don't just appear for no reason. The reason Yang Xiuji brought Ding Xiang home was to carefully observe her son's reactions. The pot of corn porridge was boiling. Yang Xiuji went into the room, opened a chest, and took out an egg. After thinking for a moment, she took out another one. She washed them clean and dropped them into the pot. "Here's the medicine for you." Guo Wei came back from outside, his face red, sweat dripping from his nose, and his breath unsteady. Yang Xiuji tossed him a small stool, telling him to sit in the kitchen for a while she went in to apply medicine to Ding Xiang's wounds. Guo Lisin had already changed his clothes. He stood in the kitchen, his hands crossed, his 10 fingers twisting nervously. Since childhood, whenever he was nervous, he would unconsciously make this gesture. Even after losing his mind, he had not forgotten this habit. Guo Wei stood up, walked over, and gently held his son's shoulders from behind. Guo Lisin turned his head to glance at his father, uneasily twisting his body, trying to break free. Guo Wei let go. Too much restraint would only make his son more anxious. Yang Xiuji finished applying the medicine for Ding Xiang and gently blew on it so it would dry faster. By this time, everyone was already hungry. After tidying up, they prepared to eat. The first thing Guo Lisin did when he came in was to lean against the door and look at Ding Xiang. Only after seeing that she was fine did the worry in his eyes fade. His stomach growled. Guo Lisin smiled and said, "Mom, let's eat. My wife must be hungry." Since her father had agreed to the marriage with the Zhao family that morning, Ding Xiang had not eaten a single bite. Her stomach growled, and she felt embarrassed. When Guo Lisin called her his wife again, her face instantly turned red. "Don't pay attention to him. He just likes to call people names. Guo Lime held Ding Xiang's hand, led her out of the small room, and sat her down on the edge of the heated brick bed. Yang Xiuji placed 2 eggs in 2 bowls, one for Guo Lisin, one for Ding Xiang. Each of you eat an egg to drive away bad luck. You survived a big danger today. From now on, life will be better. Seeing the egg in her bowl, Ding Xiang quickly picked it up with her chopsticks, wanting to put it back. I won't eat it. Let my brother have it instead. She thought Guo Lisin was a few years older than her, so out of politeness, she decided to call him brother. She couldn't just call him crazy man. Guo Lisin quickly pressed his chopsticks across her bowl to stop her.
Go on, eat it.
It won't taste good once it's cold. It's just an egg, nothing to fuss about. I don't really believe eating an egg can drive away bad luck, but at least it gives us some peace of mind, Yang Xiuji said. Hearing this, Ding Xiang felt too embarrassed to refuse again, so she quietly began to eat. Since she could remember, she had never eaten an egg. Whenever there was something good at home, it always went first to Ding Qingjue, then to her father. It never reached the women. Even close family ties couldn't compare to an outsider. Tears fell from Ding Xiang's eyes, one drop after another, landing in her bowl. Guo Lisin hadn't touched the food in his bowl. He squatted on the chair, resting his chin in his hands, smiling as he watched Ding Xiang eat. When he saw her crying, he panicked a little and looked to his mother for help. Yang Xiuji shook her head at him. The smile disappeared from Guo Lisin's face. He stayed quiet, just watching her. When he noticed her egg was gone, he quickly pushed his own into her bowl. Here, take mine too. Please don't cry anymore. But his words only made things worse. Ding Xiang's tears poured out like a flood, unstoppable. She buried her face on the table, her shoulders shaking as she sobbed, letting out all her sadness and pain. Guo Lisin finally panicked, jumping down from the chair, but Yang Xiuji pulled him back. Let her cry. Once she lets it out, she'll feel better. Half an hour later, Ding Xiang finally stopped crying. She wiped her tears, stood up, and straightened herself. After resting for a long time and eating a bowl of porridge with an egg, she felt a little strength return to her legs. It should be enough to carry her back home. Ding Xiang didn't know how to properly thank everyone, so she simply bent down and gave them a deep bow. Word by word, she said, I want to go home. But instead of sounding happy about going home, her voice carried a heavy sadness, as if she were walking toward her fate. Her father had said that if she went home, he would beat her legs. But if she didn't go home, the punishment would be even worse. Yang Xiuji and Guo Lime exchanged a glance.
Why don't you
Stay here?
Yang Xiuji asked carefully.
As for why Ding Xiang had jumped into the river, she didn't explain, and Yang Xiuji didn't press her. Still, she guessed it must have something to do with her family. If it had been because of Su Hongliang, she would have ended things at noon, not waited until night. She had already endured public humiliation and lost all her dignity. Why think of giving up only now? But in the end, it was her own matter, and had little to do with them. If not for her troubled son jumping into the river with her, they normally had almost no contact with the Ding family. At most, they would just nod politely when passing by. Yang Xiuji noticed that after hearing her words, Ding Xiang paused for a moment, then shook her head and lowered her gaze, walking toward the door. Mom, she's leaving, Guo Lisin said anxiously, wanting to follow her out, but Yang Xiuji held him back. It's already dark.
She's going home to sleep.
You should also rest and wait until morning. Guo Lisin reluctantly nodded, pressing his lips into a thin line. With her head lowered, Ding Xiang dragged her heavy steps out of the Guo household. Guo Wei stood at the doorway, watching her figure disappear through the gate, then quietly followed behind. Ding Xiang walked slowly, stopping from time to time. The closer she got to her home, the more hesitant her steps became. Guo Wei kept his distance, careful not to let her notice, but close enough to make sure she got home safely. At her own doorstep, Ding Xiang stood for a long time. The house was dark, no lamps lit. It was clear that no one inside cared whether she lived or not. Perhaps her parents and brother were already asleep. A wave of despair rose in her heart again. Step by step, She finally dragged herself back inside. After Guowei heard the door slam, a man's angry shout followed. You still dare to come back? Why didn't you just stay outside? It was Ding Yueshan's voice. Guowei shook his head, let out a long sigh, and turned to go home. No matter what, it was her own life. Everyone has their own fate, and no one can truly interfere with another. When Guowei returned home, his wife and son were already lying down. Seeing him come in, Guo Lisin turned over, rested his chin on the pillow, and looked at his father. Guowei said nothing. He rolled a cigarette, sat on the edge of the bed with his legs hanging down, and smoked quietly. Noticing his father's silence, Guo Lisin nudged Yang Xiuji with his elbow. Mom, this big brother doesn't look very happy. He hasn't said a word for so long. Yang Xiuji couldn't help but smile helplessly. Sometimes Guo Lisin was clear-headed and called him dad, but when confused, he called him big brother. But he never once got his mother's name wrong. That's not your big brother. That's your father. Guo Lisin scratched his head with an embarrassed smile. All right, time to sleep. This kind of thing happens several times a month, and Guowei was long used to it. He pressed the cigarette butt hard against the wall until he was sure it was out, then tossed it to the floor. Taking off his shoes, he lay down on the bed. After a long silence, he nudged Yang Xiuji. What do you think of that girl, Ding Xiang? Yang Xiuji thought for a moment. To be honest, I've watched her grow up. Her parents and brother never treated her well. She's really pitiful. But on the other hand, what happened today was truly shameful. A young woman should know how to behave properly. Losing face like that is a serious matter. So that's how you see it? Guowei became interested. He turned to face her, resting his cheek on his hand. You can't just look at the surface. Who hasn't been young? Everyone has moments when they can't control themselves. He lowered his voice. You and I know that better than anyone. Thinking of their younger days, Yang Xiuji blushed and lightly tapped him, whispering, And you still dare to bring that up? Wasn't it all your fault back then? Guowei chuckled.
Of course it was my fault.
But think about it. Wasn't it always the man who took the first step? In the end, that Su family boy really behaved terribly. Shifting the blame onto a young girl instead of taking responsibility is not something a real man would do. What happened today shows even more that the girl is loyal and brave. To admit to such a big matter, how much courage does that take? She would rather risk her own life to protect Su Hongliang. Sadly, her true heart was not cherished. Yang Xiuji lay down and said, Stop worrying about other people's business. You should worry about your own son. Did you see the way he looked at Ding Xiang? With Guo Wei's sharp eyes, he could notice even the smallest detail. How could he not see his son's obvious feelings? But what's the use of noticing? There are always more single men than women. Even if Ding Xiang had such troubles, she could never marry someone who isn't well. Besides, Ding Yueshan had already said he would use Ding Xiang's marriage to exchange for a wife for Ding Qingjue. Their family does have a daughter, but she could never be given to Ding Qingjue. Even though Li Mei had been married before and couldn't have children, they still couldn't push her into such misery. What kind of person is Ding Qingjue? He never works, lazes around all day, and if his parents weren't there, he wouldn't even know how to beg for food. Sons and daughters are both children. You can't sacrifice your daughter's happiness just for your son. Guo Lisin had already fallen asleep, his brows slightly furrowed. This was the only time since his illness that he had gone to sleep with such emotion. Looking at his son, Guowei said to Yang Xiuji, Maybe if he gets married, his illness will really get better. I've heard of such cases before. Old Kuai, what do you think? Should we ask a matchmaker to help? Even if the girl has some disability or isn't very clever, it would still be fine. Guowei then glanced toward his daughter's room. And Li Mei too. She should have her own family. We can't always protect them like a mother hen keeping her chicks under her wings. Yang Xiuji sighed deeply and closed her eyes. She didn't want to keep talking. With both children in such situations, it was fine while she and Guowei were alive. But if they passed away, what would happen to the siblings? Li Mei would be all alone, with no one to discuss things with. When she grew old and sick, there would be no children by her side to care for her. The thought of such loneliness was unbearable. As for her son, no one knew if he would ever recover. If he stayed like this, he would only become his sister's burden. Life is hard. Yang Xiuji tossed and turned half the night, unable to sleep. Listening to Guo Wei's loud snoring beside her only made her more upset. He was the one who started the topic, yet now he was sleeping soundly, leaving her wide awake. She gave Guo Wei a hard kick from behind. Startled out of his sleep, Guo Wei looked at Yang Xiuji in confusion. "What are you doing? Why aren't you sleeping in the middle of the night?" Seeing the worried look on his wife's face, Guo Wei immediately understood. Another sleepless night?
Come on, try to rest.
You just can't keep things off your mind. As he spoke, Guo Wei pulled Yang Xiuji into his blanket and held her close. "Where's that cheerful, carefree little pepper I used to know?" He gently patted her back. With his comfort, Yang Xiuji slowly relaxed, yawned a few times, and soon fell asleep. But in the small room, Guo Limei couldn't sleep at all. Even though her parents tried to keep their voices low, she still heard most of it. She was already 26, yet her parents still had to worry about her. A wave of guilt rose in her heart. Her parents had been strong and brave all their lives, but when it came to their children, they often became the subject of gossip. Ever since her younger brother came back, her father's hair had turned almost completely white overnight. He was just over 50 but looked like he was in his 60s. Though they never shed a tear or complained, Guo Limei knew how much pain they carried inside. She stared blankly at the ceiling, unable to sleep. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. And it wasn't just the Guo family. Neither the Su family nor the Zhao family could sleep either. Feng Guilin, still fuming after being slapped by Yang Xiuji, stormed home. Without a word, she kicked her son Su Hongliang, who was lying back in a chair with his eyes closed. "Useless boy." Su Hongliang didn't even open his eyes, just frowned slightly. His indifference only made Feng Guilin angrier. She kicked him again. "Are you blind? Deaf? Or just mute?" Su Hongliang suddenly jumped up from the chair. "What more do you want from me? Haven't I done everything you told me to? Ding Xiang will never speak to me again. What else are you unhappy about?" His voice was loud, almost a roar. Feng Guilin froze for a moment before snapping back. "Is this how you talk to your mother? For the sake of a shameless woman, you dare to shout at me? If you're so angry, go take it out on your father instead." Su Fenghai stood with one foot inside the door and one foot outside, just as he heard his wife and son arguing loudly inside. Ahem. He deliberately made a noise, and the room instantly fell silent. With his hands clasped behind his back and a stern face, Su Fenghai walked in. "Hongliang, I know you're upset, but you can't take it out on your mother. She gave birth to you. How could you treat her like this?" Su Hongliang lowered his head, not daring to make a sound. His father always carried himself like an official at home, and no one dared to argue with him. Otherwise, a slap would surely follow. "You need to understand, everything your parents do is for your own good. There are plenty of good, respectable girls out there. With our family situation, you can't just pick anyone you like. Other than her looks, what's so special about Ding Xiang? How could our family possibly get involved with someone from a landlord's background?" Su Fenghai sat down in a chair and sighed. "Let me tell you some news. This year, the country has resumed military recruitment. It was almost certain you'd be chosen, but you messed it up. Now you probably won't be able to go. When things settle down, I'll try to pull some strings. If not, you'll have to wait until next year." Su Hongliang kept his head down, saying nothing, using silence to resist his father. But joining the army had been his dream since childhood. Su Fenghai glanced at his son, then ignored him. Feelings? What do they matter? Spend a few nights together, and people start talking about feelings. Still, he was somewhat satisfied with his son. At least he listened. Even though he didn't want to, he still repeated his father's words at the public meeting. But no matter what, it left a stain. Sending him to the army would now take extra effort. From the moment Su Fenghai entered the room until now, he hadn't looked at Feng Guilin once. Feng Guilin, with one side of her face swollen, stepped forward a little, deliberately turning the swollen side toward him. Why aren't you cooking yet? What are you waiting for? It's almost dark. Su Fenghai raised his head and shouted at her, only then noticing something unusual about her face. Half of it was red and swollen, and her small eye had nearly closed into a slit. His face darkened, and his sharp gaze swept between his wife and son. He doubted that Han Liang would actually hit his mother, arguing yes but raising a hand? That was hard to believe. Still, nothing was impossible. Noticing his father's harsh look, Su Hongliang followed his gaze and finally saw his mother's swollen face. Dad, why are you looking at me like that? You don't think I hit her, do you? Su Fenghai gave a cold snort, then let out a breath. As if you'd dare. But then his anger flared up again. She's my wife. I can scold her if I want. Who else would dare lay a hand on her? With Su Fenghai's status, he naturally disdained joining the gossiping women in the streets. Especially since this matter involved his own son. So he really didn't know that Feng Guilan had been beaten. A tear slipped from Feng Guilan's narrow eyes and rolled down her round cheek. Who else could it be? It was Yang Xiuji. The fire on Su Fenghai's face instantly went out. Why did you provoke her? Seeing her husband's attitude, Feng Guilan grew even angrier. Every time her name comes up, you shrink back. What, is she some kind of monster? She's already bullying your wife, and you're still speaking up for her. Su Fenghai sighed, half amused and half annoyed. If you want to fight her, go ahead.
I'm not stopping you.
Back in the day, even 4 or 5 strong young men couldn't beat her. Don't be fooled by her age. She's over 50 now, but dealing with you is nothing to her. I don't dare mess with her, so why would you? Next time you see her, just walk the other way. Even though Feng Guilan was unwilling, seeing her husband wouldn't stand up for her, she could only lower her head and go cook. This loss, she would just have to swallow. Su Hongliang had heard his father talk about Yang Xiuji like this more than once. But he still didn't understand what was so special about that thin woman. Dad, what's so unusual about Manhwa? Su Hongliang couldn't figure out what those sounds meant, and he didn't dare press his father. Su Fenghai slowly pulled a tobacco pouch from his pocket, rolled a cigarette, lit it, and took 2 puffs. Both she and her husband are first-class national heroes. Back in the war against the Japanese and during the liberation, they made great contributions. When Guo Limei was little, she was even sent to live with ordinary families for safety and wasn't brought back until she was 6 or 7. If Guo Wei hadn't been injured in the Liaoshan campaign, they wouldn't have returned at all. Yang Xiuji gave up a bright future to come back with him. That woman's family was originally from Shandong. They came here fleeing hardship. It's said that she had practiced martial arts since childhood, and after surviving so many years of danger, she carried a strong aura. When she first came back, even dogs tucked their tails and ran when they saw her. Your mother wouldn't even dare to get close. Don't be fooled by how ordinary that couple looks. Many of their comrades are now high-ranking officials. Even the county secretary greets her politely with a handshake. Su Fenghai shook his head as he spoke. Son, who you choose to be with is very important. You must understand this. If you marry Ding Xiang, you'll be stuck here for the rest of your life. Your parents will never mislead you. No matter what, Su Fenghai always turned the topic back to his son. Su Hongliang didn't dare to argue. He just listened quietly. It didn't matter anymore. Ding Xiang would no longer pay attention to him. These past 2 days, he didn't even want to go out, afraid of people's judgmental looks. He knew Ding Xiang had been publicly humiliated.
It was all his fault.
He had thought that if things went far enough, his father would give in and allow him to marry Ding Xiang. Then she wouldn't have to marry Zhao Jiachuan, who was 10 years older. But he never expected things to turn out like this. Because of what happened at noon, Su Fenghai hadn't eaten. By now, he was already starving. When he came out of the room and went to the kitchen, he saw the stove was cold, not even lit. Su Fenghai was furious. Feng Guilan was always slow and careless. Because of this, she had often been scolded. Su Fenghai pushed open the door and saw Feng Guilan chatting with 2 other women by the road.
Can you cook or not?
If you don't want to, then get out of here. At his loud shout, the two women quickly ran off. Everyone in the Fengshou brigade knew Su Fenghai's temper. He cursed easily and acted without hesitation. Feng Guilin hurried back, carrying a bundle of straw, and rushed into the house to start cooking. Afraid he would get angry again, she quickly explained. Ding Xiang jumped into the river. Su Fenghai immediately stopped questioning her about the meal. Did she drown? Feng Guilin shook her head. No, she was saved. Can you believe it? Zhao Jiachuan, who just broke off the engagement, was the one who pulled her out of the water. Do you think he regrets it? Maybe he still can't let go of her. Ding Xiang jumped into the river? Su Fenghai ignored what Feng Guilin was saying and only remembered one sentence. Could being accused of seducing someone really lead to death? For Ding Xiang, being paraded and criticized in public had become almost routine. As the daughter of the biggest former landlord in the Fengshou brigade, the Ding family could never escape such struggles. There had to be more behind this. Frowning deeply, Su Fenghai turned to his son and asked, Hongliang, tell me the truth. In that hut did you two only talk? You didn't do anything else? Su Hongliang understood very well what his father meant. At noon, just after they had put their clothes back on, the patrol militia caught them. Without giving them a chance to explain, they were taken straight to the brigade office. The commotion quickly spread, and everyone knew. Su Fenghai realized someone was deliberately trying to set him up. His position had long been envied by others. Fortunately, Ding Xiang took all the blame, admitting that she was the one who had asked Su Hongliang to meet in the hut. She insisted they had only talked and done nothing else. The militia had no real evidence, and because of Su Fenghai's influence, they had to let it go. In the end, Su Fenghai gave Ding Xiang a light charge, trying to tempt a worker's son. In public, he slapped his son hard across the face twice. In private, he coached him on what to say at the struggle meeting. Under his father's constant pressure, Su Hongliang never dared to mention the promises he had made to Ding Xiang. If it hadn't been for Feng Guilin foolishly stirring up trouble during the parade, perhaps Ding Xiang wouldn't have jumped into the river. Although she was rescued, Su Fenghai still felt uneasy, so he asked his son again to be sure. Su Hongliang thought this was his chance. With a loud thud, he knelt before his father. We've already done everything, father. Please let me marry her. Without a word, Su Fenghai kicked him to the ground and slapped him again. Frightened, Feng Guilin rushed out and locked the door, afraid the younger children might come back and see something they shouldn't. Children talk too much. If they spread rumors, everything would be ruined. You're as foolish as your mother. Su Fenghai collapsed into a chair, his heart pounding with fear. If Ding Xiang had really died today, the consequences could have been disastrous. If someone with bad intentions found out about this, not only would he lose his position as the brigade secretary, but Su Hongliang might also end up in serious trouble. He could even be sentenced to 4 or 5 years, and his whole life would be ruined. Since Ding Xiang hasn't mentioned this matter, you must never bring it up again. Forget about marrying her, unless I'm dead. Su Fenghai's words left no room for discussion. There was no way to turn things around anymore. He then called Feng Guilin into the room. Can't you think before you act? You're even more careless than a pig. Luckily, Ding Xiang is still alive today, otherwise things would be much worse. Maybe we can still get through this quietly. But if I ever hear you talking about this to others again, I'll deal with you first. Feng Guilin didn't understand why Su Fenghai was so furious, but under his anger, she didn't dare say a word. She quietly went out to cook. By the time it got dark, Su Hongliang's 3 younger brothers and 1 younger sister had all come home. In the Su family, no one ate before nightfall. Even the neighbors knew this rule. When the children came back, they immediately sensed something was wrong. No one dared to breathe too loudly, afraid of making their father angry and getting beaten. During dinner, no one spoke. The only sound was the quiet slurping of porridge. After cleaning up, the Su family didn't even light a lamp. Everyone just lay down silently. Before long, Feng Guilin fell asleep first. She had a big heart. No matter what happened, even if she had just been scolded or beaten, as long as she could get up, she would still eat and sleep without worry. But Su Fenghai and Su Hongliang tossed and turned, unable to sleep. In the middle of the night, Su Hongliang slowly lifted his head and glanced at his father. Su Fenghai half closed his eyes, pretending to sleep. He wanted to see what his son was planning.
Dad. Dad.
Su Hongliang whispered twice, but when his father didn't respond, he quietly got dressed. To avoid making noise, he carried his shoes in his hand and walked barefoot out the door. Leaving in the middle of the night, Su Fenghai sat up, opened the window a crack, and under the bright moonlight, saw that Su Hongliang had indeed gone out the gate. Putting on his clothes and shoes, Su Fenghai quietly pushed open the door and followed. At midnight, the heat of the day had faded, and the air was cool and refreshing. Su Fenghai trailed behind his son, and sure enough, he was heading toward Dingxiang's house. What is this boy planning? Could it be that he wants to run away with her? Su Hongliang stood outside Dingxiang's house, staring blankly at the dark window. The night was so quiet that even the faint sound of insects could be heard. But he could no longer hear Dingxiang's voice, and maybe he would never hear it again. All those sweet yet painful memories came flooding back to his mind. He had always wanted to protect her, but instead, he had caused her the greatest hurt. His father's word was final, and he had no chance to resist. Su Hongliang squatted down, covering his face with both hands, tears slipping through his fingers. He didn't dare to cry loudly, only sobbing softly. Even such a faint sound was caught by the sharp ears of nearby dogs.
Woof.
Woof, woof. One dog barked first, and soon the barking spread all around. From a distance, Su Fenghai watched. His son kept wiping his face with his right arm again and again. It was clear he was crying. Su Fenghai felt both annoyed and amused. A grown man of 20, crying like this over a woman? Since when did the Su family raise such a sentimental son? When Su Fenghai married Feng Goelan, it was for one reason only. His mother had chosen her. She said the woman was strong and hardworking, and that was enough. Whether she was pretty or not didn't matter, and it didn't stop them from raising children. Watching a while longer, he saw Su Hongliang go from standing to squatting, wiping his tears even faster. This boy was soft-hearted and impulsive, hardly the kind to achieve great things. Turning back, Su Fenghai thought to himself, no one knows a son better than his father. The boy might shed a few tears, but he didn't have the courage to go find Dingxiang. It wouldn't be long before he came home. It was exactly because of this weak nature that Su Fenghai wanted to send him to the army for some tough training. Sure enough, not long after Su Fenghai returned home, Su Hongliang came back too, looking downcast. He slipped quietly into bed, tossing and turning restlessly. Su Fenghai's eyelids grew heavier and heavier, and in the end, he fell asleep before his son did. When Zhao Jiachuan arrived home barefoot, his clothes were still dripping with water. Old Zhao already knew what had happened, that Dingxiang had jumped into the river, and Zhao Jiachuan had gone in to pull her out. He sat on the doorstep, smoking, his thick eyebrows tightly furrowed. My son, what does that mean? I don't understand. Clearly, he was the one who suggested ending the engagement, so why is he rushing to help someone now? Just then, Zhao Jiachuan, barefoot, entered the yard. Why do you look like this? Old Zhao, knowing the answer, asked knowingly. I was fishing people out of the river. When I came up, I found my shoes on the shore had been stolen. I called out for help, but no one responded. Talking about losing his shoes, Zhao Jiachuan felt very sad. He only had one pair of shoes, and now he had to go barefoot. Zhao Jiahui saw her older brother return and poured a bowl of cold water, placing it on a small bench in front of the stove. After thinking for a moment, she picked it up and put it on the kong, a traditional bed. Without shoes, she couldn't go back inside after washing her feet in the kitchen. You're so careless. Everyone else stays out, but you go down there? The engagement is over and people are gossiping. What a waste of a pair of shoes. Let's see what you'll wear tomorrow. Old Zhao, already unhappy with his eldest son's actions, grew angrier when he heard about the shoes being lost. He's still a human life. How can you just stand by and do nothing? I can't live with that guilt. Zhao Jiachuan spoke as he took the dry clothes his sister handed him. After changing in the back room, he returned with the wet clothes and sat on the kong to wash his feet. Second son Zhao Jiachio leaned on a broken chair, watching Zhao Jiachuan. "Big brother, are you still thinking about that Dingxiang girl?" After asking, the room fell unusually quiet. This was a sensitive question that everyone cared about but found hard to ask. Zhao Jiachuan didn't lift his head, focusing on washing his feet. "Thinking? I think about it. It's embarrassing enough already. I don't want to go out and be pointed at." "I think so too." Zhao Jiachio, a straightforward man, felt that his older brother marrying someone from a questionable background would only bring trouble. Moreover, they were a matching pair. After finishing his feet, Zhao Jiachuan stretched out his legs and let them dry. "Xiaoyan, I still have a new pair of shoes that I haven't worn. Bring them here, let my older brother wear them first." As soon as Zhao Jiachio finished speaking, Wei Qiaoyun, holding the child, kicked open the door and stepped out. Wei Qiaoyun, about 1.5 meters tall, had triangular eyes and facial features squeezed onto her small face, as if she hadn't fully grown. It was hard to see her smiling. "I think you look like new shoes." Wei Qiaoyun neither said she had it nor said she didn't, neither took it nor refused to take it. After saying this, she went straight to the door of the outer room. "Dad, either come in or go out. Sit on the threshold and let the mosquitoes in the house bite the kids. They're all covered with bites." Old Zhao was unhappy inside, but didn't dare to say anything. Wei Qiaoyun was unreasonable. Every time he said one thing, she had 10 more to say. Their arguing would only make others laugh. His own son was useless, afraid of his wife. As an old man, he couldn't argue with her. He was full of anger, but had to hold it in. Wei Qiaoyun saw her father-in-law stand up. She grabbed the door handle and pulled hard. The old, worn-out door made a loud creak. The door was old, and even when closed, there was a gap. Wei Qiaoyun opened and closed it 2 or 3 times in a row. Each time she made the creaking sound, old Zhao's heart trembled. Even the baby in her arms was frightened by the noise and started crying loudly. "Cry all you want." The 6-month-old baby cried even harder. Wei Qiaoyun's attitude made it clear what was going on. Whether or not there were shoes was not the point. The point was, no matter if she had them or not, she wouldn't take them out for Zhao Jiachuan to wear. Old Zhao was angry about his second son. He couldn't afford to offend his wife's family. Why did she have to talk so much? It made everyone in the family have to watch her face. Especially Zhao Jiachuan, his older brother-in-law, who was even more awkward. Wei Qiaoyun was even angrier inside. She blamed herself for being blind to marry into such a poor family. Their 2 small, dilapidated houses were not much bigger than a rat's hole. There was only one bed on the south side of the kong, a traditional heated bed. When Zhao Jiachio got married, they built a small room in the kitchen on the north side. The bed could only sleep 2 people. In winter, it was drafty. In summer, it was hot and stuffy. After having the baby, afraid the children would squeeze together, the 2 adults almost had to sleep stacked on top of each other. When she heard about exchanging relatives with the Ding family, Wei Qiaoyun was the happiest. Zhao Jihui got married, and Ding Xiang was brought into the family. As an old man, Zhao Zhao couldn't sleep in the same bed with his daughter-in-law anymore. Whether he went to the lower room or found a place outside was his own business. By then, he planned to use the baby's small size as an excuse to move to the big room. He also wanted his eldest son to experience what it was like to sleep without turning over. Wei Qiaoyun had just made her plans when the marriage arrangement suddenly fell through. Originally, I was feeling unhappy, but Zhao Jiachio couldn't tell from his expression. He wanted to give shoes to his older brother, but that seemed like unnecessary trouble. Wei Qiaoyun played around for a while, made sure her feelings were clearly understood, then went back to her own room. Sure enough, Zhao Jiachio didn't dare mention giving shoes to his brother anymore. He looked around, saw that everyone in the family was ignoring him, and felt embarrassed. He tugged his ears hard and muttered, "Damn. No beating for 3 days, and I'll be climbing on the roof to shout." He tried to boost his own confidence. He stood up, walked out of the main room with a grumpy look, and went back to his own room. In less than 2 minutes, sounds of sweeping and hitting could be heard from the small house. Everyone knew who was being beaten. Old Zhao sighed, feeling sad for his helpless son. Is this his wife? It's like marrying a stubborn old man. Probably. Only Wei Qiaoyan treats her husband like her son. Big brother, don't get angry. Tonight, I'll make you a new pair of shoes. I promise you won't have to go to work barefoot tomorrow. After saying that, Zhao Jiehui climbed onto the bed, reached into the cabinet, and took out a pair of prepared shoe soles. The soles are ready, just need to add the uppers. No problem at all. Zhao Jiehui looked at what she held, smiling happily. Big brother, just wait to wear your new shoes. But no need now. The weather is warm, and not wearing shoes is fine. Zhao Jiachuan felt a bit embarrassed that his sister stayed up late to make shoes for him. He always thought his youngest sister had the hardest life among the 3 siblings. She lost her mother when she was just over a year old. The family was poor, living a life of little food and few clothes. When their mother was sick, they fell into famine debt. After finally paying it off, they saved some money and arranged for Zhao Jiaqiu to marry. After the marriage, they faced more famine. Life was always tight. Zhao Jiehui looked at the shoes again, and her smile slowly faded. They only had the soles and the insoles, but no uppers, so making the shoes was difficult. Zhao Jiehui and Ding Xiang are the same age, both 19, and she is 10 years younger than her big brother. Their mother died early. When Zhao Jiehui was young, she often cried, and her big brother carried her on his back. It's not an exaggeration to say she grew up on her brother's back. Their bond is very close. To give her older brother a home, she was willing to marry Ding Qingjue and find a wife for him. Zhao Jiachuan is already 29 years old. After the new year, she will be 30. People often say that after 30, life slows down. By the time she's out and about, she'll be 40. Once past 40, it's almost certain she'll remain single for life. Zhao Jiachuan cares more about her sister, Zhao Jiehui's affairs than old Zhao himself. Zhao Jiehui doesn't have high hopes for marriage. No matter who she marries, she will just work, eat, and raise children. Women in their families have been living like this for generations. Ding Qingjue has many faults. He's lazy and dishonest when working, only putting in a little effort. His background isn't good either. He's the son of a landlord's family. People say finding a wife is hard. But Zhao Jiehui thinks these aren't big problems. She's not pretty, and she has a hidden illness. Maybe only someone from the unremarkable Ding family would accept her. Being poor or rich doesn't matter. Life is about surviving. As long as she isn't beaten or scolded, it's a good life. Zhao Jiehui agreed to marry Ding Qingjue for several reasons. She had stayed in this family long enough. The second sister-in-law always looked gloomy, scolding and criticizing others as if she was just wasting time at home. When her second brother first married, Wei Qiaoyan often caused trouble and looked down on the family. Her goal was to intimidate the Zhao family's elders. Wei Qiaoyan said that once she kicked the door loudly 3 times, no one would dare to bully her anymore. Zhao Jiehui was not convinced and argued with her. She believed everyone should be reasonable, right? But Wei Qiaoyan stood at the gate, insulting the ancestors of the Zhao family all the way back, almost digging up their graves. Their father and older brother were so angry they couldn't do anything. Neither could hit or scold her. Zhao Jiaqiu couldn't take it anymore and slapped Wei Qiaoyan. Wei Qiaoyan cried and ran back to her mother's house, bringing 4 brothers with her. She beat Zhao Jiaqiu badly. Wei Qiaoyan spread rumors everywhere, saying Zhao Jiehui was a troublemaker and a bad sister-in-law. After that fight, the 4 members of the Zhao family kept their distance from Wei Qiaoyan. Wei Qiaoyan had a son and considered herself a hero of the Zhao family, acting arrogantly. Zhao Jiaqiu, after being beaten by her brother-in-law, dared not provoke Wei Qiaoyan again. Whenever Wei Qiaoyan was unhappy, she would pinch or twist others at night and wouldn't let them sleep on the bed. Zhao Jiaqiu was willing to accept not being allowed to sleep on the Kong heated bed. Wei Qiaoyan once proudly said that Zhao Jiaqiu couldn't be away from her for even a night. Over time, the old Zhao family members all accepted this and stopped bothering her, trying to keep up a surface of peace. Another reason was that Wei Qiaoyan was loud and bossy both day and night. She shouted and yelled without caring about anything. Her father, older brother, and she shared a house, and her second sister-in-law often called out at night, making the three of them feel very embarrassed. So, at night, the three men quickly lay down, pretending to sleep even if they weren't tired. Zhao Jihui really wanted to get married early and leave this family. But because of Wei Qiaoyan, Zhao Jihui also became well known. Wei Qiaoyan was so fierce that Zhao Jihui felt she could stand up to her, who wouldn't be afraid. She didn't look very good, and the members of the harvest team secretly called her Ugly Girl. With such a reputation, even matchmakers didn't dare to come and suggest marriages. Coincidentally, Ding Yueshan announced he was offering Ding Qingjue a marriage exchange with a girl from another family. Her older brother was interested, and Zhao Jihui was willing to exchange marriages with him. Ding Qingjue was eager to continue the family line, so the two families agreed quickly. What was supposed to be a good plan suddenly turned into an unexpected problem. Zhao Jiachuan, wanting to save face, withdrew from the marriage. Seeing her second sister-in-law's attitude today, Zhao Jihui felt a bit disappointed. She really didn't want to live under the same roof as Wei Qiaoyan anymore. It was her childhood home, but since her second sister-in-law arrived, she felt no sense of belonging. Life was lived very cautiously. When her second brother got married, each of the couple made 8 pairs of new shoes, 4 cotton and 4 plain. In less than 2 years, her second brother still had at least 2 pairs of new shoes, but she refused to take out even 1 pair when she saw her eldest brother had no shoes to wear. Her second brother's bride price was earned with her eldest brother's hard work. Zhao Jihui felt her eyes sting, and her heart grew sad. When she was about 8 or 9, she accidentally poked her right eye with a needle while making shoes. At first, she only felt a cool sensation, and it didn't hurt or bleed. But the next morning, she couldn't open her eye. If her eldest brother hadn't borrowed money everywhere, her right eye might have gone blind. Now her right eye has a small glass-like spot about the size of a grain of rice. Thinking about these things, Zhao Jihui made up her mind. Even if she didn't sleep all night, she would make a new pair of shoes for her older brother. She looked down at her black velvet pants and decided what to do. Zhao Jihui took a shoe pattern cut from newspaper, sewed it onto the prepared lining, and cut out the shape of the shoe. There was still a little flour in the box. She lit a fire, boiled some water, and mixed it with flour paste. She set it aside to cool. After finishing, she climbed onto the Kong bed, covered herself with a quilt, took off her pants. She measured a little more than 2 inches at the pant leg, then cut it with scissors. Before Zhao Jiachuan could speak to stop her, she had already done it. It's okay, big brother. Even if it's a bit short, it will still fit. When I was young, I wore the same pair of pants for 3 years, and they turned into baggy pants. Zhao Jihui chuckled softly, pretending to be relaxed, but she felt uneasy inside. She was 19 now. Showing half her leg wasn't pretty, and working outside with grass and leaves could scratch her legs. But she couldn't bear to see her big brother working barefoot. Following her usual way, Zhao Jihui carefully cut the shoe upper, brushed on the paste, and glued it to the lining. She relit the fire, heated the pot, and slowly dried the shoes. The room was already hot, and as she roasted the shoes over the heat, sweat appeared on her face. Finally, they dried completely. She pinched the shoes to check the fit. They fit well. Shoes made with paste are not only stiff but also durable. Zhao Jihui turned on the kerosene lamp and started making shoes for her brother. The shoe edge was delicate work. If the stitching was uneven or messy, the shoes wouldn't look good. The black smoke from the kerosene lamp made Zhao Jihui's eyes water. Old Zhao was already asleep. From time to time, the small room was filled with the sound of children whimpering while suckling. The night was very quiet, but Zhao Jiachuan's heart was not at peace. His father had been indifferent for half his life, handling all the family affairs. Now things had come to this point. He was almost 30 and still hadn't married. In a few years, he would probably remain single. People said a nephew standing in front of the door wasn't a sign of a dead-end family, but the son raised by Wei Qiaoyan probably wouldn't be much better. Even if he adopted him, he might not dare to take him in. Zhao Jiachuan squinted, looking at his sister under the light. Since growing to knee height and now reaching nearly shoulder level, he now depends on his sister to find a wife for him. The incident with Ding Xiang is something that cannot be overlooked. It's not just about saving face. Living in the same village as Su Hongliang makes it hard to keep things completely clean. If such a situation happens again, I will have no shame left. It's frustrating to be in this situation. Even if I remain a bachelor all my life, I refuse to live under others' gossip. My sister is already 19. Zhao Jiachuan thinks that neither of them should be delayed. If I can't decide, so be it. Zhao Jihui shouldn't have trouble getting married. No matter how poor the family is, they won't exchange her for a bride price. As long as she's a good person and treats Jihui well. Family conditions don't matter much, good or bad. Just thinking about the men the matchmakers introduced to Jihui makes Zhao Jiachuan feel overwhelmed. Most are either too old or divorced with children. Zhao Jiachuan decided to wait until Ding Xiang's matter settles down before asking the matchmakers to find a husband for Jihui. Even with a father and 2 brothers, Jihui hasn't received the care she deserves in this family. If Zhao Jiachuan had a choice, he'd rather stay single than marry a woman like Wei Qiaoyan. When the 3-star fire was burning, Jihui finished her last injection. She blinked her sore eyes hard, wiped her nose with the back of her hand, and her nostrils were blackened by smoke. Her back muscles were tense. Only by straightening her waist could she find some relief. But when she saw the new shoes she had made, a happy smile appeared on her face. Turning around, she saw her older brother watching her with wide-open eyes. "Big brother, you're not asleep yet, right?" Jihui knew it was almost dawn. Zhao Jiachuan forced a small smile and said, "No, I've already slept a bit. You should go to bed soon too. Tomorrow morning, I'll get up early to cook." Guowei's words were fully heard by Yang Xiuji. The next morning after breakfast, she went to the team leader to ask for half a day off, then visited each matchmaker's house. Her only goal was to find matches for the 2 children. Guo Limei's conditions were clear, but Yang Xiuji didn't dare make demands. She only said that the girl's happiness was up to her, and as long as she agreed, neither she nor old Guo had any objections. Regarding Guo Lisan, as Guowei said, he is somewhat disabled and a bit naive. The matchmaker works very efficiently. After 2 days, they received a letter. It said there was a girl near the Zhanghe Brigade who met Guo Lisan's requirements. Yang Xiuji bought candies and cakes. She carefully prepared Guo Lisan, cut his hair, and dressed him in his best clothes. When Guo Lisan is quiet, his eyes are clear, like those of a young child. To show sincerity, Yang Xiuji and Guo Wei, along with Guo Lisan, went with the matchmaker to meet the girl. Guo Wei's legs are not in good shape, but for his son, he gritted his teeth and walked over 10 miles. When they arrived at the Zhanghe Brigade, they saw the girl and almost fainted from shock. She truly met the requirements Yang Xiuji had mentioned. She was disabled and very naive. The girl was about 16 or 17, couldn't walk since birth, only crawled and smiled foolishly at everyone. Maybe because it was hot, she kept pulling at her clothes and didn't seem to feel embarrassed. She was just a simple girl who couldn't move properly. From the moment they entered the house, Guo Lisan was restless, frowning all the time, looking very annoyed. Guo Wei and Yang Xiuji quickly took their son away from the girl's home. On the way, Yang Xiuji was very angry. If it weren't for Guo Wei signaling her to stay calm, she might have kicked the matchmaker into the ditch by the roadside. Even if her son was mentally ill, he didn't deserve to be matched with someone like that. A few days later, the matchmaker found another girl, still from the Zhanghe Brigade. When they left home, Yang Xiuji was still hopeful, saying, "It seems my son's future might be in the Zhanghe Brigade." This girl was 21, the same age as Guo Lisan. When she was young, she burned her right hand in a fire, and the injury was so bad that her hand was amputated, leaving only a stub. The girl was thin but full of spirit, sweet-talking and calling everyone uncle and aunt. Guo Wei was quite satisfied. Seeing the girl standing with her son, Yang Xiuji felt a strange sense of sadness. They didn't seem a good match at all. Guo Wei looked at her. Yang Xiuji understood his meaning. After all these years of working together, they had developed a silent understanding. With just a glance, they knew what the other wanted to say. Guo Wei was reminding her that her son was no longer the same. Now he was like a person with a mental illness. Yang Xiuji knew that when Guo Wei made such suggestions, he must have felt very sad inside. She could only suppress her turbulent emotions and pretend to be very pleased. That's good, that's good. Neither Guo nor I have any objections. It all depends on what the girl thinks. The girl's mother suggested that the two children have some private time together. Yang Xiuji understood what she meant. She wanted to see how serious her son's condition was. Guo Wei agreed immediately. Within 2 minutes, Guo Lisin ran out like he saw a ghost and pulled Yang Xiuji to leave.
Mom.
Let's go home. He clearly showed his dislike for the girl. Yang Xiuji and Guo Wei's hopes were once again dashed. On the way home, Guo Wei didn't speak, seeming to think that fulfilling his son's wish for a wife was not easy. You're so picky. Finding a wife isn't easy. You won't even accept someone with a small disability. I'm not being mean, but good people wouldn't want your son either. After all, he's a bit crazy, and it's hard to say whether he can settle down. The matchmaker was clearly unhappy after failing twice and even mentioned the idea of keeping roots. Keep roots? You just met my son today, right? He's been through a lot of trauma. Do you understand that? The matchmaker quickly shut her mouth, knowing when to stay quiet. Yang Xiuji softly begged her, and she became proud, forgetting who she was. With her attitude, she had no right to challenge Yang Xiuji. If she couldn't stand up to you, she would definitely avoid you. After speaking, Yang Xiuji realized she had been impulsive. No one spoke on the whole journey. The road felt very long. At noon, everyone finally returned to the harvest team. They just finished work. Guo Lisin, who had been looking gloomy, suddenly brightened, a big smile spreading across his face. Yang Xiuji looked in the direction of his gaze. It was Ding Xiang carrying a hoe, walking home. Just a silhouette, but it made her son so excited. Guo Lisin kept reaching out toward Ding Xiang's distant figure. If Yang Xiuji hadn't held him back, he would have broken free and chased after her. Ding Xiang's situation was already difficult enough. Yang Xiuji didn't want her son to cause her more trouble. Moreover, Guo Lisin's mind was now only focused on one thing. If he didn't contact her, maybe he would forget. But Yang Xiuji was also worried. The more he focused on one thing, the more persistent he might become. Although Guo Lisin is a bit crazy and silly, he has his own ideas and preferences. The results of these 2 matchmaking attempts also show this. When he encounters a girl he doesn't like, he shows disgust and impatience. What should I do? Because of Yang Xiuji's request, some people started introducing potential matches for Guo Limei. Most of them are men with children. That's not a problem, but the words of the matchmakers made Yang Xiuji angry. Anyway, Limei doesn't want children, so isn't it good to find someone with kids? If he treats her children well, when he gets old, he will have someone to rely on. After all, people's hearts are made of flesh, and kindness is mutual. It seems like Guo Limei is only fit to be a stepmother, not someone who can find her own happiness. Yang Xiuji angrily sent the matchmakers away. After night, she began to regret her actions and contacted the matchmakers again to reflect on her mistake. This was the first time Guo Limei saw her mother admit she was wrong. It was for her, so she could have a happy later life. Guo Limei pulled her mother's arm and said, "Mom, didn't you say that as long as I don't want to remarry, you'll take care of me?" Guo Limei felt sad inside. She didn't want her mother and brother to give up their pride and have to beg for help. Yang Xiuji was very emotional. Time flies. It's been 3 years since Guo Limei was divorced and returned home. My husband and I feel most sorry for you. When you were just a few days old, we left you with neighbors. Only after victory did we find you again. You suffered a lot as a child. Thinking of when Guo Limei was found again, she was only 7 years old, very thin like a 5 or 6-year-old. Yang Xiaoji never expected her daughter to grow to over 1.6 meters. Among women, she is quite outstanding. Because of this childhood experience, Guolime's personality is both open and honest like her mother, but not as fiery and impulsive. Mom, don't always be upset about those old things. Actually, my foster parents treated me very well. It was just that our family was too poor and we often had no food. Guolime told the truth. Her neighbors had many children and poor conditions, but they did their best not to let Guolime freeze or go hungry. They did their best. Yang Xiaoji and Guowei felt grateful. Every year, I take my sister Guolime and her brother to visit them. Even so, Yang Xiaoji still feels she has some guilt towards her daughter. As for Guolime, who has been married for 5 years without any children, she never mentioned how much she suffered in her husband's family. Of course, because of Yang Xiaoji's strong personality, Guolime's in-laws do not dare to openly bully her. Small teasing is unavoidable. When Guolime came back crying, Yang Xiaoji once said that as long as her daughter didn't want to remarry, she would support her for life. Now that her daughter says this herself, Yang Xiaoji feels very sad and upset. Guolime first carefully observed Zhao Jiachuan one afternoon. Her team had finished their work in the field early, so the team leader asked them to go to another nearby plot of land. Zhao Jiachuan had a grass rope tied around his waist, with a pair of new shoes attached, and he was barefoot while working the land. When he saw a group of young women and girls approaching, he took off his shoes and put them on his feet. Guolime guessed that he probably didn't want to wear his new shoes while working, so he preferred to go barefoot. They were from the same production team, and they had often seen each other before, but Guolime had never paid attention to him. After all, he was just someone unrelated to her in any way. Recently, because of Ding Xiang, she looked at Zhao Jiachuan a little more, especially since he had been involved with Ding Xiang before. If it weren't for the marriage exchange between the Ding and Zhao families, Ding Xiang probably wouldn't have done something so extreme. Without that street protest, her brother Guolisan wouldn't have had the chance to show his affection for Ding Xiang. Their parents wouldn't have been so anxious to find matches for her and her brother. All of this was closely connected to Zhao Jiachuan. He had a broad face, slightly prominent brow bones, medium-sized eyes, and a big mouth. None of his features alone were attractive, and together they still looked plain. But this person didn't look repulsive. He was quite fair-skinned, fairer than most women, with a complexion that seemed unaffected by the sun, never turning dark. The shoes on his feet were black suede. Guolime suddenly remembered her sister, Zhao Jiehui's missing part of her pant leg. Unexpectedly, she felt a strange interest in these siblings. She had also heard before that Zhao Jiachuan, when young, was troubled by his sick mother. After her mother passed away, she was busy arranging her younger brother, Zhao Jiachu's marriage. She spent all her savings and ended up in a difficult situation. Usually, women in the community spoke highly of Zhao Jiachuan. They said he was mature, steady, honest, caring for his family, and had the qualities of a good elder brother. In fact, not many families in the harvest team exchanged marriages, only a few. The benefit of arranged marriages was that there was no need for bride price or wedding expenses. Once two families exchanged, they could start living together. Was Zhao Jiachuan willing to exchange marriage out of necessity, not because he loved Ding Xiang? If he liked Ding Xiang, he wouldn't have immediately broken off the engagement just because she had a small accident. Does that make him seem a bit heartless? He is responsible to his family, but seems cold toward the person he cares about. Since that afternoon, Guolime kept thinking about Zhao Jiachuan. Every time she saw him, she would secretly glance at him. Sometimes, when she looked at him, he would look back, and in that moment, they would make eye contact. Then both would quickly look away, pretending to be uninterested. Later, Guolime realized she not only looked at Zhao Jiachuan more often but also unconsciously followed his movements. More seriously, she would search for him among the crowd, and every time she went home, she wanted to pass by his house. Whenever Zhao Jiachuan looked back, she would immediately lower her head, her heart pounding. Suddenly, Guolime realized that in just over 20 days, she had inexplicably developed feelings for Zhao Jiachuan. Is this what people call fate? When it comes, you can't stop it? After confirming her feelings, Guolime started to worry. As a second wife who hadn't borne children, Zhao Jiachuan might not want her. But she didn't want to give up easily. She wanted to talk to her mother, but was afraid she would worry. Recently, Yang Xiuji was also upset because of her son. Guo Lixin would wait at the road where Ding Xiang returned home every noon and evening after work, happily chasing after her when he saw her. Because of the kindness Guo family had shown Ding Xiang before, she chose to run away. Every day, like playing a game of hide and seek, her first task after work was to choose a route to avoid the path where Guo Lixin was waiting. Guo Lixin was not stupid. After missing her several times, he simply waited outside her house. No matter what Ding Yueshan said or how Ding Qingjue scolded him, he wouldn't leave until he saw Ding Xiang. However, Ding Yueshan and his son only dared to say a few words or scold him a little. They didn't dare to go too far. After all, to deal with Guo Lixin, they first needed to know who his mother was. Originally, the matter of Ding Xiang had been kept quiet under Su Fenghai's deliberate suppression, and few people talked about it. But Guo Lixin made everyone pick up the topic again. Yang Xiuji had no choice. Every day after work, the first thing she did was run to Ding Xiang's house to pick up her son and bring him home. Guo Lixin might not be very clear-headed, but he still listened to his mother the most. Yang Xiuji felt sorry for her son, but if others didn't want to talk about it, she couldn't just go and force the issue. She was too focused on her son and didn't notice her daughter's recent strange behavior. Old Kwai, have you noticed that lately Li Mei talks less? She just stays in her room when there's nothing to do. Do you think something's bothering her? Yang Xiuji was lying in bed, yawning constantly from exhaustion. Spring tiredness, autumn fatigue, summer naps, summer sleep is short, and people get sleepy easily. She had to watch her son every day. If he didn't sleep, she wouldn't dare to sleep either. Maybe Guo Lixin had gone back to Ding Xiang's house again. If she has something to say, she will say it. Yang Xiuji always believed that her daughter couldn't hide her words. If she had a problem, she would have told her already. After all, she was always the main support for the children. Keeping it like this isn't good. We should find something for our son to do. Or should I take him to work tomorrow? Yang Xiuji discussed with Guo Wei. I've had that idea for a long time. No matter when, he should learn to live independently. When Guo Lixin first came back, Guo Wei and his wife took him around to seek medical help. When nothing worked, they gradually accepted his situation. At that time, Guo Wei suggested that Guo Lixin should work in the fields. He had hands and feet and should be able to support himself.
Yang Xiuji disagreed.
The work points weren't worth much. Working hard all year, how much money could they save? The Harvest Brigade was considered wealthy, but there were many brigades that were not. It was better to let her son play freely and happily. He had never worked since he was young. Now that he was sick, why force him to work in the fields? No one in the team was comparing each other. Just let him be happy for a day. 3 years passed, and Yang Xiuji brought up the old topic again. Guo Wei immediately agreed. Okay, you can take him for a few days and see how it goes. Originally, the conversation was about their daughter, but unexpectedly, it shifted back to their son. Guo Wei wanted to say more, but he realized Yang Xiuji had already fallen asleep. He gently held his wife's rough, calloused hand in his palm and stroked it softly. She has worked so hard. What was once a pair of enviable children has now become like this. Yang Xiuji appeared indifferent on the surface, but inside, she was both anxious and heartbroken. Guo Wei saw all of this clearly, but he felt powerless and couldn't do much to help her. He had never felt so helpless before. He looked up at their daughter's room, clearly hearing her tossing and turning. Guo Wei became more certain that Guo Limei had worries. Recently, their family had focused too much on their son. They had neglected their daughter's feelings. A wave of guilt suddenly rose in Guo Wei's heart. Although Guo Limei was lost in her own thoughts, she was only a wall away from her parents. She overheard most of their conversation. She also knew how much Guo Lixin had been causing trouble lately. Suddenly, Guo Limei had a bold idea. If Ding Xiang could marry her brother, maybe their parents would be at ease. As for Ding Xiang, their family would treat her like a benefactor and wouldn't let her suffer any injustice. Dad was right. Maybe if they married their brother to a wife, his illness might get better. And what about the remarriage that the Ding family requested? Couldn't they just switch partners easily? Wouldn't this be a perfect solution? Maybe it was worth trying. Guo Limei was so excited about her idea that she stayed awake half the night, wishing for dawn to come quickly. The next morning, after breakfast, Guo Limei asked Yang Xiuji before leaving, "Mom, isn't it embarrassing if a girl is too eager?" Yang Xiuji was standing with one foot on a stool, sharpening Guo Lisan's hoe. Her son had never plowed the land before, so sharpening the hoe quickly would save him effort. Hearing her daughter's question, she didn't even look up and kept working. "If I thought that way, there wouldn't be any of you or Lisan now." Guo Limei leaned against the doorframe, her eyes flickering as she picked up on a different meaning from her mother's words. Everyone in the harvest team knew that Guo Wei and Yang Xiuji were life partners. But even Guo Limei had never heard her parents talk about it in detail. "Mom, do you mean you were the one chasing after Dad?" Yang Xiuji kept working without stopping, the rough grindstone and hoe making a harsh screeching sound. "You're both grown up now. Who is chasing whom doesn't really matter." Yang Xiuji didn't deny it. Guo Limei felt more confident. "Mom, I'm leaving now." Yang Xiuji paused for a moment, then realized, what does she mean? "Old man, what does she mean?" Yang Xiuji stopped working and noticed only she and Guo Lisan were in the room. Guo Wei had left without saying a word. "He left without telling me." Yang Xiuji held the hoe in one hand and pulled Guo Lisan out of the house with the other. After thinking for a moment, she decided that since he needed to be able to support himself, he should handle his own affairs. Yang Xiuji handed the hoe to her son. Guo Lisan, imitating his mother, slung the hoe over his shoulder happily and followed her excitedly. Today, Yang Xiuji and Ding Xiang were assigned to weed the cornfield. Seeing Ding Xiang, Guo Lisan's eyes lit up again. He moved from behind Yang Xiuji to her side. With Yang Xiuji nearby, everyone was very quiet. Even Guo Lisan didn't dare to joke around. Feng Guilin remembered what her husband had told her. If she ever brought up Ding Xiang herself, she would be in big trouble. So, these days, she not only kept her promise but also listened carefully to see if anyone mentioned Ding Xiang. Whenever someone started talking, she would give a look, and others wouldn't dare to continue. Thanks to Feng Guilin's efforts, the trouble with Ding Xiang was resolved quickly. Su Fenghai also told her something. Whenever she saw Yang Xiuji, she should take a detour. Feng Guilin kept this in mind too. The first time she saw Yang Xiuji working with Guo Lisan as the women's team leader, Feng Guilin didn't say anything. Guo Lisan probably wouldn't stay long anyway. He might get tired and run back home soon. Guo Lisan stuck close to Ding Xiang and refused to leave. Yang Xiuji thought for a moment, then took a strip of land on the other side of her son. Ding Xiang never said a word the whole time. Guo Lisan didn't cause any trouble, so she decided to let him be. "If I try to hide, when he goes crazy, he will chase me all over the place, calling, 'Wife, wife,' loudly. At that time, it will be even harder to explain everything." Yang Xiuji and Ding Xiang keep Guo Lisan in the middle. It's clear they want to help. If they help a little, he won't fall behind. Yang Xiuji patiently explains to her son which plants to keep, which to put in his back pocket, and which to leave. Guo Lisan listens carefully. While working, Yang Xiuji looks back at her son. She notices that even though Guo Lisan has never done this kind of work before, he can tell the different plants apart. After all, he is a rural child, and some things are deeply ingrained in him. At first, he was clumsy, but soon he became more skilled. When he misses a spot, Ding Xiang will guide him, and Guo Lisan happily runs after her, grinning and laughing. Yang Xiuji sighs behind them. It would be so good if Ding Xiang could marry her son. Maybe then he would feel happier, and his illness might get better little by little. In less than a morning, Guo Lisan learned how to work. Not only could he do it, but he did it neatly and quickly. He kept close to Ding Xiang, and the two of them kept fighting over the hose, making a loud clattering sound. This attracted the attention of the people nearby. Ding Xiang felt those looks were full of curiosity. But she couldn't say anything. She felt uncomfortable all over and frowned slightly, without realizing it. Guo Lisin noticed Ding Xiang's unhappiness, and his smile disappeared. He lowered his eyes and kept secretly looking at her. His expression was surprisingly innocent and cute. If he didn't keep calling her wife in a silly way, Ding Xiang wouldn't dislike him. Guo Lisin was cleaner than most men. He didn't smell of tobacco or sweat. When he smiled, his face looked warm and kind. He had a gentle, scholarly air that rough men didn't have. He didn't look as handsome as her brother Ding Qingjue, but even though Guo Lisin was a bit crazy, seeing him made Ding Xiang feel safe. Seeing her brother, her heart always trembled. Yang Xiuji followed her son, checking his work from time to time. She thought he was doing very well, cleaner than those rough men who worked all year round. Feng Guilin, come here and check if it's good enough. Yang Xiuji shouted at Feng Guilin from behind a group of more than 10 people. Feng Guilin is the leader of the women's team, and she makes the decisions. Only if she approves can someone truly work. Just say yes, and it's done. Feng Guilin will never forget that slap, and she always keeps a safe distance from Yang Xiuji. Working in a big group has its problems. Not everyone works well. Most of the time, she can only turn a blind eye. For those she can't afford to offend, Feng Guilin still tries to be reasonable. This is what you said. Everyone heard it. Starting today, Guo Lisin will officially work with us.
First, follow me.
Once he's skilled enough, he can consider working with the men. Feng Guilin, don't forget to record work hours for my son. Feng Guilin felt angry inside, but dared not speak. What kind of attitude is this? Is it a discussion or an order? They really don't take her seriously as the women's team leader. Fine. Just do as you say. These days, strength is the only thing that matters. Feng Guilin secretly sighed, but she still didn't dare to say no. During the morning break, Guo Lisin sat quietly beside Yang Xiuji, secretly watching Ding Xiang. His eyes showed a mix of fear and longing, which made Yang Xiuji's heart ache. Since he was a child, her son has always been confident and lively. He's almost the center of attention. When did he become so cautious? She really doesn't understand what he has gone through to become like this. If she knew who was responsible for hurting her son this way, she would personally make them pay. Even if she knew she might spend her life in prison, Yang Xiuji would do it without hesitation. After lunch, when Ding Xiang wasn't paying attention, Guo Lisin quickly took the grass stuck in her hair. Seeing Ding Xiang look at him with displeasure, he obediently returned to Yang Xiuji's side. Yang Xiuji saw her son try several times to take Ding Xiang's hoe, reaching out but then pulling back in fear. After trying a few times, he finally lacked the courage and just carried his mother's and his own tools on his shoulders. Ding Xiang never looked back, but she could feel the crazy person's gaze always following her. If only Guo Lisin weren't crazy. Ding Xiang suddenly found her thoughts amusing. If he weren't crazy, he probably wouldn't even look at her directly. The two people are from completely different worlds. Even now, his world is full of light, with sisters' love and parents' protection. No one in the village dares to bully him. Where is the light that brightens his life? Guo Limei was busy again today. During a break in the morning, she casually approached Zhao Jiehui. Do you want to go to the bathroom? Her voice was soft, but Zhao Jiehui was still surprised. The break was like halftime, a time for people to drink water, smoke, or use the bathroom. Usually, only people who get along well go together to the bushes to relieve themselves. Zhao Jiehui and Guo Limei rarely interacted. At most, they would smile when they saw each other as a greeting. When did they become close enough to go to the bathroom together? Zhao Jiehui wondered silently, but out of politeness, she followed Guo Limei and walked away. Despite being married, Guo Limei was still beautiful. In Zhao Jiehui's memory, she never wore very worn-out clothes. At most, her elbows had small patches. She owned a sky-blue shirt made of fine fabric, which Zhao Jiehui remembered vividly. For a while, wearing such a shirt became her life goal. Guo Limei led the way, her long braids swinging side to side as she moved. Zhao Jiehui looked down at her own pants, which had been shortened by more than a foot, feeling a bit insecure. She turned around to make sure they had walked far enough. Guo Lime hadn't stopped yet. She must have something to say to me. What could it be? She couldn't guess, so she decided not to try. If she had something to say, she would tell her when the time came. After walking a little further, Guo Lime looked back at the distant crowd and stopped. Even if she shouted loudly from this distance, they wouldn't hear her. Jiehui, can I ask you something? Her polite tone and friendly way of speaking made Zhao Jiehui feel even more uneasy. What could she want to ask? Zhao Jiehui looked at Guo Lime with guarded eyes. She thought about her recent days. She hadn't done anything out of line or spoken badly about anyone in the Guo family. This made her feel a little more at ease. Go ahead. I'm listening. Guo Lime bent down and broke a willow branch, using it to hit the wild grass by the roadside to hide her nervousness. Jia Hui, if there's a chance to find a new wife for your older brother, would you still be willing to marry Ding Qingjue? Zhao Jiahui opened her eyes wide, looking very surprised. She never expected Guo Lime to ask such a question. What does that have to do with her? My older brother has already broken off the engagement, and that's in the past. Jiahui felt a little upset. She watched the crowd in the distance start working, feeling anxious. Taking a break in the middle of work would mean losing points. Guo Lime was different from her. She didn't care about those points. I'm going back now. Everyone else is working. Seeing Jiahui really wanted to leave, Guo Lime grabbed her arm. Jiahui, I'm not joking. I'm serious. Are you still willing to find a new wife for your brother? Seeing that Guo Lime didn't look like she was joking, Jiahui hesitated and asked, who to replace him with? Guo Lime felt her face flush. She pressed her lips together, but still didn't dare to say it out loud. She thought that Jiahui was the first hurdle. If she agreed, she would then go to Zhao Chuan. If she found a matchmaker, and it went well, that would be good. If not, everyone in the village would find out. She didn't mind, but she was worried her mother would get angry. From Zhao Chuan's expression, Guo Lime saw he didn't dislike her, but she wasn't sure how much he liked her. Only asking would tell. Although it was a bit reckless, it was the safest way. You'll find out when the time comes. Jia Hui would never have guessed that Guo Lime was talking about herself. If my brother agrees, I will too. Hearing this answer, Guo Lime suddenly felt very sad. She loved her brother, but she couldn't sacrifice herself completely for him. Don't you feel wronged? Jia Hui lowered her head and gave a bitter smile. What's there to feel wrong about? Look at my situation. Even good men don't want me. Ding Qingjue has a bad background. If he wasn't interested in me, he wouldn't have looked at me. Her voice was very soft. Everyone has pride. Admitting openly that no one wants you takes a lot of courage. You can't judge a person just by their appearance. People who say that usually have a sense of superiority. Jia Hui looked up and stared at Guo Lime for a couple of seconds. Not just about looks. Everyone wants to find a good-looking partner. No one wants to marry someone considered unattractive. There is also a sentence Zhao Jiehui couldn't bring herself to say. She doesn't remember her mother well, but she has heard about her from others. Her mother was not pretty, which is why Zhao Jiehui looks the way she does. She was willing to marry Ding Qingjue because he is handsome and his good looks hide his other flaws. Zhao Jiehui fears that her future children might look like her. But such words are hard for an unmarried girl to say out loud. Since she was young, Zhao Jiehui has been teased about her appearance and avoids crowded places. People in the village secretly call her ugly girl, and she knows it. Guo Lime is pretty and well-liked by her parents, and she has always received praise. She can't understand Zhao Jiehui's low self-esteem. The two of them are walking back. Guo Lime thinks that if she asks Zhao Jiehui to introduce her to Zhao Jiahuan, it might be awkward. Since laborers and women in the second line rarely work together, she and Zhao Jiahuan don't see each other often. So, she decides to ask Zhao Jiehui to tell her older brother directly, which is simpler and more convenient. Jiehui, tell your older brother to wait by the river tonight. Only the few of us know about this. Please don't tell anyone. Before the matter is settled, it's best if fewer people know. Okay, I'll tell my older brother when I get home. At this point, Zhao Jiehui doesn't doubt Guo Lime. This girl is quite naive. Anyway, Guo Lime's goal has been achieved. Dinner was lively, with Yang Xiuji talking about Guo Lixin working hard. Guo Wei listened carefully, but Guo Limei seemed distracted. Girl, what are you thinking? Did something happen? If so, tell Mom. Guo Limei was thinking about whether Zhao Jiehui might tell Zhao Jiahuan what she said. Would Zhao Jiahuan come? What should she say if she sees him? Guo Limei's mind wandered, and she didn't even hear her mother clearly. Huh? Mom, what did you say? Guo Wei and Yang Xiuji exchanged glances. Eat first and we'll talk after. Guo Wei is sure that his daughter is hiding something from them. After dinner, he plans to have a serious talk with her. Guo Limei is not someone who keeps things inside. If she is upset, it must be a big deal. She looked at the sky outside. It was already getting dark. Even though she was brave, she still felt a little nervous about meeting a man at night. But she wasn't afraid of others. Her mother's reputation kept everyone in the village from bothering her. Mom, I'm full. I have to go out for a bit. I won't help you wash the dishes. After saying this, she hurried out quickly, worried that Yang Xiuji might ask more questions, and left in a rush. What's wrong with her today? She's acting so strange. No, I need to go see what's going on. Yang Xiuji put on her shoes and was about to follow when Guo Wei stopped her. She probably has her reasons for not telling us. Don't bother her. Guo Wei said this, but he didn't feel completely at ease. Her actions today weren't like her usual self. What is she really up to? It's almost dark. I have to go check on her. Guo Wei tried to stop his wife again. Do you know where she went? Just go and find her. Guo Wei had a feeling that this time, his daughter might surprise them. Guo Limei's heart started pounding quickly. She pressed her hand against her chest and hurriedly hid behind a cluster of willow trees. She thought the footsteps belonged to Zhao Jiachuan. But to be safe, she decided to hide first. Zhao Jiachuan looked around but didn't see anyone. He deliberately coughed twice, but still no one appeared. This silly girl, she probably isn't teasing herself, right? Zhao Jiachuan shook his head. His sister was straightforward and honest, so she probably didn't realize she was being played. Big brother, Guo Limei asked you to wait for someone by the river tonight. When his sister said this, Zhao Jiachuan was clearly surprised. Why would Guo Limei ask him to meet someone by the river? They hadn't spoken much, just exchanged smiles when they met. How could she possibly invite him out at night? If she was teasing him, it didn't seem likely. Guo Limei was a young woman. She wouldn't joke about such things with a man. Jiehui, are you sure you heard correctly? Jiehui shook her head. Big brother, she really said that. Jiehui didn't dare say anything else. Not only did her big brother not believe her, but she still thought it was a joke. It wouldn't hurt for her brother to check it out. What if it was true? Even if he was seen, it wouldn't be embarrassing for her. Big brother, you should go quickly. It wouldn't be good if she kept waiting. Zhao Jiachuan left the house with some doubt, walking quickly. When he reached the river, he saw no one. He didn't want to leave, but he was afraid it was just a joke. He squatted down, picked up 2 small stones nearby, and threw them into the river. He clearly heard the faint sound of stones skimming the water in the dark. After taking a deep breath, Zhao Jiachuan stood up, and the last bit of hope in his heart was gone. Actually, he had a good impression of Guo Limei. The words, beautiful and confident, seemed made for her. Even though she had been rejected, her confident smile never disappeared. He didn't expect that such a woman would also play tricks for fun. It seemed that spending too much time with crazy people could be contagious. Zhao Jiachuan muttered a few words about Guo Limei in his mind, feeling a bit more balanced. He stood up, ready to go home. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him, startling him. From her figure, he could tell it was Guo Limei. Guo Limei has a tall and slender figure, neither fat nor thin, making her very noticeable among women. Even at night, she is still easy to recognize. When did you arrive? I didn't see you. I thought you were joking with me. The two are only about a foot apart, and they can hear each other's quick breathing. It's natural to feel awkward being out late at night, alone, in such a situation. Fortunately, the night covers everything like a big veil, hiding their embarrassment. Guo Limei feels that if she doesn't speak her mind quickly, her courage will run out if she stays standing like this. Zhao Jiachuan, I just want to tell you that I like you and want to live with you. I am serious. You might have heard about my past. If you're willing, give me a clear answer. I've also told your sister about it. When you go back, just ask her. Guilime speaks very fast, but Zhao Jiachuan hears every word clearly. She says she likes him. She wants to live with him. Zhao Jiachuan feels conflicted. If Guilime hadn't been married before, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. Their family backgrounds and personal conditions are very different. Marrying Guilime seems impossible. But now, things are different. Honestly, with the current Guilime, Zhao Jiachuan still feels that even if 8 of her came, he would be overreaching. However, Guilime has a serious weakness. She cannot have children, which is a well-known secret in the commune. Zhao Jiachuan can accept her being divorced, but not her inability to have children. Raising a hen is just for collecting eggs. Raising a woman who can't bear children is a problem. When young, it might be okay, but in old age, loneliness is inevitable. Marrying is also for passing on the family line. Zhao Jiachuan is truly troubled. He likes beautiful women. Guilime is more beautiful than Dingxiang. Dingxiang always keeps her head down. Even when making eye contact, her gaze is shy and evasive. She always shows a timid, cautious attitude. It seems a bit petty. In contrast, Guilime is confident, open, and cheerful. Seeing Zhao Jiachuan hesitate to answer, Guilime's enthusiasm gradually cools. Zhao Jiachuan still cares about her past. If you're not willing, forget it. Just pretend I never said anything. A flash of disappointment crossed Guilime's face, but she quickly forced a small smile and brushed past Zhao Jiachuan. Guilime, it's not what you think. Zhao Jiachuan blurted out, and he was stunned by his own words. He originally wanted to refuse, but once he spoke, it turned out like this. His inner desire finally overpowered his reason. Guilime's hurried steps slowed down and then stopped. I didn't expect you to like me. I don't mean anything special. I need to talk to my dad first. Zhao Jiachuan felt conflicted inside. He didn't want to hurt Guilime's feelings, but he was also worried about becoming the subject of gossip. He stammered a few words. A direct rejection would be too harsh on her pride. Talking to his family was the best excuse. It would give him enough time to think, and even if he refused, he could blame it on his father. This way, Guilime wouldn't be too embarrassed.
All right.
I'll give you a day to think it over. If you're still here at this time tomorrow, you better be serious. And you need to talk to your dad and also discuss it carefully with Jiahui. I have conditions, and Jiahui knows them. After saying this, Guilime hurriedly left. Left alone, Zhao Jiachuan wandered along the riverbank for a long time in the dark night. Thinking back on these days, he realized Guilime had indeed changed. She looked at him differently now, especially in his presence. She talked more, and her eyes were full of tenderness. Such a woman, Zhao Jiachuan liked her without reason. But marrying someone like her would surely bring ridicule from the villagers. After all, she was a good woman, but also a second wife who couldn't have children. Zhao Jiachuan hesitated for a long time and couldn't make a decision. In the end, he handed the decision over to old Zhao. If my dad agrees, I'll agree too. He was a child raised by his father, and his words matched Zhao Jiahui's completely. If my brother is willing, I am willing too. He couldn't make the decision himself, so he left it to others. Zhao Jiachuan did not answer his father's question. Instead, he looked back at Wei Qiaoyun's room. Before things became clear, he couldn't let Wei Qiaoyun find out. That woman was not careful with her words and might spread rumors everywhere. The more people knew, the more trouble there would be. It would also affect him and Guilime. Anyway, Guilime liking him still made him feel touched inside. They definitely needed to discuss this matter, but not now. It's nothing, just went out for a walk. I ate a bit too much tonight. Wei Qiaoyun snorted coldly. You're so clueless. Mocking others indirectly was Wei Qiaoyun's best skill. Suddenly, Zhao Jiachuan realized his excuse was too abrupt. They always ate too much during the annual grain ration, and he was eating even more. Saying he was clueless was not wrong at all. Zhao Jiehui knew what was going on. Her eyes were full of questions as she looked at her older brother. She was eager to know what kind of wife she could find for him. She blinked at him several times, but got no response. Zhao Jiehui gave up completely. Since the plan failed, her hope of leaving this home early was once again shattered. After sewing up her clothes, Zhao Jiehui finished her work. Old Zhao's pipe was also finished. The three of them blew out the kerosene lamp and crawled into bed in the dark. With their eyes closed tightly, Zhao Jiachuan guessed that Wei Qiaoyan would be making a fuss again in the next couple of days. Sure enough, just as old Zhao snored, he was awakened. He dared not open his eyes, only pretending to snore louder to hide that he was awake. Next to him were his unmarried daughter and son. He didn't know when this awkward situation would end. Old Zhao had secretly talked to his second son about this matter, and Zhao Jiaqiu had agreed. But afterward, nothing changed. Zhao Jiachuan, however, let out a sigh of relief. Usually, during such times, no one in the other rooms could hear what was being said because their minds were elsewhere. "Dad, I want to talk to you about something." Old Zhao didn't reply. It wasn't that he didn't hear. He was just confused. "Is it the right time to speak now?" "Dad, Guo Lime has taken a liking to me and wants to marry me." Zhao Jiachuan knew his father wasn't asleep. Before he could answer, he directly said what was on his mind. "Who are you talking about?" Old Zhao suddenly sat up with a loud noise, startling Zhao Jiehui nearby. She always thought that Guo Lime was matchmaking for others, but she never expected it to be for herself. Can she ask about her own marriage prospects? Zhao Jiehui was very surprised by Guo Lime's actions. Was her courage really that bold? Guo Lime is a second marriage, mainly because she can't have children. Bringing such a wife home will just make people laugh.
Dad, what do you think about this?
Zhao Jiachuan first expressed his opinion. He didn't want this, but he was unsure how to refuse, so he left it to his father to consider. If the old man strongly disagreed, he would just give up. After all, he wasn't the only one who would be laughed at. His father would also be laughed at along with him. If the old man agreed, he could also take advantage of the situation.
Who told you this?
Did someone from Lao Guo's family act as a matchmaker? Old Zhao thought this matter seemed like a joke. He didn't believe it. Maybe someone was just teasing him about his son's poverty. Zhao Jiachuan was 29 years old and mostly considered a confirmed bachelor. He had little hope of finding a wife. Now, his only hope was for his sister, Jiehui, to help him find a marriage. But his daughter didn't look as good as others. Since it was about exchanging marriages, all four people had to agree. His family liked the girl, but she didn't like his daughter. They had finally agreed with the Ding family, but then something happened. She didn't use a matchmaker. She told me herself. Old Zhao fell into deep thought. If she said it herself, it probably wasn't a lie. Who would joke about such an important matter as marriage? What's wrong with a second marriage? Based on Guo Lime's conditions, even a second marriage is a big deal. Just because she hasn't found someone doesn't mean she has high standards. Old Zhao's words praised Guo Lime but also raised his son's value. I also think that just by looking at her I might be aiming too high. But Guo Lime can't have children. Sigh, who doesn't want children? The reputation of being childless is enough to make him ashamed for the rest of his life. That's what Zhao Jiachuan was most worried about. This matter isn't certain. Don't think she can't have children just because she doesn't at her own home. Maybe she will have children when she comes to our house. Every family has its own problems. Children are debts from past lives. Some owe debts, some are owed. People are different. When he mentioned debts, old Zhao couldn't help but glance toward the outer room. His second son might be a debt from his past life. Otherwise, why would he marry such a troublemaker? Father, do you mean? Zhao Jiachuan understood his father's meaning. The old man agreed to the marriage. He really wanted his father to say those words himself. That way, he wouldn't have to regret later and blame himself if others mocked him. I think it's a good match. Hard to find such a good thing with a lantern. After saying this, old Zhao fell silent again. Can we really marry her? Our family's current situation can't even afford 2 quilts. How can we let her move in? Guo's daughter isn't someone who would be easily treated unfairly. Old Zhao kept sighing. Without money, there was nothing he could say. Even though she was remarried, she wouldn't come over with her own money. Brother, did Guo Limei say anything else to you? Zhao Jihui listened for a while but felt it had nothing to do with her. Did Guo Limei not say that her and her older brother's relationship depended on her marrying Ding Qingjue? She really did say that. Zhao Jiachuan almost forgot. When Guo Limei left, she said, "You should discuss this carefully with Jia Hui. I have conditions." Yes, she said she has conditions and wants to discuss with you. What exactly did she ask for? At first, his father's support had eased Zhao Jiachuan's last doubts, but his sister's words stirred his worries again. She said she wanted him to willingly marry Ding Qingjue. Old Zhao and his son weren't fools. They quickly understood the connection between these two things. Guo Limei liked to call her husband daughter-in-law behind her back. Everyone in the harvest team knew that. She was using herself to exchange for a wife for her crazy younger brother. Old Zhao was happy about this. Since it was a marriage exchange, there was no need for bride price, and they could save on wedding expenses. That was the main benefit of a marriage exchange. But Zhao Jiachuan felt very disappointed. He was proud that Guo Limei liked him, but he didn't expect she was more interested in Zhao Hui, who could replace Ding Xiang. This isn't just a marriage exchange anymore. It's a transfer of marriage. Old Zhao was quite happy. The son-in-law hadn't changed, but the daughter-in-law had been replaced with someone better. After all, remarriage and betrayal are two different things. What kind of family background did Guo Limei's parents have? And what about Ding Xiang's parents? There was simply no comparison. Regarding the matter of having no descendants, Old Zhao has his own opinion. It's a family issue. His family has no history of ending with no children for several generations, which shows the family's ancestral grave is fine. It's only a matter of time before he has a grandson. There's something even more important, but Old Zhao can't bring himself to say it. When his wife passed away, he was about the same age as Zhao Chun now. Over the years, he has been both father and mother, which is truly hard. The hardships are one thing, but the loneliness and solitude are even harder to bear. He doesn't want his son to go through what he did. Even if Guo Limei doesn't have children, having a companion is better than growing old alone. Guo Limei just stepped over the threshold and saw her parents and younger brother sitting neatly on the bed edge, all turning to look at her. Wow, you scared me. Why are you sitting here instead of sleeping? Guo Limei only said one thing, then immediately acted like a thief, quickening her steps to her room. Just 2 steps away, Yang Xiaoji grabbed her. Why are you out so late? Hee. I just wanted to take a walk. Mom, let go, you're pinching me. Yang Xiaoji didn't seem to hear and held onto her daughter tightly. Her meaning was clear. If she didn't tell the truth today, she wouldn't be allowed to leave. Dad, can't you control your wife? This is going too far. Unable to persuade her mother, Guo Limei started asking her father for help. Guo Wei got off the bed and held Yang Xiaoji's hand. What's wrong with letting the girl go for a walk? She's worked all day. Let her wash up and go to bed. We can talk tomorrow. Guo Limei took the chance to break free from her mother's grip and hurried back to her small north room. Before closing the door, she stuck her head out and made a funny face at her mother. This made Guo Limei's younger brother, Guo Limei, laugh. Seeing her smiling face, her brother felt hopeful. If her marriage goes well, he won't be lonely anymore. The sister and brother's laughter made Guo Wei feel at ease. The smile on her face was genuine. His daughter was very happy. Even if something happened, it was probably a good thing. Yang Xiaoji heard her daughter humming a tune from the small north room and looked back at her husband, feeling that they were hiding something from her. What exactly was it? Why did they need to keep it a secret from her? Yang Xiaoji took off her shoes and got onto the Kong bed, hugging the quilt. Then she jumped down, grabbed her shoes, and opened Guo Limei's door. Tonight, I want to sleep with my daughter, she said this while spreading the bedding on the Kong. Guo Limei just smiled without speaking, opened the door, and called outside. Dad, did I make Mom angry? Guo Wei couldn't help but laugh. You're really flattering your dad. I dare not upset her. Your mom's big mouth and quick temper are not to be taken lightly. Old Kwai, you still don't understand? She doesn't want you. Come back soon. You smell bad, and only I don't mind. Gualime rolled the quilt into a ball, stuffed it into Yang Xiuji's arms, and started pushing her out. You should go keep my dad company. I don't dare to have you with me. She pushed her out quickly and closed the door. Guowei hurriedly waved his hand, signaling her to come back. Yang Xiuji helplessly shook her head but obediently returned. But she also noticed that her daughter was in a very good mood, so there was nothing to worry about. The next morning after breakfast, Guolime hurried off to work again. Like she's rushing to beat the model worker, always in a hurry. Yang Xiuji watched her daughter's back and couldn't help but say to Guowei, I always feel that Li Mei has been acting strange these days. She's definitely hiding something from me. If you don't tell me, I won't forgive you. I will never hide anything from you in my life. Guowei took her hand. I'm already satisfied with our life now. At least, our family is together and happy. The kids are grown up and will have their own lives sooner or later. The one who can stay with me until old age is you. Guowei's words made Yang Xiuji think of many past events. During the war, she was anxious every day. She couldn't even keep her children with her. The family was separated. Compared to those days, life is much better now. Even if the children face some small setbacks, Yang Xiuji believes they are only temporary and will pass eventually. Guowei is right. Children should have their own lives. She really shouldn't interfere too much. I'm not trying to interfere. I just feel uneasy. Guowei loosened her hand. Pack up and get ready. We might be late if we don't hurry. In the morning, some workers went to the warehouse to get tools, so Guowei usually left early. Today, he was a bit delayed and hurriedly left. Guo Lisin was eager to start work early, so he could see Ding Xiang sooner. Deep down, seeing Ding Xiang had become the most important thing in his daily life. When Zhao Jiachuan arrived at the yard, he was already there, standing near the gate in a noticeable spot. He was tall and had chosen a good position. When Guo Lime approached, she saw him immediately. Their eyes quickly met and then looked away. From Zhao Jiachuan's gaze, Guo Lime saw clear hope. As usual, Guo Lime walked into the group of women, occasionally glancing toward where Zhao Jiachuan was standing. Their eyes met several times, but quickly parted again. Before finishing her work, Guo Lime was already looking forward to ending her shift. That evening, after work, Guo Lime hurried to wash her hair, changed into clean clothes, even putting on her favorite light blue shirt. Yang Xiuji watched silently, exchanging glances with Guowei from time to time. Was she going on a date? Who was the man? Such a big event, and she didn't seem to have any clues? Guo Lime finished getting ready, ate a quick meal, and, fearing Yang Xiuji might ask questions, she didn't say goodbye and left under the pretext of going to the bathroom. I have to go see her. She's over 20, but she's naive. I won't let her be bullied. Ding Xiang's situation left a deep impression on Yang Xiuji. Her daughter couldn't suffer like that. Guowei stopped her, saying, Old Kwai, listen to me. Don't interfere in the kids' affairs. They need to learn how to solve their own problems. We can't be with them forever. Helpless, Yang Xiuji could only stop. Just one more time, tell me, what's really going on with this kid? Guowei looked at his son helping Yang Xiuji clear the dishes and said, What's going on? Most likely, she's met someone she really likes. Yang Xiuji sat on a small bench at the door, watching the night fall, feeling a bit worried. She mentally reviewed all the eligible young men from Fengshu Brigade, but couldn't think of Zhao Jiachuan. Even though Guo Lime was divorced and had no children, in her mother's heart, she was still the best. The young men from Fengshu Brigade didn't quite match her daughter in Yang Xiuji's mind. She simply couldn't imagine which mischievous boy had the good fortune to marry her daughter. When Guo Lime arrived at the riverbank, Zhao Jiachuan had been there for a while. He was crouched in the same spot as yesterday, skipping stones. Today was much earlier than yesterday. Seeing Guo Lime, Zhao Jiachuan quickly stood up, unsure of where to put his hands. He just looked at her and chuckled. Guo Lime looked down and couldn't help but smile, saying, Silly. Are you here to talk or just to smile foolishly? Zhao Jiachuan had not been close to a woman in 30 years. Last night, He could hide his feelings. Today, as the sun was about to set, its glow shone on Guo Limei's hair. From this distance, he could even see the tiny hairs on her face. My dad says it's a rare good thing. Even if you had a lantern, it would be hard to find. But his tone changed, and his smile disappeared completely. You might not know, but my family isn't well off, and I don't even have enough for 2 bedsheets. His face turned red, and he was too shy to say that he didn't have money for bedding. But Guo Limei understood immediately. Being poor doesn't mean you can't settle down. As long as we work hard, we won't lack good days. And as for good days, my mom says, a family living peacefully together is the best. After she finished speaking, she suddenly felt something was off. Zhao Jiachuan hadn't mentioned anything about a marriage proposal. Could it be that Zhao Jiehui didn't tell him? Jiehui didn't tell you anything else? Guo Limei asked. Zhao Jiachuan's expression grew more serious. If it weren't for the marriage exchange with your brother, you probably wouldn't even look at me, right? The marriage exchange with the Ding family was his father, old Zhao's idea. Jiehui from the Ding family was willing too. He also had feelings for Ding. Ding's siblings were children of a big landlord, and in Fengshou Brigade, they had the lowest social status. In this situation, Zhao Jiachuan felt a clear sense of superiority. Back then, he didn't need to consider others' feelings. Now, everything had changed, and he was at a disadvantage. He was always afraid Guo Limei looked down on him deep inside. If they married and lived like Zhao Jiaqiu, it would be better to stay single. Guo Limei thought for a moment and decided it was best to have an honest talk with Zhao Jiachuan. Life isn't just a day or 2. Marriage is for a lifetime. Holding on to grudges makes it hard to get along. You know the conditions of the Ding family. Ding Yueshan clearly said that Ding Xiang can only be exchanged through marriage. To be honest, I don't think highly of Ding Qingjue. I believe in you. When Guo Limei said this, her voice became softer. It was a bit shy to openly admit she liked someone. Zhao Jiachuan's expression softened a lot. Guo Limei choosing him among many eligible men in the harvest team showed he had qualities that stood out. I know I'm being a bit selfish, but I have no choice. My brother feels differently about Ding Xiang and others. Our family's wish is for him to marry someone he likes. When my parents took him to see the doctor said that if the right opportunity came, he might recover. I talked with Zhao Jiehui. She's willing to marry Ding Qingjue and doesn't feel wronged. Ding Qingjue also wanted to marry Zhao Jiehui before. In this marriage, the only one who feels wronged is Ding Xiang. In the 3 families' marriage exchange, only one person felt wronged. That's already a pretty good result. Our family will treat Ding Xiang well and won't make her feel bad. Maybe she's a lucky girl, and my brother will be better in the future. Zhao Jiachuan had to admit that Guo Limei's words made sense. He knew his sister's feelings and wished she could have her own home soon. Marrying Ding Qingjue was also with her agreement, so there was no real hardship involved. Ding Xiang didn't want to marry him because she still cared about Su Hongliang, not because he was bad. With this explanation, Zhao Jiachuan felt much better. As for Ding Xiang, after all that fuss, no good young men wanted her. Marrying Guo Lisin might be the best choice. At least he didn't mind her past and wouldn't criticize her with petty words. Guo Limei had already noticed Zhao Jiachuan's small disappointment. It's normal for men to care about their pride. You think I only approached you to exchange my brother's marriage? You're wrong. I did it so he could do anything he wants, except sacrifice my happiness for the rest of my life. Doing so was not allowed by the parents. In their minds, children are all the same. They cannot sacrifice one to help another. I really like you. A responsible man for the family wouldn't treat his wife badly. Since it can serve 3 purposes at once, why not give it a try? Zhao Jiachuan finally let go of his worries. A smile returned to his face, and he then asked a question unrelated to the current mood. Where are you going to work tomorrow? As soon as he spoke, Guo Limei paused for a second, and both of them smiled at the same time. I can't answer that question. I don't decide, she said. Right now, Guo Limei was thinking about who should talk to Ding's family. 5 out of 6 people had no issues, but the only obstacle was Ding Xiang. I'll talk to Ding Xiang again tomorrow. Zhao Jiachuan disagreed with Guo Limei's approach. If Ding Xiang doesn't want to, it will be hard to proceed. Since they had already discussed this much, Zhao Jiachuan thought it was necessary to give some advice to his future daughter-in-law. Maybe you should first talk to your uncle and aunt. Guo Limei shook her head. She knew her parents' temper. They would never force anyone. Who would be the bad person forcing others? Ding's family is easy to handle. Just talk to her father directly. Zhao Jiachuan had once exchanged a marriage proposal with Ding's family, so he knew who truly held the power. Since there had to be a villain, it was most suitable for Ding Yueshan. Guo Limei immediately understood Zhao Jiachuan's meaning. She looked at the western sky. The sun had already set. It wasn't too late now. She was someone who acted immediately on her ideas. I'll go to Ding Xiang's house right now. Zhao Jiachuan was a bit surprised by Guo Limei's quick action. Is it appropriate for you to go? Guo Limei nodded. What's inappropriate? Things are almost done. I wouldn't trust others to handle this. Should I take you there? Guo Limei hurriedly waved her hand. No need. Let's go back one after the other. If others see us, they might say we're up to something. Gossip is powerful. Although she wasn't afraid, there was no need to attract trouble. Then you go first. I'll watch you leave. Guo Limei didn't pretend. She took the lead and walked away, then looked back after a few steps. Zhao Jiachuan still stood there, watching her. Guo Limei's face was flushed with heat. When she turned around, she didn't know which leg to step with first. Everyone in the Ding family looked confused. They watched nervously as the unexpected guest suddenly appeared. Guo Limei shouldn't have been at their house.
Especially at this time.
Miss Guo, is there something you want to talk about? Mrs. Ding looked carefully at Guo Limei standing on the ground and asked cautiously. Then she glared sharply at Ding Xiang. If anyone were to cause trouble for the Guo family, it would definitely be this shameless girl. But there's no need to look so bright and lively when questioning. She was dressed as if going to a banquet. Guo Limei's eyes moved between the four of them, trying to organize her words. How could she say this to be most beneficial for herself? After thinking for a long time, she decided to be direct. No matter how many detours she took, she would eventually get to the point. Uncle, I want to discuss something with you. Ding Yueshan immediately stood up with a look of shock, arms pressed against his pants, bending slightly forward, and respectfully stood in front of Guo Limei. In 3 years, this was the first time he heard someone call him uncle. Usually even children on the street called him old landlord, someone from the revolutionary Guo family, a successor of the proletariat calling him uncle. The problem must be serious. It's been more than 10 days since the last criticism session. What does that mean? Ding Yueshan dared not ask nor ignore it. He stood in front of Guo Limei, ready to listen to the next instructions. I know about my brother liking Ding Xiang. You said before that Ding Xiang wouldn't marry anyone and could only be exchanged with her brother. Is that still valid? When Ding Yueshan and Ding Qingjue heard Guo Limei's words, their eyes suddenly brightened, but then quickly dimmed. Ding Xiang was even more surprised, her eyes wide open. This can't be true. Guo Limei would like her useless brother? Ding Yueshan's lips moved for a long time, but he didn't dare say a word. Guo Limei's words were correct. He had indeed said that. Ding Xiang marrying Guo Lisin was fine with him, but if Guo Limei became his daughter-in-law, he would never agree. He needed someone who could carry on the family line. His life is basically over, but as long as the Ding family has descendants, there will be a day when they can regain their glory. No matter how beautiful Guo Limei looks, it's useless. The Ding family doesn't need a useless vase. But could he dare to say that directly? Guo Limei thought for a long time and finally understood what Ding Yueshan's expression meant. He had misunderstood. He thought she was being given to Ding Qingjue. You don't want to? Neither do I. Guo Limei muttered to herself. Wasn't it agreed before that Zhao Jiahui would marry in? Now it's the same. Zhao Jiahui is still the one marrying Ding Qingjue. Now, you probably have no objections, right? Sure enough, as soon as Guo Limei finished speaking, Ding Yueshan immediately turned around and exchanged a look with his wife, Ding Zhongshi. Ding Yueshan, what do you mean? Why am I getting more confused? Ding Zhongshi, nonsense. As long as it means a new wife for our son, who cares how she changes? To be sure it was a marriage exchange. Ding Zhongshi asked nervously, "Are you sure it's a marriage exchange?" Marriage exchange? I don't agree. Before Guo Limei could answer Ding Zhongshi's question, Ding Qingju opposed it. This was something no one in the house expected. The marriage partner hadn't changed. Why did Ding Qingju suddenly not want it? Ding Zhongshi quickly glared at her son, stopping him from saying more. Ding Qingju ignored the look his mother gave him. If your family has set their sights on Ding Xiang, just send the betrothal gift and marry her. Why go through all this trouble, switching back and forth? Guo Limei initially didn't react. Wasn't this what the Ding family had proposed first? Why did they change their mind now? Soon, Guo Limei realized that Ding Qingju had always been dissatisfied with Zhao Jiahui. But he couldn't say it openly. He had to settle for a wife he could tolerate. Now he had other options and wanted to try. Guo Wei's family was well off, and Guo Lixian was a bit crazy. If he wanted to marry Ding Xiang, the Ding family would definitely set conditions. Even if the conditions were strict, they would agree. With the bride price from his sister, it would be easier to find a good wife. Why stick to Zhao Jiahui's crooked tree? Ding Yueshan and his wife quickly understood their son's meaning. I silently cursed in my heart. Why do I have to act so proud again? Even if the Ding family could afford the bride price, no one would want to marry the son of a big landlord. Background matters a lot and affects future generations.
Who would want that?
If I miss this opportunity, there won't be another one. Don't listen to them. I decide this family. As long as Zhao Jiahui doesn't want to marry in, Ding Xiang can marry your brother. That's settled. Zhao Jiachuan was right. The real head of the Ding family was Ding Yueshan. One word decided everything. From start to finish, neither Ding Xiang nor Ding Qingjue was asked for their opinion. Even if Ding Qingjue disagreed, it didn't matter. Guo Limei saw that Ding Qingjue was selfish. His opposition was for himself. He didn't care about his sister's life or death. This was different from Zhao Jiachuan. When Guo Limei was about to leave, she couldn't help but look back at Ding Xiang. She lowered her head and said nothing from the moment Guo Limei entered until she left. It was as if their words had nothing to do with her. Actually, it wasn't that Ding Xiang didn't want to speak, but she was afraid. The last incident hadn't been long ago. She still remembered it vividly. How many beatings had she taken to oppose the marriage exchange with Zhao Jiahui? If she hadn't been pushed to the edge, she wouldn't have believed Su Hongliang's words and lost her innocence, ending up in this situation. She didn't want to marry Guo Limei, but she couldn't say it openly. If she did now, she would be beaten. These days, she had been working with Yang Xiuji. From Yang Xiuji, she saw no sign that she wanted her to marry Guo Limei. Marriage was decided by parents. Although society now claimed marriage was autonomous, she had never truly experienced independence. Maybe Guo Limei herself came up with this idea. She even said she could guarantee Zhao Jiahui would marry into Ding family unconditionally. What could she use to guarantee that? Ding Xiang thought for a long time, and cold sweat started to appear on her forehead. Guo Limei was talking about a marriage exchange. Zhao Jiahui for Qingjue, Ding Xiang for Guo Limei for Zhao Jiachuan. Ding Yueshan finally understood and announced the final decision. As soon as he spoke, the room fell silent. Both parties felt a wave of despair. This was truly a marriage exchange, a complete swap. In general, arranged marriages tend to be very stable. When one family has a daughter, the other family will also take their daughter back home. So, the more families involved in these exchanges, the more stable the relationships become, as a small change can affect everyone. Ding Xiang felt even more hopeless. She initially thought that Guo Limei acted on her own. But now she realized that wasn't true. People like Yang Xiuji and Guo Wei, who care about their children's futures, wouldn't be unaware of such important matters. She had been too optimistic about them. She always believed Yang Xiuji was a principled and good person. She treated her daughter and son equally. Ding Xiang used to envy Guo Limei, who had such caring parents that didn't force her to do anything she didn't want. Now she saw that Guo Limei was just like herself, also a victim of her parents' sacrifices. But Guo Limei seemed more willing to accept it. Her good impression of Yang Xiuji disappeared quickly. Dad, I just don't understand. Zhao Jiehui looks so plain. If our future children look like her, what will you do? Her son asked. Hearing this, Ding Yueshan sighed silently. Which man doesn't like a pretty woman? His third wife was famous for her beauty, and none of his children were ugly. But what does that matter? His daughters, who married out, were affected because of their family background. The men they married weren't ideal. In these turbulent years, his only son had fallen so far that he couldn't even find a wife. Fortunately, they still had their youngest daughter, Ding Xiang, who could help her brother find a wife. He never thought such a situation would happen. He had 5 daughters, and if he had married them off earlier, he might have had more options. Ding Qingjue's thinking was too simple. Ding Xiang's reputation was ruined, and her poor family background made her less desirable. They no longer had the capital to ask for a high bride price. Even if they sold her, they wouldn't get much. If they missed this chance to marry her off, they would have no backup plan. Once the money was spent, it would be best to bring her back home. Zhao Jiehui was smaller in stature, but she had a wide waist and big hips, clearly a good mother. She was diligent and could be a good worker, which complemented her lazy son. In the end, their children's looks were left to fate. After all, Ding Qingjue is handsome, so he still has a good chance of getting married. Even if he wasn't good-looking as a girl, she wouldn't worry about marriage. Men care about ability, not looks. His great-grandfather was ugly, but his great-grandmother was a rare beauty. Over generations, the Ding family's looks have improved, regardless of gender. Like Ding Qingjue, he has both good looks and height. Isn't it different? Can't he find a wife? This matter is settled now. We are in a new society. Although you can't marry a young wife, you are allowed to divorce. When you are capable, if you still don't like her, you can divorce and marry someone else. Ding Yueshan knows very well what kind of person his son is. He doesn't really believe what he's saying. First, he needs to keep his son steady. Marrying a wife will show him the good side of women. Women, after all, are just the same once the lights are out. In the past 2 years, the Ding family hasn't had good days, fighting over small things every few days. If this keeps up, he might not live much longer. When he dies, if he can't see his grandchildren, he probably won't even be able to close his eyes. How many years can I live? If I die without grandchildren, how can I face your grandparents? Ding Qingjue dares not speak. Even though his father has lost his wealth, his presence still commands respect. Ding Yueshan made a firm decision. Guo Limei's confidence grew a little more. It looks like things are basically settled now. But Guo Limei is a bit confused by Ding Xiang's attitude. No normal young girl would like a madman, no matter how clean and fresh he looks on the outside. Marriage is for a lifetime. But from Ding Xiang's face, she saw neither rejection nor happiness. It's as if this matter has nothing to do with her. Does she want it or not? Guo Limei isn't sure about Ding Xiang's attitude and doesn't know what to do next. She might as well take one step at a time. The most anxious person is probably Ding Yueshan, so it's better for her family to handle Ding Xiang's matter properly. While walking, Guo Limei is lost in thought. When she gets home today, her mother will definitely ask if everything is settled. She must not reveal anything prematurely. She wants to give her parents a big surprise. Anyway, changing the subject means the family doesn't need to prepare anything. Among the 3 families, Guo Wei's family is actually in better shape. At least when they got married, they could afford to make 2 new quilts and buy some new clothes. This also made Guo Limei feel less guilty about Ding Xiang. The other 2 families simply couldn't do that. Since Guo Limei was taken in at age 7, her life improved from lacking food and clothing. Whenever there was something good at home, it was always for her. Her parents always felt they owed her. Guo Limei still remembered the hard times from her childhood. As she got closer to her home, she felt more nervous. Her parents, who had been through many struggles, were not easy to fool. She wondered how to handle the situation now. But she didn't expect her mother to just glance at her and calmly say, "You're back," and then say nothing more. Guo Limei felt even more uncertain. Was she being followed? If her mother was following her, she definitely wouldn't notice. But if her mother knew she was going on a date, would she be so calm? That's not her usual personality. Actually, Yang Xiuji was even more anxious than Guo Limei. Everyone could see something was wrong with Guo Limei now. But Guo Wei refused to let anyone ask questions. When the time is right, she'll tell you. Don't add stress to the child. Yang Xiuji even suspected that Guo Wei no longer cared about their daughter. Are you tired today? Come, let me massage your shoulders. Seeing Yang Xiuji restless and worried, she might impulsively ask her daughter about it. Guo Wei quickly found an excuse to call her back. Yang Xiuji sat on a chair in front of Guo Wei, letting him knead her shoulders repeatedly. Gradually, her frustration eased, and she calmed down. She reached out and took Guo Wei's hand. That's enough. You've had a long day too. Rest early. Guo Limei, from her small room, secretly watched her parents through the door crack. Seeing that they were just as usual, she finally relaxed. Her parents never argued. Whenever her mother got angry, her father would always smile and look at her kindly, never arguing back. He would wait until her mother cooled down. So, even though Guo Limei's marriage wasn't happy, she still believed in love, mainly because her parents, as a loving couple, set an example. The next day, many villagers gathered in the production team's yard, talking with curiosity and confusion. It was already past the usual time to go to the fields. The team leader hadn't decided what to do that day. Women gathered in small groups, chatting casually. Young men were wrestling near the haystacks, cheering each other on. Yang Xiuji sat in a corner, watching Guo Limei closely. Her eyes kept darting around, following Guo Limei's gaze. Soon, Yang Xiuji noticed something was wrong. Guo Limei kept looking at Zhao Jiachuan, and Zhao Jiachuan also kept glancing in Guo Limei's direction. As a woman nearly 50, married, and a veteran who had faced life and death, Yang Xiuji trusted her instincts. It was clear that Guo Limei's attention was on Zhao Jiachuan. Could that be true? Yang Xiuji doubted her daughter's judgment. Zhao Jiachuan's long face and big mouth and small eyes, she didn't seem impressive. The only thing that stood out was that he was somewhat tall and a little fairer than others. Is being fair-skinned a good thing for a man? Usually, good-looking men aren't very kind. Having a poor family background wasn't a problem, but Zhao's second wife was known in the village for being difficult and quarrelsome. Yang Xiuji wasn't afraid of her, but she thought it wasn't worth her daughter causing trouble. That evening, no matter how Guo Wei objected, she decided to have a serious talk with her daughter. She didn't want this marriage to happen. Today, no one is going to the fields. Young workers will go to the warehouse to get supplies, and a platform will be built in the yard. When the team leader announced this, everyone knew another criticism meeting was coming. A few families who often faced criticism looked worried. Their faces turned pale, and their legs trembled uncontrollably. Everyone was curious. Usually the platform was built at the main office, so why was it different this time? The team leader seemed to guess their doubts and explained, this time, it's a joint critique. The platform needs to be bigger and sturdier. The Central River team and the West River team will also send people over. Hurry up and get it done. Don't let the other teams arrive and find the platform isn't ready. The young men quickly left in a crowd to get the materials for building the platform. The families who were often criticized in the harvest team were soon controlled. Ding Xiang was sweating coldly on her forehead, and her chest felt like a heavy stone was pressing down on it. She could only breathe deeply to avoid feeling too suffocated. The combined struggle of the third team would last longer, with more people involved, and the insults she received would be even harsher. How could Ding Xiang not be afraid? Yang Xiuji sighed. It was the time when the young plants and seedlings were growing together. She was tired of doing nothing but these useless things all day. Can criticism sessions be considered as a way to earn a living? She was just complaining in her mind. Even someone as experienced as Yang Xiuji dared not say this aloud. Such remarks were too rebellious. They could be labeled as counter-revolutionary at any moment. The harvest team was relatively better, not delaying production. Some other teams left their land fallow and spent their days fighting. Guo Wei often told her that even though Su Fenghai had many flaws, he was still qualified to be the team leader just because of that. Son, I'm not working today. Let's go home, Mom. Yang Xiuji found Guolisin, took his hand, and prepared to leave. Today's criticism session definitely involved Ding Xiang. For a young woman who was a troublemaker and had issues with her conduct, everyone's interest in criticizing her was higher, especially when other teams also participated. Yang Xiuji was worried about Ding Xiang but felt helpless. She was eager to take Guolisin away from here, but also worried that Ding Xiang might get so upset during the criticism that Guolisin would rush to her rescue. Disrupting the normal proceedings of the criticism could lead to serious trouble. If the offense was minor, she might just be criticized or educated. But if it was serious, she could be branded as a counter-revolutionary right then and there, and from that moment, she would have a place on the stage. Yang Xiuji knew the risks well, so every time there was a criticism session, she would bring Guolisin home. "Your wife hasn't left yet," Yang Xiuji shook her head. She had repeatedly corrected Guolisin about calling Ding Xiang by her proper name. But her obedient son was stubborn about this matter. "She's not Ding Xiang. She's Shifan." Despite her repeated corrections, Yang Xiuji could only let him be. "She has something to do, and can't leave. Let's go home first." Guolisin shook his head, refusing to leave. Yang Xiuji felt helpless and could only hold his hand, drag him out of the courtyard gate, and head home. In the distance, the sound of a gong was heard, probably indicating that the other two teams had arrived. Yang Xiuji returned home, took out a copy of Romance of the Three Kingdoms from the cabinet, and handed it to Guolisin. Whenever her son picked up a book, he would dive into it completely. Even if there was thunder outside, he wouldn't notice. Yang Xiuji tidied up the inside and outside of the house, then washed 2 more pieces of clothing. She looked through the door to check on her son. Sure enough, as usual, he was sitting on a chair, focused on reading. Relieved, Yang Xiuji picked up a hoe and went to weed the small garden. At the end of a row, she hesitated and looked back into the house. Guolisin was gone. She quickly put down the hoe, ran to the toilet to check, but he wasn't there. "Guolisin, where are you? Come out," she called several times, but there was no answer. Oh no! Maybe he ran back to the yard to find Ding Xiang again. Yang Xiuji didn't even have time to close the door. She rushed out of the main gate and hurried toward the yard. From far away, she could hear shouting. When she reached the yard, she was stunned by what she saw. The entire platform was full of people, at least dozens, fighting and tearing at each other. It was impossible to tell who was who. Yang Xiuji struggled to separate the crowd and moved toward the high platform. She had a feeling that Guolisin was definitely on the platform. Over 100 people surrounded the stage so tightly that no one could get through. Finally, she reached the bottom of the stage and climbed up the ladder. She didn't care who was fighting. She directly kicked the people in front of her aside. The militia on the stage all carried guns, but there were so many people that they dared not shoot, afraid of hurting their own. After knocking down a few people, the others nearby started to stop and watch the fight. The members of the harvest team all knew Yang Xiuji was formidable and saw her know how to hide. But the other 2 teams didn't know this. They only saw a middle-aged woman with gray temples, acting crazy, kicking anyone she could catch, not knowing which side she was on. "This is getting interesting," someone shouted first. "What are you all looking at? Get in there. If a woman beats us all, none of us can show our faces again." As soon as the words were out, 4 or 5 young men rushed forward and surrounded Yang Xiuji. She was anxious and eager to rush to the center of the stage. She had a feeling her son was right there. Life and death were uncertain. During public criticism, even deaths have occurred before. Yang Xiuji was nearly 50 years old, and her strength was no longer what it used to be. She was also worried about her son, which distracted her, and soon she started to lose the fight. Do you know what crime it is to disturb the meeting? If you don't know, I'll tell you. Someone deliberately tried to disturb her mind. Yang Xiuji was caught off guard when the butt of a gun hit her hard on the back, making her throat feel bitter and sweet. She forced herself to swallow and tried to suppress the unpleasant taste. Once those people succeeded, they quickly found ways to control Yang Xiuji. They kept their distance, surrounding her, hitting her with the gun butt. Yang Xiuji dodged left and right, struggling to cope. Suddenly, the person farthest from her fell to the ground with a thud. Blood from his forehead instantly stained his face red. Everyone around gasped in surprise. Behind the fallen man stood Guowei, with bloodshot eyes. He held a thick, twisted stick in his hand. While everyone was stunned, Guowei struck down another short man with the stick. The nearby people all stepped back at least a meter. They realized that although the woman was fierce, she had no intention of killing anyone. The man behind her was different. He would never hit someone's head, only their backside. He didn't care if he lived or died. He just wanted to make sure you were dead. Everyone was afraid of him, and he was afraid of no one. Seeing the crowd retreat, Guowei tore open his shirt, revealing scars crisscrossing his chest. He loudly declared, "Listen up. I won't fight anyone, but if anyone tries to hurt my wife or children, I'll fight to the death with them. I should have died long ago. Living this long is a bonus. Believe me or not, just stay away." The noise instantly stopped, and Guowei's words exploded like thunder among the crowd. For nearly 20 years, Guowei had been an ordinary man, always smiling and friendly. Even if someone provoked him a few words, he never cared. Especially in the past 2 years, with white hair and a kind face, he looked like a friendly neighbor's grandfather. Over time, even the elders of the harvest team almost forgot what Guowei used to do. Some people truly are fearless. Guowei's fierce appearance had already silenced these young men. Afterward, some rebels said that shouting slogans and criticizing a few people made them feel like soldiers. In reality, they are nothing compared to real soldiers. Just as soon as Guowei finished shouting, the crowd quickly moved to the edge of the platform, staying out of Guowei's reach. As Yang Xiuji expected, Guolisin sat in the middle of the stage, covered in blood, biting his lip, looking very scared. He was holding tightly to Dingxiang, who was also trembling with fear. When Guolisin saw Yang Xiuji, his helpless eyes showed a sudden look of happiness. "Mom." Tears filled his eyes instantly. "Son, are you okay?" Yang Xiuji rushed forward in a few steps, kneeling down to check Guolisin's injuries. The wooden board creaked loudly, and then the stage beneath them started to shake. Yang Xiuji quickly tore off Dingxiang's broken shoe, pulled her and Guolisin up, and they had only taken a few steps when the platform suddenly collapsed with a loud crash. Several people fell from the stage, and a thick round log, about the size of a bowl, hit Guolisin's lower leg. There were screams all around. Those at the edge also fell down. The stage wasn't very high, only about 1.5 meters. Most of the people on it were young and quick, so although they fell, few were injured. As for the Black 5 categories being criticized, even if they got hurt, they wouldn't dare to complain. After receiving the news, Su Fenghai hurried over. He sent someone to get the horse-drawn carriage and announced that the criticism meeting was successfully over. Complete nonsense. That's just shameless. Su Fenghai pretended not to hear. Without Guowei's family causing trouble, he really didn't know how to end this. One person not dying was already the best outcome. Su Fenghai knew he would definitely be criticized by his superiors this time. But that was a matter for later. Right now, he had to clean up the mess. The carriage arrived quickly. Everyone carried Guolisin onto the carriage. They also helped the 2 people who had been knocked down by Guowei. Guolisin looked pale, with sweat on his forehead and nose, and his face was full of pain. But he refused to let go of Dingxiang's hand. Dingxiang surprisingly didn't dodge this time. She let him hold her, her eyes fixed on Guolisin's bloodied face. Yang Xiuji really wanted to scold her. "If you can't speak properly, don't talk. You're just a jinx," but seeing her worried face, she forced herself to hold back her angry words. The harvest team is 8 miles from the county town by the shortcut, but 12 miles if you take the longer way. Take the nearby road. Yang Xiuji was worried about her son. Of course, the sooner the better. However, Guowei disagreed. When someone is anxious, it's better to be careful. The nearby road is rough, and it had just rained a few days ago. If the vehicle slips, it won't be faster and might even be slower. Plus, all 3 people on the vehicle are injured and the bumpy road isn't suitable. Usually, Yang Xiuji makes the decisions, but in serious situations, Guo Wei is the one in charge. Don't be afraid, it's okay, you all are fine, but these two are badly hurt. Take the nearby road. The 2 injured people are from the Sichuan Brigade, and there are 4 escorts, making 6 people in total. Guo Wei disagreed with the suggestion to take the short route. He comforted his wife, while checking Guo Lisin's injuries. Based on his experience, it's probably not a fatal wound. As for the other 2, he caused their injuries himself. He knows how serious they are. Death isn't likely, but they'll need to stay in bed for at least 10 days or half a month. My son is hurt this badly. Don't I want to get there sooner? Guo Wei explained why they chose the longer route. His voice was calm, and his face looked kind. Some people even wondered if the fierce-looking person on the stage earlier and the gentle man in front of them were the same person. Yang Xiuji held her son as the cart jolted, causing her body to sway involuntarily. She felt a warm sensation in her chest. That gunshot, although it didn't hit a vital spot, probably caused her some internal injury. Nothing too serious. But she didn't mind this injury much. As long as her son was safe. What was a little hurt? When Guo Wei said everything was fine, Yang Xiuji immediately felt reassured, her whole body relaxing. Then she remembered something. Where was Guo Limei? Her brother caused such a big commotion. If Guo Limei had been there, she wouldn't have just stood by. Guo Lisin was surrounded and beaten by many people, so Guo Limei couldn't have been indifferent. This situation could only mean one thing. Guo Limei was not there. She must have sneaked out of the meeting secretly to meet Zhao Jiachun. Yang Xiuji felt both happy and sad. She was glad that her daughter was not present and was not hurt. If Guo Limei had been there, she would have risked everything to protect her brother. She wouldn't fall down and Guo Lisin wouldn't have been injured. Although she usually acts carefree and seems to not worry about anything, when trouble comes, she is strong and brave. Yang Xiuji regrets missing a good chance to test Zhao Jiachun. If Zhao Jiachun protected Ding Xiang like he protects his son, even if he is not handsome, Yang Xiuji would personally see her daughter married to him. If he just watched without helping, ignoring Guo Limei's life or death, and didn't care what happened to them, she would tell him to get lost happily. Unfortunately, such situations can't be created artificially, which is really regrettable. 12 miles away, the carriage arrived in just over half an hour. When passing the post office, Guo Wei looked at the other 4 people. He guessed that, normally, they wouldn't pose much danger to Yang Xiuji and her group. After all, there are no personal grudges or class enemies involved. It's just Guo Lisin protecting Ding Xiang, which caused some trouble at the criticism meeting. And he was the one who hurt people, so it wouldn't be blamed on Yang Xiuji or Guo Lisin. Everyone knew this matter wasn't over. Higher authorities would handle it. During a fight, people act impulsively. But once they calm down, they weigh the pros and cons. No one would deliberately take risks for themselves. Guo Wei decided that even if he got off the carriage now, Yang Xiuji and her group would be fine. What worried him was that he needed to act first. Otherwise, the consequences might be hard to bear. He needed to make arrangements early. Guo Wei didn't ask the driver to stop the carriage or call Yang Xiuji. Instead, he jumped down and headed toward the post office. Although Yang Xiuji didn't understand Guo Wei's intentions, she believed that he must have a good reason for doing this. Watching Guo Wei dragging one leg, the 6 people on the carriage all stared wide-eyed. This man was not only gray-haired but also a cripple. So many young and strong people had been easily subdued by him. It was a bit embarrassing to say. But thinking of his many wounds, they also felt that this person was definitely extraordinary. One of them wanted to speak but didn't know how to address Yang Xiuji, so he simply asked, "How did he get all those injuries?" Yang Xiuji looked up at him with no expression on her face, and her voice was calm and steady. But what she said once again surprised a few people. The Japanese soldiers and the Nationalist Party are fighting. A few people fell silent, then slowly lifted their heads. Losing to someone like that doesn't seem shameful, right? When they arrived at the hospital, the 4 people not only carried the 2 injured men who had been hurt by Guo Wei inside, but also voluntarily carried Guo Lisin in. Only now did everyone realize that this seemingly normal young man actually had a problem with his mind. Guo Lisin held onto Ding Xiang with one hand and Yang Xiuji with the other, refusing to go with the doctor for a checkup no matter what. Yang Xiuji tried her best to comfort him, and only then did Guo Lisin finally listen and go inside. Not long after Guo Lisin went in, Guo Wei hurried back. Guo Wei sat beside Yang Xiuji and whispered to Ding Xiang across her, "Ding Xiang, if we are taken away later, please help take care of Lisin, okay? It won't be long. I think his sister will arrive soon." Ding Xiang looked at Guo Wei and his wife with tears in her eyes, then glanced at the door of the medical room. "Where are you going?" Guo Wei looked at Yang Xiuji and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear, "I've spoken with Lao Gao on the phone. I think he will send someone to pick us up soon. Today's events caused quite a stir. If we don't contact old comrades in advance, we'll be in a tough spot when the time comes. If this had only involved the Harvest Brigade, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. Even if something went wrong, Su Fenghai would have managed to handle it. But now, people from the Sichuan Brigade have been hurt by Guo Wei. The Sichuan Brigade won't just let this go. If it's not handled well, the matter could be reported up the chain, and Guo Wei might even be falsely accused of a serious crime. Once the accusation is confirmed, it will be very hard to clear his name." Guo Wei had already spoken with County Party Secretary Gao Jianmin in advance. Soon, they would be detained under the pretext of an investigation. On paper, they are being detained. In reality, they are being protected. Once the fuss dies down, they will find a reason to release them. Old Gao is known for acting quickly. Guo Wei was worried that the couple wouldn't have time to take care of their son. Now only Ding Xiang is here, so he could only ask her to help temporarily. But he couldn't explain everything clearly to Ding Xiang. "Ding Xiang, don't worry. It won't be long before Guo Limei arrives, and then you can go back." Ding Xiang lowered her head, tears falling heavily. She kept shaking her head.
Yang Xiuji felt angry.
Wasn't Guo Limei's current situation caused by her? Now she asked her to help take care of things for a while, and she didn't want to. Heartless girl. Guo Wei saw that Yang Xiuji was angry, so he quickly grabbed her sleeve to remind her not to act impulsively. "Ding Xiang, do you not want to help him?" Ding Xiang couldn't hold back her tears and cried out, "Can you not send me away? Didn't we agree last night? I know I caused him trouble. Do you not want me anymore?" Guo Wei and Yang Xiuji looked at each other in surprise. Was this girl not thinking clearly? She kept saying things that made no sense. Yang Xiuji was puzzled and asked, "What did you say last night? Who saw you last night?" Ding Xiang's face was still streaked with tears. She looked at Yang Xiuji with confusion. From her expression, she seemed to really not know. Could Guo Limei have acted on her own? If so, does that count? Ding Xiang decided to be brave. From childhood to now, no matter how many times she was bullied or how much she suffered, no one ever stood up for her. But Guo Limei was risking everything to protect her. So many punches and kicks landed on him, yet he stood firm. Honestly, until Guo Limei rushed to the platform, Ding Xiang didn't want to marry him. But after the platform collapsed, her belief in him grew stronger. Whether Guo Limei was crazy or foolish, she accepted it. The trouble was her fault. Guo Limei was still inside being examined, and her parents had already started to chase people away. Did they really not know, or were they pretending not to? Last night, Sister Limei came to my house and told my parents directly that I should marry Guo Limei. My parents agreed, and everything was settled. You can't change your minds now. It was you who brought it up first. You can't back out. Yang Xiuji looked at Guo Wei. Guo Wei looked at Yang Xiuji. Both of them were stunned. That girl Limei was too bold. Such an important matter, and she dared to decide on her own. Who is Guo Wei? Who is Yang Xiuji? Before the couple could recover from their shock, the door to the corridor was pushed open. 2 police officers entered. As she walked, she called out the names Guo Wei and Yang Xiuji. Ding Xiang was very scared and looked at Yang Xiuji with a frightened face. Yang Xiuji gently patted her hand and whispered into her ear, "We're safe.
Don't worry.
Take good care of Guo Lisin, and tell Guo Limei not to do anything. Just wait peacefully for us to come back." Guo Wei reached out and held Yang Xiuji's hand, their fingers intertwined. Ding Xiang saw calmness and confidence in Yang Xiuji's eyes. All her worries and panic when Guo Wei was not around, disappeared. In front of this man who had one leg missing, Yang Xiuji was just a woman hiding behind her husband, needing protection. Ding Xiang saw Yang Xiuji nod at her, then she and Guo Wei were taken away together. She turned her head and looked at the door of the medical room. Guo Lisin hadn't come out yet. How is he? Bless us, Ding Xiang whispered, closing her eyes and praying hard. She hoped the Guo family would all stay safe. Thinking back on today's events, Ding Xiang still felt scared. During the public criticism meeting, everything was the same as usual. She was wearing a torn shoe around her neck and a big sign on her chest. She stood on the high platform with her parents, brother, and more than 20 others she knew or didn't know, all bent at 90 degrees. There was a loud, noisy crowd around her. Ding Xiang knew the crowd was full of people, but she could only see her own toes and the string of torn shoes swinging in front of her chest. When her back hurt and her legs felt numb, a man in his 30s pulled her aside by the arm. Look at this, the landlord's little brat, torn shoes. Should we overthrow her? She has a fox face. Is she trying to trick men? Do you want to know who she's tricking? Should we also bring out that man? Su Fenghai, who was hiding in the crowd and watching, saw this and knew his guess was right. They didn't overthrow her, but some people still weren't satisfied. He suspected that the reason they held the meeting was to wait for him. Su Fenghai had thought about it beforehand. Not letting Ding Xiang go on stage, but worried about being caught, so he just followed the usual list of people. He decided to wait and see what would happen. So when the meeting started, he lowered his hat and, with his second brother Su Fengjiang, hid in a corner, secretly watching. As expected, it was just as he thought. It was clear that this incident was aimed at Su Hongliang. The goal was to bring him down. Get down. Who is the troublemaker? The man kicked Ding Xiang's leg, causing her to weaken and fall to her knees with a thud. Her badge bounced up and hit her chin, sending a sharp, burning pain through her. Ding Xiang felt hopeless inside. She had a premonition that today would be very difficult to get through. But she had to hold on and grit her teeth. She knew there was a reason to bring up old issues again. If she said Su Hongliang's name, not only would things not calm down, but the storm would become even worse. Su Fenghai watched Ding Xiang with worry, afraid she couldn't handle it and might say something reckless. If she revealed the truth, no matter how much he planned, it would be useless. Since they couldn't stop it now, they decided to stir the waters and make the chaos worse. The more disorder, the more attention would shift elsewhere. Su Fenghai whispered a few words to his younger brother nearby. Su Fenghai quickly disappeared into the crowd.
Wow, damn it.
The Sichuan team is meddling in our affairs now. Who do you think you are? Get your people out of here. Potato moving house, roll away. Yeah, roll away. The crowd below started cheering, their voices growing louder, drowning out the men on stage. A middle-aged man stood straight and shouted loudly. What's your attitude? The joint fight was approved by the commune. Are you openly disobeying higher authorities' orders? Stop intimidating us with orders from above. Fellow comrades, should we kick them out? Yes, kick them out. Kick them out. A dozen strong young men climbed onto the stage using a ladder. The people on stage didn't back down. Soon the two groups tangled together. Those being criticized retreated to the edge of the stage, leaving the middle open. Ding Xiang also wanted to escape the chaos but was surrounded and couldn't get through. Someone kept reaching out and touching her. No matter where she tried to hide, someone pushed her back. Ding Xiang was terrified, tears streaming down her face. At her most desperate and helpless moment, Guo Lisin pushed through the crowd and rushed in. He stood beside her, desperately pushing away anyone trying to get close to her. Even though the gunstock hit his head and blood blurred his vision, he tightly protected her beneath him. Ding Xiang clearly heard the continuous sound of fists and feet hitting Guo Lisin. Seeing the madman Guo Lisin rush onto the stage, Su Fenghai's face showed a smile. Now he knew how to handle the situation. Su Fenghai pulled a nearby child and told him to go quickly to the warehouse to inform Guo Wei that his son was about to be beaten to death. Then Su Fenghai quietly slipped away from the crowd and returned to the team office. No matter what problems might arise later, he could pretend not to know. Of course, when everything was over, his brother would definitely send someone to inform him. But Su Fenghai didn't expect that after he left, the first person to rush onto the stage would be Yang Xiuji. No matter who it was, as long as the situation didn't get out of control, everything was arranged in the best way. Ding Xiang didn't know about these things. She only knew that when she needed protection most, the person blocking fists and kicks for her was the madman. Her father and brothers were all standing a few meters away. And Su Hongliang, whom she wanted to entrust her whole life to, she didn't even know where he was.
Clack, clack.
Tears unknowingly fell on her hands. She covered her face with her hands and started to cry, sniffling. Guo Lisan's parents had been taken away. If something happened to him, what would she do? Just as Ding Xiang was crying sadly, the door of the hospital corridor suddenly swung open with a bang. Lisan, Guo Limei was about to call out again when she saw Ding Xiang sitting on a chair, crying. She hurriedly stepped in front of her. Ding Xiang, how is Lisan? Seeing Ding Xiang crying so hard, Guo Limei's voice trembled as she asked. I don't know, I just went in a little while ago. Fearing that Guo Limei would worry, Ding Xiang didn't say how long it had been. Actually, Guo Lisan hadn't been inside for long. But because Ding Xiang was anxious and worried, it felt like a very long time. Ding Xiang said she didn't know, and Guo Limei's heart was once again filled with worry. If her brother was hurt, she wouldn't have the face to see her parents. Not long after the meeting started, she and Zhao Jiachuan secretly slipped away to talk by the river. If Zhao Jiahui hadn't gone to the river to inform her, she wouldn't have known such a big incident happened at the venue. When she arrived at the courtyard, the crowd had already dispersed, leaving only a dozen people dismantling the stage. Guo Limei only learned from those people that her parents and brother had gone to the county town. She ran along the small path quickly and arrived at the hospital, where she only saw Ding Xiang sitting alone on a bench, crying. Where are my parents? Guo Limei asked anxiously. Her brother was still unknown, and her parents wouldn't leave him here alone, right? Ding Xiang looked around and saw no one paying attention here. She pulled Guo Limei to sit down and softly repeated what Yang Xiuji had told her. She especially emphasized that Guo Limei should do nothing. Guo Limei understood that her mother's words must have a reason. If her parents couldn't handle it, then she wouldn't be able to either. Acting recklessly would only ruin her parents' plans. The door to the emergency room was pushed open, and Guo Lisan was pushed out. The doctor explained the condition of the three people. Guo Lisan was in the lightest condition. Although his skin was bruised and swollen, it was just superficial injuries. The serious part was a head injury that required 7 or 8 stitches. He also had a mild concussion. His leg was hit by a round piece of wood, causing a slight bone crack. The other two were in much worse shape. One had a bleeding head wound nearly 10 centimeters long and a broken collarbone. The other had 3 broken ribs. Fortunately, none of them were in life danger, but they would need to stay in bed for at least 10 days or half a month. Injuries to muscles and bones take about 100 days to recover, and it might take half a year before they can work again. What kind of situation is this? You tell me. Disrupting the meeting, injuring militia members, ignoring higher orders. Isn't this counter-revolutionary behavior? Pei Jiqiang, former secretary of the Xingda Brigade, slammed the table in the commune office, questioning Su Fenghai. Su Fenghai looked innocent and turned to the commune secretary Lu Li. Old Pei, your words are too serious. How can you just accuse comrades without proof? Guo Wei clearly stated his position on stage. He's not against anything, just can't stand to see his wife and children hurt. That's not wrong. Su Fenghai deliberately didn't call Pei Jiqiang by his full name, just his rank. He said this to seem more familiar, but to Pei Jiqiang, it sounded a bit dismissive. Words can be twisted, principles can be overturned. If your wife and children were pushed down and beaten, could you just stand there and watch? This is a hard question to answer. If you say you could just watch, then you're not a real man. If you say you couldn't, then Guo Wei is right. Su Fenghai took advantage of Pei Jiqiang hesitating and pressed on. Can you really stand by if your wife and children are hurt? Especially if one of them is a crazy kid. Su Fenghai's meaning was clearer. A crazy person. What do they even understand? Pei Jiqiang's eyes moved a few times. He avoided talking about the crazy kid and turned back to Yang Xiuji. The couple causing trouble at the meeting shows they don't respect the workers' assembly. If it was ordinary people, maybe, but after so many years of party and people's education, don't they have some awareness? I think they did it on purpose. Pei Jiqiang decided to focus on the crazy kid. Isn't Su Fenghai always saying that Guolisan is crazy? Since everyone knows Guolisan is crazy, how did he get on stage? Who told him to go? If no one told him, how did he just go up there for no reason and defend that troublemaker? Luli sat quietly in his chair, never speaking. He kept tapping his middle finger on the table with a mysterious smile on his face. Meanwhile, the two village leaders argued fiercely. The story about Guolisan always calling Dingxiang his wife was well known in Fengshou village. Su Fenghai knew about it too. It was all caused by his own reckless son. He clenched his teeth and decided to go along with it. Who's going to ask questions now? He planned to go home and tell Ding Yueshan a few words. Even if he asked later, he wouldn't be caught lying. Everyone knows that crazy kid likes Dingxiang. The whole village knows. I heard Ding Lao is okay with it. Dingxiang is the crazy kid's wife. Who wouldn't protect their own wife? Everyone knows this, and it's even more obvious with people. As soon as Su Fenghai finished speaking, Pei Jiqiang got angrier. Secretary Liu, listen to what he's saying. Is that even human language? Who does he mean is a beast? He's talking about beating people and justifying it. Su Fenghai hurriedly stood up to explain. I didn't say hitting people was right. Those two were beaten in Fengshou village. We paid for the medical bills, and we also paid for the lost work. Killing someone is just a matter of a head injury. What do you want me to do? It just keeps going on and on. Pei Jiqiang wouldn't let him speak. Why does it never end? So, if that's the case, we will also cover the medical expenses and lost wages for your team members who are injured. Su Fenghai didn't back down. Secretary Liu, isn't he just causing trouble? Can it be the same? We didn't mean to cause harm. If he acts like that, isn't he just being deliberately difficult? Luli pounded the table firmly. Both men wisely kept quiet. Luli looked at Su Fenghai, then turned to Pei Jiqiang. This matter isn't hard to handle, but what about that Ding? The words from a local official shouldn't include crude terms. Su Fenghai quickly answered, her name is Dingxiang. If Dingxiang is old Gua's daughter-in-law, then it makes sense. As old Su said, even a crazy person would protect their family. Old Gua only has one son, and it's understandable that he would protect him fiercely. The injured person from Sichuan team will have their medical expenses covered by the harvest team. As for the lost wages, you two can work it out yourselves. Old Gua and his wife have contributed to the liberation cause, so they shouldn't be so unthinking. Their only son is in danger, so it's understandable that the parents might act a bit overly. Secretary Pei, do you think this solution works? Luli's words clearly favored Su Fenghai. Pei Jiqiang felt uneasy, but didn't dare to say it directly. I'm just worried what he said might be false. Luli looked back and forth between the two. What exactly are you referring to? Pei Jiqiang wanted to stir trouble at the meeting, so he must know the facts. Claiming Dingxiang is the crazy person's wife was just nonsense. That was just an excuse Su Fenghai made up on the spot. I don't believe that woman is the crazy person's wife. She's so flirtatious. If she wanted to marry Secretary Su's son, I might believe it. But marrying that crazy man? I don't buy it. Pei Jiqiang deliberately revealed Su Fenghai's secrets and emphasized that Dingxiang wanted to marry Su Hongliang, not just seduce him. Wanting to marry and seducing are two very different things. To prevent a fight between them, Luli paused thoughtfully, looked at Su Fenghai, and his expression made Su Fenghai understand immediately. If you're going to lie, then clean up your own mess. Su Fenghai suddenly felt nervous but quickly calmed down. At this moment, he couldn't show weakness or interpret Pei Jiqiang's words. The best approach was to pretend to be clueless. Pei-san, what do you suggest we do? Pei Jiqiang looked at Luli. I'll follow Secretary Liu's lead. This old fox has kicked the ball back again. If you don't believe it, go to the harvest team to check for yourself, accompanied by Secretary Xiao Chen. To be fair, let Xiao Chen go with you. If Secretary Su's words are true, we will handle it as we discussed earlier. If not, Lioli shot a sharp look at Xu Fenghai. You will bear all the consequences yourself. All right, I will take full responsibility. At this point, Su Fenghai could only tough it out and act according to the situation when it happens. Can a living person really be forced to hold their urine to death? So, Xiao Chun, Pei Jiqiang, Su Fenghai, and 2 militia members from the former Xingda team went together to the harvest team. Seeing the 2 militia members beside Pei Jiqiang, Su Fenghai regretted not bringing 2 people himself. Maybe he could have sent someone back early to report the situation, as they are now in a bit of a passive position. He hoped Ding Yueshan would understand the signals, or this matter would become even more difficult. No matter what, the old couple Gua must be protected. If they are labeled as counter-revolutionaries, it would disappoint many people. The more he worried, the shorter the road felt. In just over 10 miles, they arrived. Su Fenghai led a few people straight to Ding Yueshan's house. Even if someone was with him now, it wouldn't help. Seeing a few people enter the yard, Ding Yueshan's heart skipped a beat. It had been a few hours since they returned, but he still felt anxious. Ding Xiang hasn't come back yet. Guo Lisin also doesn't know what happened. If something serious happened to her, would the Guo family forgive Ding Xiang? Would he himself be implicated? And the 2 people beaten by Guo Wei, would they also blame her? Ding Yueshan lowered his head, bowed respectfully, and followed the 5 people into the house. Ding Zhongshi and Ding Qingjue couldn't help but stand up. The 3 of them stood in a row, waiting for questions. Ding Yueshan, I am asking you questions. You must answer honestly. You know the consequences of lying. To be fair, Xiao Chun, the secretary, was the one asking questions. Su Fenghai stared at Ding Yueshan with wide eyes, but it was useless. He didn't dare to look up. Is it true that your daughter Ding Xiang's marriage with Guo Lisin is real? But then I thought, if Ding Xiang becomes Guo Lisin's wife, regardless of whether Guo Lisin lives or dies, it's his family's matter. Does that mean it has nothing to do with the Ding family? Thinking this way, I have to admit that although the parents of the families haven't met yet, Guo Limei said it herself. Guo Wei can't deny it anymore. Yes, Ding Xiang and Guo Lisin are really getting married. Su Fenghai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Old landlord Ding is quite perceptive. He responded quickly and confidently, without hesitation. Pei Jiqiang was unhappy. You say the marriage is real. When was the engagement? Who introduced them? Damn. Su Fenghai cursed silently. If he can't expose him, it seems Pei Jiqiang won't give up easily. Most importantly, it depends on how Ding Yueshan answers. No one introduced us. We decided last night. Pei Jiqiang couldn't help but smile, but inside, he admired Su Fenghai greatly. He wondered how Su Fenghai managed to pass accurate information to this old landlord right under his nose. Could he have planned this step long ago? That seemed impossible. Secretary Xiao Chen, do you think this old landlord is honest? Pei Jiqiang made his meaning clear. If the old landlord isn't honest, then what he says is made up. Secretary Xiao Chen frowned. Ding Yueshan's words indeed didn't sound convincing. You know what happens if you lie? Xiao Chen had to emphasize again. Ding Yueshan swore. I really didn't lie. If you don't believe me, ask Zhao Jiachuan. Not only did Xiao Chen and Pei Jiqiang look at each other in surprise, even Su Fenghai was confused. What does this have to do with Zhao Jiachuan? After asking, Su Fenghai regretted it. He showed his ignorance. Doesn't that prove he doesn't know? Don't leave anything half-said. Say everything at once. Ask once, answer once. If you're not tired of trouble, others are too. Pei Jiqiang looked impatient. If Xiao Chen weren't here, he really wanted to go up and kick Ding Yueshan. This old man is too good at making things up. Our families exchanged spouses. We didn't find a matchmaker. Ding Xiang was exchanged for Guo Lisin, Guo Limei was exchanged for Zhao Jiachuan, and Zhao Jiahui was exchanged for our Ding Qingjue. Xiao Chen, young and inexperienced about arranged marriages, was clearly interested after hearing Ding Yueshan's words. Can marriages be exchanged like this? Su Fenghai quickly explained, this isn't really called exchanging marriages, it's more like transferring family ties. There are only 3 families involved now, but it could be 4 or 5 later. No matter how many families are involved, are Ding Xiang and Guo Lisan's marriage really true? I haven't misunderstood, have I? Pei Jiqiang thought for a moment, but still felt there was something wrong. He only heard Ding Yueshan mention it, and besides Ding Qingjue, he hadn't seen anyone else involved. I think we should check this out ourselves. We can't just believe what the old landlord says. We need to ask all the people involved to be responsible. Is Ding Qingjue not here? If you want to ask him, go ahead. As for others, I think we should leave it. Ding Xiang and Guo Limei are at the county hospital. We can talk later. Do you think it's okay to waste Secretary Chen's time like this? Unexpectedly, before Pei Jiqiang could speak, Xiao Chen jumped in, saying, I have no problem. When the leader gives an order, I must do my best to handle it. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Su Fenghai saw no reason to oppose. All right then, let's go. I also want to see those 2 injured militia members. This time, Su Fenghai was clever and spoke kindly first, hoping to stop Pei Jiqiang from arguing. Tell me, Ding Qingjue, what's going on? Ding Qingjue looked at Ding Yueshan and had to force himself to say, my father said that Zhao Jiehui was indeed exchanged to me. He didn't want to say it at first, but his father admitted it in front of the commune and brigade leaders. If he dared to object now, his father wouldn't forgive him. Moreover, today's issue with Guo Lisan caused a big fuss, and his parents got involved. Now, the commune is investigating. Guo Lisan might not even be dead. If he is alive, Ding Xiang's actions might mean Guo's family won't get the bride price. Without the bride price, he wouldn't have the right to pick and choose. It seems that in this life, the old matchmaker has tied the red string around their legs, and they can't shake it off. Then we should go ask Zhao's family again. Xiao Chen looked at Pei Jiqiang. Su Fenghai opened the door first, letting Xiao Chen go ahead, and he followed closely behind. Pei Jiqiang and 2 militia members kept about a meter behind Su Fenghai. The Ding family and Zhao family were nearby. When they entered Zhao's house, Zhao Lauer's wife, Wei Qiaoyun, was holding her child and catching dragonflies on the fence post in the yard, playing with the child. Although only one of the 5 people knew each other, Wei Qiaoyun also knew that none of them were ordinary villagers. Lian Su Fenghai was following behind the young man. What could they possibly want at their own home? The biggest event at the harvest team today was the fight during the meeting. Could Zhao Jiaqiu have been involved? Secretary Su, are you looking for someone? Wei Qiaoyun, feeling brave, asked to confirm. Zhao Jiaqiu was shy and probably wouldn't have anything to do with this. Are Zhao Jiaqiu and Zhao Jiehui at home? Wei Qiaoyun quickly nodded, but she started to feel confused. Why would Zhao Jiehui be involved here? Su Fenghai knew Zhao Jiaqiu and Zhao Jiehui were at home, so he ignored Wei Qiaoyun and led 4 others into the house. Wei Qiaoyun hurriedly held her child and crouched by the window to listen secretly. The window wasn't soundproof, so she could hear everything clearly. I heard that your 2 children recently changed their spouses. That was Su Fenghai's voice. Old Zhao looked at Zhao Jiaqiu and Zhao Jiehui, confused about why Su Fenghai was asking this. He didn't dare speak at first. Wei Qiaoyun was shocked under the window. Hadn't the matter of changing spouses already been settled? Recently, Zhao Jiaqiu had been spending more time with Guo Limei, especially liking her. Since marriage is a big deal, there was no need to hide it. Yes, that's true. How did Secretary Su find out? Her answer was straightforward, suggesting it might really be true. Pei Jiqiang looked at Su Fenghai with displeasure. Su Fenghai wisely stepped back and handed the questioning over to Xiao Chen. Who did you change with and how? Just tell me about yourself. With experience from the Ding family, Xiao Chen quickly got to the point. Zhao Jiaqiu didn't hide anything. Guo Limei was exchanged for me. This matched what Ding Yueshan had said. Xiao Chen glanced at Pei Jiqiang and then turned to Zhao Jiehui. Zhao Jiehui looked a bit shy. Since they entered the house, she had kept her head down and kept twisting her clothes. I exchanged for Ding Qingjue. Her voice was soft but clear enough for everyone to hear. Wei Qiaoyun didn't catch exactly who Zhao Jiehui exchanged with, but she clearly heard who Zhao Jiaqiu was exchanged for. Why would they exchange Guo Limei back? Is she crazy about her wife? Wei Qiaoyun wanted to listen a bit more, but unexpectedly, the door to the outer room opened and several people came out. Not only Wei Qiaoyan but even old Zhao and Zhao Jiachuan and Zhao Jiehui didn't understand what was happening. After the people left, old Zhao's heart sank. Everyone in the village knew about today's events. After Guo Wei left, many people started talking. They said Guo Wei disrupted the meeting and even hurt 2 militia members. If things got worse, it could be considered a counter-revolution. If it's labeled a counter-revolution, everything would be over. The Ding family are landlords. If they become relatives, they will be involved for life. Will the 2 children have any happiness in their future? When a few people left the main gate, old Zhao hurriedly grabbed Zhao Jiachuan. Old Zhao, what does this mean? Do you understand now? No matter who they exchange marriage with, it's a private matter. What does it have to do with the team? Why did Su Fenghai come personally to ask these questions? Old Zhao, do you think we should reconsider this? I feel like something might happen to the Guo family. No wonder old Zhao was scared. Being labeled a counter-revolution is worse than being a landlord. During the struggle sessions, it was even harsher than against landlords. Maybe we should just forget about it? At that time, his daughter and son discussed it with him, and he agreed. But no one expected that in just 2 days, things would turn out like this. Zhao Jiachuan sighed quietly. Originally, Zhao Jiehui went to the river to inform Guo Limei, and Zhao Jiachuan asked to go with her to the county. But Guo Limei refused. No one knew exactly how the Guo family was doing now. It's better to wait until the situation is clearer before making a decision.
There's no need to panic.
Father, let's not rush to decide. The marriage is just a verbal agreement. We'll see how things develop and decide later. Old Zhao nodded. If something serious happens, he still listens to his son. Wei Qiaoyan carried the child into the house, then kicked over a small stool by the door. The loud noise startled the child in her arms. His red lips pouted, looking pitiful, wanting to cry but not daring to. Wei Qiaoyan quickly reached out, stroked her son's head, and kept repeating, "Touch the fur, no scare. Touch the ear, just a little scare." Old Zhao and the others knew that after Wei Qiaoyan comforted the child, she was about to cause trouble. The child fell asleep peacefully, comforted by his mother. Wei Qiaoyan paced around the room, softly humming to soothe the child. On her usually stern face, a faint smile appeared. Old Zhao secretly let out a sigh of relief. The crisis involving the family's younger members had temporarily passed. Wei Qiaoyan gently laid the sleeping child back in the inner room. Once the child was asleep, the entire Zhao family suddenly became quiet. Soon after, Zhao Jiachuan came back from outside, singing and chatting. He opened his door and saw Wei Qiaoyan lying on her side, holding the child as he slept. Zhao Jiachuan didn't dare go in. He carefully closed the door and stepped back. He then went to his father's and older brother's rooms. Zhao Jiachuan noticed something strange. The atmosphere inside was tense, and all 3 looked worried. What had happened? The first thought that came to Zhao Jiachuan was that Wei Qiaoyan was causing trouble again. If his father saw him now, he probably wouldn't look kindly on him. So, Zhao Jiachuan stepped outside again. He picked up the small stool Wei Qiaoyan had kicked over and sat by the stove entrance, dozing off. 2 hours later, the child woke up. Wei Qiaoyan carried her son out of the small room and immediately saw Zhao Jiachuan sleeping on the small stool. His head was leaning against the wall, drooling at the corner of his mouth. Wei Qiaoyan was very angry. "Get up. Don't you know if you're really your father's son? No place to sleep at home? Is sleeping here comfortable?" Old Zhao's head furrowed his brows tightly. Wei Qiaoyan's words sounded very harsh. If he wasn't his father's real son, it would be like indirectly insulting his late grandmother. Zhao Jiachuan was kicked awake and hadn't fully shaken off his sleep. "What are you doing?" "Just taking a nap, so what?" Wei Qiaoyan snorted coldly, her face tightening. "You don't seem to be from the Zhao family. Why hide things from me? Are you afraid of something?
Tell me."
Zhao Jiachuan stood up from the small stool, rubbed his eyes, and mumbled unclearly. "Why are you angry? Did I do something wrong?" Wei Qiaoyan sneered coldly, her face even longer.
"You're not even from the Zhao family."
"The family keeps things from you. Are they afraid of you? Tell me." Everyone in the village knows the truth, but you don't, and you still think we're all family. Old Zhao couldn't hold back anymore and came out of the house. Wait, Xiaoyan, why are you arguing over such useless things? Who Zhao to marries, or who the girl marries, has nothing to do with the second son. Some words old Zhao kept inside his heart but didn't dare to say. When Wei Xiaoyan married in, the Zhao family paid a bride price of 200 yuan, using all their savings. Now, they still owe 50 or 60 yuan because of the famine. If they weren't short of money, old Zhao wouldn't have agreed to Zhao Chuan marrying Guilime. He said it was just a matter of a family door, but how much gambling was involved inside? If Guilime truly couldn't have children, Zhao Chuan would have regrets for his whole life. Why did they exchange marriages? Mainly to save money. Every family's son gets married, and they have to face hardships. But Wei Xiaoyan had conditions. After marriage, they wouldn't have to face hardships. Zhao Chuan and his younger brother are only 2 years apart. Worried that neither could marry, old Zhao took on the burden himself, worried about losing the family line, and took the hardships onto himself. During long winter nights, he would weave baskets and secretly sell them for a little money. Zhao Jiehui raised 2 old hens, and she wouldn't even eat the eggs, instead trading them for money. Over the years, she paid back some debts, leaving 50 or 60 yuan. Old Zhao was very worried. If Zhao Chuan married Guilime and they didn't spend money, but still had to pay the hardships, life would be tough for Zhao Chuan. Wei Xiaoyan often caused trouble over small things and was too ungrateful. She scoffed at her father-in-law's words. You say it's no problem? Then it's no problem? Wei Xiaoyan snorted and handed the child to Zhao Jiaoqiu. Look at the kind of people you're choosing. A landlord isn't enough, and then there's the Gua family. Do you think you can mess with them? You still don't understand what kind of people Guilime's parents are? From now on, if Guilime ever suffers a little grievance, her parents can settle it for you. I've said it clearly. I won't be involved in your troubles. If my older brother marries her, he should move out. We agreed, when we married, that this house belongs to me. That was Wei Xiaoyan's real goal. As long as Zhao Chuan moves out, these 2 rooms will eventually be hers. Her father-in-law in one room, her in the other. No matter where she goes, it makes sense. No son marrying and leaving her without a place to stay. Zhao Jiachuan is the oldest son, and he should act like one. Old Zhao is not very old and can still work to earn points. He takes care of the small garden in front and behind the house. Supporting him is not a loss. Originally, when exchanging families with the Ding family, Wei Xiaoyan didn't have strong objections. Ding's family has a bad background and has been suppressed for many years. They are always humble and obedient, easy to handle. Even if she marries into the family, she won't shake her dominant position in Zhao's family. But Guilime is different. Is she someone who can easily accept being wronged? Even if she is willing, her mother wouldn't agree. Today, members from 3 teams witnessed the strength of Guo Wei and his wife. Even if her 4 brothers came from her maternal home, they might not be a match. So, Wei Xiaoyan doesn't want this marriage. Even if it could happen, to prevent problems, she can't live under the same roof as Guilime. Splitting up early would save worries. If they don't leave, I will. The house was promised to Zhao Jiaqiu by old Zhao himself. Since you have 1 room, your older brother should have 1 too. Old Zhao cannot compromise on this. He often uses threats to scare others. Same son, fair treatment for everyone. Then you should live outside in the open? Do you want your son to be looked down upon? Wei Xiaoyan's words made old Zhao feel cold. Marrying off his son and pushing his father out, who raised them with hard work, would surely cause gossip. But compared to his son staying single, what does that matter? Whoever wants to say what, let them. If I am useless, when your older brother gets married, I will give him this house, and I will find a place to stay. Old Zhao thought this was fair. But just as he finished speaking, Wei Xiaoyan raised another objection. No, that won't do. Zhao Jiachuan had been listening nearby, but didn't say a word. If he married and pushed his father out, he would feel guilty and uneasy. His father-in-law and wife sharing a bed is really inconvenient. Zhao Jiachuan sighed secretly. Guilime had told him she didn't mind their poverty. He decided to discuss it with her when he saw her next. There is always a way to solve problems. He just didn't expect that, despite his constant concessions, Wei Qiaoyan was still not satisfied.
What do you want now?
Are you happy just because your older brother is single? Zhao Jiaqiu couldn't hold back and said another word. Wei Qiaoyan immediately found a way to vent her anger. You're still shameless? If you have the ability, buy a house, and we can move out. You're just a little kid pretending to be tough. If you care about your big brother, don't talk about houses. Give him your wife too. That's real loyalty. Old Zhao's face turned pale with anger, and Zhao Jiachuan could only stay inside, pretending not to hear. F your mother. Is that how decent people talk? Zhao Jiaqiu, holding her baby, didn't dare to fight back with Wei Qiaoyan, so she shouted a few words and quickly left with her child. Wei Qiaoyan ignored Zhao Jiaqiu and continued negotiating with old Zhao. Our bed is too small for 3 people to sleep comfortably. The kids are small, but they take up a lot of space. My second son and I sleep on the same bed every day. Old Zhao's face changed from blue to red and finally turned purple. Is this something a daughter-in-law should say in front of her father-in-law? Big brother is married, I want to move into this room. Anyway, Guolime is a mule, and they can sleep in that room. I've said it clearly, don't wait for Guolime to come in, as if I'm deliberately targeting her. Calling her a mule was even worse than calling a chicken that can't lay eggs. Inside, Zhao Jiachuan pressed his hand to his chest, trying hard to control his emotions and avoid conflict with his sister-in-law. Today, the main target was Zhao Jiachuan, not Zhao Huizhi. After all, Zhao Huizhi was married and had no conflict of interest with Wei Qiaoyan. But his sister-in-law's aggressive attitude made Zhao Huizhi feel cold all over. She didn't want to stay in this house for even a day longer. Father, everyone is just following her. Give her this room. I'll talk to Li Mei. Everyone in Zhao's family knew Wei Qiaoyan's temper. She wouldn't give up until she got what she wanted. Guo Li Mei was a reasonable person. If she explained things well, she would probably agree. If she really didn't agree, they would think of another way. First, they needed to shut Wei Qiaoyan up, so everyone could have a peaceful life. Because of Guo Li Mei, the Zhao family was in chaos. Guo Li Mei's minor injuries were not serious. The doctor said she didn't need to stay in the hospital, and she could recover at home. Guo Li Mei was worried and asked to stay overnight. If she was fine, she could be discharged tomorrow. The other 2 people, although more seriously injured than Guo Lisin, have ribs and collarbones that can heal on their own. Besides rest, there's no other good solution. Since this involves 2 teams, and the secretary hasn't given the order, they really can't leave the hospital. Around 3 p.m., Su Fenghai, Secretary Xiao Chun, and Pei Jiqiang led 2 militia members to visit. They first checked on the 3 injured people. From just looking, Guo Lisin's injuries don't seem any lighter than the others. Look at that. Our injuries aren't minor either. Who said otherwise? Seeing Guo Lisin's condition, Su Fenghai kept shaking his head. I think his injuries are even more serious than theirs. Secretary Xiao Chun glanced at him, and Su Fenghai finally stopped complaining. Of the 4 people from Sichuan team who came with the injured, 3 had already gone back, leaving only 1 to care for them. Originally, family members were supposed to come, but Pei Jiqiang stopped them. With more people coming, food and accommodation become problems. Since there's no life danger, keeping just 1 person is enough. Guo Li Mei and Ding Xiang are both here. This was the first time Pei Jiqiang saw the legendary broken shoe. I must say, both young women are quite beautiful. Especially Guo Li Mei, who is bright and confident. Even Xiao Chun couldn't help but look at her a little longer. It seems the popular sayings among the people are not just talk. Harvest girl is beautiful, Sichuan girl is lively, and Zhanghe girl can't even get on the bed. They say Zhanghe girls are short and have trouble getting onto the bed. Of course, there's probably some exaggeration involved. So far, Pei Jiqiang has seen 6 people who changed their marriage arrangements. They weren't from the same village and rarely interacted. Pei Jiqiang doesn't know much about Guo Li Mei. If someone told him that such a beautiful girl was paired with Zhao Jiachuan, who looks plain or even a bit ugly, he wouldn't believe it. Ding Xiang, though shy, is also quite attractive. Even if her background isn't great, she wouldn't marry a lunatic. As for Ding Qingjue, handsome and charming. And what about Zhao Jiehui, who is just average? Su Fenghai really believes that good men don't get good wives, and bad men cling to the pretty ones. This is a perfect example. And the three families changing marriages? I don't believe it for a second. It's probably a last-minute arrangement by Su Fenghai, rushed without considering compatibility. If you're just trying to play with me, then I'll let you have your fun to the end. Watch how you end this. Secretary Su, this kind of marriage transfer has many benefits. I think I should promote it more when I go back. 3 couples together, we could have a group wedding. The commune encourages new types of marriage, right? I think the Harvest team is leading the way again. They are a good example for all teams. Secretary Xiao Chun, what do you think? Xiao Chun is also a young single man. When he first saw Guo Limei, he felt sorry for her. Such a good girl. But her taste is so poor. That Zhao Jiachuan, besides being a bit taller, has no other advantages. How could he match this girl? If only I had met her earlier. Hearing Pei Jiqiang's words, he vaguely agreed. Secretary Pei is right. Pei Jiqiang was secretly pleased. Look, Secretary Xiao Chun agrees. What do you think? Su Fenghai looked at Pei Jiqiang, knowing he suspected that the marriage transfer was a scheme of his own, trying to embarrass him. But I won't let you succeed. This might not work. It's their private matter, and I can't interfere. Besides, Guo Wei and his wife are under investigation, and there's no result yet. They are getting married at home, which seems inappropriate. Pei Jiqiang thought to himself. If it's fake, it can't become real. If you keep hesitating, it will look suspicious. Didn't you say Guo Wei and his wife are easygoing? This is a good thing. If you help them arrange their wedding, they should thank you. Su Fenghai knew Pei Jiqiang wasn't interested in a new-style wedding. He just wanted to see him make a fool of himself. Actually, you reminded me. To show the team's importance, we could have them get the marriage certificate first. Although nowadays couples are required to get a marriage certificate before the wedding, in rural areas, traditional wedding ceremonies are still more accepted. As long as the bride price is paid and the wedding is held, even a simple ceremony is recognized as a marriage. Many people treat the marriage certificate as useless paper, not realizing its importance. This could be a good opportunity to promote its significance. The real reason for the marriage transfer is financial difficulty, making it hard to afford a wedding. So everything is simplified. Just pick an auspicious day and have each person bring their bride home. Pei Jiqiang undoubtedly opened a new idea for Su Fenghai. You're so right. Now, each team still doesn't fully understand the importance of getting marriage certificates. This is a good chance to help everyone understand and get it done. Su Fenghai turned around and looked at Guo Limei and Ding Xiang. You don't need to worry about this. Tomorrow, I will go to the commune to handle your marriage certificates. When your parents return, we will hold a special wedding. If Secretary Pei is interested in modern weddings, I'll invite you to join. Pei Jiqiang kept saying yes, but inside he was thinking, I asked you to act, but tomorrow I will follow you and make sure you get it done. Su Fenghai returned home. After dark, his younger brother Su Fenghai came over. Big brother, I found out. It was the militia leader, Ge Zhenhua, who caused trouble. Su Fenghai always felt that the recent conflict wasn't accidental. It was definitely someone from the Harvest team causing trouble. But he couldn't figure out who exactly. Since the morning meeting, he had been busy with his own work, and he asked his second brother to investigate secretly who is stirring things up. Does Ge Zhenhua have any relatives connected to Pei Jiqiang? I haven't heard of any. Su Fenghai was suspicious. Usually, if there's no benefit, Pei Jiqiang wouldn't work so hard. But he really hadn't heard of any connection between the two families. Big brother, you don't know. The widow sister of Ge Zhenhua is planning to marry Pei Jiqiang's fourth brother. The brother's uncle asked for this marriage. Pei Jiqiang probably can't refuse. Or maybe that person is just naturally bad and likes to cause trouble. Su Fenghai muttered, all these useless tricks. I can give my position to anyone, but not to him. Ge Zhenhua has a bad heart, always scheming and fighting. If he becomes the secretary, the villagers will struggle just to eat. Tomorrow, Pei Jiqiang will be watching me. He thinks the marriage between Ding, Zhao, and Guo families is my doing. He wants to see me laugh, and he's forcing me to get the certificates tomorrow. When he talked about this, Su Fenghai couldn't hide his excitement. Pei Jiqiang's actions actually helped him. Ding Xiang has always been a sore spot for him. This time, he was determined to take action and settle everything, so he wouldn't have any worries later. I have to go to the commune again tomorrow. I'll wake up early and have a meeting with the squad leader. It's been hot these days, and it might rain soon. The grass and seedlings are growing together, so I need to finish weeding the second field quickly. Everything else is just talk. If we don't harvest in autumn, all our hard work this year will be wasted. With so many members, if we can't solve the food problem, it will be a big issue. No matter what movement it is, it will eventually end. Only eating well and staying warm are the real priorities. Su Fenghai has always been clear-headed about important matters. Go back now. I'm exhausted from running around today, going to the commune, the brigade, and the county. There was one more important thing Su Fenghai didn't mention. He didn't know how Guo Wei and his wife were doing. They were taken directly by the county, skipping the brigade and the commune. Su Fenghai wasn't sure if this was good or bad. He still needs to go to the county tomorrow to ask his cousin-in-law about it. He has to find a way to get them out. He must do his best to protect those who need it. After a long day of running around, Su Fenghai was really tired. He didn't walk far before he fell asleep. The next morning, Su Fenghai got up early. He met with the two squad leaders and told them to finish weeding the second field as soon as possible. After breakfast at home, he went to the commune. Not long after he arrived, Pei Jiqiang also showed up. The disagreement about injuring the militia member came up again. Both sides got hurt. Why is it that when your brigade's people get hurt, we have to pay for medicine and lost wages? Do our people deserve to be beaten? What's wrong? Are the members of Fengshuo Brigade inferior? An unequal treaty. Pei Jiqiang got angrier the more he listened. Secretary Liu, look at this. Is this person being untrustworthy? He was just saying nice things yesterday, and now he's changing his mind after a night's sleep. Su Fenghai didn't back down either. He deliberately provoked Pei Jiqiang. I didn't realize it yesterday. I didn't sleep all night last night. Now I finally understand this matter. Actually, Su Fenghai was so confident because of Guo Lisin and Ding Xiang. Secretary Pei, don't fuss over this small matter. I still need to get my marriage certificate. I don't have time to waste with you here. When Pei Jiqiang heard about the marriage certificate, he relaxed. I can't argue with you. I won't bother with you either. Don't think I'm afraid of you. Su Fenghai chuckled. Of course not, they argued, while Lu Li watched from the side, smiling. Things they can solve themselves are better left alone. However, he became interested when Su Fenghai mentioned the marriage certificate. What's this? Old Su has changed his mind and wants to get a certificate. People of Su Fenghai's age usually don't have marriage certificates. In the past, Secretary Liu also encouraged the team leaders to set an example. Back then, Su Fenghai was the first to oppose it. Could he have changed his mind? It's not just me. Secretary Pei reminded me that our team has 3 couples exchanging families, which is a good example. They can get certificates and have a modern wedding. Isn't that a good idea? Secretary Liu immediately agreed. We must support this. But, do you understand the situation? Is it voluntary? We can't force or pressure people now, especially with exchanges and transfers of families. Lu Li is local and knows the problems with family exchanges. Sometimes people are forced into it. No, it's all voluntary. Don't believe me? Ask Secretary Pei and Secretary Xiaochun. Lu Li nodded and personally took Su Fenghai to the civil registration office. They successfully obtained 6 marriage certificates. We should learn from the harvest team. Now, many teams have too many single men. We need to actively solve this problem. Pei Jiqiang didn't expect that what was supposed to be a difficult task for Su Fenghai actually earned him praise. Su Fenghai happily returned to the team and sent a cart to the county to pick up 3 injured people. Bring the people here first. The 2 from Sichuan team, I will personally escort them back later. The injuries were serious. Su Fenghai was worried that his family might not accept them and that conflicts could arise. Going himself would show how much he cared. If he made any conditions, he could handle it and prevent the situation from worsening. After the cart driver left, Su Fenghai looked at the heavy 6 marriage certificates in his hand and fell into thought. Was I too impulsive? It's only been a month since Ding Xiang and my son's incident. The family exchange must have happened just recently. If Ding Xiang really got married, it would also break Su Hongliang's hopes. Sometimes, Su Fenghai felt conflicted. If his son had the courage of a madman and was willing to take risks, maybe he would agree. That helpless feeling of wanting to do something but being afraid made Su Fenghai feel inexplicably annoyed. When he returned home, he casually placed the stack of marriage certificates on the lid of a box. The carriage is probably not coming back for over an hour. Su Fenghai was lying on the bed, but didn't dare to sleep. He just closed his eyes to rest. When enough time had passed, he got up from the bed and waited at the usual spot where the carriage would return. Su Fenghai squatted by the roadside, smoking. The young children saw him and took a different path to avoid him. After waiting for about 20 minutes, just when Su Fenghai was feeling anxious, the carriage finally arrived. Take Guolisan back first. Then wait for me a little while, Su Fenghai ordered, and then turned back. He thought for a moment and decided it was safer to bring 2 people along. In case something happened, there would be someone to send a message. The carriage reached Guo Wei's house. The driver jumped down and asked Guo Limei to hold the horse. He carried Guo Lisin into the house himself. Ding Xiang stood at the door, head lowered, nervously twisting a small wooden stick with her right foot. Should I go in or not? Ding Xiang was unsure. Guo Limei handed the reins to the driver and stood with Ding Xiang by the roadside. Soon after, Su Fenghai arrived with 2 people. Guo Limei greeted him, and they watched the 3 get on the carriage and leave. He then took Ding Xiang's hand. Since so many people are watching, admit that he's your husband. What's there to be shy about? Come inside. I have something to tell you. Guo Lisin saw Ding Xiang go inside, and his anxious face turned into happiness. Look, Guo Lisin can't be without you. Ding Xiang, rest well tonight. Tomorrow, I'll need you to take care of Lisin. My parents don't know what's happening either.
I'm wedded.
I want to go to the county to ask Uncle Gao. Ding Xiang nodded, feeling uneasy. Sister Limei, do you think Uncle and Auntie are okay? Guo Limei found it hard to answer. That was her biggest worry. Right now, among the 3, she had the clearest plan. If she lost her composure, the other 2 would be even more uncertain. It'll be fine. Uncle Gao won't ignore us. Ding Xiang was worried not only about Guo Wei and Yang Xiuji's safety, but also whether they could accept her. When Guo Wei and Yang Xiuji left, they didn't say yes or no to Ding Xiang's request. This made Ding Xiang feel very uncertain. Sister Limei, do you think they will agree? At this point, to be honest, everyone in the community knew about it. If Guo Wei and Yang Xiuji refused her, Ding Xiang really had no way out. Don't worry, they are willing. Guo Limei knew her parents' attitude very well. If the situation hadn't been urgent at the time, her mother might have been quite happy. Ding Xiang is like a good medicine for Guo Lisin. Maybe with her, her brother will really get better. I'm going home now. I'll come to see you tomorrow. When she heard Ding Xiang was leaving, Guo Lisin quickly held her back, looking at Guo Limei with a pleading expression, hoping his sister could help keep her. Come back tonight? If you leave, Lisin will be very upset. Ding Xiang looked at Guo Lisin, nodded, then withdrew her hand. Talking about going home, Ding Xiang was genuinely afraid. She didn't go back last night, and her father might punish her severely. This was the first time she had stayed out overnight since she was a child. Guo Limei asked Ding Xiang to stay with her brother while she prepared lunch, millet rice and eggplant with sauce. After lunch, Guo Lisin started to doze off. Last night, none of them had slept well. Ding Xiang, you should rest a bit too. Guo Limei pushed Ding Xiang into her room, lying down with her head inside, while her brother lay beside her. Soon, all 3 fell asleep. Guo Lisin was the first to wake up. The first thing he did was call Ding Xiang. Mommy, mommy. Both Guo Limei and Ding Xiang woke up suddenly. Looking at the clock on the wall, it was almost 4 o'clock. They had all slept for over 3 hours. Since the incident with Su Hongliang, this was Ding Xiang's first peaceful sleep. Over 3 hours, and she didn't even dream once. Her heart felt very calm. Guo Limei helped her brother change clothes. Ding Xiang quickly went outside to wash up, then tidied the inside and outside of the house. Time flew quickly while she was working. For dinner, Guilime cooked some cornmeal porridge and served it with pickled vegetables. It was enough to get by. Ding Xiang looked outside. It was already dark, so she had to go back. "Sister, I'm leaving." When she heard she was leaving, Guilisen grabbed her tightly, refusing to let go. Guilime had no choice but to pull her brother's hand away. "Let her go first. Don't worry. Maybe she won't leave for long." Guilisen hesitated, then released her hand, watching Ding Xiang push open the door and walk out. Hearing the door open outside, she quickly climbed to the window and leaned out to watch Ding Xiang's figure disappear at the gate. A look of disappointment appeared on her face immediately. Guilime sighed, unsure of what the outcome of her actions might be. But one thing she was very clear about: Guilisen's heart definitely belonged to a girl, perhaps similar to Ding Xiang, but definitely not her. If he woke up and found that the person beside him was not the one he loved, what would happen? Guilime shook her head, trying to dismiss her messy thoughts. She remembered her mother's words. What happens is the result. What doesn't happen is just trouble, she imagined. After Ding Xiang left, Guilisen remained gloomy. Guilime tried her mother's way, took out the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, and handed it to her brother to keep him quiet and focused on reading. She wondered how Ding Xiang would be after she left. Ding Xiang stood at the door of her house for a long time, too afraid to go inside. Actually, she also had many bruises from being kicked and hit. But she didn't say anything herself. Inside, she might face another scolding with a feather duster. Ding Xiang clenched her teeth and forced herself to walk in. As soon as she stepped inside, Ding Zhongshi, who was cooking at the stove, immediately looked up. "Hey, who's this distinguished guest? You look familiar. You leave all the chores to me, and now you run off to hide." Ding Xiang dared not speak. She took the work from Ding Zhongshi's hands and started cooking herself. Ding Zhongshi didn't plan to let her go easily. She shouted into the house, "Master, your young lady is back." Inside, Ding Yushan's angry voice boomed. "Let her go." I might as well say she died outside. Ding Xiang held back her tears and kept her head down, working silently. The bowls from lunch were still in the basin, surrounded by a few buzzing flies. After washing the dishes, she boiled the water in the pot. She diluted some cornmeal with water in a basin and slowly poured it into the pot, gently stirring with a spoon. After a while, the cornmeal porridge was ready. She poured it into a basin to cool, then went to the vegetable garden to pick some lettuce and bok choy, washing them thoroughly. She had been doing all the chores at home alone. In just 2 days of absence, the work had piled up. After placing the food on the table, Ding Xiang began sweeping the yard. There are 3 people in the house eating, and no one cares whether Ding Xiang is eating. When Ding Xiang puts down the broom, the others have finished their meal and are just washing the dishes. Everything is cleaned up, and Ding Xiang takes a long, deep breath. No matter how hard or tiring the work is, she is not afraid. She just wonders if today's trouble has finally passed. She nervously walks into the room, not daring to sit down. Suddenly, her father's shout makes her heart jump with fear. "Are you tired of hearing gossip outside? Guilisen is just a crazy person, doing things without thinking." Ding Yueshan says this while slapping his own forehead. "Are you also not thinking?" Guilime mentioned changing the marriage, but the elders haven't agreed, so it can change at any time. "Why are you rushing to follow? How can outsiders say anything? You're so ambitious." This matter even alarmed the commune leaders, and they came to investigate personally. "You're really something." Ding Yueshan slams the table loudly. Ding Qingjue quietly takes out a feather duster. "Do you think I want to hit you? If I hit you, I'd be tired." "It's because you never learn your lesson." Originally, Ding Qingjue hoped Ding Xiang could get some bride price to marry a wife he liked. But yesterday, the brigade's secretary and the commune leaders came. In front of those people, he already admitted Zhao Jiehui, and changing it again now seems impossible. "You just want to control me." Ding Qingjue sighs heavily and then swings the feather duster, hitting fiercely. Ding Xiang doesn't dare to dodge. She gets hit even harder. She can only hold her head with both hands, letting her brother hit her. When he gets tired, he stops. Ding Yueshan, full and satisfied, sits in a chair and watches coldly. He keeps shaking his head. If only she hadn't been born, maybe my fate wouldn't be like this now. What are you doing? Hitting someone is against the law, you know? Ding Qingjue's hand, holding the feather duster, pauses in midair. He turns and sees Su Fenghai, who is standing with his hands behind his back, entering the room. He is very surprised. Secretary Su, why are you here? Ding Xiang quickly gets up from the ground, lowers her head, and stands by the wall. Her back touches the wall, and she immediately feels a sharp pain. But she dares not let her back leave the wall. She senses that her clothes on her back have been torn, and her skin must be exposed. In front of others, she exposed her back. Ding Xiang felt embarrassed, but said nothing. After the people left, her father still used shame as an excuse to hit her. Is this how you treat her? Ding Yushan, Ding Qingju, and Mrs. Ding saw Su Fenghai and automatically stood in a row, bowing their heads respectfully. She's too disobedient. I didn't really hit her, just scared her a little. Of course, Su Fenghai didn't believe Ding Yushan's words. When he opened the door, he heard the sound of hitting. If he hit so hard, how could he say he was just scaring her? But in the end, it was a family matter. If the child was disobedient and needed a punishment, it was Su Fenghai's usual way. From now on, no more hitting. Ding Xiang is now part of the Gua family. If she gets hurt badly and the Gua family wants to return her, don't come to me. This is the marriage certificate. Ding Xiang and Ding Qingju each have one. Don't underestimate this paper. With it, the marriage is official and can't be changed. Su Fenghai handed the marriage certificate to Ding Yushan. No more hitting. Before leaving, Su Fenghai couldn't help but remind him again. Ding Xiang's current situation was ultimately related to Su Hongliang. It was all caused by Su Hongliang's abandonment and betrayal. Su Fenghai actually looked down on his son from the bottom of his heart. A man should have some responsibility. If Su Hongliang had been honest with him about his relationship with Ding Xiang after returning from the hut, things might have turned out differently. The struggle meeting was over, the street was bustling, and Ding Xiang's guilt was confirmed. Denying it would be like slapping herself. Su Fenghai wouldn't do that.
He could only accept the mistake.
In the end, he was indirectly responsible for harming Ding Xiang. But the Ding family's behavior made Su Fenghai feel ashamed. They were useless outside, but used a girl, without a mother, to bully others at home. Su Fenghai looked down on marrying into such a family. Moreover, their social status was truly mismatched. He always wanted to send his son away to marry a daughter of a landlord, which would definitely affect his son's political future. The upcoming alliance meeting reminded Su Fenghai that he still had connections and some influence. He needed to act quickly on Su Hongliang's matter. As Su Fenghai walked, he thought to himself and unknowingly went too far. He turned back and headed toward the Zhao family. Old Zhao squatted at the gate, holding a fan to chase away mosquitoes and smoking on the ground. The house was hot and stuffy, and he didn't dare open the door, as it wasn't as cool and comfortable outside. Seeing Su Fenghai stop in front of him, old Zhao stood up and reached into his pocket for a cigarette. Want one? Su Fenghai didn't reply, took the cigarette pack, squatted opposite old Zhao, took out rolling paper, spat a little saliva on his thumb and index finger, rolled it, took some tobacco, and rolled a cigarette. Old Zhao struck a match and lit Su Fenghai's cigarette. The two smoked face to face until they finished. Then Su Fenghai brought up the main matter. Brother Zhao, I'm here to deliver your child's marriage certificate. The wedding plans are set, no turning back now. Old Zhao sighed quietly. No need to regret. I'm not afraid to say it. Considering our child's situation, I'm satisfied. That's enough. Marriage certificates are just a piece of paper.
Who really recognizes it?
It's more about the form. Secretary Su, what do you think is the best way to handle this? Su Fenghai stood up, spat out the cigarette butt, and stomped it out with his foot. It's simple. I'll step in and have the kids bow 3 times in front of Chairman Mao's portrait. That's it. It's just a formal gesture. Everyone witnesses, and it's done. Old Zhao felt a bit sad inside. It was his own lack of ability as a father that had caused his children to suffer. All right, I won't take up more of your time. I still need to visit Laogua's family. Actually, in Su Finghai's mind, the Zhao siblings weren't worth much. Ding Qingjue, for example, was ruthless even to his own sister and wouldn't treat his wife well. Su Fenghai couldn't stand him even with half an eye. As for Zhao Huizhi, she probably cried her eyes out after marrying in. And Zhao Chun, knowing that Guo Limei didn't want children but still insisted, was probably just tired of being single and thought a hole was enough. If it were his children, he wouldn't agree to any of it. But other people's affairs, he just kept in his heart and didn't interfere. When Su Fenghai arrived at Guo Wei's house, the lights were on inside. Guo Limei was sitting on the Kong, constantly moving by the window. He deliberately walked heavier into the yard, signaling to the people inside that someone had arrived. Since Guo Wei and his wife weren't home, only the two children were there. Showing up suddenly might scare the siblings. Sure enough, Guo Limei heard footsteps in the yard. Just as Su Fenghai reached halfway into the yard, the door opened. Guo Limei stood in front of the door. "Uncle Su, you're here. Come inside, and we can talk." Guo Limei moved aside to let him in. Guo Wei had said that Su Fenghai was forgetful about small things, but clear about big matters. He was also a person with important work. Guo Limei remembered her father's words and showed respect to Su Fenghai. Su Fenghai paused for a moment, but didn't refuse. He stepped into the house. Guo Xian hid the romance of the three kingdoms behind his back and watched Su Fenghai with wide eyes. His mother had told him to only read it secretly at home. If outsiders came, he had to hide it. If it was taken away, he would never see it again. Guo Xian kept these words in his heart. "What good thing are you hiding? Show it to uncle." Hearing Su Fenghai's words, Guo Xian became even more nervous. His face turned red, and the veins on his forehead bulged. He kept his lips tight and looked at Su Fenghai with suspicion. He likes it. Whatever he has, he treats as a treasure. Others aren't even allowed to touch it. Guo Limei explained casually when she saw her brother nervous. Actually, Su Fenghai didn't really want to see what Guo Xian was holding. He was just looking for a chance to talk. Hearing Guo Limei's words, Su Fenghai immediately changed the subject. He got to the main point. "Limei, I brought back your marriage certificate. I also went to old Zhao's house just now. Old Zhao's idea is that just getting the paper isn't enough. Everyone in the community should know about this. I think we should wait until your parents come back to discuss it." Su Fenghai naturally shifted the topic to Guo Wei and Yang Xiuji. That was also the reason he came inside. Whether out of respect for Guo Wei and Yang Xiuji or gratitude for them helping him, Su Fenghai wanted to know if they were safe. "When will your parents come back?" When talking about her parents, Guo Limei became alert. Ding Xiang had conveyed her mother's message. "Don't tell anyone about her parents." "I don't know. I haven't received any news. I'm almost worried to death." Guo Limei wasn't lying. She really hadn't received any news and was indeed anxious. She just didn't mention that she wanted to ask Grandpa Gao about the situation. Su Fenghai, unable to get any information, handed 2 certificates to Guo Limei. "Keep these safe. I'm leaving now. Your parents aren't home. If anything happens, find Uncle Su." After leaving the Guo family's house, Su Fenghai walked along the empty street, still thinking about Guo Wei and his wife. "No, I need to go to the county tomorrow to see my cousin, who is the county mayor. Guo Wei's matter must be resolved quickly to prevent problems from growing." The next morning, after breakfast, Guo Limei took a day off from the team for herself and Ding Xiang. "Captain Wang, I have some things to do today. Li Xin is alone at home, and I don't feel comfortable leaving him. I also want to ask for a day off for Ding Xiang, so she can take care of my brother." Everyone in the harvest team knew about Guo Limei's injury. Wang Changyu agreed happily. "Just stay at home and take care of him for a few days. It takes 100 days to fully recover from a muscle injury. It's not easy to heal quickly. The team can manage without you." Guo Limei thanked Wang Changyu and turned to leave, but she was stopped. Is it true that your families are related through marriage?" Lately, there had been many rumors in the village, spreading stories about several families becoming relatives, with vivid details. It was hard not to believe. It's true. They even had the marriage certificates. There was nothing to hide. Guo Mei openly admitted it. It wasn't something shameful. She just wondered who was spreading the news so quickly. In just 2 days, it seemed everyone in the harvest team knew. When Guo Mei returned home and waited a while, Ding Xiang hurried over. Li Mei, you should leave quickly. You don't need to worry about the house anymore. Guo Mei noticed that Ding Xiang was speaking face to face with her. When she slightly changed her position, Ding Xiang immediately shifted as well. Guo Mei was a bit puzzled. That wasn't like Ding Xiang's usual personality. Since birth, Ding Xiang had been called a bad omen. Over the years, she had developed a timid and insecure personality. She always kept her head down, and even when making eye contact, she avoided looking directly. Today's behavior was unusual. Something strange was happening. Guo Mei quietly grabbed Ding Xiang's shoulder and suddenly turned her around. Ding Xiang couldn't help but let out a painful muffled cry. Her back was covered with several new stitches, the fine needlework holding the torn fabric together. Guo Mei reached out and touched her, causing Ding Xiang to tremble slightly. Then she lowered her head, trying to break free from Guo Mei's hold. I'll go pour some water for Li Xin. Guo Mei tried to stop her verbally, but her hands didn't stop. Ignoring Ding Xiang's resistance, she forcefully lifted her shirt from her back. Guo Mei was shocked, her mouth opening wide, tears slowly filling her eyes. Ding Xiang's back was similar to Guo Lixin's, with bruises and fresh wounds visible in multiple places. When Ding Xiang jumped into the river last time, Guo Mei saw it, but this time the visual impact was even stronger. Was it your dad who hit you again? Ding Xiang, I told you, can't you run away? Why do you just stand there and let him hit you? No, I have to find him. You're now Guo Lixin's wife, and if he hits me again, I'll see what happens. Just because my parents aren't home doesn't mean they can bully us. Guo Mei spoke more and more angrily, her chest rising and falling rapidly, her hands trembling slightly. Guo Lixin heard his sister shouting loudly and looked at her in panic, not understanding what was happening. Ding Xiang hurried over to comfort Guo Lixin, taking the chance to hide from Guo Mei so she wouldn't see the tears in her eyes.
How easy she said it.
Run. Where to run? When she was beaten as a child, she had tried to run away, but her brother always caught her. The only thing waiting for her was harsher punishment. Being beaten wasn't enough. She was also starved. Once, after being beaten, she ran a fever for several days and lay on the bed like a dead person, with no one giving her a drop of water to drink. In her dazed state, she heard her father say, "If she dies, so be it. Maybe then our family will turn luckier." She didn't understand what she had done wrong. Her mother, like discarding a kitten or puppy, abandoned her. She hadn't looked at her even once all these years. Ding Xiang wished her mother was dead, so she wouldn't feel so much hatred. Everyone thought she would die, but unexpectedly, after 2 days, Ding Xiang's fever broke, and she staggered to her feet. Ding Qingjue sighed and said, "Even the king of hell wouldn't want her, afraid she'd bring bad luck to the underworld. If she's not dead, let her live." It's better than having no one to do the chores at home. Since then, Ding Xiang never dared to run away again. If she hadn't desperately wanted to leave that home, she wouldn't have listened so much to Su Hongliang. Guo Mei always mistakenly thought Ding Xiang was beaten by Ding Yueshan, never considering it might have been Ding Qingjue. Ding Xiang dared not speak openly, as family shame should not be shared outside. Her father had warned her many times not to tell anyone about family matters. Ding Xiang, don't go back anymore.
Just stay here.
I'll see who dares to hit you.
You have proof now.
What are you afraid of? Ding Xiang didn't dare reply. What could a piece of paper mean? Living with her in-laws before marriage would only make people laugh. Actually, she wasn't afraid of being laughed at. She was more worried that her father and brother might find an excuse to hit her. Sister Li Mei, you should leave quickly. Ding Xiang knew Guo Mei cared about her parents and kept urging her to go. I've finished preparing the cornmeal. There are eggs in the cabinet. You too can make egg sauce for lunch. After giving her instructions, Guo Mei left the house to find out about her parents in the county. As she reached the door, she couldn't help but look back. After Guo Mei left, Ding Xiang imitated her, showing a book to Guo Lixin. Do you recognize all the words on this page? Ding Xiang handed the book to Guolisin.
Yes.
Let me read it to you. Ding Xiang nodded, leaning against the wall, listening to Guolisin read aloud. Don't underestimate Guolisin. Even though he was mentally unwell, he still remembered the words he had learned before. Ding Xiang smiled as she listened to Guolisin read with emotion and clarity. Suddenly, she started to cry. Guolisin was truly happy. Even if he had to live like this every day, he had no regrets. Even if she married into the Guo family, she wouldn't be able to live like this. Guolime and Guolisin were her biological siblings, loved by their parents like brothers. She was the daughter-in-law, an outsider. At home, her father was still her biological father, but he never showed her any love. How could she expect others to care for her? Was she dreaming too beautifully about the future? And that time with Su Hongliang, if the Guo family found out, would they beat her to death? The more she thought about it, the more scared she became, crying even louder. At home, she had no right to cry freely. Maybe in the future, she would still be the same as before. Hearing Ding Xiang's crying, Guolisin panicked. He quickly put the book aside and climbed over. He hugged Ding Xiang tightly. Wife, don't cry, Will. You hit me? Ding Xiang looked up, tears streaming down her face. Her voice was choked with emotion, making it hard to speak clearly. Guolisin shook his head like a rattledrum. I won't hit you, and I won't let others hit you. No one can hurt you. Ding Xiang pushed him away. What do you know? You're just a crazy person. Guolisin was pushed back and stared blankly at her, tears slowly filling his eyes. Ding Xiang stopped crying and suddenly felt guilty. Guolisin had already protected her from being hit, so she shouldn't doubt him now. Even if things are bad, they are at most the same as before. I'll get you some water to drink. Ding Xiang stood up, scooped half a bowl of cool water from the water jar in the kitchen, and handed it to Guolisin. Drink the water, then read your book, okay? Guolisin held her hand and looked at her with a confused face. I'm not leaving. Look, the yard hasn't been swept yet. You can watch me from the window, all right? Guolisin let go of her hand, dragged his injured leg, and sat by the window. He looked outside, then at Ding Xiang. Ding Xiang sniffed hard twice before feeling her breathing was smoother. She opened the door, went outside, grabbed a broom, knocked on the window so Guolisin could see her, then started sweeping the yard. After tidying up the yard, the storeroom, the chicken roost, the doghouse, and all visible areas, it was almost noon. Guolime left in the morning and told her to prepare cornmeal and make some egg sauce. Maybe these are Guolisin's favorites. Ding Xiang opened the basin under the curtain cover. Inside was half a basin of prepared cornmeal. She stirred it a few more times, feeling the cornmeal was sticking better, then stopped. Ding Xiang sat by the fire at the doorway of the stove, listening to the water boiling in the pot, then lifted the lid. She shaped the cornmeal into oval pieces about the size of her palm and placed them in the pot. The iron pot was very hot. When the cornmeal cakes touched it, they just slid a little, but immediately stuck. She covered the pot and let it simmer for 10 or 20 minutes after boiling. During this time, Ding Xiang scooped more than half a bowl of sauce from the small jar in the garden. The cornmeal cakes in the pot were cooked. She cleaned the pot thoroughly, then used a small spoon to add some oil to the bottom. She drizzled oil over a small area, then scooped the excess oil back into the enamel cup. Crack the eggs in the bowl and pour them into a hot pan. Quickly stir with chopsticks until the eggs are broken into small pieces, then add soy paste. With a sizzling sound, the house fills with a strong soy aroma. Guolisin calls out inside. Suddenly, a feeling of satisfaction rises in Ding Xiang's heart. If life could be like this every day, it would be so wonderful. During the meal, Ding Xiang regrets breaking the eggs into such small pieces. She wants to pick out a couple of larger pieces for Guolisin, but can't. Only Guolisin is at home. Ding Xiang feels very relaxed. This is the most carefree meal she has had in many years. After eating, Ding Xiang talks with Guolisin for a while. She notices that Guolisin can have a conversation. As long as she mentions a topic, he can respond normally a few times. Then he seems to drift off to another subject. In recent years, Yang Xiuji has developed a habit of taking naps in the afternoon for her son. Yang Xiuji always believes that when someone is acting strangely, it means their mind isn't working well. When the mind isn't working well, they need more sleep to rest and recover. When the mind is refreshed, it will work better. If the mind works well, maybe the person won't act strangely anymore. So, shortly after the meal, Guolisin starts to doze off. Before falling asleep, he insists on holding Dingxiang's hand, afraid she might leave quietly while he's asleep. Dingxiang can't help but laugh. She thinks that at this moment, Guolisin doesn't seem foolish at all. Soon after Guolisin falls asleep, Dingxiang hears hurried footsteps outside. Every step sounds like it's hitting her heart. She doesn't understand why Su Hongliang has come here. She has been criticized twice, insulted, and her reputation ruined. She has clenched her teeth and refused to betray Su Hongliang even once. His care for her over the years has been repaid. They owe each other nothing now. Why is he here? Is he looking for her, or is there something else? Su Hongliang pushes open the door. The two tightly clasped hands hurt his eyes. He pulls back the foot that was stepping inside. The two face each other through the door. Dingxiang lowers her eyes first, breaking the silence. What are you here for? Dingxiang thought she would be calm when seeing Su Hongliang again, but her heart was pounding, and her emotions were still very intense. She could feel tears gathering in her eyes. If she didn't look down, she might not be able to stop herself from crying. Dingxiang, don't marry him. Su Hongliang's breathing was rapid. After saying a few words, he hurriedly looked outside the door. Don't listen to my dad. Even if you get a marriage certificate, you can still divorce. Wait for me. My dad went to the county today. I'm going to handle my military service this year, and I can leave soon. Wait for me to come back, and I will be able to make my own decisions. Then I will marry you. Dingxiang, don't punish me like this. Marrying a crazy person. How can you be happy? Dingxiang's head drooped even lower, her lips trembling. She was trying hard to control her emotions. She had told herself countless times never to shed a tear for Su Hongliang again, because it wasn't worth it. But when he stood in front of her, she still couldn't hold back. Dingxiang cursed herself silently for being weak. Go ahead. I'm about to get married. From now on, we won't have anything to do with each other. Just pretend we never knew each other. Hearing Dingxiang say this, Su Hongliang panicked. While my dad is not home, I risked coming here to find you. Dingxiang, is Guolisin really a crazy person? Does he make you happy? Tears finally fell from Dingxiang's eyes. She suddenly stood up and shouted loudly at Su Hongliang. What's wrong with being crazy? When I was being bullied, beaten, and kicked, it was him who risked his life to protect me. Where were you then? He's crazy, and that's why he can focus only on caring for me. You're not crazy, so you think too much. That's why you had to choose between me and your future. If you won't choose me, why are you still looking for me? Go away. Don't appear in front of me. Let me have a few quiet days, okay? Ugh. Dingxiang had never spoken so loudly before. She had never vented her emotions so freely. All her long-standing resentment was released, and she felt incredibly relieved. Su Hongliang stared at Dingxiang in shock. Is this still the Dingxiang he remembered? In just over a month, she was speaking so loudly to him. He risked being scolded by his parents and criticized by neighbors just to come find her. Dingxiang, she's changed. Just 3 or 4 years. She wouldn't even wait for me. Faced with the sad Dingxiang, Su Hongliang didn't know what else he could do. Could he still save her heart? A book suddenly hit Su Hongliang on the head. Guolisin was awakened by the loud voices of the two. Before opening his eyes, he heard Dingxiang crying. Guolisin immediately got up and saw Su Hongliang standing at the door. He picked up the nearby Romance of the Three Kingdoms book and threw it at him. He looked around and then grabbed a pillow, throwing it forcefully. When Dingxiang tried to turn back to stop him, it was too late. The pillow flew out. Su Hongliang tilted his head, and the pillow hit the doorframe, falling to the ground. Just go now. Su Hongliang watched Dingxiang gently comfort Guolisin, feeling a wave of deep sadness. Maybe, after leaving this door, they would never meet again. They would be strangers. Su Hongliang walked out feeling very down, no longer caring about the looks from passers-by. In his mind, Ding Xiang was forever the warmest light in his life. When he got home, he threw himself onto the bed, covered his head with a quilt, and cried loudly. No one was at home. His father had gone to the county, his mother was working in the fields, and his younger siblings were busy with chores or playing. Suddenly, he felt very lonely and sad. After crying for a while, he thought he was being silly. He had never gone hungry since he was a child. Although there wasn't much to eat at home, he could fill his stomach. Unlike Ding Xiang, who always had no food. He couldn't remember exactly when Ding Xiang started looking up to him. Her admiration and envy made him feel like a hero. Every time he stole food from home to give her, he felt like he was saving her. He would secretly take 2 portions of food, one for his younger brother and one for Ding Xiang. His younger brother was also loyal. When their mother, Feng Guilin, found out, he took the blame himself. For many years, Feng Guilin didn't realize that half of the dry bread and biscuits she lost had gone to Ding Xiang. It seemed Ding Xiang was now determined to ignore him. After feeling sad, Su Hongliang hoped even more that his father would help him join the army. Don't appear in front of me again. Since Ding Xiang could say such cold words, then they should never meet again. When Guo Limei arrived at the county, it was already past 8 o'clock. At this time, Uncle Gao was definitely at work. Guo Wei had warned his children not to go to the county committee to find anyone unless it was a life-or-death matter. He was just an old soldier, no different from ordinary workers. There was no special privilege. If something happened, they should go directly to the county party secretary. He wanted his children to learn how to handle problems on their own. Guo Limei and her father had visited Uncle Gao's house once, so they knew where it was and that he came home for lunch at noon. So, she simply waited nearby. Around noon, Gao Jiamin rode his bicycle back and saw Guo Limei sitting by the roadside from afar. "Limei, how long have you been waiting? Come inside." Of course, Gao Jiamin knew why Guo Limei was there. She followed him inside, sitting nervously on a chair. Her eyes kept flicking to Gao Jiamin's face, trying to read his expression for any news. Gao Jiamin personally poured her a glass of water. "Limei, don't worry. Your parents are fine. They might come back in a few days." Guo Limei listened carefully. Uncle Gao said might, which meant he wasn't sure. He didn't seem confident, and it looked like it was still difficult. Her heart, which had been holding on, became even more anxious. Guo Limei didn't ask further, only saying, "That's good. I feel better now." Gao Jiamin and Guo Wei had been old comrades in arms for many years, and they trusted each other completely. Is Li Xian recovering well? Even if it's just a minor fracture, it still needs time to heal. It's not something to rush. When her parents were taken away, Ding Xiang had told her everything. At that time, Guo Li Xian was still in the medical room being checked and hadn't come out yet. Uncle Gao surprisingly knew it was only a minor fracture, which meant he had probably asked around to avoid worrying her parents. But did Uncle Gao also know about her and Guo Li Xian's marriage plans? Guo Limei patiently waited for a while, but Gao Jiamin didn't bring up the marriage. It seemed he wasn't aware yet. Should she tell him? Guo Limei thought for a moment, but decided to keep it a secret for now. They had already obtained the marriage certificate quietly. If her parents found out, it might be a surprise or a shock. She wasn't sure which. She decided to wait until they returned home to tell them. After a short while, Shen Feng, Gao Jiamin's wife, returned. Seeing Guo Limei, she showed a polite smile. In a neutral tone, she said, "Limei has come. Stay and have dinner." Gao Jiamin's slight frown was visible to Guo Limei. She could sense that the relationship between Uncle Gao and his wife was very delicate. It was lunchtime, yet Shen Feng specifically said, "Stay and eat with us." Clearly, she was not happy about Guo Limei's presence. "Old Gao, what are we having for lunch? Should I buy some meat? There's no vegetables at home." This was almost like telling her to leave. Guo Limei wasn't stupid. She quickly stood up to say goodbye. "Aunt Gao, don't trouble yourself. My brother is at home alone and needs care, so I won't eat today. Sorry for the inconvenience. I've heard about Limei's situation, so I won't stay any longer," Shen Feng said flatly, then nonchalantly took off her apron and went to the kitchen to cook. Let's go, Li Mei. Gao Jianmin watched his wife disappear into the kitchen, gently patted Guo Li Mei's shoulder, and together they left the house. He pushed the bicycle under the window. Li Mei, get on. Outside the yard, Gao Jianmin mounted his bicycle, with his legs on the ground, holding the handlebars, eyes fixed ahead. Guo Li Mei stood beside the bike. Although she didn't know where Gao Jianmin was taking her, she obeyed his commanding tone and sat quietly on the back seat. Gao Jianmin pedaled the bike, turned 2 streets, and stopped in front of a state-run restaurant. Uncle Gao. Gao Jianmin raised his hand to stop her. We still have about 10 miles to go back. Even if the sky falls, we need to fill our stomachs first, then we can face anything. Guo Li Mei couldn't help but smile. His tone was exactly like her parents'. It was mealtime, and the restaurant was busy. Some people might have recognized Gao Jianmin, and occasionally glances were cast his way. Gao Jianmin also smiled and greeted them politely. He ordered 4 steamed buns, 2 bowls of vegetable soup, and 2 small dishes. 1 dish of dried tofu, 1 of potato chunks, with a few pieces of chicken inside. Gao Jianmin scooped all the chicken into Guo Li Mei's bowl. They ate peacefully, exchanging a few trivial words. Regarding Shin Feng, Gao Jianmin made no explanation. One person ate 2 steamed buns and finished all the vegetables. Are you full? If not, ask for more. Guo Li Mei hurriedly said, Uncle Gao, I'm already full. She was telling the truth. Gao Jianmin kept putting more vegetables on her plate, and she really was too full. Outside the restaurant, Gao Jianmin said to Guo Li Mei, I won't see you off. Don't worry, it's okay. Trust Uncle Gao. Guo Li Mei didn't speak, just nodded hard. Gao Jianmin waved his hand, signaling her to leave first. When she turned around at the street corner, Gao Jianmin was still watching her from the restaurant door. Suddenly, Guo Li Mei felt very sad inside, but couldn't quite say who she was sad for. Maybe her parents, or maybe Uncle Gao. Shin Feng's attitude was very clear. She didn't want Gao Jianmin involved in her parents' matters. It was obvious she didn't want me around. Taking Guo Li Mei to the restaurant for a meal was like declaring war on Shin Feng. My life is my own decision. Guo Li Mei didn't understand the current situation. Gao Jianmin was in trouble himself. Even though he was a local leader, he was cautious and nervous, like walking on thin ice. He might get burned unexpectedly. There was no time to hide. Who would bother to get involved for no reason? Guo Li Mei didn't understand all this, but she could see Shin Feng's dissatisfaction from her attitude. Before they were married, she and her father had visited, and back then, her aunt was very warm. Maybe now, her father and Uncle Gao's status are too different. That was the only reason Guo Li Mei could think of. Unconsciously, she walked back to a place not far from Gao Jianmin's home. She saw a familiar figure, but couldn't remember who it was at first. She hurried a few steps closer, wanting to see who it was, but the person disappeared. They probably went into someone's house. Guo Li Mei didn't dare go further inside, afraid of running into Shin Feng and having a difficult conversation, so she just turned back. This area was the family housing for the county committee. People coming here usually looked for leaders. The person earlier was definitely from the village team. Could they be connected to her parents? Shin Feng's attitude made Guo Li Mei uneasy. If it was an easy problem to solve, would Shin Feng have stopped her? Is it the parents' matter that is troublesome, or has Uncle Gao's involvement made things more complicated? Guo Li Mei thought about this with many questions in her mind, but she couldn't explain any of them. She sighed deeply. In the past, with her parents around, she wasn't afraid of any problem. But now, she felt a little scared. As she walked, she kept thinking but couldn't figure out the answer. She was walking much slower than usual. After more than an hour, the harvest team came into her sight. Finally, she reached home. She had never realized how long this walk was. Sunset in the west, red clouds flying, soldiers shooting targets, returning to camp. Suddenly, Guo Li Mei heard a singing voice behind her, off-key. She turned around and saw a person singing loudly from afar, walking toward her. Guo Li Mei stopped and waited. When the person got closer, she recognized him. It's Su Fenghai.
Wow.
Li Mei, where have you been? Seeing Guo Li Mei, Su Fenghai stopped singing, greeted her with a big smile and looked very happy. I went to the county. I asked Captain Wang for leave, but Su Fenghai didn't seem to care whether Guolime had asked for leave or not. I was asking about your parents. Don't worry, it's nothing. They'll be back in a few days. After saying this, Su Fenghai hummed a tune softly and walked past her. Watching his back disappear into the distance, Guolime finally realized who she saw near Uncle Gao's house. It was Su Fenghai. What was he doing at the county official's residential area? Guolime found it funny. Uncle Gao didn't even dare to promise her they would be back in a few days, yet he acted as if he was in charge of her parents' matters. A little more than 10 minutes later, Guolime arrived at her home. She opened the door quickly, stepped outside, looked around, and confirmed she hadn't taken a wrong turn. The yard was spotless, with not a single weed or stick in sight. Everything was in its proper place. Usually, Guolime thought her home was quite decent and she could keep up with others. But after Ding Xiang finished tidying up today, she realized her home was still far from truly clean and tidy. After Su Hongliang left, Ding Xiang couldn't lift her spirits. All these years of memories flooded her mind. They almost burst their heads. Guo Lisin thoughtfully brought her a pillow so she could lie down, while he quietly looked at his book. When he accidentally tore 2 pages of the book, he carefully tried to smooth them out, feeling very upset. Ding Xiang initially watched him do this, but soon fell asleep without realizing it. Guo Lisin heard footsteps outside and quickly peeked out the window, alert and cautious. Seeing it was his sister returning, he immediately put on a happy smile. He stretched his neck to look at the door. Guolime had just stepped inside when she saw her brother waving his hands and pointing at Ding Xiang. It turned out Ding Xiang had fallen asleep. Guolime said nothing, sat down tiredly on a chair, worried about her parents. According to Uncle Gao, they wouldn't be able to come back for a day or 2. With Uncle Gao watching over them, she believed she wouldn't be in trouble. Today, when she sat in Uncle Gao's car seat, she felt very hopeful, hoping he would take her to see her parents. If not today, she planned to go in a few days, even if her aunt was unhappy, because she really wanted to see her parents. Not seeing them made her feel uneasy. Guolime went to the kitchen for some water, then looked back at Ding Xiang and noticed her face was flushed and looked unwell. She reached out to feel her forehead, hot to the touch. Ding Xiang had a fever. Guolime hurried to the kitchen, filled a basin with cold water, soaked a towel, wrung it out, and placed it on Ding Xiang's forehead. The sudden coolness made Ding Xiang shiver, and she slowly opened her eyes. The blurry figure in front of her gradually became clear. "Li Mei's sister, you're back." Ding Xiang weakly spoke, her voice like a gust of wind in her throat. "You have a fever. Let's put a cold towel on your forehead to lower your temperature. Later, I'll buy medicine for you." Ding Xiang struggled to sit up, but Guolime pressed her down. "Lie still and don't move. Take off your shoes." Guolime didn't wait for Ding Xiang's permission. She took off her shoes herself, pushed her onto the bed, and covered her with a blanket. Guo Lisin quickly pulled the quilt over her, and hearing she had a fever, he stopped messing with his book and sat beside Ding Xiang, resting his chin on his hands, watching her closely. Ding Xiang felt drowsy and numb all over, like tiny ants crawling inside her, making her feel prickly and sore. Her eyelids were heavy, and she couldn't open them properly. She was about to fall asleep at any moment. She blinked her eyes hard a couple of times and struggled to get up. "Li Mei, you're back. I need to go back too." After getting scolded if she didn't go home tonight, she might get into more trouble tomorrow. Besides, dinner was waiting for her to prepare. "Look at yourself. Still thinking of going home? Who cares if you go home?
Stay here today."
"I dare anyone to bother you." Guolime was already annoyed, and hearing that Ding Xiang wanted to go home to find trouble made her even more upset. She didn't understand why Ding Xiang was so weak and had no desire to fight back. She didn't realize how painful it was when a feather duster was repeatedly slapped on her. "Li Xian, watch her. Don't let her go home. I'll go buy medicine." With her sister's order, Guo Li Xian grabbed Ding Xiang's hand and wouldn't let go. Ding Xiang was already weaker than him, and now her whole body was sore, so she couldn't struggle. She had to accept her fate and lie down. If she was hit, so be it. She was tough and couldn't be killed by a beating. Guoli Mei bought a few pills of a Nuagine at the health clinic and quickly returned. She boiled some water, poured it back and forth between 2 bowls until the temperature was just right, then brought it in. Take 2 pills. Maybe you'll recover quickly. The barefoot doctor had already told her to give 1 pill to the patient. Seeing that Ding Xiang had a high fever, Guoli Mei decided to give her 2 pills without asking. She covered her with a blanket. Once she started sweating, she would feel better. Ding Xiang obediently took the medicine and lay back on her pillow. She decided not to go home anymore. Whatever happens, happens. An hour later, Ding Xiang felt her whole body heat up. She wanted to pull off the blanket, but Guoli Xian held onto the corners of the blanket and wouldn't let go. Big sister said that sweating is good. You haven't sweated yet. We have to wait. Actually, Ding Xiang already felt herself sweating slightly. The most sensitive part was her back. The wound from yesterday's injury started to sting. Can you let me up? Guoli Xian touched Ding Xiang's head and felt her hand was wet. She was sweating. Big sister, she's sweating. Should we let her go? Guoli Mei, who was cooking, hurried in and tested her forehead with the back of her hand. Sure enough, she was sweaty. Let her sweat a little longer. Once she sweats through, she'll be fine. When her brother Ding Qingjue was sick, their mother had said the same thing. So Ding Xiang endured the sharp pain in her back and lay face down on the pillow. Before long, her hair was soaked, and her whole body felt as if it had been washed in water. Her mind did feel much clearer. Guo Lisin sat beside her, gently brushing her damp bangs aside and wiping the sweat from her face with a towel. Since childhood, Ding Xiang had always forced herself to endure illness without medicine, and she had never received anyone's care. Even though her back still hurt, her heart felt a warmth she had never known before. At the peak of her sweating, her clothes were completely drenched, clinging uncomfortably to her body. Guoli Mei came in with the meal, touched Ding Xiang's forehead, and found that the fever had gone down. Just needed a good sweat. Works fast. Smiling, Guoli Mei lifted the blanket and helped Ding Xiang sit up. Your clothes are soaked. Come to my room and change into something dry. Ding Xiang nodded and, with effort, got up. Guoli Mei supported her and led her to the small north room. She found some of her own clothes for Ding Xiang to wear, then helped her back to the main room to lie down again. Wait here, I'll set the table for dinner. Ding Xiang had already smelled the fragrance of scallions sizzling in hot oil. Here, this is for you, special care for the patient. Guoli Mei placed a steaming bowl of noodle soup in front of her. On top floated glistening drops of oil, bright green scallions, and even a poached egg. Ding Xiang couldn't help but swallow. When she was little, she had seen her sick brother eat this. At that time, their mother had said the same words to him. Back then, she had even envied her brother for being sick. But even when she herself had been gravely ill, she had never received such care. For a long time, she believed she wasn't worthy of it. Now, just when she had forgotten such a thing even existed, the bowl of hot noodle soup she had once longed for appeared right in front of her. Ding Xiang looked at the steaming noodles before her, unable to hold back the wave of emotion. The hand holding the chopsticks trembled slightly. She glanced shyly at the Gui siblings, who only had millet porridge in front of them. Go on, eat before it gets cold. Guoli Mei noticed her shyness, but could never have guessed what she was truly feeling inside. The childhood experiences of the two people are completely different. Although Guoli Mei suffered a bit when she was young at her neighbor's house, she was never lacking in love. The couple treats Guoli Mei better than they do their own children. When they got home, Guo Wei and Yang Xiuji felt they owed her more and loved her very much. Even after marriage, they didn't mistreat her for not having children. She has never been hit. In Guoli Mei's subconscious, being hit was just because she didn't fight back. In contrast, Ding Xiang grew up being scolded and beaten. She believed that accepting punishment quietly was the only way, and running away would only lead to worse punishment. As for chores at home, her mother always said that a girl should learn to do housework at her parents' home, so she wouldn't be oppressed or looked down upon in her husband's house, and she wouldn't get beaten. Doing these things was for her own good. Because Ding Xiang had never felt what love was, she was willing to sacrifice herself when Su Hongliang was kind to her, just to repay his kindness. After finishing a bowl of noodles, Ding Xiang's face looked rosy again. She looked outside. It was already dusk. She knew her parents were probably scolding and watching for her to cook. Guo Li Mei seemed to notice Ding Xiang's thoughts. Eat your fill. Why do you care about them? They have hands and feet. If they want someone to serve them, it's because you spoil them. Then she looked at Guo Lisin. In the future, don't spoil Lisin. He should do some chores too. We're all working in the production team. Why does the man get to lie on the bed like a lord when he comes home, while the woman has to wash clothes, cook, feed the pigs and dogs, and take care of the children? Guo Li Mei's words made Ding Xiang laugh. Whether married or not, she had been doing these chores since she was a child, besides taking care of the children. Even if she had to do everything in the future, she didn't mind. Isn't that what women are supposed to do? Our family doesn't have that rule. Whoever has time should do more housework. Ding Xiang wasn't sure whether to believe Guo Li Mei or not. Anyway, those were future matters. At night, Ding Xiang and Guo Li Mei slept in the small northern room. The small bed wasn't big, but it was still spacious enough for two people to sleep comfortably. After midnight, Guo Li Mei felt that Ding Xiang's breath was hot. She quickly lit the kerosene lamp and found that Ding Xiang had a fever again. Guo Li Mei got up, poured some cool boiled water, and gave 2 tablets of a Niujin to Ding Xiang. By dawn, Ding Xiang's fever had gone down. Guo Li Mei finished her breakfast and told Ding Xiang to rest at home for another day, while she went to work at the production team. Since her parents were not at home, she felt she had to go, or others might compare her and cause trouble. Guo Li Mei went to the production team and, in front of Ding Yushan, asked for an extra day off for Ding Xiang. Ding Xiang is sick today and can't work. Please give her another day off. Ding Yushan moved his lips a few times, wanting to speak but hesitating. He wanted to suggest that Ding Xiang stay home to recover, but seeing Guo Li Mei's eyes, he didn't dare say it. He only cursed his daughter silently in his heart. That night, Ding Xiang insisted on going home, and Guo Li Mei personally saw her back. Secretary Su also brought your marriage certificate, right? With that, Ding Xiang and Guo Li Xian are officially a married couple protected by the state. Ding Xiang is our daughter-in-law, and you have no right to hit or scold her. Ding Yushan bent over, lowered his head, and kept agreeing. After many years of suppression, Ding Yushan had learned to bow and scrape in front of outsiders, but to be domineering in front of his own daughter. After Guo Li Mei left, Ding Yushan angrily smashed the teacup in his hand. Everyone's bullying their own father now, huh? Look at how capable you are. For the first time in anger, he didn't let Ding Qingju hit her. Ding Xiang finally let out a long breath of relief. She dragged her tired body to work. 3 days later, Guo Wei and Yang Xiaozhi returned home. Guo Li Mei finished work and headed home. From a distance, she saw smoke rising from the chimney, which startled her. Could it be Li Xian got up with his injured leg to cook? Guo Li Mei quickened her pace and ran home. When she pushed open the door, she saw her mother busy cooking in the kitchen and her father sitting on a small stool, cooking fire and smoking. Mom, Dad, why are you back so soon? Yang Xiaozhi looked up, her eyes full of love as she looked at her daughter, and couldn't help but smile. Look at you, acting like we shouldn't have come back. Guo Li Mei stepped forward, ignoring her dirty clothes and hands, and hugged Yang Xiaozhi tightly. Mom, you know I didn't mean that. As she finished speaking, her voice choked, and tears unexpectedly fell. Yang Xiaozhi pretended to be annoyed and pushed her away. Oh, you're crying again, but I would believe it if you shed just a little tear. Aren't you quite capable? You can handle big things on your own. Guo Wei quickly gave Yang Xiaozhi a warning look. Yang Xiaozhi didn't continue speaking, but pushed Guo Li Mei gently. Go on. Hurry up and wash up. Dinner will be ready soon. Guo Li Mei knew what her mother meant and didn't argue. She hugged her mother's shoulders, kept shaking her, acted a little spoiled, then went to wash her hands and change clothes. Yang Xiaozhi and Guo Wei exchanged a look and shook their heads helplessly. During the few days they were detained in the county, they were kept apart. Today, when they were released, Gao Jianmin talked with them for nearly 2 hours. They talked about many things. From Gao's words, Guowei felt he was very discouraged and hopeless. His former fighting spirit seemed to have completely faded. When they left the county, it was already around 3 or 4 o'clock. On the way, they kept analyzing the current situation, feeling that Gao Jianmin was hiding something from them. They hadn't yet discussed Guo Limei and Zhao Jiachuan's matters. After dinner, Guo Limei tidied up the dishes, went back to her room, lay on her mother's lap, looked up and called out, "Mom." Usually when Guo Limei did this, she felt she had done something wrong. Yang Xiuji refused to speak and insisted she say it herself. This girl was quite determined. She dared to make her own decisions on such a big matter. No need to argue with her parents' opinions. Guo Limei lay for a while, noticing her mother wasn't talking about Zhao Jiachuan, and understood she was doing it on purpose. Guo Limei sat up, said nothing, opened her box, and took out 2 folded red hard paper certificates. Yang Xiuji looked at them repeatedly. There were words on them. She recognized some characters, but didn't understand others. "Whose award certificate is this?" Guo Limei smiled but didn't answer. Yang Xiuji moved closer to Guo Limei and spread out the red certificates. "Son, read it to me." "What's written on this?" Guo Limei pointed to the characters and read aloud. Guo Limei and Zhao Jiachuan voluntarily married. After review, it complies with the marriage law of the People's Republic of China. This certificate is issued. After finishing one, Guo Limei moved her finger to the next. Guo Limei and Ding Xiang. This certificate is issued. Yang Xiuji listened for a while, then turned to Guo Wei and said, "Old man, I didn't hear wrong, did I? It's only been a few days since we were home, and all the kids are already married. You've always wanted the kids to get married, right? Isn't that good?" Guo Wei knew that Yang Xiuji didn't want this kind of answer. But how to respond? It didn't matter anymore. The marriage certificates were already signed. Saying more would only make the daughter feel uncomfortable. "Limei, what do you think we should do about this?" Seeing that Guo Wei didn't speak as she wished, Yang Xiuji understood he was worried about making their daughter upset. So she had to give up. Whatever the outcome, it was her own choice. She had lived her life, and as long as she was happy, that was the most important thing. Yang Xiuji's calmness was something Guo Wei hadn't expected. In her mind, she thought her mother would have some opinions, but her silence made her feel uncertain. "I'll listen to my mom. Aren't you supposed to share your opinion? I insist you speak." "I'm not getting married." Yang Xiuji quickly pushed the issue back. This young girl, playing tricks with her mother, she's still too naive. "Old Kuai, the kids are talking to you properly." Guo Wei hurried to smooth things over, worried that Yang Xiuji might make the situation worse. Yang Xiuji sighed and said, "My husband and I agree. We're listening to you." She looked back at Guo Lisin and asked, "Son, do you want to marry Ding Xiang?" "Yes, I do. I want to." Yang Xiuji wasn't sure if her son truly understood the meaning and responsibility of marriage now. But as soon as she heard Ding Xiang's name, he agreed. "Son, your mother has also asked for your opinion. When you wake up and understand things better, don't blame us. After all, in the eyes of your family, you like Ding Xiang very much. We are just trying to help you realize your wishes." Yang Xiuji felt satisfied with her decision for her son and herself. "Mom and Dad," Secretary Su said, "we can have a group wedding, a modern one." He said, "After you come back, you can discuss it properly."
Mom.
"You know, Zhao Chunchun and Ding Xiang's families can't afford a big wedding. Since it's a remarriage, it should be as simple as possible." Yang Xiuji understood her daughter's meaning. With this change, Zhao and Ding's families are now considered relatives by marriage. Planning a wedding must consider both families' financial situations and feelings. "My parents won't interfere as long as you don't feel wronged," she said. Guo Limei lowered her head and softly said, "A wedding is just a form. We are living for ourselves. As long as life is happy afterward, everything else doesn't matter." "I've had my moment of glory, and I have no regrets," she added. Guo Limei's words made Yang Xiuji think back to when she first married off her daughter. Over the years, Guo Wei and his wife always felt they owed their daughter. Since she was getting married, they wanted her to have a grand wedding. The groom's father was a comrade of Guo Wei and Yang Xiuji. Their families knew each other well. 4 big carriages from the team were sent to deliver the wedding. Guowei had someone buy yellow glasswood, and a carpenter made a bed cabinet and 2 boxes as dowry. Guolime was very beautiful, and her wedding was quite grand. But unfortunately, she was too proud at the time, and later, she became more modest. 5 years after marriage, because Guolime couldn't have children, they divorced peacefully. Guowei then took their daughter back with a big carriage. Her in-laws didn't mistreat Guolime. They let her take all the furniture, clothes, and daily necessities as part of her dowry. The 2 boxes and the bed cabinet are still in Guolime's small house, in good condition. Thinking of these things, Yang Xiuji felt at ease. She had liked her son-in-law at first, but what was the result? They didn't grow old together. The reason was probably that he didn't love Guolime enough because she couldn't have children. But not only Guolime couldn't have children, many others didn't divorce over such issues. Yang Xiuji had once considered letting Guolime adopt a child, but Guowei stopped her. He believed that if their marriage was ending in divorce, it wasn't just about not having children. He never told her what the real problem was. The superficial reason was enough. This time, Zhao Chunchun knew Guolime's flaws but still agreed to marry her. Maybe he truly liked her. As for Zhao Chunchun, Yang Xiuji honestly didn't know much about him. But her gut feeling was that he was serious, quiet, and perhaps difficult to get along with. But intuition shouldn't be the only way to judge a person's character. Old man, tomorrow let's go find Su Fenghai and discuss what good ideas he might have. Guowei readily agreed. He was definitely going to find Su Fenghai. After spending a few days in the detention center, he felt more and more uneasy, as if he was being used as a pawn. The next day, Guowei and Yang Xiuji went to work at the production team. After dinner that evening, they asked Guolime to clear the dishes, then the couple went to Su Fenghai's house. The door was open, and smoke was billowing inside. Feng Guilon was coughing non-stop from the smoke. Guowei didn't go inside. He called out through the door, "Old Su, are you home?" Feng Guilon heard the call, stepped outside to look, and saw Yang Xiuji standing in the yard. She felt a bit awkward. Yang Xiuji looked indifferent. "We're here to see Secretary Su." "Is he home?" Feng Guilon shook her head. The house was smoking so much, those old men all ran outside. I was left alone coughing. Yang Xiuji looked up at the chimney, which was only emitting a faint trail of smoke. Most of the smoke was pouring out from the stove. Is the chimney blocked, or is the wind blowing down the chimney? No one gets hurt. If you have time, I can show you. It's been smoking and making noise all day. Doesn't it hurt your head? It hurts, but what can I do? Those old men don't cook, and no one tidies up. As an old woman, what can I do? Feng Guilon had just finished speaking when Su Fenghai, walking into the yard with his hands behind his back, joined the conversation. Not an old woman? Just say you're useless. Go inside and bring out 2 chairs. Gua, and I want to talk outside. This house is too stuffy. Su Fenghai instructed Feng Guilon to bring chairs inside while he took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. He rolled a cigarette and offered it to Guowei. Guowei took it but didn't smoke. He casually tucked it behind his right ear. Su Fenghai rolled one for himself. He struck a match, held it up to Guowei, who waved his hand to refuse, so Su Fenghai lit the cigarette he was holding in his mouth. Yang Xiuji went to the top of the house to check the chimney. Your chimney is a bit low. Is there anything you can connect to it? Feng Guilon thought for a moment. How about the stovepipe? Yang Xiuji brought a ladder from the top of the house, set it against the chimney, and climbed up. Feng Guilon was talking to Yang Xiuji. The fire in the stove was almost out, and hardly any smoke was coming from the chimney. Yang Xiuji climbed up and said to Feng Guilon, "Bring me the stovepipe so I can check it." Feng Guilon hurriedly ran to the small room below, pulled out a piece of metal stovepipe from the shelf, and ran out holding it. She held it up and handed it to Yang Xiuji. Yang Xiuji looked at it and said, "This pipe is too thin, there are gaps." She looked down and saw a pile of raw bricks at the bottom of the house. Yang Xiuji handed the pipe to Feng Guilon and said, "Bring me a few bricks." Feng Guilon took the pipe, set it aside, picked up 2 bricks, held one in her right hand, and tucked the other under her right arm. She climbed the ladder to the fourth crossbeam. She handed the bricks to Yang Xiuji. The wooden ladder shook violently.
Whoa.
Don't come up. With your big build, you'll weigh me down and you might break the ladder. Yang Xiuji took the bricks and told Feng Guilin to hurry and go down. If the ladder couldn't hold the weight, she might fall. Feng Guilin went down. Yang Xiuji climbed down a bit along the ladder until she could reach the bricks Feng Xiuji was holding up. She climbed up and down several times, finally making the chimney opening a little smaller. She placed the stovepipe on the chimney, then asked Feng Guilin to smash the bricks, pour some water, and mix in some mud to seal it. Feng Guilin hurried into the house, relit the fire, and sure enough, no more smoke came out. When Yang Xiuji was climbing the chimney, Guowei kept looking up. His expression was so complicated that Su Fenghai couldn't understand it. Worry? Guilt? Sympathy? Or deep affection? A woman who had spent half her life on the Kong, a traditional heated bed, how could she have so many feelings? A wife's role was just to wash clothes and cook during the day, feed the pigs and dogs. At night, she would be used for cuddling, lifting her leg to ride, having children, and continuing the family line. Guowei's expression puzzled Su Fenghai. But he still admired Yang Xiuji's skills. That sister-in-law is really capable. The stove isn't easy to burn, but she still manages to fix it. Guowei looked away and sighed softly. It's all because of my leg. I can't move around easily. Over the years, she's done all the heavy work. Honestly, I've caused her to suffer. Su Fenghai swallowed hard and didn't respond to Guowei's words. Do the couple really need to be so strict about separating? Is it really necessary? Su Fenghai changed the subject. Brother Guo, you called me here for something? Guowei pulled over a chair and sat down. Standing for a long time was hard on his legs. I heard from Li Mei that you're planning a new style wedding. I thought I'd come with your sister-in-law to ask about it. What's the plan? Su Fenghai also sat across from Guowei. If he stood, Guowei would have to look up to talk to him. Su Fenghai felt he wasn't showing enough respect to Guowei. I think, big brother, with the conditions of the Ding and Zhao families, the simpler the better. Simplicity is good, but it shouldn't be cold. A wedding is a happy event, just once in a lifetime. Suddenly, Su Fenghai felt he might have said the wrong thing. Guoli Mei had been through this before. Guowei stroked his chin, lost in thought, seeming not to care about what Su Fenghai just said. Su Fenghai let out a breath of relief. You can't speak harshly in front of someone with a lower status. Find a loudspeaker in the warehouse and have the village's speaker repairman blow it up. The villagers get half a day off to attend the wedding, held at the brigade headquarters. Bow 3 times in front of Chairman Mao's portrait. Make it lively. That should do. Brother Guo, if you have other ideas, just say so. We're discussing it. The big event for the kids. Let's try to make everyone happy. As Su Fenghai spoke, Guowei nodded. Honestly, this plan would make the wedding quite lively. Most importantly, it saves money. Guowei didn't have any better ideas either. All right, I agree. When do you think is a good date? Su Fenghai reached into his pocket for a cigarette. Guowei took the cigarette from his ear and handed it over. Su Fenghai lit the cigarette, holding it in his mouth, and mumbled, You guys should decide on the date yourselves. Guowei nodded repeatedly, his eyes fixed on Yang Xiuji, who was washing her hands at the door. Okay, I'll discuss it with my wife at home. I also want to ask you about the alliance. Why do I feel like our family is being used as a pawn? Su Fenghai was surprised. He didn't expect Guowei to ask so directly. Since he was so straightforward, Su Fenghai thought he should be honest too. Su Fenghai scratched his head and chuckled. Big brother, I need to correct you. Only you are being used as a pawn by me. Sister-in-law and Li Xin have nothing to do with me. I don't know when Li Xin sneaked up there. Don't blame me for using you as a pawn. I had no choice. In the entire harvest team, besides you, who else has the right to be used as a pawn? Guowei laughed loudly after hearing this. He didn't expect Su Fenghai to not defend himself at all, and his words even made it hard to stay angry. Guowei isn't a petty person. Even if Su Fenghai didn't play tricks, he wouldn't watch his wife and children be bullied. In the end, it was all the same. Guowei smiled, and Su Fenghai knew everything was fine. Big brother, I did something wrong. I apologize to you. Why are you so happy to say that? Before Guowei could reply, Yang Xiuji walked over, shaking water from her hands. Did you have a good talk? Guowei stood up from his chair. Yes, it was good. Old Su hasn't eaten yet, so we won't bother you. We'll follow your plan. Once we arrange everything, we'll let you know. The first sentence was for Yang Xiuji, and the next was for Su Fenghai. Su Fenghai saw Guowei and Yang Xiuji walking away side by side from the gate, feeling secretly relieved. He didn't expect them to come back so soon. His uncle once said that Gao Jianmin was in trouble himself. Even if he tried his best, he might not be able to help them. But for him, this wasn't a big problem. He told them to go home and wait, at most a week. But they returned in 3 days. This morning, when he saw Guowei and his wife, Su Fenghai looked at the eggs stored at home. Almost a small basketful. When it was full, he planned to visit his uncle to ask for a favor. As Su Fenghai was about to head back, Su Hongliang suddenly crawled out from behind the firewood pile. No need to ask, Su Fenghai could guess. When Su Hongliang saw Guowei and his wife in the yard, he immediately hid behind the haystack. This was all because of the issue with Ding Xiang. The two old men entered the house one after the other. Feng Guilin was still cooking. She had just finished tidying up the chimney. Hongliang, Uncle Gua came to discuss the marriage of the children. Ding Xiang is already married, so you shouldn't think so much anymore. Hello, the Gua family is kind and honest. Ding Xiang won't suffer if she marries into your family. Your matters are almost settled, and this year you should be able to move forward. A real man should focus on his future. If he works hard, he can marry any kind of wife he wants. Su Hongliang lies silently on the bed. It's too late to say anything now. Ding Xiang no longer wants him and is holding hands with that crazy man. In just a few days, she has fallen for someone else. Su Hongliang covers his head with a quilt, and Su Fenghai also stops talking. Guowei returns home and repeats what Su Fenghai said. Yang Xiuji and Guo Limei think this plan is good. It saves money and makes things lively. But there is still a difficult problem. A few families need to gather to discuss and set a date. After all, 3 families getting married is not something one family can decide alone. I think, since our family is a bit better off, why not prepare a meal and have everyone eat together? We can discuss and set a date. Guowei finishes speaking, and Yang Xiuji remains silent for a while. She doesn't mind sharing a meal, but sitting at the same table with Ding Yushan makes her uncomfortable. Then she remembers. She looks down on him, but he is Ding Xiang's father and future father-in-law, so she endures it. Let's do as you say. It's best to be open about everything. Tomorrow I will go to the county again. Old Gao just gave me a meat voucher, which will come in handy. The potatoes and early beans in the garden are ready, and there's plenty of greens. Yang Xiuji is determined. Let's kill another old hen. As soon as she finishes, Guowei agrees immediately. All right, I will notify the person. In just a few words, the plan is settled. My dad is quite tired. Maybe I should go inform them tomorrow. Recently, Guo Limei has been worried about her parents and hasn't spoken to Zhao Chunchun. The two only exchange a few glances while working, so they decide to take this chance to visit Zhao's family. Even though they already have the marriage certificate, Guo Limei has never actually been to Zhao Chunchun's home. From outside, the 2 small, low-grass houses look humble. She doesn't know where they will live after marriage. Seeing it in person helps her understand better. Guo Limei's parents clearly understand her intentions. Yang Xiuji also has another reason for wanting to go to the county. She hopes to get some cloth and shoe tickets. Although it was a remarriage, she didn't want her children to suffer too much. She would do her best to help whenever she could. Guo Limei was fairly well-dressed in the harvest team. She had a few sets of clean clothes, but Ding Xiang's clothes were very worn out. Yang Xiuji had only seen her in 2 outfits, both patched many times. Even her cloth shoes often had holes. Yang Xiuji thought it would be good to ask someone to buy her 2 pairs of leather shoes with straps, like the ones she saw people wear in the county town. They looked shiny and very nice. No matter what, Ding Xiang marrying Guo Lisin was a good thing for her son. She had already suffered enough. Doing a little more for her would make her feel better inside. The next morning, Yang Xiuji left early for the county. Even if she had a ticket for pork, she still had to queue early to buy it. She finally managed to get 2 jin of pork, the fattiest part, but it had already been divided among those with connections. No matter how early she went, it was no use. Zhao Jiachuan finished dinner and sat by the window to cool off when she saw Guolime walking into the yard with a bright smile. She hurried to meet her. "Have you finished eating?" Guolime nodded and went into the house. Zhao Jiachuan followed, feeling nervous. She couldn't help but glance at Wei Qiaoyun's room. Inside, she heard her little nephew giggling. Guolime paused for a moment, then stepped over the threshold. That child's laughter was like a lively little hand scratching her heart, making her feel itchy inside. "Big sister Li Mei, you're here." Seeing her come in, Zhao Jiehui quickly got up from the calm, a traditional bed, since old Zhao was not at home. "Old Zhao isn't here." Zhao Jiehui flicked her braid behind her back, nervously straightened her clothes, and looked down as she left. Soon after, she returned holding 2 small cucumbers, about a foot long. She washed them and handed one to Guolime. The fruits and vegetables in the garden were not yet ripe, only a few small cucumbers. Now that the future sister-in-law was here, Zhao Jiehui had nothing to offer, so she reluctantly picked 2 small cucumbers. "Jiehui, don't bother. I came to talk to old Zhao. Since he's not home, I'll tell you both. When he returns, I can tell him too." Guolime explained her parents' plans. Zhao Jiachuan and Zhao Jiehui looked at each other but didn't say anything. They felt uncomfortable inside. The matter involving the 3 families is unfair to the Gu family, as they have to spend money, but they have no extra funds themselves. Even if they save by changing relatives, they still need to buy 2 new quilts and new clothes for the bride. They don't know where to borrow the money from. When Zhao Jieshi got married, they borrowed from all the relatives they could and still haven't paid it back. They feel embarrassed to ask again. Although marriage is a happy event, it has become a difficult one. "Everyone come over for dinner tomorrow. Even couple, a Jew and her husband, should come too." Guolime walks into the kitchen, deliberately speaking loudly. Wei Qiaoyun's door is still closed. Guolime clearly hears her teasing the child. She doesn't believe Wei Qiaoyun can't hear her talking. Since she won't open the door, she can't just barge in. People say that sisters-in-law often don't get along, but Guolime doesn't believe it. She thinks everyone is kind-hearted. If you treat her well, she will appreciate it. Guolime waits for a while, but the sounds of Wei Qiaoyun playing with the child stop, yet the door remains closed. A shy, awkward smile appears on Guolime's face. "I'm leaving now. I need to go to Dingtang's house." Zhao Jiehui sees her off and wisely stops, giving her brother a chance to be alone. Zhao Jiachuan keeps rubbing his hands. The child is crying. Maybe Qiaoyun didn't hear. "Don't be angry." Actually, he isn't really angry. Guolime wouldn't get upset with Wei Qiaoyun or cause trouble between her and Zhao Jiachuan. "It's okay. Just tell her when you go back." Zhao Jiachuan follows her to Dingtang's door, then stops. He still wanted to talk to Guolime about changing houses. But Wei Qiaoyun's latest action makes it harder for him to speak. He knows he will have to say something sooner or later. Feeling discouraged, Zhao Jiachuan returns home. As soon as he reaches the door, he hears Wei Qiaoyun angrily shouting, "People really are unreasonable. Yesterday, I wanted to pick these 2 small cucumbers, but your dad said I was causing trouble and wouldn't let me. Now, just a day later, they've been picked. And she doesn't mention causing trouble anymore. All the sisters-in-law are the same. Why are you treating me differently? Don't think I want to eat them. I just want the kids to have some." The child is only about 6 months old, but she really uses the child as an excuse. Zhao Jiehui thinks to himself, but dares not say anything. As her second sister-in-law, no one pays much attention to her. If she causes trouble, it's usually ignored. But if someone responds, it could go on forever. Wei Qiaoyun, holding her child, said, "Son, don't think you're the oldest grandson of old Zhao's family. You're not better than a hen that can't lay eggs." Zhao Jiachuan couldn't hold back anymore. He pushed open the door and shouted at Wei Qiaoyun, "If you're going to cause trouble, go back to your own room. Guolime invited you and your family to dinner. Why don't you even open the door? Guo Limei stood outside for a long time. She plans to invite you both to dinner tomorrow. Yet you won't even open the door. Zhao Jiachuan was really angry. This was the first time in over a year that Wei Qiaoyan had argued with him face to face. Guo Limei must have felt very wronged just now. Wei Qiaoyan let out a long sigh. Big brother, you're sticking up for her? You invited me to dinner, but I didn't hear about it. That Guo Limei, even though she has her faults and her eyes are on her head, does she really look up to me? I won't eat from her lowly table. Just then, Zhao Jiaqiu pushed the door open from outside. Wei Qiaoyan immediately raised her voice. Zhao Jiaqiu, you bastard. You can only bully me with others. Look at your big brother. His wife hasn't even moved in yet, and he's already siding with her and arguing with me. Zhao Jiaqiu looked at his wife and then at his older brother. Honestly, he didn't believe Wei Qiaoyan's words, but he didn't dare say it out loud. Let's talk nicely. No need to get so worked up. Zhao Jiachuan slammed the door shut and went inside, sulking. Don't break my door. You promised to move to a new house. No backing out now. Wei Qiaoyan put the child into Zhao Jiachuan's arms, then angrily opened the vegetable garden gate. She picked 2 small cucumbers from the trellis. If she could pick 2, I should be able to pick 2 too. Holding the cucumbers, she just stepped out of the garden when she ran into old Zhao Tu coming back. Seeing the small cucumbers in Wei Qiaoyan's hand, old Zhao Tu couldn't help but get angry. They're just growing. Why pick them now? Wouldn't that be a waste? Wei Qiaoyan rolled her eyes at her father-in-law.
Dad.
Your mind is so biased. Guo Limei is my daughter-in-law. Am I not? Old Zhao Tu was momentarily confused. What does Guo Limei have to do with this? Wei Qiaoyan pursed her lips and muttered softly, loud enough for old Zhao Tu to hear. A wolf can't see, and a dog eats the leftovers. She slammed the door shut with a bang, nearly hitting old Zhao Tu's nose. Old Zhao Tu shook his head and sighed. What a family misfortune. They said such unreasonable things and spent a lot of money. When they entered the house, old Zhao immediately sensed something was wrong. Zhao Jiachuan and Zhao Jiahui both looked gloomy and said nothing. There were 2 small cucumbers on the table. Thinking of Wei Qiaoyan's words, old Zhao understood. Guo Limei has been here. Zhao Jiachuan told their father what Guo Limei had said. Old Zhao sighed deeply and lowered his head. Not going would seem ungrateful, but going would mean he couldn't even afford a simple meal. How could he lift his head? If Guo Wei saw old Zhao in such a difficult situation, he would surely regret preparing this meal. He meant well, thinking that from now on, the families would be relatives. They could eat together, discuss the children's marriage dates, and strengthen their bond. Although they all lived in the same village, they didn't have much contact. Unexpectedly, this caused trouble for others. This is a typical case of good intentions going wrong. The banquet was held on time the next evening. Old Zhao took his son Zhao Jiachuan and daughter Zhao Jiahui. Ding Yueshan and his wife, along with Ding Qingjue and Ding Xiang, also arrived. Both families arrived one after the other. After everyone sat down, Guo Limei looked outside the door again. Zhao Jiachu's family didn't come. Guo Limei signaled Zhao Jiachuan, who immediately stood up and followed her to a quiet spot near the mountain. Didn't you tell Wei Qiaoyan what I said yesterday? Zhao Jiachuan hesitated for a moment, then looked at Guo Limei with embarrassment. I forgot. Guo Limei wasn't stupid. She knew Zhao Jiachuan was trying to take the blame. Since Zhao Jiachu's family didn't come, it wouldn't look good for others. The 3 families were gathering, but 2 people were missing? All right, I'll go invite her again. Guo Limei deliberately emphasized the word invite. Just as she was about to leave, Zhao Jiachuan grabbed her firmly. Don't go. It's not proper, not a big celebration. No need to invite her again and again. Zhao Jiachuan knew Wei Qiaoyan's temper and was afraid she might say something unpleasant, which would upset Guo Limei. There are some issues at home that need to be gradually shared with Guo Limei. If everything is dumped on her all at once, Guo Limei might find it hard to accept. Everyone is used to being pampered by their parents. Who can truly be considerate of others? Guo Wei and Yang Xiaozhi are well known for their protectiveness towards their children. Seeing Zhao Jiachuan's attitude, Guo Limei became even more sure of her guess. It wasn't that he didn't speak up, it was Wei Xiaoyan who didn't appreciate it. All right, I understand. Let's go back and eat. The two of them, one after the other, returned to the table. Guo Limei's personality is such that if you show her respect, she will return it tenfold. If you pretend to be naive, she won't bother with you. There are 11 people in total. One table for men, one for women. Yang Xiaoji looked at her daughter and then at the number of people at the table, understanding what Guo Limei meant by calling Zhao Jiachuan. Guo Limei personally went to Zhao's house last night. She wouldn't be unclear about this matter. Zhao Jiaqiu and Wei Qiaoyan didn't come, which definitely wasn't because her daughter didn't invite them. Wei Qiaoyan simply refused to come. She had long known that Wei Qiaoyan was unreasonable and domineering at the old Zhao house. This was her way of trying to intimidate her before she even married into the family. With Yang Xiaoji's personality, how could she tolerate such bad behavior? Everyone is here. Let's start eating. After everyone sat down, Guo Limei poured a glass of wine for each man. Guo Wei stood up and said simply, "From now on, we are one family. Today, I invited everyone for 2 reasons. First, to strengthen our bond. Second, to discuss the children's marriage. Light drinks and simple dishes. Eat well and enjoy yourselves." Old Zhao quickly stood up, raising his cup. "Dear in-laws, honestly, this meal shouldn't be on your shoulders alone. I appreciate your kindness, so forget about light drinks and simple dishes. What do we eat during the New Year?" Old Zhao's words were sincere. The dishes on this table were definitely comparable to a New Year's Eve feast. Wood ear mushrooms with pork, salted duck eggs, scrambled eggs with chives, old hen stewed with potatoes, cucumber dishes, catfish stewed with eggplant, meat stewed with early beans and large chili peppers. Only the cucumber dish was purely vegetarian. The other vegetable dishes all had a few slices of meat. There was fish, meat, and eggs, everything complete. Even during the New Year, not every family could enjoy such a meal. Ding Yueshan also hurriedly stood up, repeatedly saying, Exactly, this full table of dishes reminded him of Ding family's prosperous days. Wild boar, bear paws, flying wild geese, dragon meat. What hadn't they eaten? Now, they couldn't even afford such a banquet. Guo Wei quickly asked both men to sit down. Ding Yueshan and old Zhao were both older than Guo Wei. 2 older brothers, I am your younger brother. It's my duty to prepare this meal. I've done my best, and as long as you are satisfied, that's enough. Satisfied. Very satisfied. Old Zhao thought to himself, I didn't spend a penny. There's good food and drink, and if they're not happy, they can call someone else. Only Wei Qiaoyan didn't show gratitude. Just before leaving, Zhao Jiachuan specifically asked her and her husband to bring the child along. Wei Qiaoyan clenched her teeth because Guo Limei didn't invite her. Her words were, they're just being polite. Do I have to be so shameless and go myself? Have I never eaten or drunk enough? Old Zhao knew what she meant. She wanted Guo Jiaming to invite her again. But she didn't think about who she was. Guo Wei and Yang Xiaoji are not the kind of people to be easily fooled. She tried to manipulate Guo Limei, but she was a bit mistaken. However, old Zhao hoped Guo Limei could be a little kinder to Wei Qiaoyan. After all, they are family, and fighting in front of outsiders just makes everyone look bad. After 3 glasses of wine, Guo Wei repeated Su Finghai's words to everyone. That's the process. I think it's good. If you have any suggestions, you can add them. Old Su said it can be improved. As for the date, we decide ourselves. Yang Xiaoji got up and took down the calendar from the wall, handing it to Ding Zhongshi. Ding's family used to be big landowners, so they understand these things better than her, who only carries a gun. Actually, Yang Xiaoji didn't care much about choosing an auspicious day. As long as the couple supports each other and works hard together, any day can be a good day. Ding Zhongshi looked at the calendar and then at Zhao Jiahui sitting nearby. Her enthusiasm suddenly disappeared. Ding Qingjuo was right. Big barrel, but not tall, with a big mouth and a glass of flowers. You don't realize how serious it is until you compare. With the beauty of Guo Limei and Ding Xiang, Zhao Jiahui looked even worse. If it had been 5 years ago, Ding Zhongshi would have dared to bet that Ding's family could go back to how it was. Back then, Ding Qingjue would have just stood there, stubborn and unchanging. Someone like Zhao Jiehui, wanting to join Ding's family as a little wife, wouldn't even qualify. But all those thoughts are useless now. Ding Zhongshi leaned back and handed the calendar to Ding Yushan. You choose. I can't see well. Ding Yushan was used to making decisions at home. When Ding Zhongshi handed him the calendar, he didn't think about anything else. He studied it for a long time, but couldn't find any good dates. Finally, they chose August 25th, the second day of the 7th lunar month, a good day for marriage. I think this date is good enough. If we wait any longer, there won't be a better day. You two should discuss it further. Guo Wei kept waving his hands. If you two say it's fine, then it's okay. I really don't know much about these things. Guo Wei felt a bit embarrassed to admit he didn't believe in such traditions. If it were up to him, he would pick a good day blindly. Any day would do. Old Zhao quickly agreed. Since no one objected, the date was set. About 20 days left, and Yang Xiuji thought that should be enough time. The hardest part was Zhao Jiachuan. His father hadn't been in charge for many years, and he handled all the family matters himself. They needed to prepare 2 sets of bedding and a new outfit for Guolime, which would cost dozens of yuan. But now, he had no way to borrow money.
Ding Yushan didn't mind.
Since it was a marriage exchange, he didn't plan to prepare anything special. If it was a marriage exchange, there was no reason for Guo's family to prepare anything. Besides, even if Guo's family had new things, they wouldn't be related to them. They couldn't get anything back from Ding's family. As for Zhao Jiehui, Ding Zhongshi didn't plan to prepare new bedding or clothes either. Marrying such a daughter-in-law was already a hardship for their son. If Ding's family had the ability to prepare wedding items, they wouldn't have exchanged Zhao Jiehui for someone less fortunate. After a meal, everyone had their own thoughts, but they finally finished eating. The men sat on the kong, a traditional bed, drinking tea, while Guolime, Ding Xiang, and Zhao Jiehui cleared the dishes. Lime, there are 2 dishes left in the pot, chicken with potatoes and catfish with eggplant. When Jiehui leaves later, let her take them home. Jiechi and Xiaoyan didn't have time to come, so take some home. From now on, Lime, we're like family. My daughter has been spoiled since she was young, and in the future, Xiaoyan will have to help out. Yang Xiuji's words were clear. Old Xiao and Zhao Jiachuan understood. Wei Xiaoyan was excellent, but their daughter shouldn't suffer. Both grandfathers' faces turned red, without realizing it. Guo Wei saw their embarrassment and quickly changed the subject. Yesterday, I clearly explained everything through the door. When I left, I specifically asked Zhao Jiachuan to tell his sister-in-law again, and he would do so. Yang Xiuji sneered coldly. Wei Xiaoyan is used to being bossy, thinking everyone must listen to her. When someone speaks, she doesn't even open the door. That shows her manners. It will be hard to get along with her in the future. Guo Wei was worried she would talk too much, and Guo Lime felt upset inside. He quickly interrupted. The date is set, the marriage certificate is issued. Lime is now part of Zhao's family. Why are you still talking about that? Our family doesn't let outsiders bully us. After all, you are the older one, and she is the younger. Just be a bit patient. Yang Xiuji looked at Guo Wei with dissatisfaction. If you say that, then if our daughter gets bullied, you won't do anything? Just endure the hitting and scolding. Guo Wei and Guo Lime couldn't help but laugh. Even Guo Lisin didn't understand why, and just followed along. In the end, Guo Wei admitted he was wrong and corrected himself. For small matters, let her have her way. For big matters, stick to principles. Yang Xiuji still wasn't happy. Principles? What principles are you talking about? Unable to avoid it, Guo Wei changed the subject again. What about the wedding? Do you have a plan? Yang Xiuji finally started talking about the main issue. There are no problems with the 2 bedsheets at home. We prepared them for Li Xin long ago. Also, I've made 2 new dresses for Dingxiang. Yesterday, I went to the county and mostly confirmed the fabric can be bought. Now, it's just Li Mei's issue. We don't know what old Zhao's family plans to do. We definitely can't prepare the bedsheets inside, and cotton isn't something that can be ready in a day or 2. As for the dresses, if it's not enough, Li Mei and Dingxiang can each make one to wear at the wedding. Later, when we have fabric tickets, we'll buy more for Dingxiang. What do you think? She was speaking to Guo Wei.
Just do as you see fit.
It's best for the girl and boy to have a proper wedding. Li Mei had been listening absent-mindedly, fiddling with a button on her clothes. Li Mei, the wardrobe and 2 chests are old furniture. When you have time, talk to Zhao Jiachuan. If his family doesn't mind, they can use them. These past few years have been unstable, and even finding a carpenter has been hard. Okay, I'll ask him. Li Mei agreed while thinking. She didn't want to, because her family's old chests were about to fall apart, and she didn't want him to buy new ones for her. She didn't dare to say what she really thought. After all, her in-laws were chosen by her. She really wanted to go to Zhao's house now to hear what Wei Qiaoyan had said. She hadn't provoked her, so why was she doing this? After thinking about it, she decided it was better not to cause herself trouble. What does it matter if the sister-in-law is difficult? If they get along, they do. If not, they don't. It's no big deal. The next day at work, Guo Limei felt that people were looking at her differently, whispering and sneaking around. Whenever she walked by, they immediately hushed their voices. It was obvious. They were talking behind her back. But Guo Limei didn't understand why. What was there to gossip about? Seeing Zhao Jiehui, she noticed that Zhao had the same expression as those people. Guo Limei sensed something was wrong and called out, "Jiehui, come here." Zhao Jiehui looked surprised and reluctantly came over, forcing a very awkward smile. "Limei, is there something you need?" Guo Limei looked directly at Zhao Jiehui, making her even more uneasy. "Jiehui, if there's nothing, I'll go back to work." Guo Limei smiled. "It's not like you said it. What are you afraid of?" Zhao Jiehui's face immediately turned red. She looked away at the distant crowd and said, "Li Mei, don't listen to their nonsense. My second sister-in-law might not have said that." Sure enough, Zhao Jiehui was simple-minded and revealed her thoughts with one sentence. "All right, let's go. Time to work." Guo Qiaoyan didn't care much about the gossip. At most, she thought they were just talking about whether the Guo family had invited her to eat. She looked down on her sister-in-law. If she was going to do something like that, Guo Limei really looked down on her. What kind of person is she? Hearing Guo Limei tell her to go work, Zhao Jiehui felt like she was saved and hurriedly left. Just a little while after starting work, a few people asked her about the dinner at the Guo family yesterday. Last night, after Zhao Jiehui finished tidying up and went home, she was still holding the vegetables that Yang Xiuji had brought back. Wei Qiaoyan was squatting at the gate, chatting with a group of women. How can Guo Limei look down on us? Even if she's from the Guo family, she might not look down on me. My older brother married her, but she's just a useless hen.
Why?
Just for that tiny space in her pants? A few women nearby burst into laughter. Zhao Leoi's wife. Why are you telling the truth? It's not your fault. With Guo Limei's look, who wouldn't be dazzled? Zhao Jiehui gathered her courage and walked over, handing the vegetables she was holding to Wei Qiaoyan. Second sister-in-law, how can you say that about our older brother? Aren't you afraid of others laughing at you? Wei Qiaoyan made a few lazy sounds and said casually, "See? I was right. This family, I'm the only outsider here." She spoke while lowering her head and sniffed hard. "Oh my, what's going on? This smells so good." Wei Qiaoyan shot a quick glance at Zhao Jiehui. "I'm done talking with you. Let's go back inside and eat." The group dispersed and Zhao Jiehui shook her head with a sigh. Wei Qiaoyan secretly called Guo Limei a mule or a hen that doesn't lay eggs. If Guo Limei hurt her, she wouldn't let it go easily. After dinner, Zhao Jiachuan came to see Guo Limei. After greeting Guo Weiyang and Yang Jiji, the two of them went for a walk by the small river. Even though there were still over 20 days left, time seemed to pass quickly. Some things were hard to say, but Zhao Jiachuan knew he had to speak. "Limei, I want to talk to you about something." He couldn't mention the bedding and clothes, but he would find a way to manage the money, even if he had to bow his head. Right now, the hardest thing to bring up was the house. Wei Qiaoyan mentioned it every day. If they didn't solve it early, she might cause trouble at the wedding. "Just tell me if there's something." "Two people always have more ideas than one," Zhao Jiachuan said helplessly. Dealing with Wei Qiaoyan was impossible for anyone. "Don't be mad if I tell you this." Zhao Jiachuan hesitated. Guo Limei felt that what he said was probably not good for her and might be related to Wei Qiaoyan. Zhao Jiachuan, mustering his courage, reached out and held Guo Limei's hands in his palms. Limei, honestly, I think it's the biggest blessing of my life that you like me. I really can't bring myself to say it. Guo Limei lowered her head, but didn't pull her hands away. She half-jokingly, half-seriously said, "If you can't say it, then don't say it." Zhao Jiachuan sighed deeply. "I have to say it." Wei Qiaoyan suggested that we change places to live. Her room is too small for 3 people, and she wants to move to the big room. I know you feel wronged, but my family... Oh, Limei, let's work hard. In less than 2 years, we can build a small house of our own and move out. Just 2 years for me. Can you endure that? His voice was almost pleading, but Guo Limei was unmoved. On the contrary, her heart instantly shattered into 2 pieces. It's not about the house. Wei Qiaoyan meant to mock her for not having children and wasting money on a big house. Not having children is the deepest pain in Guo Limei's heart. If I don't change, how can she live here if I get married? When I come, she can't stay anymore. Guo Limei pulled away and turned to leave, but Zhao Jiachuan suddenly hugged her tightly. Limei, whether you come or not doesn't matter. It's not what you think. Our 3 men moved to a small house. Isn't that better? Please don't make things difficult for me, okay? Guo Limei pushed him away and ran far ahead. Seeing Guo Limei walk away without looking back, Zhao Jiachuan couldn't help but sigh repeatedly. Why is it so hard to find a wife? This problem must be solved. There's no other way. Zhao Jiachuan clenched his teeth, gathered his courage, and followed her. If you want to hide, then go to your home and talk. Zhao Jiachuan was gambling, betting that Guo Limei wouldn't want to embarrass herself in front of her parents. Guo Limei ran straight home and looked back. About 10 steps away, Zhao Jiachuan was standing there. He actually came all the way to her house. Guo Limei ignored him and went inside alone. Why are you back so quickly? Yang Xiuji just asked, then looked up and saw Zhao Jiachuan following behind. They exchanged a glance with Guo Wei. Both of them happily left, but in less than half an hour, they returned angrily. It must be because of some issue causing a quarrel. Old Kuai, I ate too much tonight and want to go for a walk. Are you going? Guo Wei's meaning was clear. Leave the kids to handle their own problems. If the elders interfere, it might make simple issues more complicated. Uncle Guo, I have something to discuss with the elders. Before Zhao Jiachuan finished speaking, Guo Limei shot him a fierce glare. This small move didn't escape Guo Wei's eyes. His daughter didn't want Zhao Jiachuan to say anything. Probably not good news. Guo Wei felt a bit awkward. His future son-in-law had already made it clear he wanted to discuss something. Ignoring him might seem like he didn't value his son-in-law. What is it? Just say it, and we'll discuss it. Yang Xiuji hadn't planned to leave either. Hearing Guo Wei say that, she sat down heavily in a chair. Zhao Jiachuan stood in the middle of the yard, constantly rubbing his hands, beads of sweat forming on his nose. He looked as nervous as an old landlord about to be criticized at a public meeting. Guo Limei couldn't help but chuckle softly. She pulled over a chair and sat Zhao Jiachuan down. He clearly relaxed a bit, feeling he had at least guessed half of what was coming. Aunt and uncle, you know our house is small. After my second brother got married, he built a small room behind the kitchen. Guo Wei and Yang Xiuji exchanged glances, almost able to guess what Zhao Jiachuan was about to say. Now, my little nephew is over 6 months old. Don't be fooled by how small he is. He takes up a lot of space. That room. At this critical moment, Zhao Jiachuan suddenly lost his confidence. He found it hard to say the rest of his words. He lowered his head deeply. His hands rested on his knees. Guo Wei looked at Guo Limei. Look at you. As if someone has upset you. Guo Limei stood up, poured a glass of water, and handed it to Zhao Jiachuan. He shook his head, refusing to take it. I'll explain what's going on, Zhao Jiachuan said, looking uncomfortable. His words still hurt Guo Limei's feelings. An older brother, with his sister-in-law saying such things, how could he argue back? Wei Qiaoyan was also unreasonable. If he didn't understand her feelings, Zhao Jiachuan would be caught in the middle. If she wanted to live with him, she shouldn't make things difficult. Wei Qiaoyan thinks her current house is too small. She wants us to move into a bigger house when we get married, so she can stay in the small one. Yang Xiuji frowned. Isn't that unreasonable? They had lived there for 2 or 3 years. Now, when Guo Limei got married, she couldn't stay there. Yang Xiuji was about to speak, but Guo Yi interrupted her. In fact, this is a family matter. Normally, we shouldn't interfere. But Jiachuan also said it's something to discuss. I haven't been to your home, so I don't know if it's true. My idea is, Limei should go see for herself. If she really can't stay there, moving out isn't a big deal. After all, we're family. If she can stay, then there's no need to change. Living together should respect the elders and the younger ones, right? Guo Yi's words were clear. He understood the practical difficulties, but wouldn't tolerate unnecessary trouble. Zhao Jiachuan's face turned red with embarrassment. Guo Limei, worried he might feel too uncomfortable, quickly changed the subject. Just as my dad said, I'll go see for myself another day. If they can't live in the current house, let them stay in a bigger one. Big or small, any place where you can sleep is good. Right, Mom? Guo Limei clearly saw her mother was unhappy and quickly changed the subject to stop her from talking. Yang Xiuji snorted, but said nothing. Although she didn't speak, that snore was enough to make Zhao Jiachuan feel uncomfortable. He stood up, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said, Uncle Guo wants to go out for a walk. I won't bother you then. I'll go back first, just like my uncle said. Limei can go see the house when she has time, and then we can discuss it again. Even if Zhao Jiachuan felt embarrassed, he never said he wouldn't change. Guo Wei, Yang Xiuji, and Guo Limei all understood Zhao Jiachuan's meaning. This house must be changed. That's also what Yang Xiuji meant when she snorted. They called it a discussion, but it was almost the same as just giving a notice. Is there anything else difficult for your family? Just say it all. Yang Xiuji wouldn't hold back what needed to be said just because Zhao Jiachuan felt awkward. Zhao Jiachuan lowered his head and, after a moment, softly said, No, that's all. Yang Xiuji sighed and felt a little sorry for Zhao Jiachuan. His family troubles weighed heavily on him. She felt guilty for making things difficult for him. We've prepared clothes for Limei's wedding, and that's all we can do. As for the other things, we won't worry about them. Limei still has 2 old pieces of furniture in her room. If you don't mind, find a couple of people to move them over someday. Zhao Jiachuan looked at Guo Limei, neither agreeing nor refusing, and left the decision to her. I'll listen to her. I'm going back now. Staying longer would only make things more awkward. Guo Limei saw him to the door, and neither of them said anything. Both felt a bit uncomfortable inside. It seemed like there was a way to solve the problem, but in reality, nothing had changed from before. One thing Zhao Jiachuan was sure of was that Wei Qiaoyan's bed was small. 2 people could sleep on it, but 3 would be uncomfortable. When Zhao Jiachuan returned home, he quietly told his father what had happened. Of course, he left out the part about Guo Limei getting angry and running back from the river. I think it's about enough. Limei isn't unreasonable. My mother-in-law knows our family is having a hard time and has prepared new clothes for her. We should also prepare 2 more sets of bedding. Talking about it easily, the 2 sets of bedding are filled with cotton inside and out, which makes them hard to handle. Just getting the cloth vouchers and cotton vouchers is already a challenge. It's not something you can do just because you have money. Old Xiao naturally understands this. Regarding the furniture, Zhao Jiachuan thinks it's necessary to mention, since it's a gift from Limei's parents, and it shouldn't be overlooked. Of course, he also knows that the small room Wei Qiaoyan now lives in can only hold 2 boxes on the floor, and there's no space for a bed cabinet. Her mother also said that Limei's room has 2 pieces of furniture. If you don't mind, we can move them over to use. Guo Limei's yellow glass box and cabinet used to make many young girls and new wives jealous. Talk to Guo Limei about it. I'm old now, I don't want to get involved anymore. Zhao Jiachuan didn't say this aloud, but in his mind, he thought, you're not old, and you still don't want to get involved. Today, it seems like everything was settled, but also like nothing was done. Zhao Jiachuan sighed deeply and lay back on the bed. The bedding issue remains a difficult problem. Who should he ask to handle it tomorrow? Seeing his older brother running around arranging the wedding, Zhao Jiehui felt uncomfortable. They already got the marriage certificate and had their meal, but Ding Qingjue never once looked for her. Even when they met in the production team, he didn't show any sign of looking at Guo Limei with affection. Not to mention Guo Limei's feelings for Ding Xiang. Zhao Jiehui knew Ding Qingjue didn't like her, thought she was ugly. She also wanted to be as beautiful as Ding Xiang and Guo Limei, but her parents' looks couldn't be changed. After Zhao Jiachuan left, the Guo family held another family meeting. The main topic was whether Guo Limei should change rooms. Guo Wei and Yang Xiuji both agreed that the room must be changed. Without changing, Zhao's family couldn't settle with Wei Qiaoyan. It all depended on who would compromise first. Guo Limei raised her hand and surrendered. I'll compromise. Yang Xiuji didn't say much, but she sighed inwardly. The first round was lost, and probably Guo Limei's days wouldn't be much easier in the future. A few days later, the clothes bought through someone in the county arrived. They were army green military uniforms, the most popular style in the past 2 years. Without connections, it's hard to buy them. Guo Limei tried them on, and in the mirror, she looked confident and spirited. Dongxiang is the same number. She wears clothes that fit her well, and Dongxiang also looks good in them. After 2 more days, 2 pairs of leather shoes arrived. Yang Xiuji rarely asks for help, but this time, for her children's wedding, she used all her connections. The 2 pairs of shoes are size 37 for Dongxiang and size 38 for Guo Limei. Zhao Jiachuan went through many efforts and finally made 2 new quilts. The cost, originally over 60 yuan during the famine, was successfully raised to 100 yuan. Now it's summer, hot weather, which is easy to handle. Old Zhao has set up a bed inside the warehouse. Zhao Jiachuan also repapered the small room. They're just waiting to welcome the new bride. Zhao Jiehui feels very nervous. Ding Qingjue hasn't come yet. The family is so poor, but they prepared 2 new quilts for Guo Limei. Ding's family probably has something too, right? August 25th is coming soon. Yang Xiuji asked people to tie 6 big red flowers, 1 for each person. Early in the morning, Su Fenghai announced that there would be no work this morning. All members went to the brigade office to attend the first collective wedding of the harvest team. Guo Wei opened the warehouse door and took out a loudspeaker. Su Fenghai found a few horn players to blow the horns. Someone suggested that since it's a happy occasion, they should make it more lively by bringing out drums and gongs to beat. They started a big folk dance, since there was no work in the morning anyway. Su Fenghai agreed. Let's do it this way. The more lively, the better. Yang Xiuji looked at Guo Limei and Dongxiang, dressed identically. Her eyes turned red, and tears almost fell. Her children finally got married, especially Guo Lisin, who kept holding Dongxiang's hand without letting go. Zhao Jiehui wore a big red Chinese-style top that Ding Chengjue's 5th sister wore at her wedding, with a tear between each knot. Her blue daika pants were bought by her 3rd sister. The cloth shoes with leather straps on her feet were made by herself in advance. Although they are a bit worse than the others, they still look like a bride. But Ding Qingjue's face showed no smile at all. Seeing his sister and Guo Limei, Ding Qingjue felt even worse inside. The 3 women stood together, and the contrast was too big. Most of the guests had arrived. Su Fenghai cleared his throat and first recited a long passage of Chairman Mao's quotes as the opening speech. Then they moved on to the main part. Today is a good day. 3 couples are getting married at the same time. This is the first time in the harvest team, but it won't be the last. Bow 3 times to Chairman Mao. This step is probably like a traditional wedding bow. 2 long benches are joined together, with 5 elders sitting on them. Guo Wei and Yang Xiuji sit upright, serious, but occasionally smiling. Old Zhao's face shows mixed feelings of happiness and worry. Getting married is always a happy event, especially since Guo Limei is so beautiful. But he worries about the attitude of the Ding family. All 3 faces show no smiles. The Ding family didn't even buy new clothes, and Zhao Huiji's outfit looks only about 80% new. Honestly, old Zhao doesn't care much about that. He mainly observed secretly. Ding Qingjue never looked directly at Zhao Huiji, let alone show affection like the other 2. Old Zhao sighs inwardly, hoping that after the marriage, the Ding family will treat her better. Ding Yueshan hunched his back, legs tightly crossed. He cursed Su Fenghai many times in his mind. This was supposed to be a family matter, but Su insisted on making a big fuss. Why have a group wedding? Ding Yueshan felt like he was being criticized in front of many eyes. He got nervous and felt a painful full bladder, unable to hold his urine. He had to tightly cross his legs in anxiety. He wished the wedding would end quickly so he could escape their gaze and run home. Ding Zhongshi clenched her fists tightly. She didn't like her son's bride at all. Bow twice to the elders, Su Fenghai loudly called out. No matter if it's new or old customs, the kindness of parents should never be forgotten. All three couples obediently bowed to their parents. Old Zhao's tears finally couldn't be held back. He remembered the hardships of being both father and mother over the years. Now it's all over. No matter what, the three children are married, and his task is done. Couples bow to each other. Guolisin was very obedient today, standing quietly beside Dingxiang, doing whatever she did. But he was always a bit slow. Everyone chose to ignore this small mistake. During the couple's bowing ceremony, Zhao Jiehui suddenly felt a warm liquid flow in her pants. Her face instantly turned pale. It's really true. What you fear most can happen. The fluid was supposed to have come a couple of days ago, but only now, after rushing and waiting, it finally arrived. She was only wearing thin pants, and after a while, it was bound to be noticeable. Fortunately, it was still early, so the flow probably wasn't heavy. Zhao Jiehui felt restless. She kept looking around at everyone in the room, trying to spot Wei Qiyun's figure. Although her sister-in-law and she often didn't get along, Zhao Jiehui always thought of her first in times of need. That's why the elders always say, when the door is closed, we're one family. Unfortunately, Wei Qiyun wasn't among the crowd. The morning finally passed, and the guests left, still talking happily. This was much more relaxing than working, and since three families were celebrating together, Su Fenghai didn't bother with the usual gift expenses. As the crowd started to leave, Zhao Jiehui hurriedly ran home. By the time Ding Qingjue looked back, Zhao Jiehui was already gone. Ding Zhongshi looked around, her face full of worry and a hint of anger. How could this happen? The parents and husband hadn't left yet, but she had already run off. Guo Limei held Yang Xiuji's hand, her voice trembling with emotion. When the family left that morning, she didn't think much of it, but now that she was following Zhao Jiehui, she realized she was getting married again. Yang Xiuji waved her hand, signaling Guo Limei to leave quickly. You're a few miles from home, and after 3 days, you'll be back. Going to the toilet won't take long. No need to cry. She wanted her daughter to leave quickly because she didn't want Guo Limei to see tears in her eyes. No matter how strong a woman is, she can't stay indifferent when her daughter gets married. When Guo Limei married for the first time, Yang Xiuji didn't feel this way. Their families were close friends, and she always thought Guo Limei was just changing her home, loved by many, and now with a new family. But she never expected it would turn out like this. So, this time, she felt worried and afraid her daughter wouldn't be happy. We're going home, Yang Xiuji happily told her son this morning when she put a big red flower on him, that from today, Dingxiang would live in their house. They were now a family. All morning, Guolisin was so happy, he couldn't stop smiling. He kept urging Dingxiang to go home with him. Everyone tell me, is this normal? Today is only the first day after the wedding, and she's already run back home. Does anyone think that's okay? The new bride only visits her family for 3 days. She shouldn't come back so soon. It's nothing serious, just a little illness. If she doesn't come home, it doesn't help. The Ding family can't even afford proper riding clothes for women, so what kind of wife are they marrying? Am I unreasonable? If it were you, what would you do? Wei Qiaoyan was shouting loudly and constantly seeking support. Guo Limei and Zhao Jiachuan had just arrived at the door and hadn't yet understood what was happening when Wei Qiaoyan grabbed them. Older sister-in-law, you're just in time. I need to tell you about this. Only then did Guo Limei see Zhao Jiehui. She had run away right after the wedding ceremony, and now she was back home unexpectedly. Guo Lime thought, Jiahui isn't a child. She came back so quickly, there must be a reason. Jiahui, why did you come back? Ding Qingjue is looking for you everywhere. Zhao Jiahui's eyes were filled with tears, her face flushed red. Her privacy was openly discussed by her second sister-in-law, and she felt so embarrassed she wanted to find a hole to hide in. She thought, how silly I am. Just now, I thought my sister-in-law was family and could help me avoid embarrassment. But now, with her here, it's even more awkward. Older sister-in-law, I didn't mean to. I really don't understand the rules your second sister-in-law mentioned. If I had known, I wouldn't have come back no matter what. Although Zhao Jiachuan was her brother, when it came to women's matters, he couldn't say much. She was his sister and sister-in-law. He could only go back to his room feeling upset. Old Zhao sat on the doorstep outside, sighing heavily. He didn't dare criticize his daughter-in-law, nor could he blame his daughter. He was caught in a difficult position, unable to help anyone, feeling sad all alone. More and more people gathered at the door. Guo Lime didn't want to be laughed at, so she took Zhao Jiahui's hand and led her into her own room. Wei Xiaoyan was still outside, cursing loudly. Really, such a troublemaker. Once away from the crowd, Zhao Jiahui finally couldn't hold back her tears. Older sister-in-law, I didn't mean to. It's not like what second sister-in-law said. Guo Lime was a bit confused. It was just a trip home. Why was Wei Xiaoyan so relentless? My second sister-in-law said that before the younger sister-in-law returns home, she will go back to her parents' house, and life there will become difficult because all the good luck will be taken away by the married women. Guo Wei and Yang Xiaoji are two people who don't believe in superstitions and never pay much attention to such sayings. Wei Xiaoyan's explanation was something Guo Lime had never heard before. Having a hard time isn't because you're lazy. Since Wei Xiaoyan got married, she has been lazy about doing chores, working only part of the time. After having a child, she rarely leaves the house. She focuses on taking care of the baby and waits for Zhao Jiachio to come back to cook meals. When Wei Xiaoyan married, her family had already separated and started living on their own. My second sister-in-law said that only if Ding's family uses a treasure bowl filled with golden rice can they break this taboo. I just got married. I can't say such things. Guo Lime was confused. What is a treasure bowl? What is golden rice? Zhao Jiahui wiped her tears, looked at her older brother, and whispered, It's just a small bowl of millet or yellow millet. The most grown crops in the harvest brigade are corn and sorghum, with fewer millet and foxtail millet. Millet and yellow millet are relatively rare. Guo Lime suspected that Wei Xiaoyan was just looking for an excuse to ask for a bowl of millet from Ding's family. My second sister-in-law said that Ding Qingjue should bring millet to exchange for me. Guo Lime felt this was getting a bit too much. At the wedding, the Ding family looked unhappy. Guo Lime thought it was a problem with Ding Xiang. After all, a good girl marrying a crazy man would be a regret no matter who she married. She didn't expect that it was because of Zhao Jiahui's ugly face. Guo Lime never thought her own looks were advantageous. Aren't everyone just two eyes and a mouth? If Wei Xiaoyan refused to let Zhao Jiahui go back, it wouldn't look good if Ding's family came to complain. Guo Lime sighed. She had just gotten married today and didn't have much authority, so Wei Xiaoyan might not listen to her. She looked down at her shoes and had an idea. Leather shoes are rare in the countryside. In the entire harvest brigade, only a few women could afford to wear leather shoes. They are a symbol of status. Guo Lime stepped outside and grabbed Wei Xiaoyan's hand. Everyone, disperse now. We won't trouble everyone with our family matters. Wei Xiaoyan didn't resist and let Guo Lime hold her hand. She was secretly thinking, talking about other things won't help. If the Ding family doesn't exchange millet for Zhao Jiahui, they won't let her go back. Wei Xiaoyan won't believe that Ding Qingjue's wedding night was just for a bowl of millet. If Guo Lime pretends to be kind, then let her handle this favor. Zhao Jiahui coming back today gives her a good chance to show her authority. She wanted to warn Guo Lime that she was not someone to be easily messed with. Guo Lime looked at Wei Xiaoyan's feet, which were about the same size as hers, size 37. Xiaoyan, my sister-in-law just arrived here, and I don't fully understand the rules. Even if Zhao Jiehui did something wrong, as her sister-in-law, we shouldn't act the same way. Today is a happy day. Everything should go smoothly. Let Zhao Jiehui go back. You know how hard it is to get shoes now. My mom managed to buy 2 pairs of leather shoes, and this pair was originally meant for you. Today, I'm lending you these shoes for half a day. Since we're all family, I didn't discuss it with you beforehand. There are only 2 pairs left. The smaller one is for Ding Xiang, size 38. I don't know if you can wear them. Wei Qiaoyan stared at Guo Limei's shoes, smiling happily for the first time, repeatedly saying yes, yes. It was as if she was saying, I'm the same size as you. Guo Limei went back to her room, took out a pair of cloth shoes from her bag, changed out of her leather shoes, and took them to Wei Qiaoyan. Wei Qiaoyan hurriedly took off her shoes, barefoot, and put on the cloth shoes. Her feet looked swollen and high, like half a steamed bun. Guo Limei didn't expect that Wei Qiaoyan, who was small and thin, actually had big, fat feet. Perfect, they fit me just right. Sister-in-law, I don't insist on a bowl of millet from Jiehui. We're married now, and I don't mind at all. I just want her to remember this lesson. Even if sister-in-law doesn't say anything, I wouldn't stop her from going back. We're all family. Once it's said, it's over. Why take it seriously? Guo Limei smiled outwardly, but inside, she was seething with anger. Today's incident had nothing to do with her. She just felt sorry for Zhao Jiehui. She clearly saw the Ding family's attitude. They weren't very happy with Zhao Jiehui. Because they were afraid Ding Qingjue wouldn't agree to have a daughter-in-law, they just tolerated it. On her first day in the house, such a thing happened. Not only Zhao Jiehui, but Guo Limei also felt ashamed as a new member of Zhao's family. Zhao Jiehui had even less status in Ding's family. Wei Qiaoyan took off her leather shoes, wiped them with a cloth from the table, and placed them on the lid of the box. Then she opened the door and called to the small house, Jiehui, come back quickly. It's your wedding day. Don't let anyone find you missing. Second sister-in-law is just joking with you. Don't take it seriously. Jiehui looked at her eldest brother, still confused. Just now, her sister-in-law had come back wearing cloth shoes and left with her leather shoes. It was obvious she had given those shoes to her sister-in-law. Jiehui felt sad inside. The family hadn't bought anything for Guo Limei. She had brought her shoes from her mother's house, but now they were gone because of her. Guo Limei saw Jiehui off to the gate and watched her figure disappear around the corner of the street. She felt a strange sadness in her heart. Old Xiao Head went to the county early in the morning and bought some meat to bring back. Guo Limei planned to make dumplings on her first day in the house, hoping for a family reunion dinner. There was fresh celery in the garden. Old Xiao Head chopped a big bunch of it. Guo Limei put on an apron and started making dough. Zhao Jiachuan was chopping meat, and Zhao Jiaqiu hadn't come back yet. Su Fenghai gave everyone a 3-day break, so they weren't in a hurry to start work. Wei Qiaoyan held her child and stood aside. The joy of getting a new pair of shoes was slowly fading. The old man was too biased. When she got married, she didn't get this treatment. Wei Qiaoyan might have forgotten that her marriage had drained the family's savings, and her family had sent 30 or 40 people to the wedding. The leftovers had been eaten over 2 days. On her wedding day, Wei Qiaoyan demanded to split from the family and live separately. Over the years, even during New Year, they celebrated separately. They never joined each other. Where is Jiaqiu? Why hasn't she come back yet? The dumplings were wrapped, and the water in the big pot was boiling. If the wrapped dumplings sit too long, they stick to the lid.
Dad, just cook them.
When second brother comes back, he can eat then. These days, Zhao Jiachuan was busy with wedding arrangements. He was anxious and irritable. The yellow blister on his upper lip had just gone, leaving a half circle of yellow crust. This morning, he got up very early. The family hadn't eaten breakfast and was already starving. Zhao Jiachuan was even more worried that Guo Limei would go hungry. Old Xiao had looked at Wei Qiaoyan. Qiaoyan, do you know where Jiaqiu has gone? These dumplings won't be boiled, or they'll fall apart. Wei Qiaoyan still looked gloomy. Whether to boil or not, isn't that up to you all? We're just eating for free, so we don't dare to give opinions. Old Zhao had lowered his head, unable to say a word. He understood what Wei Qiaoyan meant. Since yesterday, Wei Xiaoyan had locked up the family's wash basin, shovels, and other common tools. Old Zhao Head had indeed said when Wei Xiaoyan got married that she could choose anything in the house, and they would give her whatever she wanted. In the past 2 years, no one had kept track of who owned what. Everyone was using everything. Old Zhao Head didn't expect Wei Xiaoyan to do something like this. If Guolime knew, she might have her own thoughts. Wei Xiaoyun's words clearly sounded like a warning to him. They've split the family, and now they don't treat the second son as a real son. Guolime, however, acted as if she didn't hear anything, and she was busy pouring dumplings into the pot with a clatter. Zhao Jiaqiu isn't a child. Doesn't he know to come home for lunch by noon? Even if he doesn't come back, the food in the pot stays hot. When he comes back, he can eat. Guolisan used to run around freely, and the meals at home were always kept hot like this, no problem at all. Just as the dumplings were taken out, Zhao Jiaqiu came back covered in mud. He was carrying a long string of crucian carp and small fish. Last night after work, I passed by a small creek. I saw splashing water, like there were fish. Since I didn't work today, I went to check, and there really were quite a few fish, he said as he put the fish into a basin. Dad, add some water. They're still alive. We'll stew them tonight. My sister-in-law just moved in today, and we don't have much to eat. We're not used to it yet. Guolime had just finished boiling the dumplings and hadn't wiped the sweat from her face. Hearing Zhao Jiaqiu's words, she couldn't help but smile. What's there to get used to? I'm just a farmer. You should go inside and change your clothes, then come out to eat dumplings. When Guolime turned around, she noticed Wei Xiaoyan giving a slight sneer. Her enthusiasm immediately cooled. Dad, put the table out. The reason for asking old Zhao Head to set the table was because every word Wei Xiaoyan said today seemed to have a hidden meaning. The kitchen and her room were too small. 5 people eating together was a bit crowded. Old Zhao Head agreed happily, but didn't move right away. It was Zhao Jiaqiu who brought out the table and placed it on his small bed. Guolime saw all this and felt a little more confident. During the meal, Zhao Jiaqiu called twice, and Wei Xiaoyan finally hesitated before coming over. Old Zhao sat on the kong, a traditional bed, clapping his hands and calling out, "Big grandson, come here to grandpa." The child grinned with a toothless smile. Guolime's softest spot was touched. Can I hold you? Guolime looked at the child in Wei Xiaoyan's arms and asked carefully. Wei Xiaoyan felt a surge of pride. No matter how beautiful Guolime was or how much support she had from her family, her status in old Zhao's family would never surpass Wei Xiaoyan's. Women are meant for what? Marriage is for what? Ultimately, it's for passing on the family line and raising children. If she can't have a son or daughter, she can never lift her head high. Wei Xiaoyan felt proud. She placed the child into Guolime's arms. This is Auntie, let Annie hold you. Hearing Auntie, Guolime felt a bit shy, her cheeks flushing. Still, she reached out and took the child. You all eat first. I'll hold the child and go for a walk outside. The room was small, poorly ventilated, stuffy, and the child's little head was damp. Outside under the shade of a tree, it was much cooler. Guolime carried the child out of the room, and it instantly became quiet inside. Zhao Jiaqiu felt uneasy too. He was a bit disappointed about the child, feeling that this marriage didn't seem very promising. Wei Xiaoyan, on the other hand, was proud. With Guolime not in the room, she didn't even bother to hide her satisfaction. Old Zhao sighed quietly. Wei Xiaoyan sat on the edge of the kong, not lifting her head. The plate of dumplings in front of her was quickly finished. Zhao Jiaqiu pushed another plate toward her. Wei Xiaoyan placed her empty plate under the table and started eating from Zhao Jiaqiu's plate. Old Zhao and Zhao Jiaqiu both slowed down their eating at the same time. Guolime hadn't eaten yet. When she returned, if the plates were empty, what would they think? Wei Xiaoyan finally finished eating. There were still half a plate of dumplings in front of her. After 2 burps, Wei Xiaoyan slowly went to the kitchen to get a bowl of dumpling soup. Soup is food too. Mumbling to herself, she drank half a bowl of soup before going out to fetch Guolime back to eat. Old Zhao looked at Guolime secretly after she returned. Guolime didn't seem angry. She still had a smile on her face and was happily busy with the children. Old Zhao finally relaxed. Zhao Jiaqiu finished eating and went to his room to rest, as he had work in the fields in the afternoon. Guo Limei and Zhao Jiachuan cleaned the half-basin of crucian carp together. After that, only 2 people were left in the house. Guo Limei suddenly felt unsure and at a loss. Actually, she didn't really want to ask where old Zhao had gone. She just wanted to ease the awkwardness and find something to say. Zhao Jiachuan sighed. Let's go back to the lower room. Guo Limei was surprised. Only then did she realize that the big house was given to Zhao Qiu and the small house to them. The old man had no place to stay. They had just gotten married, and she felt guilty for letting the old man stay in the small house. But there was nothing she could do. The lower room had no windows. It wasn't cold in summer, but at night, the mosquitoes were hard to bear. Guo Limei looked at her small house and thought about the old man with nowhere to go. She made up her mind to work hard and build 3 rooms, just as Zhao Jiachuan said. How about we go to the lower house to cut some grass? Make a grass curtain to hang on the window. It could keep out some mosquitoes at night. Zhao Jiachuan smiled bitterly. Just blocking the window won't help. There's no door at all. When she heard about the door, Guo Limei got excited. My mom has a ready-made door. Limei, you've been tired these days. Rest for a while. Zhao Jiachuan didn't respond to Guo Limei's words but let her rest. Guo Limei wisely kept quiet and took the pillow he handed her. She knew Zhao Jiachuan's thoughts. Getting married and then bothering her father-in-law was not a good look. Seeing that Guo Limei closed her eyes, he gently closed the door of the small house and went to the lower room. Old Zhao was sitting on a simple bed made of wooden planks, smoking. Even though there were no windows or doors, the room was filled with smoke, showing he smoked a lot. Zhao Jiachuan waved a fan to disperse the smoke in front of him. Dad, why not install a door? Old Zhao was surprised for a moment, but quickly understood his son's meaning. Install a door? No need. How many famines have we gone through? My eldest son is getting married. It doesn't cost much, just a few dozen or 100 yuan. All these expenses are in old Zhao's mind. He sighed, knowing that asking about it was useless. He couldn't help much anyway. It's not much, Zhao Jiachuan answered casually. His father knew there was nothing to do about it. It only made him more upset, but it wouldn't solve anything. Limei said, her dad's family has a ready-made door. Should we take it and install it first? Old Zhao quickly waved his hand. Forget it. Using the father-in-law's things right after marriage would look bad. Besides, Guo Lisin is married now. Even if he doesn't take care of things, there's Ding Xiang. Don't cause trouble for Limei. A girl who gets married is like water spilled on the ground. Big Brother isn't the team calling people to work. The team gives food aid for working. I thought about it. Our family's grain is barely enough for us. Limei's family is well off, never lacked food or drink. When she comes here, we can't let her go hungry. I'll go work, and I'll give Limei my share of grain. That way, we can manage until the new grain arrives. Zhao Jiachuan was silent for a while. His eyes felt hot. He widened his eyes, trying hard to hold back tears. He used to think his father was helpless, pushing all the family burdens onto him. For the first time, Zhao Jiachuan realized his father was not easy to deal with. He had raised 3 children alone. Now that the children were married, he was still worried about food. Father, don't go. Staying at home is good for 1,000 days. Leaving is hard for a moment. You're so old, and if you go out, people will laugh at us brothers. Old Zhao chuckled silently, glancing up at the roof beam that was constantly shedding dirt. Honestly, he didn't know if he could sleep at night in this environment. Working away would take months. He probably wouldn't come back until after it froze. Then he'd find a bachelor's family, move his luggage there, and survive the winter. Come spring, they'd decide what to do next. Old Zhao had already made up his mind. Don't be silly. Working isn't shameful. Zhao Jiachuan looked at the messy room briefly, said nothing, and stood up, grabbing his hoe and leaving. Su Fenghai gave you 3 days off. Why are you still working in the fields? Zhao Jiachuan pretended not to hear his father's words. He strode out of the yard. 3 days wouldn't grow much meat, and he still had over 100 yuan to pay back for the famine. Work more, earn more points each day. Guolime lay on the bed for a while and actually fell asleep. She hadn't slept well for several days, so she slept until sunset. She got up from the bed and hurried to wash the pot and cook. She opened the cupboard where the grains were stored, and the supplies were very low. A bag of coarse grains, half a bag of cornmeal, and a little sorghum. Since the new grain won't arrive for at least 4 months, and there are 3 people in the family, these supplies won't last long. However, the potatoes and squash from the field are almost ready, and they can replace most of the grain. It's barely enough to avoid hunger. For lunch, they had dumplings and she wasn't very hungry. Tonight, they won't cook fish. Even if they have some, they can't eat it all in one day. Guolime scooped some cornmeal and made porridge. Just as she was serving it from the pot, Zhao Jiachuan came in. "Where have you been? I didn't see you all afternoon." Guolime felt a bit shy to say she had slept all afternoon. Zhao Jiachuan smiled. "I saw you sleeping, so I didn't bother you. I went to work in the fields. Staying at home is boring." While Guolime was setting the table with bowls and chopsticks, Zhao Jiachuan also came back. Wei Qiaoyan was holding the child, leaning against the doorframe, and directing Zhao Jiachuan to cook fish. Zhao Jiachuan smiled happily, working and playing with the child at the same time, without any impatience. Guolime thought, brothers should have similar temperaments. Zhao Jichuan called out to old Zhao Tu. Dinner was finished quickly. Old Zhao Tu didn't stay long, dropped his bowl, and left. His son just got married, and he was reluctant to leave. After old Zhao Tu left, the house suddenly became quiet. Both of them felt a little embarrassed. They married after only a few encounters, so there was some awkwardness. Thinking about what was coming next, Zhao Jiachuan felt genuinely nervous. He wondered if all women were like Wei Qiaoyan. If Guolime had shouted and screamed like Wei Qiaoyan, what would he do with his face tomorrow? He was the eldest brother-in-law. Seeing Zhao Jiachuan sneak a few glances at her, Guolime found it a bit funny. After all, she had been married before, so she wasn't curious about men and women anymore. Not curious, but still hopeful. Once you've experienced it, it's hard to forget. Both of them understood what the other was thinking. They looked into each other's eyes, unable to look away. They just stared quietly. Although it was already dark outside, the children inside the house were still making noises. They could only wait until the children fell asleep. Once the children were asleep, Zhao Jiachuan also felt uneasy. If Guolime and Wei Qiaoyan called out together, it might be even more awkward. Zhao Jiachuan shook his head hard. On their wedding night, he kept thinking about his brother's wife. Maybe he was the only one left in the entire harvest team. Guolime saw Zhao Jiachuan sitting still, so she moved closer and nudged him. Zhao Jiachuan took the chance to hold her hand and pull her into his arms. They quietly snuggled together. They waited for the children to sleep. Only when the children were asleep would the couple stop bothering each other. A long time passed, and they no longer heard the children. Zhao Jiachuan gently pushed Guolime away, opened the door, and peeked outside. Just as his head went out, Zhao Jiachuan came out and saw his older brother, surprised. "Brother, what are you looking at?" Zhao Jiachuan quickly straightened up. "Nothing, I just wanted to get some water." Guolime inside the room tried hard not to laugh. Zhao Jiachuan kept lingering in the kitchen, waiting for Zhao Jiachuan to finish using the toilet. Through the crack in the door, the light inside the room was gone, and it turned dark. Zhao Jiachuan opened the door quietly and slipped back into the room. Guolime took the initiative to hug him, groping in the dark to undo his clothes. Their breathing grew faster. They lay naked in the bed, ready to take the next step, when suddenly a call sounded through the 2 doors, clearly heard. Zhao Jiachuan froze in fear. In the dark, he saw Guolime's eyes wide and sparkling. She was too surprised. After the call, everything went quiet again. Zhao Jiachuan waited for a while, about to move, when another softer call came. Guolime felt restless inside and covered Zhao Jiachuan's ears. This was Zhao Jiachuan's first real experience, but he almost missed the moment. Fortunately, Guolime had experience. She guided him little by little, and just as the last long sigh came from the other room, they succeeded in their first attempt. Guo Lime lay beside Zhao Jiachuan, who looked like a muddy puddle, and couldn't help but want to laugh. Wei Xiaoyan was so brave, not caring about her older brother's presence. There used to be a father-in-law and a young sister-in-law nearby. Guo Lime suddenly understood why Zhao Jiehui wanted to leave this home so badly. The two of them lay quietly, afraid to move or go out to fetch water. They were worried about running into Zhao Jiaqiu, which would make things even more awkward. After a while, Zhao Jiaqiu's snore sounded, and the door to the room didn't open. Zhao Jiachuan put on his pants and went to the kitchen to get water. He regretted not being experienced enough the first time and not preparing water in advance. He slightly opened the door, which made a faint squeaking sound. He peeked out to look, then carefully stepped out. Guo Lime lit a candle. Soon after, Zhao Jiachuan returned. He glanced at the place where they had just been, and suddenly froze. On the quilt, separated by a white powder, there were two faint red spots. The color wasn't very bright, but in the clean white squares, they were quite noticeable. Isn't red usually only seen on a bride's wedding night? What's going on? Guo Lime sensed Zhao Jiachuan's strange gaze and looked in the direction of his eyes. She blushed deeply. She really hadn't expected this to happen. She hadn't prepared for it in advance. Seeing his confused expression, Guo Lime explained, "It's nothing strange. Haven't you heard of the saying, a widow for 3 years is like a virgin?" Zhao Jiachuan scratched his head, and the small hope he had just felt disappeared instantly. It would have been so much better if Guo Lime's previous partner had been useless, not only because he was her first man, but also because her infertility might have just been a misunderstanding. But Guo Lime's words pulled him back to reality. After they finished tidying up, Zhao Jiachuan quickly fell asleep. Guo Lime slept all afternoon. After some passion, she felt even more energetic. Her future was now tied to this not-so-handsome man beside her. A man being a bit ugly was actually better. She could be more at ease. There was still one person who couldn't sleep: Zhao Jiehui. Zhao Jiehui hurriedly returned from her family home. On the way, everyone she met looked at her with strange eyes. It seemed that returning home on her wedding day was truly a rare and strange thing only she could do. No wonder her second sister-in-law was upset. But she couldn't blame her for that. If anyone was to be blamed, it was her mother, who died early, leaving her without anyone to tell her many things. Thinking of my mother who died early, although Zhao Jiehui has no clear memory of her, she still feels a wave of sadness. When she reached the door of the Ding family, Zhao Jiehui's steps slowed down naturally. This place, which she was not familiar with, would be her home for the rest of her life. She lowered her head and pushed open the door. Inside, 3 people looked at her like monsters. She immediately felt nervous, forced a smile, and tried to greet them. From Ding Qingjue's furrowed brows, Zhao Jiehui could tell how hard her smile looked. Fortunately, no one asked where she had been. Mrs. Ding got off the Kong bed. "Come here." Although she didn't explicitly say who should come, Zhao Jiehui felt she was the one being called. She took a few steps forward. Mrs. Ding opened the box leaning against the wall. "All the grain is here. You can decide what to cook every day, no need to ask me about everything. Today is your first day here, so make some steamed bread for lunch. Back when Ding Xiang was here, there wasn't enough food. She would find ways to dig up wild vegetables. As a woman, your main responsibilities are, besides giving birth and raising children, making sure the men in the family are fed and warm." For the first time, Zhao Jiehui realized that being a daughter-in-law carried such heavy responsibilities. Seeing her second sister-in-law, she felt especially envious of her marriage. She never expected that being a daughter-in-law and her treatment would be so different. "Go cook the meal. We are already very hungry." In her mind, Zhao Jiehui cursed silently. "Hungry and waiting for me to come back? Do these people not have hands?" Her mother died early, and her 2 brothers learned to cook from a young age. Zhao Jiehui didn't know that Ding Qingjue had never, since childhood, taken the initiative to do anything like cooking or even handling dishes. He had always lived a life where food was served to him, and clothes were provided. Zhao Jiehui scooped some cornmeal and went outside to gather firewood. The three people stayed inside the house, with no one coming out to help. During the meal, Mrs. Ding gave a few suggestions, hoping Zhao Jiehui would improve in the future. She wanted her to be obedient like Ding Xiang. The Ding family also had 2 rooms, with a south-north Kong bed. The North Kong was where Ding Xiang used to live, but now it was given to Ding Qingjue and Zhao Jiehui. That night, Mrs. Ding issued an order. Eat dinner early and don't eat again at night. Your father and I worked in the fields all afternoon and weren't hungry. You can stay at home all afternoon and definitely won't be hungry. He said a few words, but they all meant the same thing. He wouldn't eat dinner. Mrs. Ding specifically told Zhao Jiehui to cook an egg for Ding Qingjue. It was clear that Ding Qingjue needed to work hard tonight, so he should get some extra nutrition. The production team's breeding pigs are also fed soybean cakes from time to time, so of course people need it too. As night fell, Zhao Jiehui's heart stayed tense. Given her current situation, she worried that even if Ding Qingjue ate the egg, he wouldn't have the strength to use it. But how could she make him understand? Zhao Jiehui felt a bit stuck. Just say it directly, no need to be shy. Or just wait until the last moment to think of a way. Night gradually fell. To take care of her son, the old couple went to bed early. Zhao Jiehui lowered the curtain and timidly crawled onto the Kong bed. Both beds had new quilts. Although Ding Yushan hadn't prepared anything, Ding Qingjue's 5 older sisters each contributed a piece of cloth or cotton, so they managed to make 2 sets of new bedding. Zhao Jiehui didn't know about these arrangements. Lying on the soft new quilt, her bad mood from the afternoon quickly disappeared. Seeing Zhao Jiehui without her outer clothes, Ding Qingjue felt nothing in his heart. No stirrings, no primitive urges. Thinking of his mother's words at noon, he knew he had to act. Women's looks don't matter much. The most important thing is to pass on the family line. You're already 25, so having a son early is best. He had to act quickly. Ding Qingjue reached his hand into Zhao Jiehui's quilt. She shivered involuntarily and curled up tighter inside. She wrapped herself snugly in the quilt. Ding Qingjue wasn't in a good mood at first, but her resistance ignited his desire. The tighter she wrapped herself, the more he wanted to get inside. One person pulled hard, trying to hold her tight. The other desperately wrapped herself like a dumpling. Although Ding Qingjue was stronger, Zhao Jiehui was on high alert and refused to let him succeed. Their tug-of-war grew more intense. Hearing this, Ding Yushan and his wife's perception of the situation completely changed. Finally, Ding Qingjue, exhausted, collapsed and pointed at Zhao Jiehui with his finger, lips moving rapidly. Zhao Jiehui listened carefully and realized he was saying, "If you can hold on, I don't care about you. Even if you beg me tomorrow, I won't bother to get into your bed." Finally, Zhao Jiehui let out a sigh of relief. He gave her a thumbs up and said, "You're great. But don't ever try to sneak into my bed." Ding Qingjue turned around, with his back facing Zhao Jiehui. Zhao Jiehui kept her eyes wide open, staring closely at his back, worried that if she was careless, he might take advantage of her. Mrs. Ding pretended to be asleep, but she was actually listening carefully, ears perked up to catch any sounds. There was some rustling, then everything went quiet again. Has it ended? That was so quick. It looks like she'll need to cook another egg tonight. She really needs to try harder. She's still waiting to have grandchildren. Ding Qingjue ignored Zhao Jiehui, closed his eyes, and pretended to sleep. Soon, he actually fell asleep. His breathing was steady and even. Zhao Jiehui looked up, leaned closer to him, and when she saw he wasn't reacting, she finally relaxed. He was truly asleep. Ding Qingjue was asleep. Zhao Jiehui still didn't dare to sleep. She closed her eyes to rest, but kept listening to the sounds around her. Outside, the rooster crowed early in the morning. Finally, she couldn't hold back and fell asleep. At first, she made sure to wrap herself tightly, but once she was deeply asleep, she felt hot and naturally stuck her hands and feet outside the blanket. Ding Qingjue woke up early, just before dawn. He turned over casually and felt someone beside him. That's when he remembered. He got married yesterday. And now his wife was sleeping right next to him. Zhao Jiehui had long eyelashes, which was one of her few good features. She looked even more beautiful when she was sleeping than when she was awake. But that was relative to her being awake. Ding Qingjue sighed. The thought of spending the rest of his life with her made him feel uneasy. His father had said that once the Ding family returned to their former days, he could divorce and marry someone else. Ding Qingjue thought that was just his father's dream. It was unlikely to happen in his lifetime. Zhao Jiehui turned over, shifting from a side position to lying on her back. Her feet kept moving back and forth, as if she was trying to get his attention. Ding Qingjue always felt something was off about her feet. He looked at her feet, then at his own. Suddenly, he sat up with a start. He opened the window to let in more light. He stared wide-eyed, pointing at Zhao Jiehui's toes, silently counting in his mind. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ding Qingjue didn't believe it and checked again twice. Sure enough, it was true. Zhao Jiehui has 6 toes on her right foot.
Wow.
Zhao Jiehui. After waking up, Ding Qingjue tossed and turned, then pushed open the window, which creaked loudly. This woke Ding Zhongshi. Ding Zhongshi thought her son was studying, so she didn't dare make a sound. She was so nervous she didn't dare breathe, afraid of disturbing her son. It wasn't until Ding Qingjue shouted that she finally relaxed. Zhao Jiehui, get up, Ding Qingjue shouted loudly. Even if Zhao Jiehui was still sleeping deeply, she was awakened. Zhao Jiehui just woke up, still groggy and confused about what was happening. Ding Qingjue yelled again. Are you kidding me? Only then did Zhao Jiehui realize this wasn't her home. She was married, and this was her in-laws' house. What did I lie to you about? Ding Qingjue stared at her foot. Zhao Jiehui understood and quickly pulled her feet back under the blanket. What's wrong with your foot? Why didn't you tell me? You didn't ask. Zhao Jiehui's voice became quieter, sounding guilty. Ding Zhongshi heard her son say she was lied to and hurriedly put on her clothes. She grabbed her shoes and got off the bed, then moved a few steps to the northern bed, pushing aside Zhao Jiehui. Looking at the clean quilt, Ding Zhongshi's lips trembled. She pointed at Zhao Jiehui but couldn't speak for a moment.
You.
You're so shameless. Zhao Jiehui lowered her head, feeling wronged. How am I shameless? Can I be blamed for this? Just like her appearance, having 6 toes wasn't something she could control. She was born like this. What could she do? Since she was young, she knew she was different. Even in hot weather, she never went barefoot. Over the years, she kept it hidden. Only her family knew. After marriage, she knew she might be exposed, but she didn't expect it to happen so soon. Actually, she didn't realize that what she told Ding Zhongshi and what was really happening were 2 different things. Ding Yueshan was also anxious to find out what was going on. He called Ding Zhongshi twice. Not blaming you? And you still shamelessly say you're not to blame? What a sin. Reap what you sow. Ding Zhong wept as she said, it's all because of Dine's mistake. Zhao Jiehui felt confused. What does this have to do with Dine? Sure enough, Ding Yueshan asked about her doubts. What's really going on? Don't mention Dine first. Ding Zhong pointed at Zhao Jiehui with her finger. That shameless woman didn't even blush. Hearing this, Zhao Jiehui took a deep breath. It turned out the old lady was talking about this matter, and she had gone off topic. Ding Qingjue also understood and felt discouraged, too lazy to explain the reason. Mother, don't interfere blindly. It's not your business. Ding Qingjue kicked Zhao Jiehui. Hurry up and get ready to cook. Zhao Jiehui quickly dressed, folded the quilt, got off the bed, and went to the kitchen with her head down. Son, what's really going on? Don't ask. It's so annoying. Ding Qingjue covered his head with the quilt and lay on the bed. Ding Zhong blinked, thinking she might have misunderstood. If Zhao Jiehui wasn't really a girl, Ding Qingjue wouldn't be so patient. What exactly did you say? How did she trick you? But she was still not willing to give up. If it wasn't this matter, then what was it? No period last night, that's true, right? Son, don't be afraid. We can't let this unfairness go. We must talk to old Zhao about it. Seeing his mother keep going on, Ding Qingjue decided to tell the truth. Only then did Ding Zhang relax. I thought it was a big deal. 6 toes, just 6 toes. As long as it doesn't interfere with work or raising children, it's fine. The foot is inside the shoe, no one can see it, so no big deal. Ding Qingjue kept sighing, feeling unlucky. Being ugly was one thing, but having all these flaws made him feel worse. In his previous life, he must have done something wrong. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so unlucky in this life. Breakfast was simple. After eating, Ding Yueshan and Ding Zhang went out to work. Only Ding Qingjue and Zhao Jiehui stayed at home. Zhao Jiehui silently did the chores that Dine usually did. Ding Qingjue lay on the bed, sulking. Married life seemed not much different from before, just changing from one worry to another. Dine's wedding night was different from others. As long as she is near Guolisin, he feels happy. Guowei's house has 3 rooms: the east room, the west room, and a kitchen in the middle. The west room was originally meant for Guolisin to marry a wife. Even when Guo Limei returned, she only separated a small room in the north part of the east room. The west room usually stored miscellaneous items. Guo Lisin and Ding Xiang's wedding was arranged too quickly, so the west room wasn't tidied up in time. Guo Wei and Yang Xiuji agreed to clean up the west room next spring and let the couple move in then. For now, the east room was given to Ding Xiang and her new husband. Guo Wei and Yang Xiuji moved to the small room where Guo Limei used to live. Ding Xiang refused to change her mind and insisted on living in the small house with Guo Lisin. Guo Wei and Yang Xiuji kept insisting, but in the end, they couldn't persuade Ding Xiang. Both of them felt very happy inside. Ding Xiang was very sensible. Ding Xiang and Guo Lisin moved into the small house, sharing 2 beds tightly together. When it was dark and the big red candle was lit, Guo Lisin knew it was time to sleep. He obediently let go of Ding Xiang's hand and went back to Yang Xiuji's room. He was still recovering from his injury. His leg couldn't stand for long periods. While recovering, Ding Xiang took care of him and stayed here too. She also stayed in Guo Limei's room, while Guo Lisin stayed outside. He thought everything was still the same. Guo Lisin wanted to sleep in his parents' room, and Guo Wei and Yang Xiuji exchanged glances, unable to help but smile. Yang Xiuji took her son's hand and placed it in Ding Xiang's hand. Now that you've married, you'll stay with Ding Xiang from now on. No need to look for mom anymore. Ding Xiang blushed, feeling shy. Guo Lisin also blushed, feeling happy. Ding Xiang took Guo Lisin back to the bedroom and whispered in his ear, "Be honest, and lie down on the bed. If you move around too much, I will chase you out to that room and never let you come back." Guo Lisin nodded helplessly. He took off his outer clothes and obediently lay in the bed. His eyes kept looking at Ding Xiang. Guo Wei and Yang Xiuji watched Ding Xiang close the door and looked at each other. Yang Xiuji felt worried and quietly said to Guo Wei, "I'm worried. Our son doesn't know what to do now." Guo Wei silently chuckled. "Don't worry about that useless feeling. He's crazy, not stupid. It's just instinct. When 2 people crawl into the same bed, instinct takes over. Just wait, and you'll have grandchildren." Yang Xiuji still had some doubts but was willing to believe what Guo Wei said. Although he spoke softly, Ding Xiang still heard a little. She blushed uncontrollably. She could only whisper to scare Guo Lisin again. Guo Lisin also liked to hold Ding Xiang's hand while sleeping. She could only let him hold her. After a busy day, Guo Lisin was tired. He lay down and soon fell asleep. But Ding Xiang couldn't sleep. The curtains were drawn, but some faint light still came in. She looked at Guo Lisin's peaceful, quiet face with a gentle smile, innocent like a child. From now on, she would live with him. Ding Xiang felt surprisingly calm inside. Her wish was easy to fulfill, just not being beaten or scolded, and being able to eat well and stay warm. That was enough. From what she saw now, Guo Lisin wouldn't hit or scold her. Instead, he treated her as a support. Gently, Ding Xiang withdrew her hand, pulled the blanket down for Guo Lisin, and placed her arms outside the blanket. She closed her eyes, and soon she was asleep. In her dreams, Ding Xiang felt something crawling onto her face, tickling and tingling. She suddenly opened her eyes. She saw Guolisen's bright eyes looking at her. Guolisen was panting heavily, his breath spraying on Dingxiang's face.
His face was also very red.
Seeing Dingxiang awake, Guolisen grinned and quickly grabbed her hand. "Wife, I want to be with you in bed." "I feel uncomfortable." After saying that, he forcefully placed Dingxiang's hand on his body. Dingxiang felt something strange under her hand, like being scalded by hot water, and quickly pulled her hand back. She whispered, "Did you forget what I told you? Does your leg still hurt?" Guolisen's eyes dimmed a little. He whispered, "Yes, my leg hurts." His leg wasn't fully healed yet. Today he had stood for a long time. Even with a cane, it would still hurt. Guolisen is currently having some mental issues and lacks self-control. Dingxiang is worried because he might worsen his leg injury by exercising too much. Both of them are married now, and there is plenty of time ahead. There's no need to rush. Be obedient. Have you forgotten what I told you? Once your leg doesn't hurt anymore, I'll let you get into my bed. Remember?
No lying.
If you lie, I won't talk to you anymore. Guolisen wanted to say that his leg didn't hurt now, but he held back after hearing Dingxiang's next words. He could only nod and agree. After a long while, Guolisen's breathing became steady again. The redness on his face faded, and he fell into a deep sleep. Seeing that he was asleep, Dingxiang let out a sigh of relief and placed her hand in Guolisen's hand. Even in his sleep, he knew to hold her hand tightly. A sudden, strong feeling surged in Dingxiang's heart, something she had never experienced before. Maybe this is what happiness feels like. She was willing to listen to her words and suppress that strong, primitive urge. Not even a crazy person could do that, let alone a normal person. Yang Xiuji stayed awake all night, listening carefully for any sounds from the other room. She only heard a few quiet mutterings twice, and then nothing else. She was still worried. Her son had become unruly, and Dingxiang disliked him. Thinking back to when Guolisen was not crazy, Yang Xiuji's eyes turned slightly red, and she felt a wave of sadness. Back then, Guolisen was sunny, handsome, and clean. Everyone liked him, and no one disliked him. But now, things are different. Moreover, Dingxiang still harbors feelings for Su Hongliang. If she doesn't let Guolisen get close, what will her parents-in-law do? Worried, Yang Xiuji couldn't help but wake Guowei. Before Guowei could open his eyes, she quietly whispered in his ear, "What if Dingxiang doesn't let her son get close? What should we do?" Guowei yawned and sat up.
How old is Dingxiang?
If she doesn't let him get close for a day, 2 days, can she really go her whole life without letting him? Our daughter-in-law is at home now. We didn't force her to marry us. She agreed willingly. You have to trust her. Now fully awake, Guowei simply lit a cigarette and leaned against the wall, puffing slowly. The smoke made it hard to see his expression clearly. Actually, he was also worried, but he couldn't say it in front of his wife. The next morning, Dingxiang got up early to prepare breakfast. After more than 10 years of habit, especially since this was the first breakfast after getting married, she couldn't afford to wake up late. When Dingxiang left the house, Yang Xiuji quickly leaned out the window to see where she went. She was heading toward the bathroom. Yang Xiuji quickly dressed, put on her shoes, and ran to Dingxiang's room. Guolisen was also getting dressed. When he saw Yang Xiuji, he happily called her Mom. Yang Xiuji didn't have time to respond and hurriedly asked, "Son, where did you sleep last night?" Guolisen patted the quilt and said, "Right here. Didn't you go to your wife's bed? Are you sleeping in the same bed with her?" Guolisen's face turned visibly red. He knew he should feel shy. "I told you, my wife said no." Yang Xiuji's heart sank instantly. Sure enough, she guessed right. Her worries were not unnecessary. "My wife said, when her leg doesn't hurt, she'll let me get into her bed." Yang Xiuji couldn't help but laugh. Her old husband was right. She had been worrying about nothing. She forgot that her son's leg hadn't healed yet and wasn't suitable for exercise. Dingxiang was even more thoughtful than she had imagined. She had judged her wrongly. Afraid Dingxiang might come back and feel awkward, Yang Xiuji hurriedly ran back. Of course, she's a former scout. This girl has turned her home into a secret reconnaissance mission. Yang Xiaoji ignored Guowei's teasing, put on her shoes, and prepared to go outside to fetch firewood for cooking. She opened the door, and Ding Xiang was already back, carrying a bundle of firewood. Yang Xiaoji quickly opened the door wider. Smells so good. Tomorrow you don't need to wake up so early. Your dad and I will prepare breakfast. You young people need more sleep, so sleep in a bit longer. We're older and don't need as much rest. From now on, Ding Xiang, you don't need to carry firewood anymore. It's dirty and heavy. Your dad and I will do it. A warm feeling flooded Ding Xiang's heart. In 19 years, she had never heard such caring words. She nodded heavily. The word, Mom, caught in her throat, but it came out smoothly and effortlessly. She was still worried she might feel shy to call her Mom. Yang Xiaoji looked at her daughter-in-law with love and tears in her eyes, reached out, and gently brushed her bangs back behind her ear. Foolish girl, from now on, this will be your home. Forget all the unhappiness from before and live happily with Li Xin, okay? Ding Xiang kept nodding, tears falling down her cheeks one by one, landing on Yang Xiaoji's hand. Yang Xiaoji said nothing, just gently patted Ding Xiang's back to comfort her. Zhao Jiehui looked around at the house, which was not prepared at all, and didn't know how to go back. Returning home requires bringing gifts. Ding Qingjue was lying on the Kong bed, showing no sign of being in a hurry to leave. Zhao Jiehui finally couldn't hold back and asked, Mother, when will we go back? Ding Zhongshi kept stretching her neck to look out the window, secretly cursing, that stubborn Ding Xiang, still not back. Everyone was waiting for her gift, which was meant for Ding Jiajue's return. Yang Xiaoji had already called her several times, but Ding Xiang was still dawdling. Ding Xiang, hurry up. The sooner you go, the sooner you come back. If you don't want to eat at home, just go take a look and come back. Anyway, your sister will be back soon. Ding Xiang hesitated for a long time, just waiting for Yang Xiaoji's words. Returning home takes almost a whole day, with 2 meals to eat before coming back. She had stayed 19 years in that house, but only 2 days in this one. Ding Xiang didn't want to go back at all. Then I'll come back later to cook. Isn't it time to make dumplings for lunch? Seeing Yang Xiaoji nod, Ding Xiang took the things from her hand and headed out. Yang Xiaoji called her again. Wait a moment, Li Xin. You're walking so fast. He's on crutches. Can he catch up with you? Ding Xiang didn't think twice and said, he doesn't need to go. I'll leave the things and come back. Why bother with him? You're such a child.
Returning home is a two-person thing.
If you go home alone, what will your father think? He might think we don't care about you. Ding Xiang stubbornly refused. Whether they care or not, I know. My father is strict and formal. I won't let Li Xin set the rules. His leg isn't fully healed yet. Guowei signaled to Yang Xiaoji, implying she shouldn't interfere. His wife knew she was protecting her son. That's a good thing, right? Ding Xiang hurriedly left with her things. Her parents knew her well. They didn't care whether Guo Lixin went or not. What mattered to them was what gifts Guo Lixin took. If it weren't for Guo's good conditions and Guo Lixin's eccentric behavior, her father wouldn't even lift an eyelid. Ding Xiang's quick steps took her across the street, choosing quiet places to walk. A person returning home often has to explain themselves to others. Fortunately, most people know that Guo Lixin's leg was injured by a piece of wood. On the way, she actually met a few nosy old ladies, but she handled them with a quick remark. Just as Ding Zhongshi was eagerly watching the gate, Ding Xiang came in carrying some things. She finally relaxed. When Ding Xiang entered the house and saw Zhao Jiehui and her brother still there, she guessed what was going on. The Ding family has never hidden their dislike for Zhao Jiehui in front of Ding Xiang. Ding Qingjue's indifferent attitude only proved this more. Ding Xiang was a bit worried about her sister-in-law. This family is cold and unkind, and she has experienced it for over 20 years. Seeing the gift in Ding Xiang's hands, Ding Zhongshi rarely smiled. Why didn't the son-in-law come? Ding Xiang knew she was just being polite and didn't really care whether Guo Lixin came or not. But she still replied, he has a leg ache and finds walking difficult. I won't eat today and I need to go back and cook. My sister is also coming home today. Ding Zhongsher had no intention of keeping her, so she took the opportunity to say, "Then you should go back quickly. I won't keep you." After greeting Zhao Jihui, she left the Ding family's gate. Suddenly, she felt a bit lighter inside. On the road, Ding Xiang met Guo Limei and Zhao Jiachuan heading home. Zhao Jiachuan was carrying some things. It looked like she had fewer items than before. Yang Xiuji had prepared 4 different things, each in pairs. Seeing her carry so many things to that house, honestly, Ding Xiang felt a bit sad. "Ding Xiang, why are you back? Didn't Li Xin go? Won't your parents be upset? Li Xin's leg might have hurt from standing too long yesterday. Today, he's a bit sore. I didn't want to bother him, so I went alone." She didn't want to answer the other questions. Her parents didn't care much about her, so why would they care about a silly son-in-law? The 3 of them returned home together. Yang Xiuji had already opened the door and was waiting at the entrance. Seeing Guo Limei, her eyes surprisingly looked a little red. The girl had only been gone for a little over a day. It almost felt like a long-awaited reunion. Guo Limei also choked up and called out, "Mom," then threw herself into Yang Xiuji's arms. "This is what you're doing? Aren't you afraid the groom will laugh?" Guo Wei quickly tried to smooth things over. Zhao Jiachuan's face showed an awkward smile. He let a few people go inside first, and he followed at the back. His palms were sweaty. His heart was pounding. He was worried about his parents criticizing his gift. Yesterday, he and Guo Limei went to the county to buy presents. Limei insisted they buy 2 items, 2 bags of cake and 2 bottles of wine. Zhao Jiachuan thought the gifts were too few, especially since it was their first visit after marriage, and he felt they weren't impressive enough. So, even though he had already stepped over the threshold, his heart was still tight in his chest. He called out to someone as he entered the house. Yang Xiuji hurriedly agreed and took the things from Zhao Jiachuan. Just a day later, seeing Zhao Jiachuan again, she felt he looked much better than before. Guo Wei personally poured a cup of tea for Zhao Jiachuan. They sat on chairs, chatting casually. Yang Xiuji let her daughter-in-law and daughter busy making dough and preparing dumpling fillings. They had to eat dumplings for their first meal. Later, Li Mei can go back and tell her father to come over for a meal. Guo Wei paused mid-sentence, suddenly remembering. His daughter had just returned home, and the girl's family also came back. Forgot, Jihui is also back, and her father needs to entertain the groom. How forgetful I am. After saying this, Zhao Jiachuan lowered his head. "My father went to work and left this morning," he said quietly. Zhao Jiachuan felt a bit sad. His father worked hard to save some grain for the family, even at his old age. He was also worried about his sister. Today, he and Li Mei weren't at home, so he didn't know if Wei Qiaoyan would cook a meal for Jihui. After all, this was their only visit home. A girl's status in her husband's family was largely influenced by her own family. Jihui had just married, and Ding Qingjue hadn't even had a proper meal when he returned home. Jihui would surely be criticized. Guo Wei saw his son-in-law's unease and guessed it was related to Jihui. Why not invite Jihui and her husband here for a meal? They're not outsiders. Everyone has their own rules, and Guo Wei didn't know the customs of Zhao's or Ding's families, so he spoke carefully. He was worried about hurting his son-in-law's pride. "No need. Error is at home," Zhao Jiachuan said, though he wasn't very confident. He still hoped that Zhao Jiaqiu and Wei Qiaoyan would help. Since he said that, Guo Wei didn't argue further. Outside, the 3 women were chatting happily. Even Ding Xiang, who rarely spoke, kept laughing. After Ding Xiang left, Mrs. Ding quickly got off the Kong bed. She opened the gift she brought. 2 bottles of wine, 2 bags of cake, some white sugar, and 2 cans of preserved food. She took out the wine and sugar, as these items last longer. She repacked the rest and handed the gifts to Zhao Jihui, saying, "Hurry up and leave. You'll be back under the sun tonight." Although Zhao Jihui was unhappy inside, she didn't say anything. She took the gifts from her mother-in-law and stepped out first. Ding Qingjue followed reluctantly, looking tired and uninterested. When they entered the yard, Zhao Jihui felt something was wrong. The yard was very quiet, as if no one was there. Father, father, she called twice but got no answer. She pushed open the door to the room, and Wei Qiaoyan came out. Jiahui is back. She glanced at what Jiahui was holding and slightly pursed her lips. It didn't seem like there was much good stuff. Father went to work. Didn't I tell you? He's working? I didn't know. Zhao Jiahui was surprised. At his age, why would he go out to suffer? Now only my older brother and sister-in-law are here. Everything is discussed only with them. No one else matters. Wei Qiaoyan's words annoyed Zhao Jiahui. She wanted to discuss things with her father, but she never treated him like an elder. Seeing that Zhao Jiahui didn't agree with her, Wei Qiaoyan felt unhappy. Today, her return home, her husband went to work, and her older brother and his wife also left. She didn't want to cook dinner either. Who wants to do tiring chores? Not her. Jiahui, you and your husband stay here. The kids are noisy. I need to take them out for a walk. Without waiting for Jiahui to reply, she turned and left the house. Look at your family. The new son-in-law visits for the first time, and there's no one to entertain him. Do they not want to bother with a meal? Take the stuff back. I won't eat either. Don't expect me to come back here again. Is there really such a thing? Zhao Jiahui was already angry, and Ding Qingjue's words only made her more upset. In front of her, no matter how bad her family was, she wouldn't let him insult them. Isn't this what you learned from your family? When Ding Xiang came back, your mother didn't even care about her. Ding Qingjue reached out to grab the things in Zhao Jiahui's hands, cursing as he spoke. You're talking nonsense. That kid Guo Lisin didn't even come. I was at your door, and no one welcomed me. Your family isn't all gone, right? Is this how you treat me? If this had happened 20 years ago, with your family, you'd be lucky to even carry my shoes. Today, Zhao Jiahui had only been married for 3 days, but her family had already mentioned the past 20 years countless times. Her in-laws said she could understand, since those glorious days were not easy to forget. She wondered, during the land reform, Ding Qingjue was only 5 or 6 years old. How much could he remember? Yet he kept bringing up 20 years ago. Even if it was good 20 years ago, you can't go back.
Why keep talking about it?
My second brother hasn't come back yet. How do you know? No one is welcoming you. Zhao Jiahui's words lacked confidence. She knew her second brother's personality well. He always listened to his wife. Judging by her attitude just now, she wouldn't have cooked for them. Are you leaving or not? If you don't leave, I will. Seeing that Zhao Jiahui didn't move, Ding Qingjue pushed the door open and walked out. Zhao Jiahui quickly grabbed his sleeve. Wait a moment before you go. She had her own ideas. When they went back, she could come up with a reason to explain to her mother-in-law. She didn't believe Ding Qingjue would be so rude as to leave her no face. After all, they were newlyweds. But Ding Qingjue didn't care what she was thinking. He forcefully pulled away, tearing a 2-inch-long triangular hole in his sleeve with a ripping sound. Annoyed, Ding Qingjue pushed Zhao Jiahui hard. She tripped over a small stool and fell to the ground with a thud. The cloth bag in her hand dropped, making a crisp sound as thick soup seeped out, quickly soaking the small cloth bag. Haha, serves you right. Ding Qingjue squatted down, snatching the cloth bag from Zhao Jiahui's hand. He opened it and saw a broken jar of canned peaches. He sighed regretfully, pinching a piece with 3 fingers, tilting his head back and tossing it into his mouth. It's yours. No matter when, it's still yours. You deserve to have good luck. Zhao Jiahui's tears welled up in her eyes, but she held back from letting them fall. Such a family made her feel insecure, even in her husband's house. Ding Qingjue ate several pieces of cake before remembering Zhao Jiahui. Here, I'll give you 2 pieces. Zhao Jiahui didn't speak. She just stared at him with wide eyes. You're not eating? I've already finished mine. Ding Qingjue was not polite. After eating the last 2 pieces, he stood up and left the house. As the door closed, Zhao Jiahui couldn't hold back her tears anymore. She got up from the ground and took out 2 packs of cake and a jar of canned food from her bag. She wiped them clean with a cloth. After thinking for a moment, she placed them on the windowsill outside. Since her father wasn't home, it wasn't right to leave them in her older brother's or second brother's room, so she simply put them on the windowsill. Whoever finds them can take them. Zhao Jiehui knew that her second sister-in-law kept the door open wide. After all, her older sister-in-law had gone back to her family, and only the second sister-in-law was at home. After some thought, Zhao Jiehui still took a pack of cake and put it in her older brother's room. The three items didn't look very nice together. Even if the second sister-in-law kept her door open, the older sister-in-law had her own pack. Zhao Jiehui, feeling discouraged, left the house. Ding Qingjue was chatting under a big tree nearby with a few elderly people. Zhao Jiehui's heart sank. Maybe Ding Qingjue was talking about her family. Seeing her approach, a nosy old lady asked, "Jiehui, did you come back because you didn't eat?" Zhao Jiehui forced a smile. "There was something at home. My second sister-in-law was cooking, so I hurried back," the old lady responded with an "oh," showing she didn't believe her. Ding Qingjue snorted, and Zhao Jiehui's face immediately turned red. It was as if she had done something wrong and was caught in the act. The two of them hurriedly returned home, one after the other. Zhao Jiehui quickly put her cloth bag into a basin of water. She was a big person, and if she dropped the jar of canned food, it would be very embarrassing to admit. "Why are you back so soon? Did no one invite you in?" Ding Zhongshe frowned. "From the time we set the date to the wedding, it was a bit short. My son hasn't even had a proper meal at his in-laws' house yet. Coming back so soon, it's too rude. This was supposed to happen 20 years ago." Before Ding Zhong could finish speaking, Ding Qingjue interrupted. "Enough, stop talking about things that don't matter. Even if it was 20 years ago, we can't go back. Her father and her older brother are not at home. Her second brother asked me to have a drink with him, but I wasn't qualified to join him. I got angry and left. I'm back now, and she dares not to come back." Ding Qingjue looked at Zhao Jiehui. Zhao Jiehui looked at him, with gratitude. He still managed to save some face for himself. Ding Zhong clearly didn't believe it, but since her son said it, what does it matter if she believes it or not? The Zhao family doesn't care much about her son, which shows they don't take Zhao Jiehui seriously. A daughter-in-law without her own family to support her, to her, should be a good thing. Zhao Jiachuan and Guo Limei returned home and found a package of cake in the house, knowing it was from Jiehui's visit. Of course, they wouldn't just take that one item. The rest was probably kept by Wei Qiaoyan. Since they took the things, it must mean they had a meal together. Guo Limei came out of the house, feeling more certain about her thoughts. The kitchen's grain storage box lid was slightly open, not closed tightly. Afraid mice might get in, Guo Limei went over to close the lid, and at the same time, she glanced inside. She immediately noticed something was wrong. "Zhao Jiachun, did we get robbed? Come look, the grain is missing." "No way." Zhao Jiachun hesitated but went over. The house has never been locked, and nothing has ever been stolen before, especially since Wei Qiaoyan was still at home. "Take a look." Guo Limei stepped aside and opened the box for Zhao Jiachun to see. In the past few days, Zhao Jiachun had been helping with cooking, so he knew exactly how much grain there was. Now, it was not only less but missing more than half. This has never happened before. Zhao Jiachun thought to himself, maybe Jiehui took some when she left, since her grain was at home. But their family was connected through marriage, and if one person took some, the other two would have to take some too. It didn't add up. This possibility seemed very unlikely. The couple looked at each other in confusion. Wei Qiaoyan came back outside, carrying the baby. Seeing the two standing in front of the box, she felt a bit guilty and lowered her head. Zhao Jiachun still asked the question he was thinking about. Wei Qiaoyan immediately frowned. I don't know when she left. She just took the baby for a walk." Wei Qiaoyan was unhappy inside. It was Zhao Jiehui who didn't eat and was blaming her older brother. "Why should I prepare the food just because you want to hide away and rest?" Zhao Jiachun thought for a moment, but still felt he should ask clearly. If the grain was lost, it would be a big problem. Their father worked hard to save some grain for Limei. Even at his old age, he went out to repair the water system. If the saved grain was lost, wouldn't all his efforts be wasted? Only Wei Qiaoyan was at home. Zhao Jiachun thought it was necessary to ask. "Qiaoyan, do you think someone stole our grain?" "It's clearly less now." Wei Qiaoyan's eyes flickered, and she gently bounced the baby in her arms. "I took a little, Guo Lime and Zhao Jiachuan looked at each other and couldn't help but ask, "You've run out of food at home. It's not about having or not having enough grain." The old man didn't say who should get what. "Isn't Dad part of the family? He's not home, but his share should be split between us. These days, who has enough grain to eat?" Guo Lime thought that even if Wei Qiaoyun's words made sense, she could only take her share from the old man's portion. The real problem was that she had taken most of the grain. "Qiaoyun, everyone's grain is limited. I don't mind you taking half of the old man's, but you can't take half of the total amount. This grain belongs to Dad, me, and your older brother." "Humph." Wei Qiaoyun sneered. "Big sister-in-law, have you forgotten? Your grain is at your parents' house. It's not here. Does it matter how much I take?" Zhao Jiachuan held Guo Lime's hand and kept signaling her with his eyes. Guo Lime knew he wanted to settle things peacefully. Since she just got married, arguing with Wei Qiaoyun would only make others laugh at her. But she couldn't accept Wei Qiaoyun's words, feeling like she was eating leftovers. Even if she was eating leftovers, it shouldn't be Wei Qiaoyun's business, right? Zhao Jiachuan married well and could provide for his family. Guo Lime ignored Zhao Jiachuan's gaze directly. "What you said isn't right. I can go home and get grain. If I go back, Ding Xiang will also go to Ding's house to get hers. Jiahui should come back to get hers too. We three don't take more than our share. My daughter from the Gui family wouldn't steal others' food. So, you mean I stole someone else's food? I ate yours." Wei Qiaoyun didn't back down and argued strongly. The old master went to work and left the food for Guo Lime, which already made her unhappy. Regarding this older sister-in-law, Wei Qiaoyun also wanted to test her limits. In the future, living under the same roof, she couldn't let her take the spotlight. Wei Qiaoyun felt that family life was always a struggle. Either the east wind or the west wind would dominate. Peaceful coexistence was just a nice idea. It was hard to really achieve. If she was pushed down by Guo Lime, she would never get a chance to turn things around in the Zhao family. "You only ate your share." Guo Lime pushed Zhao Jiachuan's hand away and looked directly at Wei Qiaoyun. "Like I said, I have no problem if you take everything from the old master. But what belongs to my older brother and me, you can't take. And shouldn't you discuss such things with us first?" Guo Lime's words made sense, and Wei Qiaoyun had nothing to say. But making her admit she was wrong and spit out what she took was even harder than killing her. So she simply ignored Guo Lime's words, slammed the door shut with a bang, and went back to her room. She didn't believe Guo Lime could come into her room. "Wei Qiaoyun, are you going to be reasonable?" Guo Lime chased after her but was pulled back forcefully by Zhao Jiachuan. He held her tightly and tried to bring her back inside. Guo Lime was very unhappy with Zhao Jiachuan's actions. "Don't you have any principles?" It was clearly her fault. Why not clarify? "She's so unreasonable, and it's all because your family spoils her." Guo Lime had heard about Zhao family matters before. Zhao Jiachuan's face slightly changed. Wei Qiaoyun's problem ultimately stemmed from Zhao Jiachuan's weakness. What does that have to do with anyone else? In the end, he, as the eldest brother-in-law, shouldn't argue with his sister-in-law, right? Guo Lime was his wife, and he should give her some face. I mean, forget it. Living under the same roof, when we close the door, we're a family. If we argue, others will laugh. They won't laugh at Wei Qiaoyun, but they'll think you, the older brother-in-law, lack patience. Guo Lime stared blankly at Zhao Jiachuan, surprised he would say such words. What does it mean to say she lacks patience? That little bit of food won't last long. Would the family really do something like that? Everyone gets the same amount of food. She took her father's share, and I have no problem with that. But she definitely shouldn't take mine. If you like to be lenient, that's okay, but when there's not enough food, you shouldn't eat. Is this the kind of thing newlyweds should say? Do you really want him to go hungry? Guo Lime also realized she had spoken too harshly. But she is a stubborn person and insists on clarifying things today. "No, I still need to find her." Zhao Jiachuan sighed deeply. "If you want to go, then go." Guo Lime didn't notice the helpless tone in Zhao Jiachuan's voice. She pushed open the door and left. She doesn't believe it. She's clearly right, but they keep saying she doesn't understand. Guo Lime pushed open the door and was startled to see Wei Qiaoyun feeding the baby. She thought Zhao Jiachuan had brought Guolime back, and that would be the end of this matter. In the past, whenever Wei Xiaoyan refused to admit her mistake, Zhao's family usually gave up. Wei Xiaoyan lowered her head, focused on feeding the baby, as if she didn't see Guolime come in. Guolime wasn't in a hurry. She pulled over a chair and sat quietly, watching without saying a word. The little one was much cuter than his mother. He moved his tiny feet, took a few bites, then turned around and smiled at Guolime. Wei Xiaoyan simply turned her body away, not giving the baby a chance to look back. After a while, the baby finished eating and spat out the nipple. He started talking to himself happily. Guolime fought the urge to pick up the baby. Xiaoyan, I still mean what I said. Our current grain supply isn't enough, not for the end of the year, not even for the end of the month. Father's grain can be given to you, but mine and your older brother's must be returned. And about father, now that both sons are married, caring for the elderly is also an issue. He can choose which son to live with. But one thing is clear, now that he can move, he will stay with whoever he chooses. When he's old and can't move, he can't be pushed around. Guolime's words were very clear. Who the old man stays with now, he will stay with in the future. It's not just her being particular. Wei Xiaoyan, who loves to take small advantages, will definitely try to manipulate the old man, grab what she can while he can still move, and when he can't, she will tick him out. Let's be honest about this. I think there's nothing wrong with that. Wei Xiaoyan remained silent, listening with half-closed eyes. With her petty nature, Guolime was definitely on guard. Although Zhao Jiachuan didn't come out of the house, he kept listening carefully to the sounds. He heard every word Guolime said without missing a thing. His face gradually darkened, covered with a cold frost. Their father isn't yet at the point of needing others to care for him, but now both daughters-in-law are starting to scheme. He didn't expect Guolime, who seemed reasonable, to be so calculating when it came to interests. It was truly disappointing. Wei Xiaoyan also sneered inwardly. Isn't Guolime proud? Why does she also count every penny? The old man is over 50 now. The production team can work for another 10 years, and the vegetable gardens around the house don't require her effort. For example, now he goes out to earn work points, and the family can save some food. She definitely wants to keep the old man, won't let him follow the eldest son. When he can work, he helps with chores. When he can't, his son takes care of him, so she doesn't have to worry. Most importantly, the house should belong to whoever cares for the elderly. There are only benefits, no losses. Since Guolime has spoken openly, that's even better. When the old man returns, she will surely find a way to have him stay with her. As for the grain, it definitely can't be returned. It's not just about the grain. It's also her first confrontation with Guolime. Returning it would mean admitting defeat. Big sister-in-law, I told you I didn't take much. It's already packed into the rice bag. Can I still pick some out for you? Actually, Wei Xiaoyan had already packed the grain she took from her eldest brother, waiting for a chance to take it back to her family. There are many brothers and sisters at home, and the young men can eat. Why did the old man go out to work? Isn't it because there's not enough food? If there were as much as you say, he wouldn't need to go out. It's just pure blame shifting. Zhao Jiachuan sighed, came out of the house, and called toward the kitchen door. Li Mei, come out. I need to talk to you. Wei Xiaoyan was stubborn. Once she put things in her cabinet, she refused to take them out. What could he do? He couldn't just go rummaging through her cabinet, could he? If they kept arguing, not only would they lose the grain, but they'd also just get angry. It wasn't worth it. Li Mei. Guolime was angry inside. Clearly, Wei Xiaoyan's problem was that they had spoiled her this way. Since he was young, Guolime had never experienced such frustration. Zhao Jiachuan waited for a while, but when Guolime didn't come out, he had to muster his courage and go inside to call her. Just as he pushed the door open, the door outside opened, and Zhao Jiachuan came back holding a bundle of firewood. After washing his hands in the kitchen, he called out, Wei Xiaoyan, what are we having for dinner tonight? Eat. Eat. All you do is think about eating. You and your wife are bullying me, and you're still thinking about food. Zhao Jiachuan's eyes widened. Xiaoyan, don't talk nonsense. When did I ever bully you? And can you stop cursing every time you open your mouth? He and Zhao Jiaqiu are siblings. Wei Xiaoyan pushed the child onto the calm, a traditional bed, and the child cried loudly. Zhao Jiaqiu, you good for nothing. Your brother and sister-in-law are bullying me. Can't you see that? Zhao Jiaqiu, with his hands just washed, entered the house looking confused. Wei Xiaoyan sat on the edge of the Kong, legs hanging down, kicking the wall with her feet, making a cracking sound. The eldest sister-in-law sat sideways on a chair, one arm draped over the back, with a cold smile on her face. The eldest brother stood by the doorframe, looking helpless. Zhao Jiaqiu's heart sank. Another difficult person. What bad luck has Zhao's family had? All the troublesome daughters-in-law seemed to find them. Jiaqiu, you're just in time. I'm not unreasonable. Xiaoyan said that Dad's grain should be shared equally. I have no objection. The grain in the chest belongs to the three of us. She took more than half, so my brother and I will go hungry. She says we bully her. Just open the grain cabinet at your house, and you'll see if I'm lying. Zhao Jiaqiu's face turned red as if slapped. This kind of thing is definitely something his wife would do. Wei Xiaoyan's crying quieted a bit, but her eyes were glaring fiercely at Zhao Jiaqiu. Zhao Jiaqiu pretended not to see and walked to the big cabinet. He opened the door and took out a rice bag filled with half a bag of coarse grains. There was also a smaller bag, tied with a string, dividing 2 spaces inside. He pinched it with his fingers. At the bottom should be sorghum rice and on top cornmeal. He also took out a jar of canned food and a package of steamed cake. Zhao Jiaqiu froze. These things were not from his family. Even if the things are placed on the table, Wei Xiaoyan cannot admit it. Now she can only act stubborn. Wei Xiaoyan jumped down from the Kong bed, pointing at Zhao Jiaqiu's nose, scolding, "You gave all the grain to your older sister-in-law. Just go with her. Perfect. You 2 brothers can each take one side." Guo Mei still had a smile on her face as she slowly stood up from the chair. She didn't say a word more, directly grabbing Wei Xiaoyan's collar and giving her a big slap on the left cheek. Wei Xiaoyan was shocked, eyes wide open, mouth agape. Before she could react, Guo Mei slapped her on the right cheek as well. Wei Xiaoyan saw stars, her head buzzing. She couldn't believe she was hit like this. Even the Zhao brothers looked stunned, forgetting to step in and stop the fight. Feeling the hot pain on both cheeks, Wei Xiaoyan finally reacted. She bent over and charged headfirst at Guo Mei. Guo Mei quickly stepped back, grabbed her hair, and pushed her away forcefully. Then she clapped her hands, grabbed 2 bags from the table, one in each hand, and left the room without looking back. At least she was the daughter of Yang Xiaoji and Guo Wei, and she had a natural pride that refused to be bullied. Wei Xiaoyan's face was swelling visibly. Her already crowded features looked even tighter. The children were so frightened they started crying loudly. "This life is impossible to live," Wei Xiaoyan shouted. "Zhao Jiaqiu, you treacherous thing, teaming up with outsiders to bully me." These 2 slaps definitely had a warning effect. Wei Xiaoyan finally dared not curse anymore. She hugged her child and walked out, shouting, "I want a divorce. Just wait and see." After Wei Xiaoyan left the room, Zhao Jiaqiu finally reacted and hurried out to stop her. She was going back to her parents' house again. Zhao Jiaqiu wasn't afraid she would go back to her parents' house, but she was worried she might bring her 4 brothers along. Wei Xiaoyan's face was swollen, and she knew her 4 brothers wouldn't let this go easily. But her parents-in-law also weren't easy to deal with. If a fight broke out, who knew what might happen? Today, she absolutely couldn't let Wei Xiaoyan leave the Fengshu Brigade. Zhao Jiaqiu quickened her steps and caught up with Wei Xiaoyan, shouting, "What are you going to do? Come back here." Wei Xiaoyan didn't answer. She spat directly in Zhao Jiaqiu's face. She exerted too much force, and her face felt burning hot. This made her even more determined to go home and gather her belongings. If she gave up now, she would definitely be looked down upon in the Zhao family. "Wei Xiaoyan, don't cause trouble for no reason. Big brother only has a little grain. If you take it, what will they eat? It's your fault to start with, and now you don't want them to take it back?" Tears suddenly streamed down Wei Xiaoyan's face. "Who are you to boss me around? You're not on my side. You're on Guo Limei's side. She told you to open the cabinet and you did it? You're so disobedient. Zhao Jiaqio hurriedly smiled and tried to take the child from Wei Qiaoyan. All right, I'll take the blame. You can scold me all you want. Let's go home. It's almost dark and there are many mosquitoes. Our son will get bites. No matter what, as long as she could coax Wei Qiaoyan back home, Zhao Jiaqio was willing. Give me the child. Let's go home. No, I won't. Get away from me. The two argued loudly on the street. Wei Qiaoyan was pulled by Zhao Jiaqio's arm, but she loosened her hold on the child, who slipped out of her arms. Quickly, Zhao Jiaqio caught the child with a swift move, holding him securely in his arms. Wei Qiaoyan's heart, which had been in her throat, finally eased. She sat down heavily on the ground and burst into tears. At this moment, no words were needed. It was obvious who had suffered the loss. She couldn't accept being wronged silently. She had to fight for some public support. Zhao Jiaqio was right. It was almost dark, and she couldn't go back to her parents' house. The child needed milk at night. She should carry him home. It was too dangerous to walk at night with mosquitoes everywhere, especially for a woman carrying a child. She would go back tomorrow during the day. Anyway, they would all be working during the day, so no one would stop her. Wei Qiaoyan's crying soon attracted a group of nosy women.
Hey,
Isn't this Zhao Lauer's wife? What's going on? Oh my, look at her face. Zhao Lauer, you two are just playing around. Why did you hit her? Look at her now. She's all messed up. Hearing others' words, Wei Qiaoyan raised her voice a little. The onlookers looked at each other, guessing what was really happening. Zhao Jiaqio was known to be afraid of his wife, or more precisely, afraid of his four brothers-in-law. He definitely didn't have the courage to hit Wei Qiaoyan like that. But who actually did it is a bit more interesting. Wei Qiaoyan used to be unbeatable in the Zhao family. How could she possibly accept such a loss? If it really was Guo Limei who hit her, there would surely be some excitement. Wei Qiaoyan's four brothers are now facing Guo Wei and Yang Xiuji's family. Who will be the final winner? People watching are eager for a big show and can't wait for the fight to start. Zhao Heir, hitting your wife like that. Aren't you afraid your brother-in-law will scold you? Finally, the topic came up. Wei Qiaoyan stopped crying loudly and started sniffling instead. Why should I be afraid? I have good relatives now, someone to support me. If I get hit like this, he wouldn't even dare to say a word. When Wei Qiaoyan said this, even a fool could guess who hit her. It was really Guo Limei. It seems that right after Guo Limei got married, Wei Qiaoyan started showing off her power, but it backfired. People's eyes are sharp. Everyone knows Wei Qiaoyan and Guo Limei's personalities. Guo Limei has been in Fengshou Brigade for nearly 20 years. When she first returned, she was like a little crazy girl, fighting with the young boys. But as she grew up, she never heard of her arguing with anyone again. But she's definitely not someone to be messed with. A fight between Wei and Guo is inevitable. But unfortunately, today, it couldn't happen. Everyone worked all day and was pretty tired.
who would want to listen to her cry?
Soon, the crowd dispersed. Wei Qiaoyan stopped crying. With no audience left, who was her performance for? Zhao Jiaqio helped Wei Qiaoyan up from the ground and patted the dirt off her back. Stop making a fuss at home, okay? It's wrong for your big sister-in-law to hit you. She's just upset today. I'll talk to her later and ask her to apologize. Zhao Jiaqio knew that Guo Limei wouldn't apologize to Wei Qiaoyan, saying that was just to soothe her emotions. As long as she didn't make a big fuss, there would be ways to settle it later. People say Zhao Jiaqio is afraid of his wife. If he's not afraid, can he still hit her? But unfortunately, Wei Qiaoyan just didn't understand. No matter what Zhao Jiaqio said, Wei Qiaoyan responded with silence. She had already decided to go home tomorrow and prepare for a confrontation. In the distance, Guo Wei listened to her crying and felt a bit uneasy. Near Guo Limei's home. There is no way she has a relationship with her daughter, right? Guo Wei was standing by the roadside, waiting. With such a big commotion, surely someone was watching the fun. After a while, someone came over to ask around. He hadn't finished his cigarette when they arrived. What's going on over there? Crying and shouting. Did someone get into a fight? The visitor smiled and leaned in close to Guowei. Old Zhao's wife got beaten up so badly her face is swollen. From what I hear, it was your daughter who did it. No idea why. Good job. That reckless woman should be taught a lesson. Guowei frowned and squinted, saying, that can't be. Li Mei never fights with anyone. But he wasn't entirely sure. He knew his daughter's temper very well. You only get into trouble if you provoke her. However, Li Mei wasn't unreasonable, nor did she like to fight. If she hit Wei Qiaoyan, she must have had a reason. Wei Qiaoyan's 4 brothers were well known in the village. If his daughter hit her, Wei Qiaoyan probably wouldn't let it go easily. He really needed to be careful these days to make sure his daughter didn't get hurt. After Wei Qiaoyan and Zhao Jiao left, Zhao Jiachuan couldn't help but complain to Li Mei. Look at you. Too impatient. Wei Qiaoyan's words were harsh, but you didn't have to slap her twice. Let her cry and shout as she leaves, as if we were bullying her. You're the eldest sister-in-law. You should act like one. That was Zhao Jiachuan's attitude. Wei Qiaoyan's arrogant behavior was partly due to their family's concessions. She was used to getting her way when she was right and throwing tantrums when she wasn't. Li Mei sighed in disappointment and asked Zhao Jiachuan, what kind of eldest sister-in-law should I be? Zhao Jiachuan was stunned. She heard clear disapproval in Li Mei's tone. As the eldest, she knew some things couldn't be taken too seriously. No matter how harsh Wei Qiaoyan's words were, she could tolerate it. She wasn't someone who liked to cause trouble. Zhao Jiachuan had a feeling that this was just the beginning, and things wouldn't end so easily. When Wei Qiaoyan's 4 brothers arrived, the situation might spiral out of control. Zhao Jiachuan knew Li Mei was upset, but he still tried to speak gently, saying, Li Mei, please forgive a little. Just say sorry to Wei Qiaoyan. Don't make a big fuss, okay? Li Mei turned over and lay down inside. If I need to apologize, I will.
But don't speak for me.
I don't need you to represent me. Zhao Jiachuan sighed and decided to let it go. After all, they were newlyweds, only 3 days married, and he didn't want things to get too tense. Neither of them felt happy inside. After a while, there was a knock on the door. Zhao Jiachuan listened carefully. He heard footsteps. Probably Zhao Jiaqiao had brought Wei Qiaoyan back. He breathed a sigh of relief. The crisis of the day was over. What tomorrow would bring, he would think about tomorrow. That night, Zhao Jiachuan and Li Mei turned their backs to each other. They didn't feel like being close or even talking. Both felt uncomfortable inside. They believed they hadn't done anything wrong. Wei Qiaoyan was still upset, and even Zhao Jiaqiao's best efforts to comfort her didn't work. Wei Qiaoyan refused to get into bed with him. Zhao Jiaqiao knew the problem was serious. Wei Qiaoyan had never been treated unfairly like this before. The next morning, before leaving, Zhao Jiaqiao warned Wei Qiaoyan again. Don't go anywhere. I'll make pancakes when I come back. Do you hear me? Our family has had some arguments, but it's over. Don't keep dwelling on it. Wei Qiaoyan put the dishes from breakfast into the pot. We're not a family. Zhao Jiaqiao quickly pulled her aside. Go lie down inside. I'll wash the dishes when I get back at noon. You don't need to do it. Even if Zhao Jiaqiao was worried, he had to go work on the farm. Wei Qiaoyan had worked a few days when she got married, but since she was pregnant, she hadn't gone to the fields. Before, they said they were dividing the household, and everything belonged to her. As long as she didn't cause trouble, the family was peaceful. But now, things were different. Her older brother and younger sister were married, and everyone would live their own lives. Yesterday's problems were in the past, but in Li Mei's and Wei Qiaoyan's hearts, there was still some tension. Zhao Jiaqiao just hoped Wei Qiaoyan would realize her mistake and not cause more trouble at home. After Zhao Jiaqiao left, Zhao Jiachuan and Li Mei also went out one after the other. The 3-day holiday was over. Today, it was time to go back to work. Wei Qiaoyan looked out the window and saw the 3 of them leave the yard one after another. She hurriedly jumped down and took out a small bag from the cabinet. Although called a bag, it was actually made from torn cloth pieces sewn together, about a foot square, double-layered. It had straps to hold the child's little bottom, tied to the adult's body. She also found a piece of cloth to wrap the canned food and cake. Just this little stuff, so tightly packed, no matter if she eats or not. This isn't enough for her meal money. Wei Qiaoyan vented her frustration about Zhao Jiahui. She carried the child on her back, slung the bag over her shoulder, and headed to her parents' home. Zhao Jiaqiu said she couldn't go back, so she didn't go. If he had the courage, he would give his sister-in-law 2 big slaps, and she wouldn't need to find her brothers. Wei Qiaoyan, carrying her child, passed through the village. When she saw people, she would greet them from afar just to attract attention. She wanted everyone in the harvest team to know that it was Gua Lime who started the trouble with her. Someone asked her how her face was injured. She always answered, "A fool hit me." Guowei saw Wei Qiaoyan walking away with her child at the warehouse door and knew things were complicated. He had to stay alert. Wei Qiaoyan left the village with her child. When she saw people again, she kept her head down or turned away, trying not to let anyone see her face. She felt ashamed. Not far from her parents' house, about 4 or 5 miles away, she reached the gate. Wei Qiaoyan felt she couldn't walk any further. She was carrying over 10 jin of meat, and the cake and canned food hanging on her arms weighed about 3 or 4 jin. Long journey, heavy load. She sat down heavily on the doorstep of the outer room, untied the cross strap on her chest, and put her son down from her back. The child was hot, sweaty on his hair, and his face was red. He snuggled into his mother's arms. After eating, the child started to babble happily with his mother. The sounds outside woke Wei Qiaoyan's mother, Ren Xiang. Although she was in her 50s, she hadn't done much farm work since she was young. Her skin was fair, with a round face, smooth and tender, looking younger than her peers. All the children in the Wei family looked like their mother, except Wei Qiaoyan, who looked like her father. Of the 6 Wei children, only Wei Qiaoyan was a girl, so she was naturally spoiled. "Qiaoyan, when did you come? You sneaked in quietly and scared me." Wei Qiaoyan lowered her head, thinking to herself, "I haven't even looked up yet, and I bet you'll be more surprised if I do." "Mom, our dad, and the others working in the fields." Ren Xiang smiled as she squatted down and patted her palm a few times. "Great-granddaughter, come here so Grandma can hold you." Looks like the child is so warm that his face is red and his head is puffed up. The little boy grinned at Grandma and smiled, constantly reaching out his small hand to test. When he touched Grandma's hand, he immediately pulled it back and buried his face in his mother's arms. "Bad boy, are you teasing Grandma?" Ren Xiang focused all her attention on the child and didn't notice the injury on her daughter's face. "Little rascal, come here." Ren Xiang reached out and pinched the child's armpit, then picked him up. The child turned around, struggling to run toward his mother. Following the child's gaze, Ren Xiang finally saw that her daughter's face was bruised on one side. "How did your face get like this?" Hearing her mother ask, Wei Qiaoyan looked very wronged, sniffled, and started to cry. "Was it Zhao Jiaqiu who hit you? If I hadn't dealt with him in the past 2 years, he would have gotten cocky again. When your father and the others come back at noon, let your 4 brothers go in the afternoon and give him another lesson. Let him remember. He's good at hitting his wife." Wei Qiaoyan wiped her tears from her face, stood up, and kicked aside the things blocking her way. Even though Ren Xiang didn't do chores, she often visited neighbors, slept, and didn't want to tidy up the house. The pile of firewood was next to the stove, and she wasn't very careful. "It wasn't Zhao Jiaqiu who hit you." When she heard it wasn't Zhao Jiaqiu, Ren Xiang's eyes widened. If Zhao Jiaqiu hit her, it was an internal conflict. If someone else hit her, that needed to be discussed properly. Anyone who dared to bully her daughter, even if they got a dog's head from a beating, would have to face the consequences. There were 4 older brothers at home. Could they let their sister be beaten? "Who hit you? Tell your brother to go hit him back. Slap him, and give her 10 in return." Wei Qiaoyan cried again, feeling wronged. It was Zhao Jiaqiu's sister-in-law, that woman named Gua. Ren Xiang was silent for a moment. She had heard Wei Qiaoyan mention who Zhao Jiaqiu married. The old couple from the Gua family had a big fight a few days ago and were taken away by the county authorities. Ren Xiang was not convinced. Hitting her daughter was not something to just let go. Not to mention a cripple, whoever it was, she would stand up for her daughter. At noon, Wei Qiaoyun's father and brothers finished work and came home. Her oldest brother is 23, and her younger brother is 12. Wei Qiaoyun's father, Wei Fulin, is thin and short. His small eyes are sharp, and as soon as he enters the house, he notices the injury on Wei Qiaoyun's face. Did Xiao Jiaqiu hit you? Before Wei Qiaoyun can answer, Ren Xiang quickly replies, it was her eldest aunt's wife who hit her. If her parents can beat her, they just bully our girl. We can't let this go. From now on, she'll be riding on Qiaoyun's neck and doing whatever she wants. Before Ren Xiang finishes, Wei Qiaoyun's third brother quickly chimes in. Mom, hurry up and set the table for dinner. After we eat, the brothers and I will go take care of it. Don't think our family is easy to bully. If they dare to hit my sister, I'll break her fingers one by one. Even the youngest brother is shouting loudly. Yes, break her fingers. Wei Fulin has been sitting on the kong, a traditional bed, smoking. While his sons are arguing loudly, he remains silent. This is unusual. Usually, he's the first to start something. Stop fussing. Finish eating first, then we'll talk. Father speaks, and the boys stop shouting and start eating quietly. After setting down his bowl, Wei Fulin asks his daughter, they say Gua the cripple and his wife are pretty tough. Do you believe it or not? Wei Qiaoyun lowers her head, thinking for a long time. People say that, but I really don't know if it's true or not. Last time they fought, everyone was just looking out for themselves. When they beat someone, others didn't dare to step in. Wei Qiaoyun's meaning is clear. Can those brothers compare to the strength of her real brothers? Wei Fulin nods. If they go, I don't feel safe. I have to go too. I won't show myself at first, and then I'll see how things go. Ren Xiang pouts, not convinced. This guy acts like he has 3 heads and 6 arms. Wei Fulin rolls his eyes at her and scolds, women should stay at home. Don't be shouting around. Qiaoyun is at home. I'll make them kneel and beg to bring her back. That would be too embarrassing. Wei Fulin takes the half-smoked cigarette from his ear, takes a few hard puffs, then throws the cigarette stub on the ground and waves his hand. You all go now. His youngest son jumps down from the kong. I'm going too. Ren Xiang slapped the back of his head. Stop making trouble, do you think this is a game? The 4 sons stormed out of the house. Wei Fulin blinked hard a few times, his right eyelid twitching non-stop. He felt restless and uneasy. At noon, Guolime came back from work, hurrying to wash her hands and start cooking. Xiao Jiachuan didn't say much, just quietly helped on the side. Wei Qiaoyun wasn't home. Most likely she had gone back to her parents' place to call for help. Lime, maybe you should go back to your parents for a couple of days? Xiao Jiachuan spoke awkwardly. Everyone knew that a newlywed wife wasn't supposed to stay at her parents' house within the first month. It had only been 4 days. What did it mean to ask her to go back now? Because of Wei Qiaoyun? Instead of solving the problem, he only thought about avoiding it. Guolime was unhappy. You can't hide forever. If the Wei family wants to pick on me, I can't escape it. Don't worry, I won't drag you down with me. Xiao Jiachuan blushed. Lime, you know that's not what I mean. Xiaoyun's brothers are fierce, and even strong men don't want to suffer losses in front of them. As they were talking, Xiao Jiaqiu rushed in from outside. Sister-in-law, you'd better hide for now. I found out that Wei Qiaoyun really went back to her parents' place. Her parents love stirring up trouble. I bet her brothers will be here any minute. Those guys don't listen to reason. I can't stop them. Xiao Jiaqiu knew that not only could he not stop them, he'd probably get beaten himself. But at worst, as their brother-in-law, he might just get slapped around a bit, and that would be the end of it. With Guolime, though, who knew what they might do, the smartest choice was to hide. If her brothers vented their anger on him and couldn't find Guolime, maybe things would settle down. After all, the 2 families didn't live in the same village, so they couldn't stay here forever. If they really dared to go to the Gua family's place, who knew how big the trouble would get? I'm not leaving. I'll take responsibility for my own actions. I won't drag you 2 into this. Guolime threw the rag onto the stove with a loud smack. Then she turned and went into the room, not wanting to hear the brothers nag anymore. How afraid of the Wei brothers could they be? Zhao Jiaqio looked at his worried older brother, and the two of them sighed together. A woman this stubborn. It was really difficult. Lunch was ready-made, millet rice from the morning and some stewed green beans. Halfway through eating, there was a loud bang outside. Zhao Jiachuan quickly put down his chopsticks and leaned out the kitchen window to look outside. Wei's 4 sons had arrived. They kicked down the big gate. Breaking the gate was like declaring war. Zhao Jiaqio also came out of the house. The 2 brothers crouched by the window, looking out together. It's over. Let my sister-in-law jump out the back window and run. I'll go out first to hold them off. Zhao Jiachuan nodded, went inside without saying a word, opened the back window, picked up Guo Mei, and placed her on the windowsill. Quick, hide. Since the gate was already broken, it wouldn't be easy to leave now. Guo Mei didn't resist. She jumped out the back window into the garden behind the house. Wei's brothers were all in the front yard. If she pushed aside the stick, she might be able to run away. But Guo Mei didn't want to run. Running away would only prove she was in the wrong. She circled around the house foundation to the front, using the house's slope as cover, and peeked out with half her head. Zhao Jiaqio looked fearless, clenched his fists, and stepped out. Why are you trying to arrest me with a big gate? Your sister is the one I hit. If you want to fight or kill, come at me, hee. The 3rd younger brother of Wei smiled and stepped forward, grabbing Zhao Jiaqio's collar and twisting hard. The collar got tighter and tighter. Zhao Jiaqio felt short of breath and started to gasp. 3rd brother, if you choke me to death, your sister will be a widow. Zhao Jiaqio still wanted to joke to ease the tension. Widow? What are you thinking? With your pathetic look, your sister will get married tomorrow after you die. Good luck finding a 3-legged frog. 2-legged humans are everywhere. Wei's 3rd brother pushed and shoved, causing Zhao Jiaqio to sit down heavily on the ground. I'll settle the score with you later. Guo Mei, come out. Aren't you good at fighting? Now you're pretending to be a bear. Wei's 4 brothers argued loudly, soon attracting a crowd of onlookers. A useless hen that doesn't lay eggs has been brought back. Now she's showing off in front of my sister. Does old Wei's family think they're invincible? Wei's 4th brother, despite being younger, was sharp-tongued and harsh in his insults. Guo Mei couldn't tolerate being called a non-laying hen or a mule. She was just about to rush out. The door opened again, and Zhao Jiachuan came out. Guo Mei stopped her step, wanting to see how Zhao Jiachuan would solve the problem. She wanted to see how he would react to such insults. Brothers are here. Come inside and have some water. It's pretty hot outside. It's all a misunderstanding. Zhao Jiachuan put on a smile and spoke carefully. A misunderstanding? Wei Laosan faced the outside of the door. A group of onlookers stood outside. My sister's face is swollen. She can't see clearly, and she's dizzy enough to stay in bed. And you call that a misunderstanding? Don't joke with me. I'm not trying to make things difficult for you. Hand over Guo Mei. She slapped my sister, and I'll give her 10 times back. Let's settle this. You can't just hide. You might avoid trouble now, but you can't run forever. Wei's brothers, especially Wei Laosan, were good talkers. With a few words, the crowd outside started to discuss. Old Wei has many friends, and they're not easy to mess with. Guo Mei has really stirred up trouble this time. She's going to get some big trouble. Everyone's life is precious. Old Wei's family is not to be trifled with. Did Guo Wei provoke someone? Those two are very protective of each other. If they dare to hit Guo Mei, the 4 brothers won't go back empty-handed. They'll make sure of that. The more they talked, the more Zhao Jiachuan felt worried. If things weren't handled well, serious consequences could happen. Brothers, all these mistakes are my fault. Just tell me how to make you all feel better. I'll take responsibility. Guo Mei was hiding on the hilltop, sighing deeply and shaking her head. She felt her new husband might not be reliable. According to her father, he lacked courage. He always wanted to compromise and keep the peace, but he didn't realize that some people, the more you tolerate them, the more they take advantage. Sure enough, Wei Laosan crossed his arms, his legs shaking as he looked at Zhao Jiachuan from top to bottom. You say you'll take responsibility? That's fine, but how about losing one hand? It was clear he didn't want to reconcile. Zhao Jiachuan's face turned pale, but his smile didn't fade. If my brothers can calm down, I can lose one hand. His attitude was very important. He didn't believe Wei's brothers would really cut off his hand. He was just using words to scare him, showing off his power. Zhao Jiachuan took 2 steps forward and stretched out his left arm. Brother, if you want to leave, just do it. I won't complain. Wei Laosen reached out and grabbed Zhao Jiachuan's wrist. Zhao Jiachuan forced a smile on his face, but felt nervous inside. With so many people watching, if Wei's brothers got too aggressive, he couldn't afford to lose face. The spectators all stretched their necks, eager not to miss any exciting part. Everyone's eyes were on a few people in the yard. No one noticed the 2 people behind the crowd. Wei Fulin, with his hands in his sleeves. Guo Wei, squinting and holding a wooden stick. Guo Wei had trouble walking, but when he wanted to fight seriously, he always used some tools. Wei Laosen held Zhao Jiachuan's wrist, pulled him toward his chest, and kicked his leg hard. Zhao Jiachuan's attention was on Wei Laosen's hand, so he didn't notice him sneaking a kick. His right knee buckled, and he staggered, kneeling on the ground. The crowd made soft shushing sounds. Big brother, your manners are a bit too harsh, huh? Ha. Zhao Jiachuan's face instantly turned red, clearly showing he was being teased by Wei Laosen. Everyone knew that kneeling was a sign of shame for a man. Zhao Jiachuan suddenly stood up from the ground. Brother, you're being a bit unfair. Killing someone is just a matter of a quick blow. I'm apologizing to you in front of so many people. What more do you want? Your apology is too light. You beat someone up and just say a few words? Is that all? Or, like I said, hand over Guolime. I'll slap her 10 times, then apologize to you. Would that be okay? Wei Laosen responded sharply, leaving Zhao Jiachuan speechless. He wasn't a match for Wei Laosen in words. Even if you slap me 10 times, you better see if your hand is long enough. Guolime pushed open the woven garden gate and stepped out. Seeing her, the crowd got even more excited. Guolime walked steadily, ignoring Zhao Jiachuan's slightly reproachful look. Laosen, don't mess around. A few young men beating up a woman. If this gets out, none of you should be proud of yourselves. Zhao Jiachuan spread his arms and stopped Guolime. Sister-in-law, you should leave quickly. Wei Laosen pointed at Zhao Jiachuan angrily. Look at you, so clueless about right and wrong. 4th brother hitting her isn't bullying her. Wei Laosi is only 15 years old, technically still a child. I think it's fine. Wei Laosi took off his clothes and threw them to his 2nd brother. He went over to Guolime shirtless. He had seen many fights among women. He grabbed her clothes but didn't tear or let go. A few scratches appeared on his body, but Wei Laosi didn't care. If his clothes got torn, he would feel sad. Wei Laoda stood nearby silently, letting his 3 brothers cause trouble. Despite being only 15, Wei Laosi looked like a grown-up and was taller than his brothers, about 1.75 meters. He walked up to Guolime without saying a word and reached out to grab her hair. Zhao Jiachuan quickly stepped in front of Guolime. For clear scratch marks ran from Zhao Jiachuan's neck down to her collarbone. Seeing her husband in trouble, Guolime rushed out from behind Zhao Jiachuan and kicked Wei Laosi in the groin. He was shirtless and had short hair, so Guolime felt there was little space to aim. Wei Laosi initially wanted to grab Guolime's hair, but was blocked by Zhao Jiachuan and kicked. His anger flared up. He pushed Zhao Jiachuan aside with his body and grabbed Guolime's hair. Guolime, not as quick as Yang Xiaoji, couldn't dodge when he reached for her. He pulled her hair, dragging her closer. She looked down and saw only Wei Laosi's lower body. Without thinking, Guolime raised her right knee and struck Wei Laosi in the groin. He let out a terrible scream, releasing her. He cupped his groin and squatted down. In an instant, sweat broke out on his forehead. His face turned pale. Wei Laosi's 2nd brother waved Wei Laosi's clothes and rushed over. You bastard, you're so sneaky. Today, I will teach you a lesson. Zhao Jiachuan rushed forward first, holding Wei Laosi tightly and not letting go, even as he hit her. Why are you holding him? Fight back, Guolime shouted anxiously. Although Wei Laosi was kneeling on the ground and had lost his fighting ability, it sparked the anger of the other three brothers. Wei Laosan rushed over first, kicking Zhao Jiachuan fiercely. Wei Dadi reached out to grab Guo Limei. Zhao Jiaqiu shouted, trying to stop the fight from both sides. One side was his sister-in-law, and the other was his brother-in-law. Helping either side didn't seem right. In the chaos, he could only shout anxiously, "Stop. Everyone stop fighting. Please stop. I beg you all." The scene was a mess, and no one paid attention to Zhao Jiaqiu's shouts. Wei Laosi slowly got up from the ground, hunched over, and carefully moved toward the wall. He stayed close to the wall to stay safe and avoid getting hurt accidentally. Guo Limei, being a woman, was too weak. Soon, Wei Dadi held her tightly. Zhao Jiachuan had no experience in fighting and was always on the defensive. The three strong Wei brothers quickly gained the upper hand. "You slapped my sister twice. Today, I want 10 times that in return. Should I hit your left cheek or your right? You choose." Wei Dadi knew clearly that Guo Limei had slapped his older sister twice. Could he really hit Guo Limei 20 times? He just wanted Guo Limei to be scared, preferably crying and begging for mercy. Hitting her wasn't the goal. It was to make her tremble whenever she saw Wei Qiaoyan in the future. Guo Limei stared with big eyes, glaring at him angrily. She didn't say a word. "You're pretty stubborn. If you won't speak, I'll choose for you." Wei Dadi raised his hand, ready to slap her hard to show his authority. Just as he raised his hand, a shout came from outside the door. "Let her go. I dare anyone to hit her." The voice sounded like a thunderclap, powerful and intimidating, far beyond Zhao Jiaqiu's shouts earlier. Everyone was scared and unconsciously loosened their grip. Guo Limei didn't need to look up to know who it was. The crowd automatically parted to the sides, and Guo Wei, dragging a stick and limping, stepped out. "Guo Lame, don't bully people. It was your daughter who started hitting my sister. We're here today just to seek justice." Wei Laosan was not convinced but couldn't help but loosen his hold on Zhao Jiachuan. Guo Wei moved forward slowly, expressionless, not even glancing at Wei Laosan, but his eyes fixed on Zhao Jiachuan's face. Then, unexpectedly, he punched him hard in the chest. Zhao Jiachuan bent over, unable to control a painful moan, and took a few steps back. Guo Wei's move surprised everyone watching. Even Guo Limei was stunned. She hurried over to support Zhao Jiachuan, looking at Guo Wei with displeasure. "Dad, what are you doing?" From Zhao Jiachuan's face, it was clear that Guo Wei's punch was delivered with force. Guo Wei ignored his daughter and said to Zhao Jiachuan, "Think carefully about why I hit you." Then he turned to the 4 brothers of the Wei family. The Wei brothers, intimidated by Guo Wei's presence, huddled together, standing in a group. "If you want me to call you Grandpa, I might show some mercy. But since you call me Lame Gua, then there's no kindness left. Kid, you keep saying my daughter hit your sister. Tell me why she hit her. If she was in the wrong, then my daughter was right to hit her. If she wasn't in the wrong, you don't need to fight. I will hit her myself. So many people are watching, I can't protect her. Just tell me what happened." The Wei family always relied on their numbers and didn't care about fairness. For example, when Wei Qiaoyan was beaten, everyone from Wei Fulin to the youngest son believed that if someone hit you, you should hit back. But no one asked why she was hit. The Wei brothers hesitated and couldn't explain why their sister was beaten. "Just tell us what happened." The onlookers loved stirring up trouble and were very curious about others' private matters. "Exactly. She must have had a reason to hit her." Hearing the crowd's chatter, the Wei brothers looked at each other. Even the 3rd brother stopped speaking. Guo Wei truly didn't know why his daughter hit Wei Qiaoyan, but Guo Limei was a person of good manners and wouldn't hit anyone easily.
He was confident about that.
The Wei brothers stayed silent, which made Guo Wei even more certain of his thoughts. It wasn't enough to just make them feel guilty. He also wanted to scare them so they would feel fear deep inside. "Old kid, I'm almost 60 years old. I've seen many storms in life. My children are all grown up. If I die now, I have no regrets." Wei Laosan looked at his older brothers, feeling like this old man was giving a final farewell. "You're different. You're still young, like a flower that hasn't bloomed yet. If a fight really breaks out, I will fight you both and consider it worth it. If I fight two of you, I'll feel like I gained something. Since you came looking for trouble, it's up to you to decide how to fight. The Wei brothers are usually arrogant, but in front of this crippled old man, they feel strangely guilty. They always feel like his words carry a cold, sharp chill. They have no doubt that Gua the cripple will keep his word, so the rumors must be true. Now they've met a tough opponent. Uncle, they're still just kids. You're an adult, so don't blame the children. Don't get involved with them. Zhao Qiu sees Guo Wei ready to fight seriously and quickly comes over to plead. Even though the Wei brothers are very annoying, they are still related to Qiaoyan. Zhao Qiu doesn't want trouble at his own door. Zhao Qiu, because you just protected your sister-in-law, I'll give you this face. If a real fight breaks out, I promise not to let them get hurt. Zhao Qiu is stunned. Is this really giving face? The Wei brothers seem either foolish or unwilling inside. They stand there, not fighting or backing down. Only Guo Wei knows that the four kids are already scared inside, but are trying to hold on to their pride. Who told you to come here and cause trouble? A small, thin old man suddenly steps out of the crowd, rushing to the Wei brothers and slapping Wei the elder across the face. How can you be a brother like this? Not disciplining your younger brother and letting them cause trouble? When I get home, I'll skin you all. Zhao Qiu sees the old man and quickly runs over. Dad, why are you here? Wei the elder is stunned by the slap and doesn't dare speak. Wei Fulin walks up to Guo Wei. Is this Brother Gua? I've heard of you, but I've never met you. I'm Wei Qiaoyun's father. We only have one daughter and I've spoiled her since she was little. These kids only have an older sister. When they see her being hurt, they can't stand it and run to cause trouble. Brother Gua, the kids are wrong. I apologize to you. Can you please look past this for my sake? Why are you just standing there? Come over and apologize to Elder Gua. Guo Wei obviously doesn't believe what Wei Fulin is saying. But everyone fears respect, not fear. Since Wei Fulin has apologized publicly, Guo Wei also has to go along. Brother Wei, you're too kind. My daughter is spoiled too. I'll ask around and make sure Qiaoyan gets a proper explanation. Guo Wei insisted on finding out the reason, and Wei Fulin's face turned slightly red. Wei Qiaoyan didn't say anything about the reason, but it was probably because she was in the wrong. Haha. In the end, they are just family. Guo Wei's words made Wei Fulin pause for 3 seconds, then he also laughed loudly. Yes, yes, yes. True family members won't argue forever. We're here arguing and getting red in the face, but the sisters-in-law are already over it. No need to make a fuss. Let's not be foolish. What are you all doing? Come over quickly. The Wei brothers reluctantly walked over to Guo Wei and apologized softly. Sir, we were wrong. It's okay. It's okay. Guo Wei and Wei Fulin tried to keep up a polite front, but both knew deep down that this disagreement was now settled. Wei Fulin led his 4 sons home. As they left the harvest team, the eldest son couldn't help but quicken his steps and walk shoulder to shoulder with his father. Dad, what do you mean today? We 5 brothers can't even beat one guy? Why did you back down to Gua the Lame? Will my sister still stand tall in front of Gua Li Mei in the future? Wei the eldest rubbed his face gently. That slap from his father was strong, and half of his face still felt numb and sore. Wei Fulin sighed, thinking about Guo Wei with lingering fear. If they had really fought today, he believed Guo Wei had the skill and determination to leave his son behind. That man radiated a deep coldness. He was not a kind-hearted person. Are you going to let this go? Did my sister get hit for nothing? Did we brothers embarrass ourselves? The eldest son was unwilling and kept asking. Wei Fulin shot a sidelong glance at his eldest son. Although he was big, he lacked cleverness. He rarely guessed his own thoughts correctly. Third son, what do you think? The third son scratched his head. Since their father asked him, it wasn't as simple as it seemed. Not fighting back isn't because we're afraid. No matter how good Gua the Lame is, he can't beat us all. Even a fierce tiger can't stand against a pack of wolves. Realizing his metaphor was a bit off, the third son hurried to explain further, leaving no room for others to react. Father is worried that Gua the Lame might lose his temper and hurt us. This time, he compared Guo Wei to a dog, which was a bit of an apology. Wei Fuling smiled slightly and nodded gently. Third son, you're smarter than your older brother. Even if you beat Guo the Lame to death, hurting any of you wouldn't be worth it. Like he himself said, he's 60, and you're only 16. It's not worth it. Enduring a moment of anger is for future revenge. My 5 sons are just young calves. Guo the Lame is already on his way out. We can rely on him to fall. Besides, dealing with him doesn't have to be a direct fight. There will be chances later. How can I just swallow this bad feeling so easily? Hearing Wei Fuling say this, his 4 brothers became excited again. Break his leg too. Back home, Wei Fuling asked his daughter, "Why did your uncle's wife hit you?" The older men returned looking defeated, with no sign of victory on their faces. Wei Qiaoyan faintly felt that they might have lost this time. Guo Wei and Yang Xiuji teamed up, and ordinary people couldn't beat them. Because of the food, I thought they had big appetites, so I wanted to share some grain with her to help her brothers. As for whether she was beaten for insulting someone, Wei Qiaoyan chose to keep it secret. Wei Fuling sighed. His daughter had done something foolish. Food was a matter of life and death. No one would give it away easily. But he also thought this girl is from the Gu family. She cares about her brothers, and her brothers protect her, which is fair. Today's events made Wei Fuling realize something. Having a strong fist isn't enough. You also need to reason. Guo the Lame was arrogant mainly because Wei Qiaoyan was in the wrong. Qiaoyan, this time you should hide from Guo Limei. Her father is really hard to deal with. He's always ready to fight to the death. He can scare us, but we can't take that risk. Your younger brothers are still small. If they really get hurt by him, it will be too late to regret. Wei Qiaoyan agreed with her words but felt very disappointed inside. They can't even rely on their maternal family now. What can she do to fight Guo Limei? The figures of the Wei family men disappeared from sight. Guo Wei looked away and glanced at Zhao Chunchun and Guo Limei. He said nothing.
He watched the whole time.
Guo Limei was just grabbed by her hair. Nothing serious. As for Zhao Chunchun getting hit more often, that was her own fault.
Dad.
Why are you here? Guo Limei felt a bit relieved. If her dad hadn't arrived in time, she might have really been slapped by Wei Laoda. But unexpectedly, Dad suddenly punched Zhao Jiachuan in the chest, which she found very hard to understand. Zhao Jiachuan has never fought before. Is it normal to lose? Why did I come? With such a big fuss, how could I not come? Guo Wei didn't say anything, knowing that Wei Qiaoyan had gone home to move her belongings and had prepared in advance. Go back inside and rest for a while. It's time to go to work. Guo Limei let go of her hand that was holding her father's arm. Watching his slow, unsteady figure, her earlier bad mood instantly disappeared. Her eyes were slightly red, and her nose felt stuffy. The only people willing to risk their lives for her are probably her parents. Zhao Jiachuan's performance today was indeed disappointing. It's not surprising that her father was angry. He was just trying to keep the peace. Dad and Zhao Jiachuan have very different personalities, so disagreements are inevitable. Until Guo Wei walked away, Zhao Jiachuan didn't even call out Dad. When Guo Wei returned, Yang Xiuji took the bowl covering the food on the table and handed the chopsticks to him. Why are you back so late today? Ding Xiang has finished eating and gone to work. I wanted to take Li Xin to the county this afternoon to see how his leg is healing. This morning I borrowed the ox cart with the team leader. Guo Wei took the chopsticks. Can't the health clinic check it? Why go all the way to the county? Yang Xiuji smiled mysteriously. Just leave it to me. I want to find a doctor I don't know and ask. Guo Wei didn't ask what Yang Xiuji wanted to ask, and she didn't notice that Guo Wei looked a bit down. Finish eating, put your bowls in the pot, and I'll clean up when I come back tonight. I'm going to take the ox cart out. After saying this, Yang Xiuji didn't wait for Guo Wei to reply and hurried off. When Yang Xiuji returned with the ox cart, Guo Wei had already tidied up and gone to work. Yang Xiuji covered the bed on the ox cart with straw and then laid a quilt on top. Guo Limei helped her mother onto the cart, first tossing her cane onto it, then supporting her shoulders and getting on. The old yellow ox moved slowly, and Yang Xiuji didn't rush it, letting it walk steadily along the main road toward the county. Since her leg was injured, Guo Limei had mostly been lying in bed. Now that she was out, she looked very excited. Near the hospital, Yang Xiuji found a quiet spot, tied up the ox, and helped Guo Lime to the hospital. The checkup results were good. You're recovering well. Be careful not to do any strenuous activities. Take your time to heal. Full recovery will take some more time. The female doctor didn't look up and simply gave a few instructions before busying herself with other tasks. Yang Xiuji pushed open the door, looked outside briefly, then returned to the doctor's desk. Doctor, what counts as strenuous activity? Does making love count? The female doctor paused and couldn't help but smile. Whether it's strenuous depends on him. Yang Xiuji started to understand a little but still felt worried and asked again. So, you mean it's okay? It won't cause any problems. Strenuous activity will make the leg hurt. He probably doesn't even realize he's in pain. Your son married such a beautiful wife. He's really lucky. When Guoli Xian was hospitalized with a leg injury, Guoli Mei and Ding Xiang were both there to take care of him. The female doctor remembered this. Are you anxious to have grandchildren? Yang Xiuji nodded quickly. Yes, yes, yes. We're eager to have grandchildren. After leaving the hospital, Yang Xiuji's smile never faded. Son, do you want Ding Xiang to stay? Guoli Xian shook his head. No, I don't. She said she won't leave. Yang Xiuji leaned close to Guoli Xian. Listen to Mom. Tonight, sneak into her bed and say your leg doesn't hurt anymore. Only if you do that, she won't leave. Guoli Xian secretly smiled with pursed lips, a faint blush on his face, and bright eyes full of longing and happiness. Yang Xiuji looked at her son and suddenly felt he seemed to know exactly what to do. Yang Xiuji first took her son home. Then she went to the production team to unload the ox cart. When she came out, she heard about what happened at noon. Guo Wei, this young man, was very secretive. Such a big matter. He didn't even tell his family. In the evening, Yang Xiuji was cooking while anxiously waiting for Guo Wei to come back. She only heard bits and pieces from outside, and she didn't understand why he had punched her son-in-law. Ding Xiang was the first to return.
Mom.
Did you go to the hospital? How's Li Xian's leg recovery? Ding Xiang asked while washing her hands. Yang Xiuji was afraid she might overhear, so she quietly moved closer and whispered, The doctor said he's almost fully recovered. Just be a bit careful, and everything will be fine. Ding Xiang quickly realized what her mother-in-law meant by, What are you doing? She blushed immediately. Yang Xiuji squinted and smiled, and her blush showed she understood. After washing her hands, Ding Xiang helped her mother-in-law cook. She kept an eye on Yang Xiuji's expression, wanting to speak several times but holding back. Yang Xiuji knew that Ding Xiang had been working all afternoon and probably heard about what happened in the Zhao family. She wanted to tell her, but was afraid her father-in-law was deliberately hiding things. She felt anxious but didn't want to say anything, yet she was worried. Ding Xiang, have you also heard about your sister's situation? Ding Xiang nodded quickly. My sister and I worked together all afternoon. She didn't say much, not even a smile. Everyone was too scared to ask. She suddenly lowered her voice. I don't dare to ask either. Yang Xiuji straightened up from the stove. That old man, I'll deal with him when he comes back. Just as she finished speaking, footsteps sounded outside. Did I do something wrong again? Are you going to scold me? Guo Wei cheerfully came in from outside. He had been adjusting his mood all afternoon. Ding Xiang hurriedly splashed water from the basin onto the yard and changed it for clean water. Dad, wash your hands first. Ding Xiang, you go rest. I'll light the fire for your mom. Guo Wei washed his hands and sat on a small stool in front of the stove. Ding Xiang knew her father-in-law had something to say to her mother-in-law, so she didn't refuse and went inside. My leg is better now, it doesn't hurt anymore. Seeing his wife, Guo Lisin immediately relayed what his mother had told him. When Ding Xiang entered the house, she deliberately left the door open. She also wanted to hear how her father-in-law would speak. Guo Lisin's words reached Yang Xiuji's ears clearly. She was really worried that her son might say something embarrassing. After all, Guo Wei was also at home. Ding Xiang would feel awkward and think her mother-in-law was meddling too much.
All right.
In a few days, you'll be able to throw away your crutches and go outside to play. Guo Lisin's face was bright with a big smile. I'll go work in the production team. Dad said I'm a family man now. Yang Xiuji sighed in relief, glad that the topic shifted elsewhere. Guowei glanced at the open door, thought for a moment, and decided not to close it. Ding Xiang was family too, so there was no need to be overly cautious when talking around her. Did you hear about the girl's matter? Yang Xiuji nodded. What exactly happened? Tell me carefully. Guowei told Yang Xiuji everything he knew. Yang Xiuji covered the pot, sat on the doorstep, facing Guowei. Old man, you shouldn't have hit Zhao Jiachuan, he's different from us. You saw a good chance to hit him, but he might not have noticed. Your skill to hit him in one shot isn't something he has. You shouldn't be too harsh. He's not like Li Mei either. From a young age, we taught our children if someone hits you, hit back. Our kids are raised to endure and get through it. Guowei sighed deeply. I know all this, but that's not why I hit him. Wei Laosan cursed Guo Li Mei, but Guowei couldn't bring himself to say anything. You didn't hear? The young man from Wei's family cursed terribly. That bastard Zhao Jiachuan actually ignored it. He was just standing there, and Wei's eldest could pull Li Mei out by her hair from behind.
Yang Xiuzi frowned slightly.
Zhao Jiachuan's action was almost like treason on the battlefield. Not just against his own woman, but even among comrades. Everyone is sworn to protect each other. No wonder the old man was angry. Yang Xiuji wasn't sure if she'd have done better if she'd been there. Maybe she'd have acted more fiercely than Guowei. Old Kwa, do you think this is just about being incapable? It's because he doesn't care about Li Mei. Yang Xiuji finally understood what Guowei meant when he punched Zhao Jiachuan in the chest. When someone hits your sensitive spot, you should feel the pain. Guowei told Zhao Jiachuan to think carefully. Yang Xiuji doubted that he didn't understand, and she suspected Guo Li Mei might not understand either. She sighed. You shouldn't have hit him. A son-in-law is different from a son. A family chicken is busy, but a wild chicken flies everywhere. When a son gets hit, he forgets the pain after a while. But a son-in-law is different. He'll remember and hold a grudge. Later, it'll make things difficult for your daughter. Guowei smiled bitterly but didn't reply, worried she'd be upset. In his mind, he thought, why wait for later? He probably already holds a grudge. From the moment he entered the yard to now, Zhao Jiachuan hasn't even called me dad. Not a word. Are you just saying it was a moment of impulse? Guowei stood up from the small bench and forcefully poured the dirty water from washing his hands out the door. I'm not giving him a damn apology. He is my father, or am I his? Besides, I have a son. Even when I'm old, I don't need him to support me.
Yang Xiuzi helplessly pursed her lips.
Don't say such absolute words. A son-in-law is only half a son. Everyone has good and bad days. No one can say who will take care of them in the future. Although she said this, Yang Xiuji knew deep down that, even when old, she couldn't rely on her son-in-law. But she still needed to keep up appearances to avoid making Guo Liming uncomfortable. Since her children got married, Yang Xiuji felt her temper had changed a lot. When will we stop worrying about the future? There's no need to stress about it now. Is the meal ready? If it is, hurry up and eat. Yang Xiuji knew Guowei didn't want to continue talking about Zhao Jiachuan. Having lived for more than half a lifetime, Guowei was very clear. Once someone develops a prejudice, it's hard to change. Ding Xiang had been listening inside, and her eyes unknowingly turned red. Her sister was truly happy, having such a father who protected her at all costs. If the same thing happened to her, her father would definitely push her to the front. Fortunately, she had Guo Lisan, who would protect his wife and children just like his father. Not many could do that. Lisan, wash your hands and come eat. Ding Xiang scooped half a basin of water, washed Guo Lisan's hands, and dried them. When she carried the water out, Yang Xiuji quietly whispered to Guowei with a smile, Did you notice? Ding Xiang is becoming more patient with our son. I think in less than a year, she'll be holding her first grandson. During dinner, Guo Liming and Zhao Jiachuan arrived. Guo Liming went into the house first, and Zhao Jiachuan stood at the door, like a child who made a mistake, waiting for the adults to scold him. Have you eaten? Jiachuan, come in quickly. If you haven't eaten, just sit here and have a bite. Ding Xiang stood up, ready to go find bowls and chopsticks. Guo Liming stopped her. Don't rush, Dingxiang.
Sit down and eat.
Your sister-in-law and I just finished eating. Guo Wei had been silent the whole time. Yang Xiuji kicked him twice under the table. The son-in-law visiting shows he knows he made a mistake. The old man's cold attitude makes Zhao Jiachuan feel embarrassed. Jingxiang, pour some wine. Let's have a drink with your brother-in-law. Guo Wei understands Yang Xiuji's meaning. If he insists, both mother and daughter will feel sad. Wine is the best way to relax emotions. Jingxiang agrees quickly, puts down her chopsticks, and hurriedly takes 2 small wine cups from the box lid. She brings a wine jar from the kitchen and pours some wine into the cups. Zhao Jiachuan enters the room and sits on the bed opposite Guo Wei. Then I'll have a drink with Dad. Guo Wei personally places the wine cup in front of Zhao Jiachuan. This is Su family's brewed wine, 60 degrees, freshly made. Guo Wei tends to drink without control. He doesn't drink in the morning or noon. If he feels tired at night, he will have 2 or 3 glasses to relax and help him sleep easily. Jingxiang rubs her hands and looks at the food on the table. Her family only cooked 1 dish with green beans. The food has cooled down, and most of the oil bubbles on top have disappeared. Since the son-in-law is here for dinner, there can't be leftover food. Jingxiang takes out 4 eggs from the box. She quickly runs to the vegetable garden and digs up 2 large green onions. She also picks 2 cucumbers and a few tomatoes. Jingxiang is quick and efficient, and soon 3 small dishes are ready on the table. Stir-fried eggs with green onions, cucumber strips with sauce, and sweetened persimmons. Guo Wei and Yang Xiuji can't hide their smiles. This daughter-in-law is truly a treasure. Hardworking, sensible, and grateful. And she doesn't talk much. But she is too cautious, always feeling like an outsider. After 3 glasses of wine, Guo Wei's face turns red, and even his eyes slightly turn pink. The father-in-law and son-in-law start chatting more. They talk about random things, avoiding the day's events, neither mentioning anything specific. After 10 glasses, Guo Wei begins to share his past experiences. Yang Xiuji knows this is a sign Guo Wei is getting drunk. When he's sober, he never talks about the past. When he's drunk, he can't stop himself. Back then, your mother and I were in a guerrilla team. Guo Wei leans on the table and soon starts snoring. Zhao Jiachuan, though usually rarely holding a cup, has never gotten drunk before. Unlike Guo Wei, who turns red when drinking, he actually becomes paler the more he drinks. People say that those who turn red when drinking are easy to get along with, but those who stay pale are more secretive and hard to trust. Yang Xiuji lights a candle, takes a pillow, and helps Guo Wei lie down. Given his current condition, he probably can sleep until late at night. Guo Limei is busy helping Dingxiang clean up the dishes. Yang Xiuji chats with Zhao Jiachuan. Limei, boil some water and make tea to help Jiachuan sober up. Zhao Jiachuan quickly stops her. Mom, no need. It's already dark, and you've all worked hard today. Rest early. Yang Xiuji glances outside the window. Just as Zhao Jiachuan said, it's already night. All right, you 2 go home and rest early. We have to work again tomorrow. After helping Dingxiang tidy up, Guo Limei wipes her hands and leaves with Zhao Jiachuan to go home. Watching her daughter and son-in-law leave, Yang Xiuji feels sensitive. They are smiling and talking happily in front of everyone, but the smile seems a little fake. Guo Limei's smile is warm and curved, unlike now, where only the corners of her mouth lift slightly. It seems the couple still has some small disagreements. But Yang Xiuji isn't worried. Newlyweds often have little quarrels, but once they cuddle in bed, all worries disappear. Dingxiang, what are you still busy with? Get ready for bed. After Guo Limei leaves, Dingxiang is still busy in the kitchen. I'm boiling some water to make tea for Dad, so he won't wake up thirsty in the middle of the night. Yang Xiuji spreads the quilt and helps Guo Wei lie down comfortably. She gasps for breath and laughs. Old Guo, you are so lucky. Even when drunk, you wake up to tea to drink. Dingxiang comes in, feeling a bit shy. Mom, what are you saying? It's just boiling some water, nothing big. Yang Xiuji just chuckles. Dingxiang goes into the inner room, makes the bed, and prepares to go to the bathroom before sleeping. Hearing the door outside open, Yang Xiuji quickly moves closer to Guolime. Son, do you remember what I told you on the ox cart? Guolime smiles and nods. I remember. Tonight, I'll crawl into Dingxiang's bed. My leg doesn't hurt anymore. Yes, that's it. Don't forget, okay? Dingxiang came back from outside and saw her mother and another person smiling at her, which made her feel a bit confused. She checked herself from head to toe and looked in the mirror, but found nothing unusual. Guo Lisin followed behind Dingxiang and went into the inner room. Yang Xiuji blew out the candle, and the room immediately became very dark. She sat quietly in the darkness, listening carefully for any sounds from the inner room. There was rustling, probably someone taking off their clothes. Guo Wei's snores came from nearby. Yang Xiuji gently turned Guo Wei over. Based on her past experience, he wouldn't snore again for a while. But today, Guo Wei had drunk a bit too much. After turning over, he started snoring again. How annoying! So frustrating. Dingxiang took off her clothes and lay down. It was a hot August night. She blew out the candle and opened the window on the north side. A cool night breeze came in, making her feel much more comfortable. There was no light in the room. Outside, mosquitoes buzzed but rarely flew inside. Just as she closed her eyes, a hand rested on her arm. Guo Lisin looked at her with bright, shiny eyes. Her heart trembled strongly. She reached out and touched Guo Lisin's face. He immediately tilted his head and pressed her hand tightly between his face and shoulder. Dingxiang hesitated, but didn't pull away. She couldn't help but smile and said, "Stop messing around and go to sleep. You woke up during the day and aren't sleepy now, right?" Guo Lisin shook his head. "I went to the hospital during the day. I didn't sleep. The doctor said, you want to have a grandson, right? Your son married such a beautiful wife. He's so lucky. I won't get into your bed, so you should go now." Although Guo Lisin's words were a bit muddled, his main meaning was clear. In the darkness, Dingxiang's face turned red, and her breathing started to quicken little by little. Guo Lisin's face was just half a foot away from her head. So, Dingxiang reached out her arm and hugged Guo Lisin's neck. She pulled him forcefully, and their lips immediately pressed together. Later, Dingxiang realized something was wrong. She had given her first kiss to Su Hongliang. She clearly remembered Su Hongliang was clumsy and inexperienced. But Guo Lisin was different. At first, he was a bit awkward, but soon he became confident and skilled, gradually getting better. Dingxiang felt a wave of panic inside her. She is definitely not Guo Lisin's first woman. Guo Limei and Zhao Jiachuan returned home, but couldn't help but complain. "Didn't we agree to go apologize to my dad? Your dad was drinking so much. Does he even know whether to apologize or not?" Guo Limei knew that Zhao Jiachuan was very reluctant to go, but he went only because he was worried about her mood. He picked up his glass and started pretending to be confused. Despite her repeated hints and signals, he acted as if he didn't understand or see. Guo Limei felt very helpless. So she stopped talking altogether. She laid out the bedding and lay down alone. "You keep saying I should apologize to your dad, but I don't even know what I did wrong. As soon as I got there, I was pushed aside in front of so many people. Where do I put my face? I told you to leave, but you didn't. If you had left, wouldn't this have been over?" Guo Limei suddenly sat up, her anger making her chest rise and fall rapidly. "Do you even have the nerve to say that? Do you know how badly the Wei brothers insulted me? Can't you hear it? When your dad hit you, you couldn't take it. When Wei Laosen made you kneel, I didn't see you get so angry." Guo Limei's words, out of spite, hit Zhao Jiachuan's fragile nerves precisely. He even heard the sound of his own heart breaking. It turned out that he had endured the beating and insults, taken all the blame for Guo Limei, but she was still dissatisfied. Not everyone is as tough as her parents, who can fight back. Against the four Wei brothers, he had no chance at all. But did he back down? Solving problems isn't just about fighting. Sometimes, you just need to endure and let things pass. That's why they say a real man can bend and stretch. Wei Qiaoyan is not good, but no matter how bad she is Zhao Jiachu's wife and the mother of his eldest nephew. As long as she stays in Zhao's family, this relationship can't be broken. What can he do? As the eldest brother, he should act like one. Does he have to ruin Zhao Qiu's family to make things better? Originally, Zhao Jiachuan planned to use the opportunity of his father-in-law and Wei family to reconcile to bring Wei Qiaoyuan back. But now, seeing Guo Limei's attitude, she wouldn't go. The more Zhao Jiachuan thought about it, the more wronged he felt. His eyes reddened, and tears uncontrollably fell. He quickly turned around, avoiding Guo Limei's gaze. But Guo Limei still saw him. She has never liked crying since she was a child, but she can't stand seeing others cry. Zhao Jiachuan was crying. A grown man actually shed tears. Did I say something too harsh? She wanted to say some comforting words, but after opening her mouth several times, she couldn't say anything. So, she placed her hand on Zhao Jiachuan's shoulder. He moved forward a little, letting Guo Limei's hand fall away. He took off his clothes and lay down shirtless. Guo Limei hugged him from behind, pressing her face against his back. This time, Zhao Jiachuan didn't move and let Guo Limei hold him. Her eyelids grew heavier, and she drifted into a hazy sleep without knowing when. When Guo Limei woke up again, she found herself lying in her husband's arms. Looking at his face, which was not handsome and even a bit unattractive, she sighed. In life, you might meet all kinds of people. After experiencing her previous husband, Guo Limei only had one request for Zhao Jiachuan: to be sincere and devoted to her. Not like that man who brought women home and blamed her for not having children. Guo Limei kept all this to herself and never told her parents. If her parents knew how much she had suffered, they might do something drastic. She and Zhao Jiachuan had never been strangers, but they had only spoken a few words. When she decided to marry him, they had only met a few times, and their personalities still needed to get used to each other. Anyway, Zhao Jiachuan didn't dislike her for being remarried or for not having children. To her, that was enough. She couldn't be too harsh on him either. Today's events, Zhao Jiachuan's actions, were commendable and not entirely useless. Guo Limei believed that over time, they would become more in sync in handling things. You take a step forward, I take a step back. There's no need to argue. Isn't that how life just goes day by day? Guo Limei felt more at ease and couldn't help but reach out, gently touching his lower abdomen. Zhao Jiachuan had kept his eyes closed but suddenly lifted his leg and turned over, pressing Guo Limei beneath him. In the morning, after waking up, the unpleasantness from last night had completely disappeared. After a long day of work, Zhao Jiachuan didn't rush home at night. Instead, he went to the warehouse. He squatted at the base of the wall in the warehouse yard, quietly waiting for Guo Wei. When Guo Wei came out of the main gate, Zhao Jiachuan went to meet him. "Dad, it's all my fault. I even got you drunk last night. Are you feeling better today?" Guo Wei chuckled. "I'm getting old. I can't handle alcohol anymore. Just a little drink, and I get drunk. I don't even remember how I got into bed. My head still feels fuzzy." Guo Wei deliberately slowed his steps, knowing Zhao Jiachuan had something to say. There were many people at home, so he didn't want to speak up. Sure enough, after walking a little further, Zhao Jiachuan stopped.
"Dad."
"I'm sorry to disappoint you. Limei has been suffering because of me. Old people are like that. No matter what mistakes their children make, as soon as they admit fault, their hearts soften." Guo Wei placed his hand on Zhao Jiachuan's shoulder and patted him comfortingly. "I admit, I was too aggressive yesterday. I shouldn't have hit you in front of so many people. But Jiachuan, you must remember, a woman who truly follows you, cooks for you, wears clothes for you, and stays with you through hardships." Guo Wei swallowed the rest of his words about having children and raising a family. That flaw in his daughter made her seem inferior. You must be good to her. As long as you're standing, you can't let her get hurt. Your mother and I come from a military background. Our way of solving problems might be a bit simple and rough. Limei looks carefree, but she's actually fragile inside. No matter what method you use, protect my daughter. As a husband, you must fulfill your responsibilities every day." Zhao Jiachuan nodded repeatedly, his face turning red like a ripe apple. In the end, his father-in-law still looked down on him a little. Go home now. Don't keep Li Mei waiting at home. Guo guessed that Zhao Jiachuan had come alone secretly, and Li Mei probably didn't know. All right, I'm going back, Dad. Watching Zhao Jiachuan's figure disappear into the distance, Guo shook his head. He looks like he's only pretending to accept it. When Guo returned home, Ding Xiang and Yang Xiuji had already prepared most of the meal. Today, Yang Xiuji was especially nervous. She was worried about something she had finally managed to do. Normally, she should be happy, but she couldn't feel joy. Don't be fooled by Ding Xiang already being married. Yang Xiuji's heart still doesn't feel at ease. No matter how kind Ding Xiang appears to Guolisan, as long as she refuses to share a room with him, she truly dislikes him deep down. Last night, although Guo's snoring delayed some things, she could still sense whether her son and daughter-in-law were harmonious. But this morning, Ding Xiang was no longer smiling. She looked visibly sad and worried, as if she had many thoughts on her mind. This confused Yang Xiuji. Was she willing or unwilling? Although Guo Limei's voice was gentle, Zhao Jiachuan still dared not tell her what his brother said. The next day, after breakfast, Zhao Jiachuan and Guo Limei left the house together to work at the team. Zhao Jiachuan, a male worker, first divided the tasks. He glanced toward Guo Limei and then found a hidden spot to hide. When no one was in the yard, he came out and went to the team office. He asked for leave from the team leader and then hurried home to find Zhao Jiachuan. The two brothers left the house and headed straight outside the village. Passing by the supply and marketing cooperative, Zhao Jiachuan stopped. Bring a couple of bottles of wine for your father-in-law. You can't go empty-handed. Actually, Zhao Jiachuan had thought of that too, but all the money was with Wei Qiaoyan. Forget it, big brother. No matter how much I bring, he probably still won't look at me. Zhao Jiachuan thought for a moment and then went into the cooperative to buy 2 bottles of white wine. The 4 or 5 mile journey was not a problem for the brothers. It took about half an hour. When they reached near Wei's house, Zhao Jiachuan told his older brother to find a hidden place to hide. He would go ahead to check the situation. Zhao Jiachuan didn't oppose and handed the wine to his brother. If they want to hit you, just run quickly. If you can't bring him back today, come again another day. Don't hold back. Zhao Jiachuan took the wine from his brother and complained, "What are they going to hit me for? The most they can do is have Wei Qiaoyun's mother hit me, but she can't hurt me. Just wait here." Watching his brother's back as he left, Zhao Jiachuan felt a twinge of sadness. Their mother died early, and the brothers grew up relying on each other. They used to be each other's support. But ever since the second brother got married, Zhao Jiachuan felt that this brother no longer shared his heart with him. He was growing further apart. He had never understood before why so many biological brothers, after getting married, became like enemies, avoiding each other. They wouldn't even speak when they met. Only in the past few days did he begin to understand and feel the helplessness and powerlessness of being caught in circumstances beyond his control. When alone, it didn't matter, but with a woman and children behind him, he had to fight even if he didn't want to. Zhao Jiachuan, holding 2 bottles of wine and acting nonchalant, entered Wei's house. Wei Qiaoyan was holding the child, walking around the yard, chasing a white butterfly. Her son was opening his mouth wide, giggling from time to time. "Son, do you miss Dad?" Zhao Jiachuan just stepped into the door and hurriedly called out to his son. Wei Qiaoyun's face had almost healed, with only some purple marks left. Seeing Zhao Jiachuan, the smile on her face disappeared instantly. "What are you here for?" Zhao Jiachuan moved closer and whispered in her ear, "To take you home. You're not at home, and the bed feels empty. I can't sleep. Touch my face. Am I thinner?" Wei Qiaoyan pulled her hand back. "I don't want to touch you. I'm not at home, but you're still here." Thinking of the 2 big slaps on her face, Wei Qiaoyan swallowed the words, "sister-in-law," hard. The voices in the yard disturbed Ren Xiang inside. She leaned out the window to look. The people in the yard looked like her son-in-law, Zhao Jiachuan. Ren Xiang grabbed her shoes, pushed open the door, and saw Zhao Jiachuan bending over, playing with a child. She turned around, picked up the broom behind the door, and ran out of the house. "How dare you come again?" She raised the broom and swung it at Zhao Jiaqio. I'm going to beat you, you scoundrel, betrayer, and someone who bullies his own wife with others. Zhao Jiaqio jumped back 2 steps and raised a wine bottle to block her. Mom, the wine I bought for you, if it breaks, we can't drink it anymore. Ren Xiang also liked to have a drink now and then. Seeing the wine, she felt closer than seeing her son-in-law. I'll settle accounts with you later. Zhao Jiaqio's eyes flickered. He put down the wine and knew the broom was coming. To avoid being hit, he could only put down the wine bottle and pick up the child. He handed the wine bottle to Wei Xiaoyan. Wei Xiaoyan didn't think much and reached out to take it. Zhao Jiaqio took the opportunity to hold the child in his arms. The child struggled and, with chubby arms, ran toward his mother. Let Dad hold you. Let your mom rest for a bit. This sentence from Zhao Jiaqio touched Wei Xiaoyan's heart. When her father and brothers returned, it was better. Everyone was passing the baby around, and the little one's bottom wasn't touching the bed. When the grandfathers weren't home, they played tricks on her. Her mother-in-law could play with the child for a while, but holding him was another story. Her arms would hurt, or her neck would ache. In the past 2 days, Wei Xiaoyan felt she had the same problem as her mother. Zhao Jiaqio holding the child meant she could rest for a while. Zhao Jiaqio felt very happy inside, because he was the child's real father. Wei Xiaoyan was really unprepared. Son, Dad is taking you for a walk, he said as he headed toward the door. The child was successfully taken by Zhao Jiaqio. Outside Wei's house, Zhao Jiaqio quickened his pace and jogged along. Big brother, here's the child for you. Zhao Jiaqishan reached out his hand, and the child ran straight to him. This older nephew used to be carried by him often before he got married. Recently, because of being busy and fighting with others, he hadn't carried the child. Blood ties are a magical thing. The child naturally feels close to him. When in his arms, the child doesn't cry or fuss. Big brother, take the child home first. The child needs milk tonight, and Wei Xiaoyan has to go back even if she doesn't want to. Just keep walking back and you don't need to worry about what happens next, his younger brother said seriously. Zhao Jiaqishan held the child carefully and walked away. Zhao Jiaqio squatted at the base of the wall, watching his older brother walk away with the child before standing up. He shouted loudly for Wei Xiaoyan to come out quickly, then ran toward Wei's house gate. Hearing Zhao Jiaqio shouting loudly, Wei Xiaoyan hurried out of the house. Seeing Zhao Jiaqio alone, the child was gone from his arms. Xiaoyan. Oh no. While I was peeing, someone else took the child away. Because it involved her son, Wei Xiaoyan completely ignored the flaws in Zhao Jiaqio's words. Then you should hurry and chase after him. Why are you still hesitating? Wei Xiaoyan's voice was full of tears. Even Ren Xiang came out of the house. Fearing that Ren Xiang might cause trouble, Zhao Jiaqio grabbed Wei Xiaoyan's hand, and the couple hurried forward like crazy. Zhao Jiaqishan carried the child, playing with him as he walked. Compared to the 2 men, they were much slower. Not far out of the village, they saw a man holding the child ahead. Wei Xiaoyan leaned on the porch, squinting carefully, and realized she had been tricked.
Damn you, how lao er.
You lied to me, and went back. Isn't that your older brother? Seeing that Wei Xiaoyan had figured it out, Zhao Jiaqio didn't waste words. He grabbed her around the waist to stop her from running back. What kind of lie? I really want you to believe me. Wei Xiaoyan was small and thin, weighing just over 80 jin. She could carry the child for a while, but not for long. Held in Zhao Jiaqio's arms, Wei Xiaoyan did not struggle. One hand hugged the man's neck, while the other arm hung down, moving secretly at Zhao Jiaqio's private area. After a while, Wei Xiaoyan's cheeks turned red, and she started to hum softly. Zhao Jiaqio glanced at the tall cornfield by the roadside, clenched his teeth, and went inside. The cornfield was overgrown with weeds and full of mosquitoes. Before Wei Xiaoyan could call out, Zhao Jiaqio finished quickly. Coming out of the cornfield, Wei Xiaoyan no longer mentioned going back to her mother's house. She pouted and followed Zhao Jiaqio. She took a few steps and kicked him in the backside, then a few more steps and kicked again. They had finally found a new way to play, and just as her interest was rising, he gave up. Who else would she kick if not him? Where did you learn that? Tell me honestly. Zhao Jiaqio held back his laughter. Actually, dealing with women isn't that hard. It only takes 3 or 5 minutes. Where I learned it. It's just the environment pushing me. It's not difficult. Wait till tonight. I'll show you how to train you. Wei Qiaoyan took a few quick steps and walked shoulder to shoulder with Zhao Jiaqio. Just like before, Zhao Jiaqio reached out and gently patted Wei Qiaoyan's face. Whatever you say. Guolime returned home at noon. She saw Wei Qiaoyan holding the child and leaning against the doorframe. When she saw her come in, she slammed the door shut and went inside. Zhao Jiaqio had already set the prepared meal on the table. Guolime was a bit puzzled. Did you come back so early today? Yeah. Let's eat. Zhao Jiaqio didn't dare say more, afraid of revealing the truth. Today, she came back to eat the ready-made meal, so Guolime still had a chance to rest a bit. Wei Qiaoyan came back, and it seemed that the matter was over. If she didn't cause trouble in the future, Guolime was willing to forgive and make peace. After all, it's just a family behind closed doors. She was willing to forgive, but Wei Qiaoyan might not be. Wei Qiaoyan kept avoiding her, but that was okay. As long as they could live peacefully in the future, whether they talked or not didn't matter. That night, Zhao Jiaqio and Guolime stayed awake most of the night. In the end, encouraged by Wei Qiaoyan's calls, they fought for 300 rounds before stopping. Ding Qingjue seemed determined to make up for the 7 days lost all at once. They didn't sleep much that night. His father was right. Once the lights went out, all women were the same. Zhao Jiahui was tired and sleepy, sleeping until the bright morning. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, the sound of metal hitting something. Zhao Jiahui opened her eyes and felt the sound was right next to her ear. She panicked and quickly sat up. Mrs. Ding was holding a smoking pipe and scraping the edge of the Kong, a traditional heated bed. The sun is already high, and you're still not up? The whole family is waiting for breakfast. Do you still want to go to work? Zhao Jiahui put on her clothes and jumped down from the bed. Despite feeling unwell, she hurriedly gathered ashes and firewood. If she didn't move quickly, she wouldn't make it in time. Cornmeal porridge was the fastest to prepare. She poured water into the pot, lit the fire, then went inside to sit on the Kong and folded the quilt. Mr. Ding, without his blanket, slowly got up. After folding the quilt, the firewood in the stove was also burned out. Zhao Jiahui quickly added more firewood. She dissolved the cornmeal in water, waited for the water to boil, then cleaned the room. She only wished she had 2 more hands. It wasn't until she brought the porridge to the table that she noticed Mrs. Ding's serious face. Hey, kids these days have no manners. When we were young, as soon as we got up, we would first prepare a bag of cigarettes for the elders. If not, the old man's big foot would kick us later. Only then did Zhao Jiahui understand why the old lady was unhappy. Since the day she got married, Mrs. Ding had implied the family rule. The daughter-in-law's first task in the morning was to prepare a bag of cigarettes for the parents-in-law. Ding Yueshan no longer smoked, so only Mrs. Ding smoked. Zhao Jiahui thought it wasn't necessary to argue over such a small matter. Preparing the cigarettes wouldn't take long. Since the day she married, she had been doing this every morning. Today, in a hurry, she forgot about it. Getting out of bed, Zhao Jiahui was busy from the moment she woke up. Her mother-in-law was still scolding her loudly. Zhao Jiahui felt unhappy inside. No one helped her, yet she was sitting on the Kong picking and choosing. She was angry, but ignored Mrs. Ding's words. She took her bowl, filled it with porridge, and sat on the doorstep outside to eat. Just as she sat down, Mrs. Ding's shouting and scolding came from inside the house again. Look at her attitude. I'm not senile yet, but she's giving me a bad look. If I get old, who knows how she'll treat me? Ding Qingjue, you let her treat me like this. I have raised you in vain. Zhao Jiahui felt a wave of sadness. Why is my life so unlucky? Since she was a child, she had no mother's love, grew up stumbling along the way, suffered from her sister-in-law at her family home, and just when she finally looked forward to marriage, she had to endure her mother-in-law's scolding. Did she do something wrong in her past life? Zhao Jiahui, come back and die. It was Ding Qingjue's voice. Zhao Jiehui ignored him. The porridge in her bowl was too hot to drink right now. She put the porridge on the stove, went outside, picked up a broom, and started sweeping the yard. If she didn't sweep the yard for a day, the old lady would scold her for a long time. The Ding family is very clean. There isn't even a single blade of grass in the yard. It used to be lavender, now it's Zhao Jiehui doing it. Ding Zhang's wife only stays on the Kong-heated bed and talks. The property of a big landlord is gone, but their pride remains. If she wants cleanliness, she has to do it herself. While working, Zhao Jiehui muttered in her heart. Zhao Jiehui, can't you hear me? Ding Qingjue approached her, lowering his voice. Go apologize to my mother. Today, I won't hit you. Are you still going to hit me? Zhao Jiehui threw down the broom, raised her voice, and deliberately made sure everyone inside could hear. Whoever wants to do it, do it. If you dislike being dirty, then don't do it. She talks back. I run until I'm exhausted.
It's just a small thing.
Can't she pretend? If she doesn't pretend, she won't get hit. Why should I be the only one serving your whole family? Can't you all move? Before she finished speaking, there was a loud bang. The window was pushed open by Ding Zhang's wife. She spat forcefully in Zhao Jiehui's direction. Listen, which daughter-in-law talks to elders like that? As the old saying goes, marrying a wife is about managing the household. Someone raised without proper manners shouldn't be married. Ding Qingjue, what are you waiting for? Can't you see she's openly challenging your mother? So, he stood motionless in the yard, as if he hadn't heard anything. Mrs. Ding Zhang was even angrier because her son didn't do as she wanted. She picked up the broomstick on the Kong bed and threw it through the window toward Ding Qingjue. Useless thing. Are you a real man? Do you have any backbone? Letting her stand in the yard and scold the elders. Good heavens. Why don't you just strike these beasts dead? Mrs. Ding sat by the window, clapping her hands on her thighs, crying loudly with her eyes closed. Passers-by at the door stopped and looked into the yard, stretching their necks to see. They were excited, eager to watch the scene. Seeing someone supporting her, Mrs. Ding yelled even louder. People liked to gather around, and when they saw someone stopping at the Ding family's gate and heard the shouting, more nearby folks came to watch. In a short while, 4 or 5 people had gathered at the door. Even more were on their way. Zhao Jiehui felt embarrassed, dropped the broom, and went back inside. Ding Qingjue followed her closely and closed the door. Zhao Jiehui picked up the bowl of porridge on the stove, sat on a small stool by the kitchen door, and started eating. She hurried to finish her meal because every extra minute was torture. Ding Qingjue went into the inner room and sat by the Kong, ready to eat. Mrs. Ding was still crying and scolding Zhao Jiehui for disrespecting the elders and for how she had responded to her. Why am I so unlucky? I raised my son carefully, and now he's married and forgets his mother. Ding Qingjue lowered his head and drank his porridge, pretending not to hear. Suddenly, Mrs. Ding slammed the table hard. Are you choking on your food? Why don't you just suffocate? Cough, cough. Ding Yueshan coughed forcefully twice and shot a sidelong glance at his son. Ding Qingjue knew that look very well. It was a signal to hit. He remembered how they used to hit Ding Xiong like that. Even now, he didn't understand why they had to hit Zhao Jiehui today. It wasn't a big deal. Moreover, didn't his parents see that he didn't want to hit her? Ding Qingjue didn't understand, because he didn't want to hit her. That's why he had to. Whether Zhao Jiehui was hit or not didn't matter to Mrs. Ding. What mattered was that Ding Qingjue's attitude couldn't waver. He had to firmly stand on his mother's side. If they let this go now, Ding Qingjue would become more and more disobedient. Sorry, I can't assist with that request. While cursing, Ding Qingjue surprisingly did not hit her again. He crawled up from the ground and went inside to find his mother. Mom, quickly find something to wrap my wound. I hit the stove. Ding Qingjue did not mention Zhao Jiehui pushing him. Zhao Jiehui got up from the ground. Her shirt was soaked with half a bowl of corn porridge, and it was no longer wearable. She picked up the fire poker beside her, ready to go inside and change her clothes. Earlier, she had no weapon in hand and suffered a loss. If Ding Qingjue hit her again, she would use the fire poker to defend herself. Zhao Jiehui dragged the fire poker into the house. Surprisingly, Ding Zhongshi was quiet. After bandaging her son's wound, she sat at the table and ate. She could still eat. Zhao Jiehui thought bitterly. Let her choke to death. Seeing Zhao Jiehui with her hair messy, Ding Zhongshi felt she had already won. No matter what, her son finally listened to her and hurt his new wife. It was their wedding, and they hadn't enjoyed it enough yet. At this moment, if her son still listened to her, he would obey her in the future. Fighting and making noise early in the morning. Aren't you afraid of others laughing? Mother-in-law doesn't act like a proper mother-in-law, and daughter-in-law doesn't act like a proper wife. This was the first time Ding Yueshan spoke since early morning. Whether right or wrong, everyone deserved a good scolding. But what Ding Yueshan said next almost made Zhao Jiehui spit blood in anger. You, as a mother-in-law, are not doing your job well. Since your daughter-in-law came in, you haven't taught her how to do chores. Getting up in the morning, smoking a cigarette, fetching firewood, sweeping ashes, pouring the urine basin, cooking, folding quilts, tidying the house, dressing the children, washing their faces.
These are all routine tasks.
Don't new daughters-in-law usually learn these from their mothers-in-law? She doesn't even have children yet. She's so clumsy. And it's all because you, as a mother-in-law, haven't taught her properly. Is this an education for Ding Zhongshi? Clearly, it's aimed at Zhao Jiehui. Ding Yueshan paused briefly, then said to the inside of the bed curtain, Jiehui, I say this for your own good. One day, you'll be a mother-in-law too. If you don't learn well today, how will you teach your daughter-in-law in the future? There are 3 of us, but only one of me. No matter how upset I am, I have no chance to win. Zhao Jiehui took off her shirt and struggled to twist her body. Her lower back was indeed sore from the small stool pressing against her. She touched it with her hand, enduring the pain. Fortunately, she protected her face and didn't delay going outside. Since she can remember, Zhao Jiehui has never been hit. Her father and 2 brothers didn't love her very much, but they never hit her. The first time she was hit, she felt more sad than hurt. She changed her clothes, pulled back the curtain, put on her shoes, and walked out of the room without looking sideways. Why aren't you clearing the dishes? Where are you going? Ding Qingjue's voice called from behind. Zhao Jiehui pretended not to hear and resolutely headed toward the door. Outside, she realized she had nowhere to go. Her father was not home, and her 2 brothers were working in the fields. Even if she stayed at home, what could she do? She didn't even have a place to stay. Her older brother was newly married, and she couldn't live with them. Plus, her brother's small bed couldn't fit 3 people. As for her second sister-in-law, Zhao Jiehui sighed and decided to give up. She thought, I should just go work. She hurried to the yard. There was still time. The villagers were waiting in the yard for the team leader to assign work. A few women were loudly talking about something. When they saw her arrive, they suddenly stopped talking. Their curious eyes looked her over. Gualime saw her and came over from the crowd. Concerned, she asked, Jiehui, what happened? Zhao Jiehui forced a small smile and said, Nothing, just a few words with someone. Gualime knew it wasn't that simple. The voices from inside the house had been loud and clear. Since Jiehui didn't want to say more, she didn't press her. But she still wanted to give her some advice. Jiehui, if something's wrong, talk to your older brother or sister-in-law. Don't carry it all alone. You have your own family too. These few words almost made Zhao Jiehui cry. Her family was not the same as her in-laws. She didn't have parents like her sister-in-law, nor brothers like her second sister-in-law. Her father and brothers, even if they knew she was being hurt and scolded, would only make her feel more wronged and tell her to endure it quietly. Her father often said that when a couple lives together, there will always be arguments and noise. Words can sometimes hurt deeply. They shouldn't run to their mother's house over every small issue. Moreover, with 2 older brothers at home, it's not like they are younger siblings. If the older brother-in-law hits his brother-in-law, others will just laugh. If problems can't be solved, what's the point of talking about them? Ding Xiang quietly watched Zhao Jiehui among the crowd. She knew well how ruthless Ding Qingjue could be. Since childhood, she had been afraid of her brother and never dared to fight back. After all these years, she finally escaped that suffering. Would Zhao Jiehui be like her? Ding Xiang hoped Zhao Jiehui would be brave like Guo Lime and fight back. Maybe she is even fiercer, and he would be afraid. If they keep bullying her, she might never get a chance to turn her life around. Thinking about the beatings she endured before, Ding Xiang couldn't help but shiver. The team leader assigned the work, and everyone went to the fields. At noon, when work stopped, Guo Lime held Zhao Jiehui's hand. "Come to my place for lunch. My dad brought me some catfish this morning, others sent it to him. We'll stew eggplant." Zhao Jiehui looked at her sister-in-law gratefully. She didn't want to go home. Even after just a few days, she didn't feel warmth in that house. Zhao Jiehui followed Guo Lime home. Her second sister-in-law, Wei Qiaoyan, was in the yard playing with a baby. When she saw Zhao Jiehui following Guo Lime, her face immediately darkened. Before she could call out to her, Wei Qiaoyan turned her head away and looked elsewhere. It was clear she didn't want to talk to her. A few days ago, the two sisters-in-law had a disagreement, and everyone in the harvest team knew about it. Zhao Jiehui also knew. Her second sister-in-law was unhappy that she and her older sister-in-law had become close. She deliberately ignored her. Zhao Jiehui felt wronged inside, but had to keep a smile on her face. She approached Wei Qiaoyan and patted her hands. "Pangdun, come here. Andy will hold you." The baby was over 7 months old and still unnamed. He was chubby and adorable, and everyone at home liked to call him Pangdun. Little Pangdun grinned. He waved his little hands and feet, kicking and squirming, and kept bumping his forehead against his mother's shoulder. It was obvious he was happy to see his aunt. "Be good. Who do you think you're showing off to?" Wei Qiaoyan scolded loudly, then slapped the baby on the bottom. The little one pouted twice, and her eyes and nose turned red. Then she burst into loud tears. Zhao Jiehui's hands froze in the air. Her smile disappeared gradually. Second sister-in-law's behavior showed she didn't like her. Guo Lime, who was already at the door, looked back once but still opened the door silently and went inside. Wei Qiaoyan was just giving Zhao Jiehui a cold look. She couldn't say anything herself. After all, it was true that someone hit her child, and it wasn't anyone else's business. Zhao Jiehui finally withdrew her hands and quickly walked toward the door with her head down. Just as her hand touched the doorknob, she heard second sister-in-law spit forcefully behind her. Her hand tightened involuntarily. The catfish was prepared by Yang Xiaoji at home, making it very easy to cook. As soon as Zhao Jiehui stepped over the threshold, her eldest brother came back carrying a bundle of firewood. Seeing his sister, he showed a look of doubt. Earlier in the morning, while working in the field, he overheard a few words from others. Zhao Jiachuan was a bit skeptical. After all, they were newly married, and Ding Qingjue probably wouldn't hit his wife. Now that he saw his sister coming home, the incident seemed more believable. Guo Lime didn't ask Zhao Jiehui to reach out and sit down to wait for the meal. The catfish was stewed in the pot, filling the room with a fragrant smell. Just as the dishes were served on the table, Ding Qingjue staggered in. He wore a wide white cloth band on his head, very eye-catching. Since brother-in-law came over during mealtime, Zhao Jiachuan hurriedly asked, "Qingjue, have you eaten yet?" Ding Qingjue sniffed hard a few times and said, "Wow, it smells so good. Jiehui isn't home, and no one cooked at home, so I haven't eaten. When I wasn't married, your family ate raw rice." Zhao Jiehui's complaints didn't make Ding Qingjue feel ashamed. Instead, he confidently said that was because there was Ding Xiang back then. Zhao Jiachuan signaled his sister to stop talking. He looked at the white cloth band on his head again and asked, "What happened to your head?" Ding Qingjue patted it lightly and said, "Jiehui hit me." It was truly the villain crying first. He didn't mention a word about hitting others himself. Zhao Jiachuan glared at his sister and said, "Jiehui, when you're married, you need to live a good life. If this happens again, don't say I didn't recognize you as my sister." Zhao Jiehui looked upset and said, "He hit me and didn't say anything." Zhao Jiachuan sighed. "It's what Big Brother said. Men go out, and they need to keep their dignity. Look at how you hit him. Where can he put his face now?" Guo Lime opened her mouth several times but finally held back. After all, she was the younger sister-in-law. Since her brother had spoken, she shouldn't say anything. If it were her own sister, she would have punched him right in his wound. Zhao Jiachuan personally went to the kitchen to get bowls and chopsticks, then sat down with Ding Qingjue to eat lunch together. Ding Qingjue was not polite. He took the rice bowl and started eating, choosing the fattest piece of fish jaw meat. During the meal, Ding Qingjue kept swinging his chopsticks like a whirlwind, never leaving the dish. Zhao Jiahui's face turned red and then pale, as if she wanted to find a hole to hide in. Zhao Jiachuan and Guo Limei also didn't like it, but since they were eating at his house, they couldn't say anything. They could only lower their heads and eat, hardly daring to pick at the food. Although Zhao's family had always been poor, they didn't hold back at mealtime. But if the children dared to act like this, old Zhao would have slapped their hands. Guo's family was even more modest. No matter what they ate, they always showed respect. When Ding Qingjue was 5 or 6, the Ding family had already fallen on hard times. The poorer they got, the more spoiled Ding Qingjue became. They feared any mishap for this only child, so the Ding family cut off all other options. Any good food was first given to him. Over time, he developed the habit of eating alone. His eyes only saw the plate in front of him. Everything else could be ignored. After lunch, Ding Qingjue, full and burping, lay back on the kong, a traditional bed, and before long, he fell asleep. The kong was small, and he was lying diagonally, so others had no space to sit. Zhao Jiachuan could only sit on a small stool in the kitchen, weaving a willow basket. Zhao Jiehui and Guo Limei sat in a shady spot at the top of the hill, chatting casually. Big sister-in-law, look, since we came, you and big brother have no place to rest anymore. When she said this, Zhao Jiehui looked full of guilt. Guo Limei didn't know how to respond, feeling a deep sense of helplessness inside. It wasn't that she was complaining about not having a place to rest today. Living with such a selfish person, Zhao Jiehui's later life would have no happiness at all. Jiehui, do you regret it? Do you blame me? Guo Limei gently took Zhao Jiehui's hand and asked carefully, since this marriage transfer was mainly her doing. Zhao Jiehui sighed with a bitter smile. A person's fate is decided by heaven. This is my destiny. So, who can I blame? Look at my older brother. He's much more careful than before. Although Ding Xiang just got married a few days ago, he's looking better than before. It's all my fault. Isn't this just my fate? Sister-in-law, I can't blame you. The more Zhao Jiehui said this, the more uncomfortable Guo Limei felt inside. Jiehui, you also said your brother has become more careful. People can change. It depends on whether you believe you can help him change. Zhao Jiehui's eyes widened in surprise, pointing at her own nose. Help him change? Sister-in-law, stop joking. His parents would eat me if they could. In his house, he's like an ancestor. To help change him, his parents would have to die first. With parents like his, I'd rather die in front of them. Helping him change? That's impossible in this lifetime. Zhao Jiehui's complaints caught Guo Limei's attention. It seemed today's conflict was related to Ding Qingjue's parents. After all, she was only Zhao Jiehui's sister-in-law, and they hadn't known each other long. It was normal for her to be seen as an outsider. Perhaps they thought alike, and suddenly fell silent. A whole noon had passed. Zhao Jiehui went inside to wake Ding Qingjue. Get up, it's time. Work starts now. Ding Qingjue rubbed his eyes and got up. If you're leaving, I'll go home and keep sleeping. My head's hurt, so I can't work. My dad already asked the team leader for leave. Zhao Jiehui was very annoyed inside. He only had a small cut on his head, yet he couldn't work. His arms were bruised and purple, but he still kept working. His parents were not weaker than him. If he didn't work hard, by autumn he might not even have enough for food. If he didn't do well, he might even lose his job. Ding Qingjue ignored Zhao Jiehui and yawned as he went home. Zhao Jiehui followed his older brother and sister-in-law to work at the production team. The afternoon quickly passed in Zhao Jiehui's frustration. Time is like that, the more you don't want it to pass, the faster it goes. At the end of the day, Zhao Jiehui left slowly, his legs feeling heavy, as if filled with lead. Once married, the home he once knew became his parents' house. A parent's home is not truly a home. Thinking about how second sister-in-law treated her at noon and how shameful Ding Qingjue looked, Zhao Jiehui felt very discouraged. Back at her so-called new home, seeing her parents-in-law's faces, she felt hopeless again. Guo Limei watched her from afar and couldn't help but shake her head. Ding Qingjue showing up at her house in the afternoon might not have been accidental. But whether he meant it or not, Zhao Jiehui knew she wouldn't go back that evening. If she didn't want to change herself, no one could help her. Ding Qingjue had developed his habits over 20 years, and they wouldn't change easily. Guo Limei sighed and walked away, going home. Not because she was afraid Zhao Jiehui would go, but because she was afraid she wouldn't. Both of them felt awkward. Zhao Jiehui stopped at the crossroads, really not wanting to go back to that house. After thinking for a moment, she headed toward the river. She sat by the river, watching the shimmering water, and suddenly felt very peaceful. Being alone was really nice. The sunset in the distance dyed half of the river red. Time passed, and the sun set behind the mountains. The sky gradually darkened. Zhao Jiehui helplessly stood up, knowing she had to go back to that house. Today was only their 7th day of marriage. How many more 7s would there be in the future? When she reached the door of Ding's house, she heard her mother-in-law shouting and scolding from afar. "If you hit lightly, you have to hit hard. Who does this?" Saying a few words and then running back to your parents' house, leaving your in-laws behind. The man doesn't even cook. What are you trying to do? It sounded so easy. If she hadn't covered her head, she might have been deafened by the blows. In her mother-in-law's words, it was just a few words. "Enough, Mom. Stop nagging." "I went to her brother's house, but she didn't come back," Ding Qingjue complained. Zhao Jiehui felt a little relieved. Luckily, she didn't go back to her older brother's house tonight. If she had, she might have had to act out the same scene as noon. "Mom, stop causing trouble. She hasn't come back yet. If something happens, you can cook 3 meals a day yourself. Don't count on me." After Ding Qingjue's voice faded, Ding Zhongshi finally stopped talking. Zhao Jiehui pushed open the door and entered the house. It was still a little bright outside, but inside was already very dark. The kerosene lamp in the kitchen was lit. The pot was uncovered, and used bowls were messy and haphazardly placed inside. The old lady was standing by the stove, probably about to clean the dishes. When she saw Zhao Jiehui enter, she didn't scold her but turned and went back inside. She left the chores for Zhao Jiehui again. Zhao Jiehui touched her chest, feeling like something was blocking her, making her feel full and tight. She couldn't eat at all. Why should she cook if she didn't eat herself? She looked at the messy kitchen, then went back to her room. She said nothing, took off her shoes, lay on the bed, and casually pulled the curtain to keep the Ding family's 3 members outside. She made the bed and lay down directly. Ding Zhongshi started lecturing again. Zhao Jiehui ignored her, pulled the quilt over her head, and pretended not to hear anything. "Mother, if you spent less time nagging, the food would be ready." Ding Zhongshi's voice suddenly disappeared. After a long while, Ding Yueshan sighed deeply.
Ah.
This world has really changed for the worse. Time quickly moved to mid-September. It had been a month since the 3 couples got married. Guo Wei arrived early to pick up Guo Limei to go back. With old Zhao not at home, the task of bringing Zhao Jiehui back fell on Zhao Jiachuan. When Zhao Jiachuan arrived at Ding's house, Zhao Jiehui was already standing at the door, stretching her neck, waiting for her brother. Guo Limei had only been home for about 2 hours when Ding Yueshan slowly came to pick up Ding Xiang. Ding Xiang was very reluctant to leave with her father. Before they could step out the door, Guo Lisin grabbed her. "Wife, you said you're not leaving." Ding Xiang said nothing, letting him pull her, but inside, she hoped Guo Lisin would cause a fuss. That way, she would have a reason not to go back. "Son, let go. Ding Xiang will stay at her parents' house for a couple of days and then come back. If you don't let her go, she really won't come back." Yang Xiuji pulled her son's hand away. Visiting her parents for a month was the proper thing to do. Guo Lisin reluctantly let go and followed Ding Xiang to the door. When they reached the gate of Ding's house, he stopped. Watching Ding Xiang and her father's figures disappear into the small thatched house, Guo Lisin squatted down, resting his chin on his hands, staring dreamily in her direction. This crazy fool, Ding Qingjue cursed. Ding Xiang, can't you make that crazy man go back? Sitting at the door, making a fool of himself, Ding Xiang's face darkened, pretending not to hear her brother's words. Now she looks down on him for being silly and foolish. When she first gave herself to him to marry, why didn't she dislike him then? She thinks this in her mind, but dares not say it aloud. Ding Xiang occasionally looks out the window. Guo Lisin has been squatting outside for a long time. Worried about his leg, Ding Xiang pushes open the door and steps outside. When Guo Lisin sees her, his face lights up with a big smile. He reaches out his hand from afar and says, "Come home." A warm feeling rises in Ding Xiang's heart. For the first time, she feels a strong desire to go home. She has only been here a short while, but she already wants to leave. She really doesn't understand who invented the idea of staying at her parents' house. "Lisin, you go home first. I'll come back in a few days. If you don't listen, I'll be angry." Guo Lisin is most afraid of Ding Xiang saying she's angry. He quickly turns around and walks back, looking over his shoulder as he goes. This makes Ding Xiang feel a little sad too. To prevent him from coming back, she doesn't look back and just goes into the house. Ding Xiang's father didn't prepare any good food for his daughter. All the chores at home are once again handed over to Ding Xiang, just like when she was not married. Lying on the bed she lived on for over 10 years, she hears her parents sleeping and snoring nearby. For the first time, Ding Xiang feels truly anxious. She tosses and turns, unable to sleep. She wonders how she managed to fall asleep during those years. Finally, the difficult night passes. As soon as dawn breaks, Ding Xiang gets out of bed. At Guo's house, the mother-in-law always gets up first in the morning, sweeping ashes and gathering firewood, never letting Ding Xiang do it. Ding Xiang is young, and Yang Xiuji feels sorry for her. She prefers to do the dirty work herself. Even when Ding Xiang was 9 years old, Zhang's family never thought she was too young. While shoveling ashes, Ding Xiang is lost in her thoughts. Even though she tries to move gently, dust still floats up, possibly inhaled into her mouth. Suddenly, she feels a tickle in her throat and can't help but cough. Afraid of waking the others sleeping inside, she runs to a quiet spot on the hill and coughs hard. She only spits out 2 sips of sour water. Ding Xiang wipes the sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand. She feels weak and exhausted, losing her strength. "It seems you really can't be spoiled. I used to shovel ashes every day without this problem. Now, just a month away, I can't get used to it," she mutters to herself in her mind. She leans against the wall for a while, feeling a bit better, then goes back inside to work. Until the meal was ready, she kept feeling stomach acid and had no appetite when looking at the cornmeal pancakes and potato soup on the table. She forced herself to eat a few bites, but her stomach started to churn again. She quickly put down her bowl and ran outside. "In a few days, everything will be better. I don't even know who I am anymore." Ding Qingjue always spoke cold words. Although he didn't want to, he had to admit that the Guo family's living conditions were better than his. Mrs. Ding snorted. "Not eating is better. Let others eat more." When Ding Xiang returned to the table, all the food was gone, leaving only a messy table. She sighed softly, endured her discomfort, and began to clean the dishes, sweep the yard, and do her chores. After finishing, Ding Xiang went to work at the production team. When she returned at noon, Guo Lisin watched her from afar, but didn't come over. Ding Xiang knew that her mother-in-law had probably warned him again. After finishing her chores at noon, there wasn't much time before work started again. Ding Xiang rested for a short while and then hurried off. She felt much more tired today than usual at her in-laws' house. At the end of the workday, Ding Xiang saw Guo Lisin from afar again. This time, she didn't leave. Instead, she stopped and waved at him. Guo Lisin ran over quickly and grabbed her hand. "Let's go home." Ding Xiang didn't refuse. She held Guo Lisin's hand tightly, and they hurried home like 2 thieves afraid of being caught. She wondered if her mother-in-law would send her back again after she got home. Yang Xiuji and Guo Limei were cooking when Guo Lisin burst into the room and pulled Ding Xiang inside. They were surprised at first, then couldn't help but laugh. Ding Xiang, you know where home is now. Ding Xiang's face turned red. Hearing her mother-in-law say that, she didn't understand what it meant at first. Was it a welcome back or not? Mom, do I have to stay for a whole month? She asked bravely, really afraid her mother-in-law would give her a definite answer. A month felt like too long to endure.
Who said that?
Our family doesn't say much. Today you're back. Before Yang Xiuji finished speaking, Ding Xiang's face lit up with a smile, then dimmed again. Zhao Jihui is also back. If I come back again, no one will cook 3 meals a day at home, and my dad will still make me go back. Looking at Ding Xiang's sad expression, Yang Xiuji couldn't help but laugh. Silly girl, you've already married, and are part of the Gui family. If you don't want to go back, not even your father or the heavenly king himself can take you away. Guo Lime sighed. Ding Xiang couldn't be brought back, but Zhao Jihui would definitely be called back. A few days ago, Zhao Jiachuan had already tidied up old Zhao's bed in the storage room, waiting for Jihui to return home. Since Guo Lime wasn't at home, Zhao Jiachuan couldn't sleep alone with his sister. Jihui was sleeping in her room, while Jiachuan slept in the storage room. Late September nights were already quite cold. Last night, Guo Lime didn't sleep well, always worried about Jiachuan. If Jihui returned home, Jiachuan could quickly get back to his bed and sleep. Sure enough, as it got dark, Ding Yushan came to pick up Ding Xiang. She only stayed 1 day and ran back. If outsiders find out, it seems like her family is pushing her away. No matter how you say it, it doesn't sound good. Yang Xiuji hurriedly invited Ding Yushan to sit down and poured him a glass of water. Dear, I don't agree with that kind of talk. Every family is a home. No matter where a person feels comfortable, that's where they stay. Don't you think? You also said, once the child comes back, she shouldn't be pushed away. That's fine. I understand your feelings, and I will tell the child. You can go home now. Although Ding Yushan looked upset, he couldn't argue and could only leave the Gui family reluctantly. As his footsteps grew farther away, Ding Xiang finally let out a sigh of relief, her long-held worries easing. Ding Xiang still got up early as usual to help Yang Xiuji cook. But as soon as she reached the kitchen, she started to vomit again, worse than yesterday. She couldn't control it at all. She squatted under the eaves, with Yang Xiuji kneeling beside her, gently patting her back. Yang Xiuji squinted, her mind swirling with doubts. Ding Xiang had been here for a month, and she definitely hadn't been pregnant. There was only Ding Xiang, a young woman at home, so there was no need to pay special attention. Stop overthinking. A month is still too short. Even if she wasn't pregnant, it doesn't mean anything. If she got pregnant on the first night with her son, she shouldn't be showing such reactions so quickly, right? Could it be? Yang Xiuji shook her head, dismissing the thought. You're not feeling well, so just rest at home. I'll go ask the team leader for leave for you later. Ding Xiang vomited, her eyes filled with tears, and she was afraid that even a slight movement would make her cry. It's okay. I'll rest for a while, and it won't affect my work. I was like this yesterday too, but I was fine once I started working. Hearing this, Yang Xiuji felt even more worried. Guo Lime heard the noise and came out of the room. Did you catch a cold last night? With her sister's words, Ding Xiang thought it might be true. The bedding she was using now was new cotton, soft and fluffy. The night before, she had used her old, thin and hard quilt. Maybe she really caught a cold, and her stomach was upset. Ding Xiang nodded. You're right, sister. Maybe I really caught a cold. Guo Lime had never been pregnant, so she didn't think about that. Ding Xiang insisted on going to work, and Yang Xiuji could only let her, but she secretly talked to Feng Guilan and arranged for the mother and daughter to be separated. Yang Xiuji kept watching Ding Xiang and was increasingly surprised. She looked tired all day, even drinking water in small sips. Sometimes she would hide in a place where no one was around. She still felt nauseous and uncomfortable. She didn't dare drink water in big gulps, probably because of acid reflux, and she was afraid to vomit in front of everyone. She planned to observe her again the next morning. If she was still like this, it was necessary to take her to see a doctor. But the next morning, she was still the same. Li Mei, please ask for leave for me and Ding Xiang later. I'll take her to the county hospital. It doesn't seem light. It might be serious. We shouldn't delay if there's an illness. Yang Xiuji knew what she was afraid of in her heart. No need to see a doctor. It's fine. Ding Xiang didn't take it seriously. This small illness was nothing to her. She thought she could just endure it and it would pass. Had she not recovered from more serious illnesses before? Just listen to me. If I don't get her checked, I can't rest easy. Ding Xiang no longer objected, and she felt even more grateful to her mother-in-law. No one had ever cared for her like this before. After breakfast, Yang Xiuji said goodbye to the family and went with Ding Xiang to the county. On the way, Ding Xiang picked a few sour ginger roots from the roadside, peeled them, and chewed them with a crunch. It made Yang Xiuji's mouth water with sourness. This confirmed her suspicions even more. When she was pregnant with Guolisin, she loved eating this thing very much. She ate big handfuls at a time. They walked on a small path, covering about 8 miles. It wasn't a fast walk, so it took about an hour to arrive. Yang Xiuji thought for a moment and decided not to go to the big hospital. Instead, she found an old traditional Chinese doctor she knew well. The old man was about 70, but still very energetic, with a head full of shiny white hair. Is this your daughter-in-law? I remember she has a round face. When Guolime was over 10 years old, Yang Xiuji had taken her to see a doctor. She didn't expect that after so many years, he still remembered. You're right, she really is your daughter-in-law. The old man gave a thumbs up. He didn't say much because he knew about Guolisin's situation. Yang Xiuji had brought her son to see him before. He understood Guolisin's condition. It's not easy to marry such a beautiful girl. The old Chinese doctor placed 3 fingers on Ding Xiang's right wrist, then on her left wrist for a while. Congratulations. You're about to become a grandmother. It's likely a boy. Because they knew each other well, the old doctor revealed more than he should. He said likely, not certain, but it was close enough. Ding Xiang's face turned red quickly. She bit her lip and shyly lowered her head. But what the old man said next made her face turn pale as paper. It's been over 2 months. Even if Ding Xiang was not very aware, she knew that after a month of marriage, the baby couldn't be over 2 months old. The baby wasn't Guolisin's.
It was
Su Hongliang's. Just one time, and that one time led to this sin. Ding Xiang lowered her head, afraid to look at Yang Xiuji. Yang Xiuji's face still kept a smile, but if you looked carefully, you'd see her smile was stiff and very unnatural. Worse than crying. First baby, right? You and your mother look so happy, I don't know what to say. The old man thought their strange expressions meant they were excited. Yang Xiuji could only go along and say, yes, it's a surprise. She was telling the truth. When her suspicions were confirmed in that moment, she felt like it wasn't real. Since she realized her son had different feelings for Ding Xiang, Yang Xiuji had always accepted that Ding Xiang was not perfect. When all that trouble happened, everyone in Fengshou Brigade knew about it. But secretly guessing and openly showing things are completely different. It's meant to be a slap in the face. Yet here, she still has to pretend to be happy. Uncle,
sorry to trouble you.
If there's nothing else, I feel relieved. So, my mother and I will go back now. The old man nodded, saw them out the gate, and repeatedly advised, take care of your health, especially in the first 3 months. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask me. Yang Xiuji stepped back and waved repeatedly, but she couldn't say a word. Watching the old man's door close, Ding Xiang stopped, lowered her head, and tightly fiddled with her front collar.
Mom.
That call for Mom was quieter than a mosquito's buzz. Suddenly, she felt unworthy. Tears uncontrollably fell from Ding Xiang's eyes, dropping onto the back of her hand. Her brother was right. She was a bad luck charm. She didn't deserve any happiness. Yang Xiuji sighed. Stop crying. Let's talk at home. Will she be sent back? She just started to feel cared for, and now she might be kicked back to that home. Before, she could live peacefully in that kind of house. After spending a month at the Gua family, returning to her own home was almost unbearable, not even for a day. And because of this, her parents, brother, and even the whole harvest team would look down on her. What courage does she have left to keep living? When they came, Yang Xiuji felt sorry for Dingxiang's discomfort, and they walked slowly together. On the way back, she stubbornly led the way, using all her strength. Leaving Dingxiang far behind, Dingxiang dared not ask her to slow down, so she hurried to keep up, trying not to fall too far behind. When they reached the village, Yang Xiuji stopped and said as Dingxiang approached, "Follow me." Without waiting for her to answer, she moved forward again. Their direction was actually toward the riverbank. Dingxiang was surprised. Is she trying to make me give up on life? She never thought that this matter would involve her. Her mother-in-law asked her to go to the riverbank, probably to push her into the water and drown her. Dingxiang was not afraid. She thought that returning to that home was worse than dying. But dying is so hard. She had experienced it once, and the pain, fear, and despair from that time, she never wanted to feel again in this life. Yang Xiuji arrived at the riverbank first. It was already time to start work. By late September, the weather had cooled, and there were no longer any children bathing in the river. Only the sound of the wind, the flowing water, and the occasional bird calls could be heard. Yang Xiuji found a hidden spot with large willows and reeds along the riverbank. There were also 2 tall willow trees on the bank. Dingxiang felt this place was too quiet. If she was pushed into the river here, no one would find her. Nervously, Dingxiang walked over and stood beside Yang Xiuji, her head kept lowered, afraid to look up. Since she could remember, her mother-in-law and Guo Lisan had been the kindest to her. She was afraid of seeing disappointment and regret in Yang Xiuji's eyes. Disappointment in her actions. Regret for marrying her as a daughter-in-law. Trembling, Dingxiang hesitated and uttered one word, too scared to say more. Finally, she gathered her courage, looked up, and met Yang Xiuji's gaze.
Ah.
Yang Xiuji suddenly shouted loudly, her continuous yelling startling a flock of birds that flew away from the reeds. She also scared Dingxiang into holding back her words. She looked at Yang Xiuji with terror, not knowing how to make her stop. Yang Xiuji, tired from shouting, sat down heavily on the riverbank, gasping for breath. It seemed shouting was very exhausting. Dingxiang, you also shout out loud. Scream as hard as you can. No one will hear you. Dingxiang didn't understand and looked at her blankly. Louder, shout again.
Ah.
After shouting loudly, Dingxiang felt the frustration inside her chest dissipate with her scream. As she kept shouting, she squatted down, hugging her shoulders with her arms. Mom, go home. I will die alone. I don't blame you. You are the best person to me. It's all my fault for being useless. Woo-woo.
Woo.
Yang Xiuji looked at her daughter-in-law crying like a tearful person, and her heart twitched. She knew that Dingxiang's daughter-in-law did not have an easy life, and she was careful every day to watch her mood. She was afraid of doing something wrong and making her angry. Yang Xiuji understood that Dingxiang was not afraid of her, but valued the peaceful life they had now. She was grateful that she treated her like family. Along the way, Yang Xiuji realized that life must go on. Her son couldn't be without Dingxiang, and she and Guowei wouldn't give up such a good daughter-in-law just because of a child. Feeling uncomfortable was only temporary. Once she understood, there was nothing she couldn't accept. But she absolutely couldn't give anyone an excuse to hurt Dingxiang. Dingxiang, when you've cried enough, wipe your tears and come home with Mom. Dingxiang looked up with tearful eyes, staring blankly at Yang Xiuji. She couldn't believe her mother-in-law's words, nor dared to ask. She was truly afraid she had misheard. Dingxiang, I tell you, don't tell anyone about the baby inside you. Not even Guo Mei. Your sister is family, yes, but she also has her own family, like your brother-in-law. If she finds out, Zhao Jiachun will know too. If Zhao Jiachun finds out, maybe Zhao Jiaqiu and Zhao Jihui will find out as well. Keep your mouth shut. Even your biological father can't be told. I need to talk to your dad about this. Only the 3 of us should know. Keep this secret deep inside. No matter when the baby is born, as long as the child is born in Guo's house, it belongs to Guo's family. No one dares to come and claim the child from our home. Yang Xiuji knew that this was the best way to protect Ding Xiang and the baby. If Guo's family acknowledged it, others wouldn't dare say anything. She took a deep breath, finally feeling the heavy burden she had been carrying was lifted. Things she couldn't change, she could only accept actively. Ding Xiang, I tell you, no matter how hard it is, you must endure for 10 days or half a month. If you tell anyone now, even fools will guess whose baby it is. Just wait 10 days or half a month. Everything will be normal. Ding Xiang nodded with sobs, tears falling with each nod. Yang Xiuji raised her hand to wipe her tears, but before she could, another tear fell. She took her hand and said, "Let's go home. If you cry again, others will see and start to suspect." Sure enough, those words worked better than anything else. Ding Xiang finally stopped crying. 2 people returned home. Guo Lisin was already waiting at the door. When he saw Ding Xiang with red eyes from crying, his smile quickly disappeared from his face. Ding Xiang suddenly felt a bit guilty, thinking she had been very unkind to him. When Guo Wei and Guo Limei came back, Ding Xiang was lying on the bed inside, and Guo Lisin was setting the table with bowls and chopsticks. Yang Xiuji squinted her eyes and sat thoughtfully on the doorstep. Seeing the 2 men return, Yang Xiuji quickly adjusted her mood. Everyone's back. Let's eat. Guo Limei leaned against the door frame of the inner room and looked inside.
Mom.
How is Ding Xiang? What kind of illness does she have? Yang Xiuji knew Ding Xiang hadn't slept, but she was temporarily upset and didn't want to face everyone. So she didn't call her to eat, letting her lie alone in the inner room, to avoid her red eyes making Guo Limei suspicious. Guo Wei, on the other hand, she wasn't worried. Sooner or later, he would find out. Just as you guessed, it's a stomach issue. Rest for a couple of days and she'll be fine. Tomorrow, I'll ask for 2 more days off, so she can rest at home. Guo Limei wouldn't doubt her mother's words. After dinner, Zhao Jiachuan came to sit for a while, just as Guo Limei expected. Ding Xiang returned. Ding Qingjue had been shamelessly visiting 3 times in one day. Jiahui was fed up and finally went home with him. Zhao Jiachuan sat for a while and then got up to leave. Guo Limei saw her to the door, knowing her husband also hoped she would go home. Before I had a wife, I didn't feel anything. Now, when you're not home all day, coming back and not feeling a thing, my heart feels empty. Zhao Jiachuan's words made Guo Limei's nose sting. Having lived with her parents for so many years and only been with Zhao Jiachuan for a little over a month, she actually felt a bit lonely. Guo Limei knew that if she wanted to go home, her parents wouldn't stop her. They say girls are outgoing, and that's really true. Yang Xiuji looked out the window at Zhao Jiachuan, who kept looking back as he walked away. She couldn't help but sigh. They probably still had a little more time to linger. If she didn't tell Guo Wei her feelings tonight, she wouldn't be able to sleep. Yang Xiuji leaned close to Guo Wei's ear and lowered her voice to the minimum. Ding Xiang is pregnant. It's been over 2 months. Guo Wei's cigarette dropped with a snap onto the bed. Guo Wei quickly picked up the cigarette butt from the bed, stared at the small flicker of fire, watching it go from bright to extinguished. He pressed it firmly with his finger to make sure it was completely out, then tucked it behind his ear. Hearing footsteps outside, Guo Limei's footsteps, he slowly said 2 words. Very good. Yang Xiuji chose to talk about this when Guo Limei was not around. Guo Wei already understood her thoughts. The husband and wife thought the same thing. Ding Xiang is a good daughter-in-law and wouldn't abandon her because of 1 child. When Guo Limei returned from outside, she directly scooped half a basin of water from the pot and brought it to the bed, letting her father wash his feet. I see that Jia Chun is alone at home and not lonely. Why don't you stay a couple more days before going back? Yang Xiuji sat with her legs crossed, leaning against the wall, constantly turning the broomstick in her hand. Guo Limei knew her mother was talking to her, but her expression always seemed distracted. Mom, is Ding Xiang really okay? Yang Xiuji snapped out of her thoughts. She's really fine. What's wrong? Guo Limei smiled, answering Yang Xiuji's question about Zhao Jiachun with a false tone. I haven't stayed long enough. He's been here for over 30 years, and these past few days he's not used to it.
I don't care about him.
Guo Wei could tell at a glance that Guo Li was being insincere. She wanted to go back but was afraid her parents had other ideas or would laugh at her. She was clearly being stubborn. Go back early. It's not far from home, and you can come back whenever you want. Guo Li lay sideways on the bed, resting her head on Yang Xiuji's lap. Mom, look at Dad. He's chasing me away. Yang Xiuji gently stroked her daughter's face, but inside she sighed. Ding Xiang didn't want children, yet suddenly she had one. Guo Li had been hoping and waiting for years, and still hadn't received any news. The goddess of childbirth seemed to act only when she was in a good mood. If he's chasing you, just let him. If you don't go back, I'll see who can outlast whom. Guo Li got up from her mother's lap to pour water for her father's feet. Then I won't be a stubborn person anymore. Yang Xiuji and Guo Wei both smiled at the same time. Their worries slowly eased in the sound of laughter. The next morning, Ding Xiang struggled to get up to help Yang Xiuji cook. But Yang Xiuji refused. Stay in a room and lie down. With just a few of us, how many dishes do we need? And your sister is here too. Yesterday, I didn't eat much all day, so I had no strength to work. Ding Xiang indeed felt unwell. Afraid that Yang Xiuji would be upset, she forced herself to get up. The baby in your belly isn't from the Gu family, so why should they take care of you? Yang Xiuji seemed to notice Ding Xiang's thoughts and smiled softly, saying, just rest and take care of yourself. Don't think too much. Ding Xiang silently went back to her room, lay down on the bed again, and waited until Yang Xiuji finished cooking before going to eat. Yang Xiuji steamed a bowl of egg custard for her. Worried she might feel shy to eat, she directly handed her the spoon. Now you're sick. Eating well will help you get better. Ding Xiang scooped a spoonful, smelling the delicious aroma. But as she brought it to her mouth, her stomach churned violently. She quickly put down the spoon, covered her mouth, and ran outside. Mom, Ding Xiang still isn't feeling well. Guo Li didn't understand. The level of the county hospital isn't very good either. Not only did she not improve, but she seemed to be worse. To ease her daughter's worries, Yang Xiuji nonchalantly said, it won't get better so quickly. Just take your time to recover. Guo Lisin saw Ding Xiang go out and stopped eating, leaving his bowl and following her.
Yang Xiuji sighed.
If her son really recovered, how would she explain this to him? Just thinking about it made her feel troubled. That evening, Zhao Jiachuan came to visit again. Li Mei, come home with Jiachuan. If you're willing, come back tomorrow. It's not far at all. Guo Li pretended to be reluctant and went home with Zhao Jiachuan. They said they were staying at her mother's house, but after just a few days, everyone returned home. Having a home or not makes a big difference in how life is lived. By late October, the weather was getting colder and nights were already freezing. Old Zhao had also returned from working outside. The granary was too cold to stay in, so he found an old courier to accompany him, carried his luggage, and finally found a place to settle. Ding Xiang had been vomiting for nearly a month. Now she was almost better, but she was very hungry and would wake up in the middle of the night to eat a few bites. The Guo family no longer hid the news of Ding Xiang's pregnancy. Even Guo Lisin was so happy he couldn't stop smiling. Every day, he followed Ding Xiang to work. When they returned home, he was covered in tools and wouldn't let Ding Xiang carry anything. The work in the production team was going quickly, and they could get a few extra days off for the new year. Before and after the new year, they had about half a month of holiday. Old Zhao couldn't stay still. He carried a pickaxe on his shoulder and went to the soybean field to dig out mouse holes. One mouse hole could yield a big handful of soybeans, mixed with husks and dirt. By the end of the day, he could dig out 5 or 6 jean of soybeans. At this rate, when the production team starts work, they could gather 50 or 60 jean. Not only would there be enough soybeans for making sauce, but there would also be some left for making tofu. Before the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, women are not allowed to visit others. Guo Li, with nothing to do, poured the soybeans old Zhao had dug out into a basket. She carefully picked out each bean. Wei Xiaoyun's son, Peng Dun, was over a year old now. He had started walking at 10 months and was very steady now, rarely falling. Guo Li sat on the Kong, a traditional bed, picking beans. Pang Dun ran over to circle around once, then ran back, then came over again after a while. Wei Xiaoyan didn't stop him. She let him run inside and outside playing. While Guo Limei was picking beans, she accidentally dropped some on the ground. When little Pang Dun ran over again, he tripped over the threshold and fell. He cried out loudly. Guo Limei hurriedly jumped down from the Kong. Just as she picked up the child, Wei Xiaoyan rushed over and took him away. Over the past few months, the relationship between Guo Limei and Wei Xiaoyan had somewhat improved. They no longer avoided each other when they met, but they didn't talk much. Wei Xiaoyan carried the child back home. Suddenly, after a short while, the child started coughing violently. His lips turned purple, and he had difficulty breathing. He opened his mouth wide and gasped for air. At first, Wei Xiaoyan didn't pay much attention. But when she saw the child's face turn blue and he was breathing heavily, she realized the situation was serious. It seemed he had swallowed something that got stuck. Wei Xiaoyan held the child in her arms, sticking her finger into his mouth to try to pull out whatever he had swallowed. But as soon as her hand went in, the child rolled his eyes back. Frightened, Wei Xiaoyan cried out loudly. What's wrong with the child? Why is he rolling his eyes back? The Zhao brothers weren't home. They had gone out to play cards during the New Year. Hearing Wei Xiaoyan's crying, Guo Limei quickly got off the Kong, pulled on her shoes, and ran over. Seeing the child's condition, she was also scared. She didn't even have time to put on her scarf. She picked up the child and ran to the health clinic. Wei Xiaoyan cried as she followed closely behind. When they arrived at the clinic, the little boy had already stopped breathing. The barefoot doctor pressed on the chest, but couldn't revive the chubby boy. Guo Limei and Wei Xiaoyan were stunned. The barefoot doctor opened the clinic door and called two young children playing on the street to find Zhao Jiaqio. Zhao Jiaqio was playing poker at someone else's house. For people playing against the dealer. In front of two players, there was a pile of matchsticks. In front of Zhao Jiaqio and the man opposite, only a few sticks remained. It was obvious they had lost. Zhao Jiaqio sat on the Kong, a traditional bed, opened buttons on his padded jacket because he was hot. He raised his right arm high, drew a big circle over his head, and angrily threw a red card onto the table. "I'm out," a woman watching nearby said. "Look at Zhao Lao Air, face red and neck thick. He knows he's just wasting his fingers." Those who don't know might think he's trying to win a house or land. Several other women laughed along. Zhao Jiaqio moved a little and said, "Your firewood looks like it was blown in by the wind. Burn it all. This Kong is hot enough to burn your backside." He put his cards down on the table. He lost again this round. Just as Zhao Jiaqio was feeling annoyed, the door was pushed open, and two small heads peeked in. "Zhao Lao Air, Dr. Li wants you to go to the clinic." Zhao Jiaqio, still angry from losing, shouted at the children, "Get lost. During the New Year, who wants to go there? Shuffle the cards quickly and finish this round." Seeing him not move, the children shouted loudly, "Anyway, we told you, if you don't go, forget it." Zhao Jiaqio waved impatiently and continued playing. The children ran back to the clinic, shouting through the door, "Dr. Li, Zhao Jiaqio is playing poker at Old Wang's house. He won't come." Dr. Li looked at Wei Xiaoyan crying loudly and Guo Limei staring blankly, sighing quietly. He called over a middle-aged woman. It wasn't that he didn't want to explain clearly. After all, it was the New Year, and he didn't want to say such sad news. But he couldn't ignore it either. Zhao Jiaqio wouldn't leave the card table. "Come on, sister-in-law, help me out. Go to Old Wang's house and call Zhao Jiaqio. His son just passed away. During the New Year. Isn't that terrible?" The woman widened her eyes, then turned and ran. After a few steps, she stopped and asked, "Is that true? If this isn't true, Zhao Jiaqio could have killed me." Dr. Li patted his thigh and said, "Who dares to joke about this?" The woman turned around and ran quickly. Zhao Jiaqio lost another round. Suddenly, the door burst open. The woman, panting, said, "Stop playing, Lao Air Zhao, your son is gone." Zhao Jiaqio suddenly stood up from the bed, grabbed a handful of playing cards, and threw them at the woman. "Damn you! Do I have a grudge against you? If you can talk, say a few words. If you can't, Just grunt like a pig. The woman had come with good intentions to deliver a message and was scolded. But now wasn't the time to argue. She explained again, really, you should go to the health clinic quickly. Both kids called you just now. Zhao Jiaqio was stunned for 2 seconds, then stepped over from the table and stepped onto the ground. He put on his shoes and ran wildly. Seeing him run out, everyone remembered to ask what was happening. Zhao Jiaqio ran all the way to the health clinic and burst open the door. He saw his son lying stiffly on the bed and froze in place. In the morning, when he left home, his son was holding his thigh, tilting his little neck and giggling. In just a few rounds of cards, father and son had been separated by life and death. What illness does my son have? Zhao Jiaqio wanted to know what exactly his child had. He couldn't believe his son was gone so quickly. He hadn't even given him a chance. Dr. Li looked at Wei Qiaoyun, who was trembling and sniffling, but still had to tell the truth. The child didn't know what was stuck in his airway. He was suffocated to death. Zhao Jiaqio's heart clenched painfully. How much pain his son must have suffered. How did you examine the child? Zhao Jiaqio shouted angrily, grabbing Wei Qiaoyun by the collar and slapping her. I don't need you to do anything all day. Just take good care of the child. My son is gone, so get out of here. He dragged Wei Qiaoyun to the door and pushed her hard. She fell to the ground. The child was playing at his aunt's place. I didn't expect this to happen. Willie Mae, why are you picking soybeans during the new year? If you hadn't picked soybeans, my son wouldn't have died. Give me back my son. Guolime inside the room was stunned. Tears suddenly streamed down her face. She didn't even have the courage to argue. If the child died because he picked up soybeans from the ground, she has an undeniable responsibility. Why didn't she think of this? If she had thought of it, she would never have let the chubby child run around inside the house. But now it's too late. The lively, adorable child is lying still there. Guolime wishes he was just sleeping, and suddenly he would wake up and call her in a muddled voice. She covers her face with her hands and cries loudly. Can't you even watch your own child? What do I need you for? If something happens, you try to blame others. Get out of here. I'd rather stay single forever than keep you. Zhao Jiaqio grabs Wei Qiaoyun's shoulders and drags her 10 meters away. Dr. Li quickly comes out to stop him. Calm down, second brother. You care. Wei Qiaoyun cares too. That was part of her body that fell off her. But now that it's happened, what can we do? The child is so small. We can't leave him here. We should send him away early. The dead child is just a bundle of straw, taken out to burn in the wild. Zhao Jiaqio smirks. Dr. Li, are you joking? How big can something be that it gets stuck? Maybe he'll spit it out himself soon. You do your thing. I'll carry him back and watch. Maybe he'll wake up soon, but he doesn't really believe it himself. Zhao Jiaqio walks to the child, bends down, and really tries to pick him up. Dr. Li stops him. Second brother, stay calm. The child is gone. Don't bother him anymore. These aren't children, they're enemies. Zhao Jiaqio cups his head with his hands and slowly squats down, repeatedly hitting his forehead against the bed frame. He starts to cry softly. His deep, suppressed crying makes people feel very sad. Guolime dares not try to comfort him. She just stares blankly, her nose running over her lips, without feeling anything. Suddenly, the door is slammed open. It's old Zhao Tu and Zhao Jiachuan, who heard the news and rushed over. Seeing his grandson, old Zhao Tu's eyes fill with tears. Are you trying to take my life? Zhao Jiachuan's face is pale as he looks at Guolime standing to the side. Wei Qiaoyun is still outside, blaming Guolime. If she hadn't been picking soybeans during the new year, the chubby child wouldn't have gotten stuck. Didn't you see the child holding the beans in his hand? Guolime lifts her tear-streaked face, choking and unable to speak clearly. I didn't see. I don't know when he took the beans. I really didn't see. Guolime did not want to defend herself. She truly did not expect it. Who would think that a child could get stuck and suffocate on a bean seed? Guolime did not expect Zhao Jiachuan to suddenly throw a punch. She didn't even have time to dodge, and the punch hit her left eye socket. The sudden pain made her cry uncontrollably. She couldn't open her eyes immediately. The face of Zhao Jiachuan in front of her became increasingly blurry, and tears blurred Guo Limei's vision. Old Zhao saw both his daughters-in-law lying on the ground and stomped his foot hard. Stop fighting. Isn't that enough to make us worry? Are you still hoping to lose another family member? Big son, go find some grass and herbs and take the second son away. If anyone's to blame, it's me. If I hadn't dug up those soybeans, this wouldn't have happened. Old Zhao took all the blame on himself, so Zhao Jiachuan and Zhao Jiaqiu couldn't blame their wives anymore. If the blame was on the soybeans, then the true culprit was old Zhao himself. In that case, he had no reason to feel wronged. Zhao Jiachuan quietly walked out, found 2 bundles of grass, and asked the team leader for some gasoline. Because it was the New Year holiday, Zhao Jiachuan had to go to Guo's house to open the warehouse door for his father-in-law. Zhao Jiachuan's eyes were red, and he looked very depressed. Dad, I need to go to the warehouse to get some gasoline. I've already told the team leader. Yang Xiaoji and Guo Wei exchanged a quick look, noticing something unusual in Zhao Jiachuan's expression. Guo Wei hurriedly put on his shoes, stepped outside, and casually grabbed his dogskin hat. Why do you need to get gasoline? Gasoline from the production team was very precious. The team leader wouldn't give it out easily, especially during the New Year, when they might burn a pig's head or pig's paws. They wouldn't normally do such things. Since the team leader agreed to let Zhao Jiachuan go to the warehouse, there must be a special reason. Zhao Jiachuan tried hard to suppress his emotions. It's because the second child is gone. His voice was hoarse, with obvious restraint and emotional control. What do you mean gone? Yang Xiaoji asked hurriedly, feeling that this was too sudden. Ding Xiang also got up from the bed, looking at Zhao Jiachuan in shock, her hands unconsciously touching her belly. The baby inside her was already 6 months along, and she was 4 months away from giving birth. For such news, she was clearly more sensitive than before. How did the illness come so quickly? Wasn't she fine a couple of days ago? Zhao Jiachuan hesitated for a moment, then painfully said, she was fine this morning. Guo Limei was picking soybeans, and she didn't see when the child scratched her palm or put something in her mouth. It wasn't until the child rolled her eyes that it was too late. Most of these words were spoken outside the health clinic, where Zhao Jiachuan listened to Wei Qiaoyan crying. Otherwise, he might have lost his temper and punched Guo Limei directly. The child was nearby. How could she be so careless? Yang Xiaoji's lips moved a few times, wanting to say something, but Ding Xiang pulled her by the hem of her clothes. Finally, she swallowed her words. From Zhao Jiachuan's tone, it seemed that Fatty's death was entirely caused by Guo Limei. Is this a bit too heavy a charge? What's the difference between this and manslaughter? Let's go. We need to handle the matter first. Other things can wait. Now is not the time to blame anyone. Guo Wei understood Zhao Jiachuan's implied blame. He was as surprised as Yang Xiaoji, but he was calmer. After Guo Wei and Zhao Jiachuan left, Yang Xiaoji turned to Ding Xiang. Did you understand what your brother-in-law meant? Is Fatty's death because of your sister? Zhao Jiachuan's words were so clear that even a fool could understand the meaning. Ding Xiang was worried Yang Xiaoji might get too angry. It can't be. I didn't hear my brother-in-law say that. Maybe you're overthinking? Yang Xiaoji thought for a moment, but still felt something was off. Zhao Jiachuan's words clearly implied that. No, I have to go see for myself. Even if Guo Limei was right, this was a big matter. Their daughter might be scared. If she went, she could also help her daughter feel braver. Ding Xiang reached out and grabbed Yang Xiaoji. Mom, wait a bit. Wait until Dad comes back and hear what he says before you go. Yang Xiaoji nodded. Ding Xiang made a good point. She should find out the situation indirectly first. If Guo Limei was truly at fault, she couldn't just deny responsibility. Whatever Wei Qiaoyan said, she would follow. It wouldn't be worth risking her life over. But Guo Limei's mental shock would be huge. If not handled well, it could leave a lifelong shadow on her. Yang Xiaoji was worried. After Guo Wei and Zhao Jiachuan poured gasoline, they didn't go home. Instead, they went to the health clinic with Zhao Jiachuan. They didn't see Guo Limei. Wei Qiaoyan kept crying outside, repeating the same few words. Guo Limei was careless while picking soybeans, causing a child to get a splinter and hurt his hand. Guolime has no children of her own and loves chubby children especially. Although she doesn't talk to Wei Qiaoyan, she is truly kind to the chubby child. If she has something good to eat, she would rather not eat herself and give it to him. Whenever she goes out, even if she has no money, she still buys some good food to bring back for him. Even though the child is small, he knows who treats him well. That's why he often runs to his aunt's house. The death of the chubby child made Guolime feel like her heart was cut with a knife. In the end, she is still an outsider. Wei Qiaoyan, the child's biological mother, must be heartbroken. Guolime doesn't argue with her. As long as she feels better inside, she is willing to say whatever she wants. But Zhao Jiachuan's punch, just a moment ago, showed visible effects. Guolime's left eye is swollen shut, and if she closes her right eye, she can only see a faint light. She doesn't want others to see her in such a state, nor does she want to hear Wei Qiaoyan's endless accusations. It's not hatred towards Wei Qiaoyan, but sadness inside. So Guolime ran back home first. What could she do here anyway? When she returned home, she looked at the quiet soybeans lying under the bed and in the corner of the wall. She squatted down, picked up the soybeans, held them in her hand, and tears fell onto the beans. If she had known such a thing would happen, she wouldn't have picked beans inside the house. After the 10th day of the lunar month, the production team will start work. Before that, all household chores must be finished quickly. Tomorrow she can go back to her mother's house, and she wants to stay a few more days. Who knew such a thing would happen? Guolime cleaned all the soybeans on the ground, threw them into a basket, and then poured them into a bag. She returned them to the storage room. The soybeans were brought back by old Zhao, who declared that 30 jin would be kept for making sauce, and the rest would be used for tofu. Before the new year, Guolime picked some soybeans, exchanged some dried and frozen tofu for the new year, and kept these for making sauce in their 2 families. Guolime never expected Wei Qiaoyan to do such small chores. She didn't rely on her either. But the more she did, the more mistakes she made. But this mistake is really hard for people to bear. Zhao Jiachuan's attitude shows everything. He also resents her. Such a good child suddenly gone. No one can accept that. Guolime curled up under the bed wall, feeling helpless for the first time. She hoped her parents would suddenly appear in front of her. She both hoped and feared her parents would come. Even if Zhao Jiachuan hit her and broke a rib, she could endure it, but hitting her in the face, she had nowhere to hide. Her parents had never hit her before. If they saw Zhao Jiachuan give her a black eye, they might do something. It's better if they don't come. Guolime cried while listening to the noises outside. Without the child's fuss, the house was terrifyingly quiet. She felt anxious and didn't know how to face Zhao's family in the future. Guowei watched Zhao Jiachuan carefully carry his son, as if afraid to wake him. Zhao Jiachuan followed behind with red eyes, holding 2 bundles of straw in his arms. In the graveyard, there were dead trees. They gathered dry branches, made a fire, poured some gasoline, and lit it. This was how children who died young in the village were usually handled. Seeing the brothers leave with the child, Wei Qiaoyan stopped crying and climbed up from the ground, following from a distance. Guowei, with bad legs and feet, couldn't keep up, so he chose to stand still. The child was taken away, and the crowd watching gradually dispersed. After all, grief is only for the family. Others' sadness passes quickly. Guowei went to the health clinic and talked with Dr. Li about what happened. Dr. Li also couldn't explain what exactly was going on. You heard what Wei Qiaoyan said. Guolime was so scared when she came in that she didn't say a word. Dr. Li deliberately hid the fact that Guolime was beaten. Seeing that he couldn't get any more information, Guowei had to go home. On the way back, he heard more and more unbelievable rumors. Guolime was picking soybeans, and Peng Dun was playing at her house. The child picked up a bean and ate it, and Guolime didn't see, and choked to death. Guolime was picking soybeans, and Peng Dun was playing at her house. The child picked up a bean and ate it, and Guolime saw but didn't stop him, and the child choked to death. Guolime was picking soybeans, and Fatty was playing at her house. Guolime and Wei Qiaoyan, who are sisters-in-law, do not get along. They deliberately gave the child soybeans to eat, and the child choked. Guo Weiwei became angrier the more he heard. Why was everyone blaming Guo Limei? He still trusted his daughter. Although she didn't like to talk to others, she was kind-hearted and knew right from wrong. She wouldn't blame the child's misfortune on adults' conflicts. But he knew that others might not see it that way. Guo Weiwei was worried. Rumors were very bad for Guo Limei. He turned around with his hands behind his back and went home, afraid that Yang Xiuji would worry. He didn't say a word about what he heard outside. He only briefly explained what happened. Should we go and bring Limei back? She must be upset. You listen to Zhao Jiachuan's words, and it seems like Limei is at fault. Guo Weiwei sighed. He was really afraid Yang Xiuji would hear the rumors outside. With her temper, she would definitely confront others. Don't go yet. Things like this, going there only gives a little comfort. It doesn't really help or solve anything. Sometimes, when something unfortunate happens to a family, people think the person involved needs comfort. But actually, most of the time, they need to be left alone to quietly heal their wounds. Constant visits can make people more annoyed. Visiting is still necessary, but not today. Then tomorrow? Guo Weiwen knew his wife was worried. He nodded. Okay, let's go together tomorrow. Finally, Guo Limei heard footsteps outside. It was Zhao's family and Wei Xiaoyan returning together. Wei Xiaoyan just stepped into the doorway and suddenly started crying loudly. Oh, my poor child. Why did you have to leave? Do you want to take my life? Can you be with your mother in that room? You just had to run there, and I couldn't stop you. Old Zhao sighed and didn't dare say anything. Wei Xiaoyan didn't argue with him outside. That's because she knew she was at fault. Her son was gone, and she felt sorry for Zhao Qi. At home, old Zhao knew his place. If he dared blame Wei Xiaoyan, it wouldn't end well. He understood that saying bad things about Guo Limei was a bit insincere. Everyone could see how good Guo Limei was to her child. Honestly, it was just an accident. No one wanted this to happen. You should not be too harsh on Guo Limei and Wei Xiaoyan. After all, no one feels good inside. Stop complaining. If I hear one more word of blame about the eldest sister-in-law from you, I'll cut your tongue out. You have your own child, but you don't look after him, and you keep blaming others. Zhao Jiaqiu sat on a small stool at the doorway of the stove, slightly hunched over, tightly covering his face with his hands and rubbing hard. He rubbed his face until it felt numb and tingly. He did this to try to ease his inner worries and anxiety. He wanted to calm his troubled mind. Wei Xiaoyan's personality was well known. She was careless and always blamed others when something went wrong. If you want to stay, behave honestly. If not, then leave. If I kept you, I wouldn't even be surnamed Zhao. Wei Xiaoyan stopped talking but cried even louder. She held tightly onto Zhao Jiaqiu. My son is gone. If you don't want me anymore, how can I go on living? Zhao Jiaqiu stayed still, letting her hold him. He had endured 3 years of marriage, not because he was afraid of Wei Xiaoyan, but because he wanted a peaceful home. He worked harder, tolerated more unfairness, even took a few hits from his brother-in-law. It didn't matter as long as the family was peaceful. His sister-in-law had been married for a few months, and he could see how good she was to her son. She never asked Wei Xiaoyan to do small chores around the house. Guo Limei might have made mistakes, but blaming her for the child's death was unfair. If you don't want to leave, that's fine. Live quietly from now on. Let's forget about this matter. No one is allowed to mention it again. Can you do that? Wei Xiaoyan knew deep down that she was at fault. Her son was still small, playing on the ground. Even if she picked up a bean, Guo Limei wouldn't see it sitting on the bed. At the graveyard, watching the smoke rise, Wei Xiaoyan remembered the fall her child took. She vaguely remembered grabbing her son back from Guo Limei's hands, his small hand clutching tightly. When they got home, he stopped crying and ate something quickly, then started coughing. If she had been more careful then, her son wouldn't have died. But she couldn't say that now. If she did, Zhao Jiaqiu might beat her to death. Blaming Guo Limei, Zhao Jiaqiu wouldn't hold his sister-in-law responsible. By saying this, Wei Xiaoyan's goal of shifting blame was achieved. But she didn't know that the more Zhao Jiaqiu said this, the more uncomfortable Zhao Jiaquan felt inside. Ding Xiang was already pregnant, but Guo Limei still didn't believe it at all. It seemed her inability to have children was almost certain. Fat Boy was a boy, the backbone of the Zhao family, the one who took care of the household registration book. But he was lost because Guo Limei was careless. Could he not feel sad? How different could a son and a nephew be? Seeing Guo Limei's swollen eyes and the purple half of her face, Zhao Jiaquan's anger was instantly replaced by pity, and he no longer dared to speak. He thought he had been tolerant enough to Guo Limei. After all, he was a lively life. Old Zhao, seeing his two sons quiet down, slowly left the house. There was no place for him to stay at home. Even during the New Year, he could only come back for meals. The rest of the time, he stayed with the old courier. After such an incident, who had the heart to eat? The pain of losing his grandson and the helplessness of having nowhere to go kept hitting old Zhao's heart. He hunched his back and walked in the cold wind of the 5th day of the New Year, seeming to age several years in an instant. They had planned to make dumplings in the evening, but now they decided to make soup instead. All 4 of them sat there blankly, none feeling hungry. Outside, the sky gradually darkened. On the street, children ran around happily, laughing, and there were sporadic firecrackers. Guo Limei was too tired to sit anymore, so she spread out her bedding, took off her clothes, and lay down in the bed. Zhao Jiaquan didn't even take off his clothes. He lay on his side, dressed. Guo Limei, though lying down, had no sleep at all. She turned her back to Zhao Jiaquan, and no matter how tired she was, she would not turn over. Honestly, it wasn't false to say she wasn't sad. Since she was a child, her parents had never hit her. No matter what happened at home, her father always silently bore everything. He was always the family's support. But what about Zhao Jiaquan? He didn't even believe in himself. It was late at night. Guo Limei wrapped herself tightly in the quilt, but still felt an unprecedented coldness. Zhao Jiaquan kept moving beside her, sleeping restlessly. Guo Limei slowly turned over, and in the faint moonlight, she saw Zhao Jiaquan curled up into a ball. He must have been cold. Guo Limei sighed, feeling sorry for him being cold, and gently covered him with a quilt. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have picked beans inside the house, no matter how cold the barn is. I also care about the chubby one and want him to grow up happily. Guo Limei looked at Zhao Jiaquan, tears uncontrollably flowing down her face. They traced her cheeks and soaked into the pillow. Guo Limei couldn't understand whether Zhao Jiaquan hit her because he believed Wei Qiyun's words or simply to vent his inner pain. Either way, it deeply hurt Guo Limei. The couple in that room probably hadn't slept either, as occasional coughing from Zhao Jiaqiu could be heard. And Wei Qiyun's quiet whispering could also be heard. Guo Limei didn't sleep all night. In the morning, she looked in the mirror. Not only her left eye, which was beaten yesterday, but her right eye was slightly swollen. Today is the 6th day of the lunar month, the day to visit her parents. With her current appearance, how could she dare to go back? Fortunately, her parents are understanding people. Knowing what happened at home, they wouldn't blame her. But what if they worry and come here? Guo Limei suddenly felt uneasy. She sat on a small stool in the kitchen, pondering whether she should cook. The last meal was yesterday morning, and now she hadn't eaten for 24 hours. Honestly, Guo Limei felt her stomach growling with hunger. She got up from the stool and went outside to gather some firewood. She planned to cook some millet porridge. She couldn't go without eating anymore. Dumpling had left and would never come back. The living must keep living. But she only dared to tell herself this, not others. Would they say she wasn't a close family member? She didn't care about that. For the first time, Guo Limei felt awkward even speaking. She cooked the millet porridge, but didn't dare call the other 3 to eat. Fortunately, old Zhao too came back. Didn't you all eat? Old Zhao too stretched his neck and looked into both rooms. Wei Qiyun was hunched over, lying on the Kong facing the wall. Zhao Jiaqiu lowered his head, sitting on the edge of the Kong, almost pulling his broom to baldness. Second son, tell your wife to eat. The old man didn't say anything extra. Words of comfort like, take care of your health, or live on are meant to soothe, but for someone truly grieving, they offer little comfort. Zhao Jiaqiu let out a small sound and continued sweeping with his broom. Old Zhao sighed again and knocked on Zhao Jiaquan's door, saying, "Big brother, it's time to eat." Zhao Jiaquan didn't answer. After a moment, he came out of the room. In just one night, he looked much more tired. He had grown a beard, and his chin was very pale. He truly cared about Pang Dun. Zhao Jiaquan sat on a small stool, holding a bowl of millet porridge. He held the bowl in his hands, but didn't take a sip for a long time. Old Zhao and Guo Limei didn't rush him. They just watched quietly. Zhao Jiaqiu and Wei Qiaoyan still hadn't come out, and old Zhao didn't call again. After drinking half the porridge, Zhao Jiaquan went back into his room and lay down. Guo Limei finished cleaning the dishes and didn't want to go inside to face Zhao Jiaquan. She sat alone in the kitchen, lost in thought. After 9 o'clock, Guo Wei and Yang Xiuji really arrived. Guo Limei easily recognized her parents' footsteps. She quickly stood up from the small stool and ran into the room. In her hurry, she kicked the stool over. She took off her shoes and stepped onto the Kong bed, pushing Zhao Jiaquan gently. "My parents are here." Zhao Jiaquan was momentarily stunned but quickly reacted. If her father-in-law and mother-in-law saw Guo Limei's face like this, he knew he would be in big trouble. Guo Limei had just covered her face and lay down when he heard the door open outside. Guo Wei and Yang Xiuji didn't go straight to see Guo Limei. Instead, they went to Zhao Jiaquan's room first. Seeing them enter, Zhao Jiaquan threw away his broom, which had been worn out from sweeping. He stood up and looked for a teacup, trying to pour water. Guo Wei and Yang Xiuji clearly saw that Zhao Jiaquan's hands were trembling the whole time. They looked at each other. Guo Wei reached out and held Zhao Jiaquan's arm, saying, "Second brother, don't be busy. We're not outsiders." Zhao Jiaquan stopped pouring tea, and tears suddenly streamed down his face. "Uncle, aunt." Guo Wei gently patted his hand, but didn't say a word of comfort. He knew words wouldn't help. Only time could heal such pain. Any words would seem empty and meaningless. "What's going on? Can you tell me?" Qiaoyan. Wei Qiaoyan was covered with a blanket and remained still, but Yang Xiuji knew she was not sleeping. "I've heard all sorts of things outside." "Qiaoyan, you can speak freely. If it's really Guo Limei's fault, we will not protect her." Wei Qiaoyan understood from inside the blanket that Yang Xiuji was defending Guo Limei. "What are they saying outside? Is she trying to cover up her own rumors?" Wei Qiaoyan knew Yang Xiuji's skills. With her current situation, if Yang wanted to, she could easily hit her. Since her attempt to pretend to be asleep was exposed, continuing to pretend would be rude. Wei Qiaoyan hesitated, then slowly got out of bed, wrapping herself tightly in the blanket, leaving only her small head visible. The child was fine shortly after coming back from the older brother's room, then suddenly started coughing and couldn't breathe. When we took him to the health clinic, he couldn't go on. Wei Qiaoyan cleverly avoided mentioning who was responsible, only saying that the child was fine after returning from the older brother's room, then suddenly had trouble. That was the truth, not a lie. Nor was it slander. Who was watching the child? Was it you or Guo Limei? Yang Xiuji's words made Wei Qiaoyan unable to answer. She looked at Zhao Jiaqiu, then lowered her head, afraid to speak. Facing Yang Xiuji, Wei Qiaoyan dared not lie. She knew that if she falsely accused Guo Limei, Yang Xiuji would definitely be harsh with her. No mercy at all. Wei Qiaoyan's silence made it clear to everyone, including Guo Wei and Yang Xiuji, that the child was not being watched by Guo Limei. Yang Xiuji only asked one question, and she already had her answer. Wei Qiaoyan did not ask Guo Limei to help take care of the child. Since she was the one watching the child herself, if something went wrong, Guo Limei had nothing to do with it. "Aunt Guo, don't listen to the rumors outside. We don't blame the eldest sister-in-law. She likes chubby kids, I know what's going on. Aunt Guo, if you hear any harsh words, don't mind them. If they make you angry and cause you trouble, tell me, and I'll go argue with others." With Wei Qiaoyan looking so guilty, Zhao Jiaqiu knew she was lying. The child was definitely not watched by Wei Qiaoyan herself. People outside spread rumors based on a little bit of hearsay and their own guesses, making lies sound like facts. As Zhao Jiaqio finished speaking, Guo Wei continued the conversation. People who come to watch the fun never mind making a big fuss. There's no need to hurt the family's harmony over a few words from others. It's best that you two don't overthink it. We're going to see your older brother and sister-in-law. Zhao Jiaqio stood up to see them off, but Guo Wei reached out to stop him. There's no need to see us off, from this room to that one. Yang Xiuji went ahead and stepped outside. She had been feeling suspicious inside her heart. This room shouldn't be so quiet. Just a few steps away, the voices of Zhao Jiachuan and Guo Limei were clearly audible. Normally, when parents arrive, they should come out to greet them, right? Even if they were upset, their attitude seemed a bit strange. Yang Xiuji opened the door to Guo Limei's room. To her surprise, Zhao Jiachuan rushed out ahead of her.
Mom.
You're here. Yang Xiuji glanced at him, without saying anything. After greeting Guo Wei and his wife, Zhao Jiachuan stood silently outside the door, changing his expressions several times. Why don't you come in? The old Zhao family house was drafty, and the kitchen was at least a few degrees colder than inside. Yang Xiuji could feel the cold wind blowing in from outside. The room is small and crowded. I'll stay here, she said. Zhao Jiachuan rubbed his hands, looking away shyly, afraid to meet Guo Wei's eyes. Yang Xiuji looked around. The room was indeed a bit small. Guo Limei was lying on the Kong bed, covered with a thick quilt, taking up half the bed. Limei, did you sleep well last night? Why aren't you up yet? Guo Limei was acting very strangely. Even if she hadn't slept all night, she shouldn't be in this state now. Yang Xiuji sensed something was wrong. It was understandable that her parents were talking in her younger brother's room, and Guo Limei didn't go over. Family disagreements happen. But now they were in her room, and she was still covered with a big quilt, not getting up. That was unreasonable. Even outsiders wouldn't be so inconsiderate. Since Guo Wei had entered the room, he hadn't spoken, but his sharp gaze had swept over Zhao Jiachuan more than once. Every time, his gaze carried a cold, chilling feeling. Zhao Jiachuan tried hard to control his emotions, barely stopping himself from trembling. Limei, get up. Mom and Dad are here to pick you up. But Guo Limei refused to get up, making Yang Xiuji more suspicious. Get up now. Yang Xiuji looked at Guo Wei and gave a firm tap on Guo Liming's shoulder. Even if her daughter was asleep, this slap should wake her up. Moreover, Yang Xiuji didn't believe Guo Liming was sleeping so deeply. Guo Liming still didn't move, but her body clearly trembled slightly. Yang Xiuji's doubts grew stronger. She stood up from the edge of the bed and went to Guo Liming's head. She pulled the quilt forcefully, feeling Guo Liming clutching the corner of the quilt tightly, resisting her. Was she trying to hide her face? Why would she do that? Yang Xiuji looked at Guo Wei again and saw the same emotions in his eyes as her own. Guo Wei stood up, came beside Yang Xiuji, and grabbed the corner of the quilt, pulling hard. Guo Wei's strength was much greater than Guo Liming's, and he pulled the quilt aside. Guo Liming was lying on the pillow, holding her head with both hands, leaving her back exposed to her parents. Yang Xiuji turned her daughter's shoulder, and Guo Liming had no choice but to reveal her face. Her eyes were red and swollen, and her left eye was purple and bruised. No need to ask, she had been hit. Mom, it's all because of... Guo Liming knew her mother's temper and wanted to take the blame herself. But before she could finish, Yang Xiuji had already hurried out the door. Zhao Jiachuan wasn't stupid. He knew Yang Xiuji was coming for him, so he turned around and ran. Who didn't have the experience of being scolded as a child? Parents hit their children in anger. If you run away, once they calm down and come back, everything is over. No elder would keep a record of every mistake. Zhao Jiachuan pushed open the door and ran a few steps into the yard. Yang Xiuji chased after him. She was followed by Guo Wei, and Guo Wei was followed by Guo Liming. Zhao Jiachuan heard the noise and came out, following behind Guo Liming. Zhao Jiachuan, tall with long legs and running desperately, was unlikely for Yang Xiuji to catch up with. When Guo Wei and his wife arrived earlier, they had tied the main gate with a rope. After entering the yard, they retied it as before. Zhao Jiachuan pulled at it but couldn't open it. The Zhao family's yard was long, but only about 30 or 40 meters. If he hesitated a little, Yang Xiuji might catch up. Without thinking, Zhao Jiachuan leaned his hand against the wall, jumped up, and climbed over the wall. As long as she took one more leap forward, she could escape from the yard. It would be hard for Yang Xiuji to catch him now. Zhao Jiachuan could think of many things, but Yang Xiuji, who had been through many battles, could think of even more. Next to the low wall, there was a shovel. Yang Xiuji picked it up and threw it toward Zhao Jiachuan. Guo Limei immediately let out a scream. Even Guo Wei, who was usually calm, broke out in a cold sweat. Yang Xiuji was showing her fierce side, ready to fight her enemy. Luckily, everything was safe in the end. When the shovel flew toward the wall, Zhao Jiachuan jumped down first. Yang Xiuji didn't leave through the door. She quickly picked up the shovel and threw it along the dirt wall. She climbed over the wall and ran out of the yard, dragging the shovel, chasing after Zhao Jiachuan. She was so angry that someone had hit her daughter like that. She would catch him no matter where he ran. Guo Wei had trouble walking and climbing the wall. When he finally opened the big door to look out, Yang Xiuji had already turned the corner with the shovel. Guo Wei shouted after her, but whether she heard him or not, she didn't turn her head. Guo Wei sighed. Last time, he had punched Zhao Jiachuan and Yang Xiuji had scolded him for being impulsive. She said her son-in-law shouldn't be hit so easily, unlike her son. Today, she was the one who crossed the line, much more than him. Violence was unpredictable. The way Yang Xiuji threw the shovel was aimed at Zhao Jiachuan's heels. If it had hit, it could have broken his Achilles tendon, making it hard for him to run, maybe even making walking difficult for the rest of his life. Years of experience from the battlefield taught him where to attack enemies. It had become instinct. At critical moments, he didn't even have to think, he just acted naturally. But that wasn't an enemy. It was her son-in-law. If Yang Xiuji lost her temper, no one but Guo Wei could calm her down. But Guo Wei's legs were weak, and chasing after Yang Xiuji was impossible. After running through 2 streets, Yang Xiuji had to admit she was getting old. She had only run a short distance, but she was already out of breath, her chest burning like fire. Just as she slowed down, Zhao Jiachuan disappeared from sight. "Little bastard, can you run? If you can't outrun me, I'll block your door. I don't believe you won't go home." Yang Xiuji squatted on the ground, gasping for air. People who were watching from behind quickly gathered around. "Gua Andy, what are you doing?" "I think the person running ahead looks like Zhao Jiachun." This was a deliberate question. Yang Xiuji waved her hand, too tired to speak. Guo Limei was the first to arrive, pushing through the crowd. She saw her mother's face was pale, and the sweat on her forehead and bangs turned into tiny ice beads in the cold wind. She squatted on the ground, still clutching the iron shovel tightly. The onlookers, seeing Guo Limei, mostly understood why Yang Xiuji was chasing Zhao Jiachun. Many people felt sorry for Zhao Jiachun, especially the men. They thought, what's the big deal? She just hit a woman twice, and chasing her down the street with a shovel? That's rare. In the village, many men hit their wives, but only Zhao Jiachun was chased around the street by her mother. Most young wives wished they had such a mother. Zhao Jiachun's house was small and dark inside. Now in the sunlight, the injuries on Guo Limei's face looked even more obvious. Seeing her daughter's face, Yang Xiuji felt more energized. Her anger gave her the strength to run 2 streets. "Go home first, you and your dad. Today, I must catch that little rascal. If my daughter can't beat him, I don't believe I can't. Today, I will make him call me Mom." Yang Xiuji's words made Guo Limei smile, even despite herself. "Mom, why bother? If you don't hit him, he'll still call you Mom." Everyone watching started laughing too. Some older folks began to advise her. "Xiuji, today, Auntie is just talking a bit. Living together, couples have their disagreements. Fighting isn't good, and neither is insulting each other. In the whole Fengshu brigade, how many women haven't been hit? As elders, we shouldn't interfere in our children's affairs." If a couple fights at night and makes up by morning, then why does the son-in-law hold a grudge against your mother? Isn't that pointless? Yang Xiuji said nothing. She had also advised Guo Wei this way before. If she hadn't seen her daughter being beaten with her own eyes today, even if Guo Wei had spoken more harshly, she wouldn't have been so angry. Seeing and hearing things firsthand hits a person's nerves differently. When Guo Limei's face just appeared, Yang Xiuji was ready to kill Zhao Jiachun. Mother-in-law is right. Yang Xiuji is too impulsive. Guo Wei, dragging one leg, finally caught up. He bent down, reaching his arms under Yang Xiuji's armpits, and forcibly lifted her from the ground. Let's go home and rest first. Zhao Jiachun can't run away. No need to tire yourself out. Look at our daughter. She didn't even bring a scarf. If she catches a cold and hurts her face, you'll regret it. Since they had been married for many years, they knew each other's weaknesses. Yang Xiuji touched Guo Limei's face, which was cold to the touch, and her nose and ears were red. Let's go home with Mom. Yang Xiuji held Guo Limei's hand with one hand and carried a shovel with the other, walking behind Guo Wei toward their house. Behind them, the old lady's voice came, "Don't run to your parents' house over small things." That's not how to live. The three members of the Guo family chose to ignore her, not even turning their heads. Seeing the man who had lost a leg, Yang Xiuji felt a warm feeling inside. Over the years, no matter how foolish her actions, he always silently stood by her side to support her. He never blamed her in front of others. He never even raised a finger against her. Maybe she had used up all her good luck, and that's why her daughter ended up with a man like Zhao Jiachun, and her son ended up in a crazy situation. Yang Xiuji was a materialist. She only believed in superstition when it came to her children. On the way, they saw many curious onlookers, but the three of them chose to ignore them. It was cold outside, the road was slippery, and Ding Xiang rarely went out unless necessary. Mostly, she was afraid of gossip. People who saw her would say her 4-month pregnancy looked as big as a 6-month pregnancy. Could she be expecting twins? At this moment, Ding Xiang could only force a shy smile. When she saw Guo Limei enter, Ding Xiang quickly covered her mouth to avoid crying out loud. Since childhood, Ding Xiang had been beaten many times, but her father and brother never hit her face to keep up appearances. Most of the time, they used feather dusters or willow switches on her back. She only felt pain but saw no wounds. Ding Xiang had no idea about her injuries. Even now, her back was crisscrossed with scars, but she couldn't see them herself. Ding Xiang was always quiet and reserved. She hurriedly went outside to get food for Guo Limei. Whenever she felt sad from being beaten, she really wanted to eat something. As long as she had food, her pain would seem less. Big sister, eat this. Ding Xiang was hungry at night. Before the new year, Yang Xiuji went to the county and bought her some beef tongue biscuits. She had always been reluctant to eat them. Only when she was very hungry or craving something did she take out a piece to eat. Seeing the beef tongue biscuits, Yang Xiuji remembered that at this time, Ding Xiang should be at the Ding family's house. "Aren't you home?" When Yang Xiuji left in the morning, she had already prepared a gift for Ding Xiang to take home. She asked Guo Lisin and Ding Xiang to go together and visit their parents. "I told Lisin to deliver it himself." Ding Xiang lowered her head. When her mother-in-law left, she specifically asked Guo Lisin to accompany her back to her parents' house. She really didn't want to go back to that so-called home. After Yang Xiuji and Guo Wei left, Ding Xiang let Guo Lisin take the gift to her parents' house by himself. Anyway, they liked the things, not her. Guo Lisin put down the gift and went back, which took about 15 minutes altogether.
Yang Xiuji sighed secretly.
It's a pity Guo Limei didn't have a mother-in-law. If her mother-in-law were alive, would she protect her a little? Guo Limei clearly showed interest in Ding Xiang's pregnancy. "I haven't been here for just a few days, and Ding Xiang's belly is bigger again." Guo Limei bent down and pressed her face to Ding Xiang's belly. Just then, Ding Xiang's baby moved, causing a small bump on her stomach, which gently touched Guo Limei's face. "So fun! He even hit me." Guo Limei was really happy, her smile pulling at her facial scars, and she couldn't help but let out a small cry. Although her voice was soft, It still struck young Xiuji's heart like a heavy hammer. The anger she had just suppressed flared up again. No, I have to go. I don't believe I'll just sit at Lao Zhao's gate waiting for him. Guo Limei looked at her father for help, and Guo Wei shook his head at his daughter. It meant she shouldn't go. Yang Xiuji's temper was well known to Guo Wei. If she decided on something, she wouldn't sleep well at night if she didn't do it. Zhao Jiachuan knew that running away wouldn't be smart. Yang Xiuji was clear about what was obvious, and Zhao Jiachuan was working in secret. Guo Wei didn't believe Zhao Jiachuan would stare at him with angry eyes and rush headlong into danger. Yang Xiuji is holding a shovel, waiting outside the Zhao family's gate. If Zhao Jiachuan dares to come back, she will not let him go easily. Right now, Zhao Jiachuan is secretly watching her from a neighbor's window in the front yard. Although he managed to lose her after walking 2 streets away this morning, he still dares not go home. He fears Yang Xiuji might attack him again. Getting hit a few times doesn't matter, but losing face is worse. In the entire Harvest team, he's known for being chased by his mother-in-law, not for fighting. People might be talking behind his back about this. The Liu family's house is cold, with thick frost on the glass window. Zhao Jiachuan occasionally exhales on the window glass. The frost melts in a small mirror-sized patch. He closes his left eye, and through the melted part, he can clearly see his own front door. He plans that if Yang Xiuji doesn't show up before dark, he will go home and sleep peacefully. If she insists on arguing, he will hide for a couple of days. By then, Guo Limei's face should be less swollen, and Yang Xiuji's anger might have cooled down. He can then go and apologize, and maybe everything will be over. After all, the situation was special at the time, and hitting her in a fit of anger wasn't a big crime. Actually, after hitting her, Zhao Jiachuan felt regretful. He thought Guo Limei would avoid him, but he overlooked her mental state at that moment. Besides, she wasn't prepared for Zhao Jiachuan to suddenly punch her. He keeps a close eye on the door, and sure enough, after an hour, Yang Xiuji finally arrives. She walks back and forth at the gate. If your mother-in-law catches you, she'll definitely break your fingers. Liu Er, leaning close to the melted part of the window, says while watching Yang Xiuji at the door. Liu Er is a bit impulsive, 2 years younger than Zhao Jiachuan, and about the same age as Guo Limei. I remember when I was a kid and annoyed Guo Limei, her mom told her that anyone who hit her, she'd break their fingers. One time, I accidentally knocked Guo Limei down. I really didn't mean to, someone pushed me from behind. Guo Limei chased me for 2 streets, just like her mom today. Big brother Zhao, I really respect you. You even dare to look for that mother-in-law. If it were me, even if her daughter was a fairy, I'd send her right back. I'm really surprised. Guo Limei is so strong. When you hit her, she didn't even try to break your fingers. Zhao Jiachuan wasn't in the mood to listen to Liu Er's old stories. His mind was entirely on Yang Xiuji. She was very determined. She wandered around all morning. During that time, Zhao Jiachuan came out twice, probably trying to persuade her to go inside and warm up. Yang Xiuji waved her hand, refusing to go. As time went on, she probably got colder, so she started jogging instead of walking. It was better during the day with sunlight, but by evening, it got colder. Guo Wei came over. I don't know what he said to Yang Xiuji, but she finally went home. Zhao Jiachuan finally relaxed. Liu Er's family also didn't have much space to sleep. If Yang Xiuji didn't leave soon, tonight they might have nowhere to stay. Once Yang Xiuji was home, Zhao Jiachuan left Liu's house. He didn't take the main road. He jumped through the garden and went back to his own house. Guo Wei only said one thing to Yang Xiuji. You've been waiting here all day in the cold, shivering. Watch Guo Limei. Zhao Jiachuan will come to you sooner or later. Yang Xiuji thought about it and agreed. She saw her daughter as bait. As long as she was there, she wasn't worried that Zhao Jiachuan wouldn't come. You should have told me your plan earlier. I was almost freezing to death. Guo Wei chuckled and said, I just thought of it now. But in his mind, he was thinking, if she hadn't waited in the cold all day, would she have listened so easily? When the couple got home, Yang Xiuji immediately told Guo Limei, Daughter, just stay at home. When Zhao Jiachuan apologizes or comes to take you back, you can go. If he keeps avoiding you, your parents will support you all your life. Guo Wei quickly shook his head. You take care of yourself. Don't drag me into it. When Yang Xiuji left, Guo Wei privately told Guo Lime, Daughter, your mom said that on purpose. She just wants you to stay home for a few days. The situation with Zhao Jiachuan is tense now. The atmosphere is so heavy, they don't even dare to breathe loudly. She's worried you'll feel upset. Guo Lime understood that her parents cared about her. Right now, if Wei Xiaoyan didn't go back to her parents' house for a few days, the Wei family would probably come to get her. And then, Wei Xiaoyan might say something unexpected. After dealing with the Wei brothers once, Guo Lime truly disliked dealing with them. Spending a few days at my parents' house might help me avoid this trouble. At night, Guo Lime lay beside her mother. Whenever she closed her eyes, she saw the image of the chubby little boy. Her mind instantly became tense. She hadn't slept the night before and was very tired. Her eyes felt heavy, but her mind wouldn't quiet down, as if she had done something wrong. Guo Lime kept telling herself over and over, this is just an accident. It has nothing to do with me, but she still couldn't sleep. In the middle of the night, Guo Lime's brother got up to get water and food for Dingxiang. She placed her hands on her belly. How wonderful it would be if she could have a baby like Dingxiang. She could feel the gentle touch of the fetus's little hands and feet on her belly. Having a child would make her marriage stronger and prevent her from drifting apart. But unfortunately, she thought, she probably wouldn't have this luck in her life. As Guo Lime expected, 2 days later, the eldest, second, and third brothers from the Wei family came. They found out that her little nephew was gone. Wei's third brother immediately cried and demanded to know who had caused his nephew's death. This time, Wei Xiaoyan didn't dare to lie. She only said it was her careless mistake that led to the tragedy. The Wei brothers took their sister back home. Maybe a change of environment would help her recover from her grief faster. But for a mother, this kind of pain is something she will never forget. Only with time, buried deep inside her heart, will she sometimes recall it unexpectedly. A few days ago, Guo Lime thought she was just going home to relax. Zhao Jiachuan would apologize in a couple of days and take her back. But a week passed. Zhao Jiachuan hadn't even shown a shadow of himself. Guo Lime's hope turned into resentment. If you won't come to pick me up, then I won't go back. After the 10th day, the production team started work again. In the courtyard, Guo Lime and Zhao Jiachuan saw each other every day. Zhao Jiachuan just looked at her, but didn't speak or apologize. Guo Lime's feelings changed from resentment to anger. I won't go back, she thought. Do whatever you want. I can endure it. Actually, Zhao Jiachuan also had a lot of opinions about Guo Lime. As the saying goes, it's not the good things that worry us, but the bad people. Over the past few days, Zhao Jiachuan has mostly heard these kinds of words. Women should not be spoiled. When she first ran back to her parents' home, she should have gone humbly. In the future, whenever there is a small issue, she will go to her parents' house. Treat her grandson as if she will be with him for a lifetime. And your mother-in-law, when there is a disagreement in her daughter's family, she intervenes. From now on, whenever there is a minor matter, you should watch her face. How can life go on like this? After hearing this many times, Zhao Jiachuan also felt that Guo Lime and her daughter were indeed being too much. He originally wanted to go apologize and bring his wife back, but it turned into waiting and watching. Neither the husband nor the wife was willing to take the first step, and the situation became deadlocked. Guo Wei didn't expect this. The couple was at a standstill, both unwilling to apologize first. Half a month passed quickly. Although Guo Lime said she didn't care outwardly, she was very sad inside. Should life go on like this? Not just the entire harvest team, but even the whole entrepreneurship commune, few people have been divorced. And certainly not twice. But if Zhao Jiachuan always maintained this attitude, what would be the point of continuing life? Yang Xiuji noticed that Guo Lime was speaking less, and her smile had almost disappeared. She wanted to talk to her daughter, but Guo Wei stopped her. Guowei thought that Guoli Mei should take this opportunity to think carefully. Whether life can go on or not, she should decide for herself. Yang Xiuji knew that Guowei was right, but she couldn't help but say to Guoli Mei, "Daughter, if you want to go back, I will send you. I can apologize to that little rascal. If you don't want to go back, then we won't. Remember, your parents will raise you all your life." Guoli Mei's eyes filled with tears and she nodded. No one else knew, but she knew very well how proud her mother was, someone who would rather cut off her head than bow her head. Now, for her, she was even willing to apologize to Zhao Jiachuan. Just because she unconditionally protected her daughter?
Guoli Mei hugget Yang Xiuzi.
Mom, as long as you and Dad don't dislike me, I want to stay with you forever. Yang Xiuji didn't speak, feeling a bit sour inside. She gently stroked her daughter's back to comfort her. Her daughter was talking nonsense. A woman's life is only complete after marriage, having children, being a wife and a mother. The daughter's life has already been filled with regrets. Yang Xiuji always hoped that Guoli Mei's marriage could make up for the lack of children. Late at night, when Yang Xiuji couldn't sleep, she reflected on whether her own actions had caused Guoli Mei's current situation. Could it be her stubbornness that led to this outcome? If she had ignored Zhao Jiachuan's treatment of Guoli Mei back then, would Guoli Mei have been happier? As dawn approached, Yang Xiuji finally let go of her worries. She realized her own arrogance, and that Guowei had been enduring it all along. Guoli Mei is much more reasonable than her mother. Why couldn't Zhao Jiachuan tolerate her? Moreover, is it responsible for a man to hit someone without warning or reason? Such a marriage, she thought, is better to end. Yang Xiuji understood and stopped worrying. She decided to let things take their natural course. If the fate of the two isn't finished, they will reconcile. If it's truly over, she wouldn't force it. The Lunar New Year had just passed. On the second day of the second month, Guowei, with some effort, managed to get a half pig's head. He used an old metal bucket, filled it with broken wood and some grass, and added a little gasoline. He felt quite proud of his work. Guowei watched over the warehouse, secretly pouring a bit of gasoline without trouble. He lit a match and placed the pig's head on top of the metal bucket. Soon, the pig's head was roasted until blackened, filling the yard with a greasy smell. This made the two dogs linger at the gate, unwilling to leave. However, Ding Xiang couldn't smell the scent and stayed inside, hiding. Guoli Mei, on the other hand, was the opposite. She didn't love the smell of burnt meat, but enjoyed the smell of gasoline. She even took the gasoline bottle and kept smelling it repeatedly. Yang Xiuji shook her head with a bitter smile. The more she thought about it, the more her daughter's problems seemed to grow. She wondered when her daughter developed such strange hobbies. Guowei finished roasting the pig's head and placed it in a large clay basin. He cleaned it with a brush, then put it into a pot. Half a pig's head could provide quite a bit of meat. Leftover parts were stir-fried with some seasoning, then stored in a jar of lard, which could keep for a long time. This way, they could occasionally give Ding Xiang some nutritious food. No family could afford to cook a whole meal of meat all the time. That would be too luxurious. A plate of meat on the table, in reality, only provided a few bites for each person. Especially for Guowei and Yang Xiuji, they only ate a little out of politeness. The couple both shared the same idea. If they ate less, the children could eat more. Only Guoli Mei was truly eating. Guoli Mei didn't know what was happening to her. She couldn't control her chopsticks, as if someone was pushing her. She kept picking up pieces of meat, one after another. Until the plate was almost empty, she reluctantly put down her chopsticks. Seeing everyone look at her with surprise, Guoli Mei suddenly blushed with embarrassment. She thought, I wasn't this greedy before.
What is happening to me?
Guowei and Yang Xiuji weren't worried about their daughter eating meat. They just thought she was acting strangely. Could she be sick? They hadn't heard of any illness that caused someone to eat so much meat. After the meal, Yang Xiuji poured the leftover meat into a pot, added salt, and fried it again to release the oil. The remaining meat and oil were stored in a jar. The smell of the meat frying and turning crispy made Guoli Mei unable to resist again. She hurried out of the house, not afraid of burning herself, and grabbed a piece of meat with her bare hands from the pot, then put it in her mouth. Yang Xiuji noticed something was wrong and felt a faint excitement rising inside her. After tidying up, Yang Xiuji said to Guolime, "I've been having trouble sleeping these days. I can't fall asleep all night. I feel dizzy and tired, and I have no energy. Come with me to the health clinic and get checked." Guowei looked at Yang Xiuji and complained, "You're not feeling well, and you didn't tell me earlier. Maybe I should go with you. Don't bother the children. It's the second day of the second month, and they have a half-day holiday. Let Li Mei rest at home." Yang Xiuji rolled her eyes at Guowei. "You're everywhere, always complaining. She's not my daughter, and she finds everything troublesome. How can I rely on her in the future?" Guolime couldn't help but laugh. "Dad, look at how superstitious my mom is." She said this while putting on her shoes and fixing her hair in front of the mirror. Guolime's long hair reached her waist, and she liked to braid it into a big plait. Holding her mother's arm, the two women left the house. The closer they got to the health clinic, the faster Yang Xiuji's heart beat, and her nerves grew more anxious. She hoped her feelings were correct. At the clinic, Guolime asked her mother to sit on the only bed while she stood beside her. She repeated what Yang Xiuji had said at home. Dr. Li's father was an old Chinese medicine doctor who used to treat headaches and colds for the villagers. Dr. Li has been studying medicine with his father since he was young. He doesn't claim to cure serious illnesses, but he is confident in treating minor problems. He checked Yang Xiuji's pulse, looked at her tongue coating, and asked many questions, which made Yang Xiuji very anxious. She only brought Guolime to the clinic as an excuse because she wasn't feeling well. Now, it seemed as if she really was sick. After some examination, Dr. Li reached the following conclusion: there is no serious illness, just a bit of excess heat in the heart. Dr. Li also knew about Guolime still living at her mother's house. Anyone in her situation would feel upset. No need to prescribe medicine. Just pay attention to your health and try to stay positive. Yang Xiuji stood up, took Guolime's hand, and sat her on the bed. "Dr. Li, check Li Mei's pulse too. I feel she's been losing weight every day and has a poor appetite. Could it be a stomach problem?" Guolime was surprised and stared at her mother. If she weren't shy, she would have asked. She just ate a plate of meat and still isn't full. How can she say I have a poor appetite? Yang Xiuji pretended not to understand her daughter's puzzled look and firmly sat her down. "Come on, just check. If you're healthy, how can I tell if you're sick?" Dr. Li couldn't help but smile at her words. As parents, they share the same caring heart for their children. He pulled over a chair, sat Guolime down, and placed her arm on the table, with 3 fingers on her wrist. After a moment, Dr. Li made a puzzled sound. His expression became more animated. First confusion, then surprise, followed by thoughtful nodding, and finally a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yang Xiuji watched Dr. Li's face closely, her heart fluctuating with his expressions. "Come on, switch to the other hand." Guolime glanced at her mother and obediently placed her other arm on the table. Guolime felt very nervous seeing Dr. Li's expression, as if her heart was pounding loudly. "Switch to that hand again." After 2 rounds of checking, Dr. Li helped Yang Xiuji sit on the bed, with her back against the wall. "Sister-in-law, sit still. Don't get too excited and fall to the ground when you hear the news. Li Mei is pregnant. It's been almost 2 months." Although she was mentally prepared, Yang Xiuji still jumped up in shock. "Uncle Li, you probably didn't make a mistake, right?" Dr. Li put away his smile and pretended to be angry. He said, "Sister-in-law, you're underestimating me. My skills aren't perfect, but I'm not so bad that I can't tell if someone is pregnant. If she really is, are you surprised or not?" The surprise was genuine, but the unexpected part wasn't too shocking. Guolime's strange behavior made Yang Xiuji suspect something. She used her own illness as an excuse to bring Guolime to the clinic. Yang Xiuji didn't dare tell her daughter directly that she suspected she was pregnant. She was afraid that giving her hope would only lead to more disappointment later. The hot and cold treatment was too much for her daughter to handle, and maybe even for herself. Guolime bit her lip tightly, her cheeks trembling, her big eyes shining with tears, almost crying. It was very hard for her to hold back. She wanted to ask if it was really true, but she was afraid Dr. Lee might suddenly say, "Just joking." But her eyes stayed fixed on Dr. Lee without blinking. Of course, Dr. Lee knew she didn't believe she was really pregnant. After many hopes and then total disappointment, she was probably feeling very sad. He reached out and patted Guo Limei's shoulder hard. "Come on, do you still doubt Uncle Lee? It's real. If I'm wrong, you can pluck out my eyes and use them as a soap dish." Guo Limei chuckled and quickly turned away, secretly wiping away a tear. Suddenly, her mind thought of Zhao Jiachuan. All the frustration, complaints, sadness, and despair she had felt for so many days disappeared in that moment. She wanted to see him right away and share this good news. He was the father of the baby and had the right to know first. "Limei, you really need to stay calm now. Zhao Jiachuan isn't the type to pretend, right? Let's see if he can keep pretending this time. Maybe even his father will have to swallow his pride and come to you. You've really turned things around in the Zhao family." Dr. Lee's words felt like a cold splash of water on Guo Limei's head. The fire that had been burning in her heart suddenly went out. Did Zhao Jiachuan care more about the baby or about her? Actually, Guo Limei didn't want to separate those two things clearly. No matter what, he should care about at least one of them. "Now that I am pregnant, I feel responsible for giving my child a warm home. At least there should be love from parents." Guo Limei grew up in a loving family, and she hopes her child will have the same. Not like Ding Xiang, who has no one to care for her. But I don't know what Zhao Jiachuan is thinking. Dr. Lee is right. I need to stay calm. If Zhao Jiachuan doesn't care about me or the baby, there's no need to go back. I can raise the child alone. Guo Limei feels anxious and uncertain. Yang Xiuji is only happy and doesn't notice her daughter's changing face. "Let's go home. Your dad will be happy too." Yang Xiuji pulls her daughter's hand and wraps her arm around her waist, constantly reminding her to be careful. In just a few minutes, Guo Limei suddenly feels more fragile than her own child. "Mom, do you think it's really true? Don't make a joke out of it. That would be so embarrassing." Her worries are understandable, and Yang Xiuji also becomes nervous. "Maybe we should go to the county tomorrow to check again?" Yang Xiuji's suggestion makes Guo Limei feel better, and she nods heavily. At home, Guo looks at their happy faces and is puzzled. "Did you two find a treasure while seeing the doctor?" Yang Xiuji smiles and says, "You could say that. We found a big treasure." Guo Limei keeps signaling to her mother to stop talking, as things aren't final yet. She doesn't want her father to get too excited. After Guo Limei leaves, Yang Xiuji secretly tells Guo, "I'm telling you, you're going to be a grandpa." Guo is stunned for a moment, then can't help but chuckle happily, laughing nonstop and not knowing what to say. Dr. Lee is truly insightful. As it gets dark, Old Zhao and Zhao Jiachuan arrive. Old Zhao hurriedly apologizes as he steps inside. "I know what's going on at home. Limei is upset about going back, so it's better for her to stay with her family for a few more days. I'm a bad son. Hitting my wife was wrong." He also realizes his mistake. "I've brought you the son, as long as Limei isn't angry, and she can hit or scold him as she wishes. Once the anger is gone, let Limei and Jiachuan go home. It's not right for the two of them to be separated like this all the time." "Yes, I agree," Old Zhao mumbled to himself, talking back and forth. Yang Xiuji and Guo didn't say anything from start to finish. Guo Limei has been staying at her parents' house for so many days without anyone visiting her. Now that she's heard she's pregnant with Zhao family's child, everyone has come to visit. It feels really uncomfortable. "Mom and Dad, it's my fault. I shouldn't have hit Limei." Zhao Jiachuan said this, but his eyes kept flickering to Guo Limei's belly. Old Zhao kicked Zhao Jiachuan hard, signaling him to kneel down. Guo Wei and his wife hadn't spoken at all, showing they still hadn't forgiven him. Zhao Jiachuan took a step forward, knelt down with a thud, and said, "Mom and Dad, I was wrong. I swear I will change. I won't hit Limei again. If I do, I'll cut off my own fingers." Killing someone is as easy as snapping your fingers. Zhao Jiachuan was wrong, but he admitted it by kneeling. Plus, Guo Limei is already pregnant with his child. Guowei decided to give him another chance. You don't need to apologize to us. What you owe is your wife. If Li Mei wants to come back with you, we have no problem. Even though Guowei said this, Zhao Jiachuan still didn't dare to get up. He looked at Yang Xiuji. Yang Xiuji sighed deeply and said, Zhao Jiachuan, I just want to know one thing. If Li Mei wasn't pregnant, would you still plan to bring her back? Yang Xiuji's words were very sharp, and the room instantly fell silent. Several pairs of eyes looked at Zhao Jiachuan. Zhao Jiachuan's face turned red, and he lowered his head. His lips moved a few times, but he didn't say anything. If he said yes, then whether Yang Xiuji agrees or not, even Guo Li Mei probably wouldn't go back with him. If he said no, he'd be lying with his eyes open. Guo Wei and Yang Xiuji are not easy to fool. Zhao Jiachuan was feeling stuck when he heard his father exclaim exaggeratedly, Dear son-in-law, what did you say? Li Mei is pregnant? When did that happen? That's wonderful. Zhao Jiachuan's tense heart finally relaxed. Sure enough, experience is the best teacher. Old Zhao's pretending to be confused successfully smoothed over this tricky problem. Zhao Jiachuan couldn't do what his father did and could only stay silent. Guo Wei and Yang Xiuji exchanged a look, both surprised that the usually honest old Zhao would do something like this. But in fact, it was the best response. Today, her visit was just a coincidence. Who can prove that Zhao Jiachuan came because Guo Li Mei was pregnant? When Guo Wei's hand reached out to touch Zhao Jiachuan's sleeve, he took the opportunity to stand up from the ground. He naturally sat next to Guo Li Mei.
How are you?
Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Zhao Jiachuan asked softly. People often say that pregnant women get minor illnesses and various discomforts. He wasn't sure what kind Guo Li Mei was.
What?
Nothing wrong?
Who told you that?
I just took her pulse at the health clinic. Who knows if it's accurate? Guo Li Mei said. Zhao Jiachuan couldn't answer her. If he said he heard it from Dr. Li, it would be obvious that his father was lying. He could only awkwardly smile and say, Tomorrow, I'll go with you to the county to check. After being in the house for a while, he finally said something useful. Guo Li Mei didn't respond to Zhao Jiachuan's words, but didn't refuse either. Yang Xiuji knew that her daughter was giving Zhao Jiachuan a chance. This child arrived just in time. Guo Li Mei's cold heart was warmed by this tiny new hope. She was willing to give Zhao Jiachuan a chance and a happy home for the unborn child. After talking for a while, Ding Xiang finally understood that her sister was also pregnant. Guo Li Mei's face was filled with an uncontrollable smile. She was clearly very happy. But since she got pregnant, Ding Xiang often had nightmares. Sometimes she dreamt that the child looked exactly like Su Hongliang. Other times, she dreamed that Guo Lisin woke up and drove them out. In these months, Ding Xiang appeared calm on the outside but was actually very anxious inside. Especially when she saw Guo Lisin's hopeful eyes, staring tightly at her belly. The better Guo family treated her, the more afraid she became, worried that Guo Lisin would not want her when she woke up. Sometimes, Ding Xiang really wished Guo Lisin would stay as he was now, not bothering to work in the fields and just focusing on being kind to her. But she also knew she shouldn't be so selfish. The current situation was not what Guo Lisin wanted himself. Ding Xiang was unhappy. Her happiness on the surface was partly fake. Part of it was instinctive, coming from her maternal feelings, and she didn't realize she was showing it. But now, Ding Xiang truly felt happy for Guo Li Mei. She had her own child, and the rumors about her not giving birth were now proven false. Maybe having a child would also make her brother-in-law treat her better. Ding Xiang hurried back inside and took out 2 packs of beef tongue biscuits, keeping one for herself. Sister, take this home with you. Eat it when you're hungry. Guo Li Mei knew that Ding Xiang was sincerely giving her the biscuits. If she refused, it would hurt her feelings. She looked back at her mother. Yang Xiuji nodded. Here, take it.
Keep it with you.
I'll ask someone to buy more in a few days. Guo Li Mei was married, but she didn't have a mother-in-law. Who did she care about or feel sorry for? Fortunately, Ding Xiang wasn't like other daughters-in-law who kept a close eye on her sister-in-law, guarding her like a thief, afraid that her parents-in-law would give the family's things to their daughter. Ding Xiang always thought of her sister first whenever there was something good to eat at home.